Li Chun unexpectedly found himself transported to a fantastical Pokemon world, inheriting the legacy of a once great royal family of trainers. Rather than resigning himself to a life of mediocrity and returning home to manage a gym, he resolved to embark on a journey of battles and adventures, determined to restore the glory of his ancestors. To his astonishment, he awakened a daily instant kill system, enabling him to acquire a plethora of items for a mere 9.9 yuan each day. Master level potential, shiny Charmander. Instant kill price, 9.9 yuan. Legendary Dragon Tooth Pokemon Treasure. Instant kill price, 9.9 yuan. A feather from a level 1 Phoenix King. Instant kill price, still 9.9 yuan. Got a Pokemon egg from the level 3 Jirachi. Instant kill price, what? Still only 9.9 yuan. Regardless of the item, the instant kill price remained a mere 9.9 yuan, with no time to waste. Chapter 1. Crossing into the Pokemon world. In a parallel universe, within the Huaxiao Pokemon League, lies Yang City. At the heart of the city stands a grand edifice adorned with the emblem of the league. A lifelike statue of a Blastoise graces the front of the building, a testament to its prestige. This is the only gym in Yang City, the municipal Yang City Gym. In the gym's backyard, beside a tranquil pond, reclined a young man with a dazed expression. His name was Li Chun, who, after stepping through the company's door with his left foot, found himself in this world. After a moment of collecting the fragmented thoughts left by his predecessor, he gradually regained his composure. Have I truly crossed over? Squirtle, Squirtle. At that moment, a familiar sound echoed from the pond beside him. Li Chun sprang to his feet from the bamboo lounge chair, turning to behold a turtle, their eyes locking in a mutual stare. Li Chun was taken aback by the sight of the little turtle in the water, for it was none other than the beloved Squirtle from the anime and games of his past, now vividly alive. Before him. Before he could fathom why he had attracted the attention of the Squirtle, it suddenly opened its mouth and shot a stream of water, drenching Li Chun completely. A minor injury, yet. A profound humiliation. Darn it, Squirtle, just you wait. Only when he realized what had transpired did he notice he was already soaked, while the Squirtle had disappeared beneath the water surface. Resigned to his misfortune, Li Chun knew he could not dive into the pond to catch the mischievous Squirtle, as he was unable to swim. After wringing out a portion of his drenched clothes, he reclined once more on the bamboo lounge chair, closing his eyes to reflect on the memories left behind by his predecessor. This was a world of Pokemon, a realm where urban life intertwined with these extraordinary creatures. Centuries ago, Pokemon suddenly descended upon Blue Star, expanding its territory manifold. The mystical realms of Pokemon merged with reality, allowing many Pokemon to emerge from these hidden domains. Initially, humanity misunderstood Pokemon, perceiving them as monstrous beasts, leading to centuries of conflict. The formidable nature of Pokemon exceeded human expectations, resulting in significant losses on the human side. It was not until a scientist discovered pertinent information within a Pokemon realm that humanity began to understand these creatures. From the early battles against these beasts to the gradual acquisition of knowledge, scientists invented devices known as Pokeballs to capture them. Thus began the era of battling beasts with beasts, and from that point onward, humans renamed the monsters Pokemon, coexisting harmoniously with them as they gradually integrated into human life. Over decades, the growing prowess of Pokemon became evident, giving rise to the profession of Pokemon trainer. As humanity's understanding deepened, the allure of becoming a Pokemon trainer surged, making it one of the most sought-after and populous professions in Blue Star. Subsequently, every nation established its own Pokemon League to manage local trainers. With the emergence of the first elite-level trainer, followed by the first champion-level trainer, humanity categorized trainers into 10 tiers. Novice trainer, 0 to 10. Beginner trainer, 11 to 20. Intermediate trainer, 21 to 30. Advanced trainer, 31 to 40. Elite trainer, 41 to 50. Gym leader trainer, 51 to 60. Pseudo-elite trainer, 61 to 70. Elite trainer, 71 to 80. Pseudo-champion trainer, 81 to 90. Champion trainer, 91 to 100. Though only 10 tiers exist, this does not imply that champion trainers are the strongest. Beyond the 100 tier lies the master level trainer. However, over centuries, it seems that only a handful have reached this echelon. Moreover, beyond the master level trainers, there exist even more formidable beings known as legendary Pokemon. Yet, these legendary Pokemon are exceedingly rare, their whereabouts elusive. Ordinary individuals may spend their entire lives without ever witnessing one. The immense power of these beings is well recognized, as evidenced by an incident around 120 years ago when the nearby Sakura League provoked a legendary Pokémon, nearly devastating their island. Since then, both ordinary people and trainers have harbored a mix of admiration and fear towards legendary Pokémon, choosing to maintain a respectful distance. Nonetheless, many fervent individuals aspire to capture these legendary beings, with some dreaming of harnessing their power to reshape the world. Over the centuries, there have been instances of legendary Pokémon aiding humans and forming bonds with them, yet no one has ever truly captured a legendary Pokémon. Consequently, every nation has vigorously cultivated trainers, even abolishing unnecessary subjects like foreign languages in favor of imparting knowledge related to Pokémon. In their final year of high school, students receive their very first Pokémon free of charge. This is mandated by the League, which stipulates that individuals may only possess a Pokémon upon meeting one of two criteria: being a high school senior or having reached the age of 18. This regulation arose from numerous tragic incidents involving minors whose immaturity led to fatal confrontations between Pokémon, resulting in untold casualties. Such grim cases have prompted the League to enforce a policy that restricts the acquisition of a first Pokémon until the age of 18. Additionally, the curricula at Blue Star's Pokémon universities have been entirely supplanted by Pokémon-related disciplines, including Pokémon battle studies, Pokémon breeding, Pokémon identification, and Pokémon archaeology, among others. Though Li Chun felt bewildered by a sudden transition, his initial reaction was not one of despair, but rather elation, for he was liberated from a life of servitude. This world brims with opportunities for prosperity, the simplest of which involves aiding others by letting their toros and Miltank graze, earning hundreds in a single day. Moreover, once recognized as an official trainer by the League, one need not toil, as the League provides monthly stipends, ensuring that even a life of leisure cannot lead to starvation. With a touch more diligence, dedicated training, and engaging in battles, one could cultivate their Pokémon to the point of achieving the esteemed rank of an elite trainer, thereby amassing wealth that would elude the grasp of an ordinary person throughout their entire lifetime. Contemplating this prospect, a glimmer of excitement danced in Li Chen's eyes. In his previous life, he was an avid enthusiast of Pokémon, having devoured the animated series and films, as well as indulged in handheld games of the franchise. Now, having traversed into this new realm, he felt as though he had found his true element. Moreover, he had the opportunity to fulfill his long-held aspiration of capturing Pokémon and emerging as a formidable Pokémon trainer. Chapter 2. The Divine Dragon of the Skies. In his previous life, Li Chun was unencumbered by worldly ties and had resigned himself to the prospect of becoming a ward of the state. However, his arrival in this new world had its merits. Xiao Chun, how have you managed to turn this place into a veritable waterlogged mess? And why are you drenched? You've sullied my bamboo recliner. I swear, I shall teach you a lesson, you ungrateful wretch. Just as Li Chun was lost in his musings, a thunderous voice shattered his reverie. The abrupt interruption displeased him, causing his brows to furrow in annoyance as he turned to look back. He was met by the sight of a frail old man with snow-white hair, storming towards him in a fit of rage. Startled, Li Chun hastily rose from the bamboo recliner and scampered towards the back door of the dojo. Old man, this truly isn't my doing. It was your beloved Squirtle that sprayed water everywhere. I'm merely the victim here. And please, do not intimidate me, should you strike me down. Who will inherit your dojo in the future? As he fled, his voice trembled with anxiety, and within moments, he darted out the back, vanishing from sight. Once outside the dojo, he slipped into a narrow alley, leaning against the wall as he gasped for breath. The old man instilled genuine fear in Li Chen's heart. This irascible figure was none other than his grandfather, who enforced strict discipline. In the past, when Li Chen had erred, the old man had not hesitated to mete out punishment, striking without mercy. Had he not fled swiftly, he would have undoubtedly faced another harsh reprimand. The reason for his grandfather's displeasure was not Li Chen's fault. He had just traversed into this world, inheriting the transgressions of his former self. To summarize, his grandfather was the master of the Yangqing dojo, and with both of Li Chen's parents deceased, he naturally desired his grandson to inherit the dojo in due time. However, Li Chen's previous incarnation had resolutely refused the mantle, resulting in a stubborn standoff between grandfather and grandson, neither willing to concede an inch. If it were Li Chen himself, he would have chosen to acquiesce, promising to fulfill his grandfather's wishes. After all, who could predict the future? A promise could pave the way for unforeseen opportunities. Moreover, one should not underestimate this seemingly dilapidated dojo. It generated millions in revenue annually, along with various rewards from the alliance and local incentives. The old man's insistence on Li Chun taking over the dojo was likely rooted in his fears of mortality. With the dojo in existence, Li Chun could live a comfortable life, and should any issues arise, the alliance would undoubtedly extend their protection, given his lineage. His parents were esteemed senior investigators within the alliance, renowned for their prowess as elite trainers, tragically perishing during a Pokémon upheaval while on duty, earning posthumous accolades as heroes. In truth, the Li family was no ordinary clan. They were a once prominent lineage of champions, though now they stood on the brink of decline. Currently, only the old man remained as the family's sole elite trainer. Should Li Chun fail to exert himself, it would not be long before the Li family fell from their esteemed status. It is worth noting that 2 or 3 generations prior, the old man's lineage was celebrated as champions residing in the imperial capital, one of the 8 distinguished families of the Huaxiao Pokemon Alliance. However, due to an upheaval, their fortunes waned. Consequently, the Li family relocated from the imperial capital to Yancheng, where they have resided ever since, inheriting the dojo through the generations. The Squirtle that had just doused Li Chun was a descendant of the old man's Blastoise, having recently hatched from its egg. This explained why the Squirtle's water gun was not particularly formidable. Otherwise, Li Chun would not stand unscathed before it. At present, with his grandfather still fuming, Li Chun dared not return. It would be prudent to wait until the evening when the old man's temper had cooled. However, without any other refuge, he resolved to stealthily return while the old man was engaged in a gym challenge. Fortunately, the old man, despite his anger, had not lost his faculties, leaving the back door ajar, thus allowing Li Chun to slip inside unnoticed. He quietly made his way into a greenhouse garden, a lavishly designed sanctuary created by the old man to provide a comfortable habitat for his cherished Pokemon and newly hatched creatures. Upon entering, Li Chun stumbled upon a Snorlax, soundly asleep. This Snorlax was one of the old man's key Pokemon, boasting at least elite-level strength. Li Chun then meandered through the greenhouse, which housed over a dozen types and hundreds of Pokemon, most being the old man's companions and their offspring. The remainder belonged to other dojo staff or were Pokemon raised by the old man to contend with challengers, though their strength was relatively modest. On a soft patch of grass, Li Chun spotted 2 robust Dragonites. This pair, a mother and her offspring, nestled closely together, basking in their bond. With a blade of grass between his teeth, Li Chun approached without hesitation. While he might exercise caution around other Pokemon, fearing an accidental provocation, he felt no trepidation towards this mother-son duo, for the larger of the 2 was his own Pokemon. Indeed, on the occasion of his 15th birthday, the old man's Dragonite had laid an egg, which was bestowed upon Li Chun as a cherished gift. Due to alliance regulations, he had yet to acquire his own Pokeball, rendering him unable to capture the Dragonite. Nevertheless, he had nurtured and trained the creature since its infancy, forming a profound bond akin to that of family. Of course, with his schooling, Li Chun had to rely on the old man for most of the creature's care and training after it hatched. The old man possessed a remarkable talent for training Pokemon, and under their combined efforts, along with a steady supply of resources, the Dragonite had evolved into a formidable Pokemon within a mere 2 years. Upon noticing Li Chun's arrival, the Dragonite's fierce visage softened into a gentle smile, joy sparkling in its large eyes. It eagerly bounded over to Li Chun, lowering its head to affectionately nuzzle against his chest, expressing its fondness for him. This was the Dragonite, an impressive creature indeed. Watching the majestic Pokemon lean against him, Li Chun stood in awe for several moments, a gleam of delight illuminating his features. It was important to note that this was no ordinary Pokemon. It was a near-divine entity, the strength of which was legendary among trainers. Each trainer harbored dreams of capturing even a mere juvenile of such caliber. However, near-divine offspring were exceedingly rare, seldom spotted in the wild. Only within the sanctuaries of high-level Pokemon could one find a handful of such young creatures. Yet, these sanctuaries remained firmly in the Alliance's control, rendering access impossible for ordinary trainers, let alone capturing one. In the past, a juvenile near-divine Pokemon had emerged on the market, fetching an astronomical price exceeding 100 million, ultimately acquired by a wealthy magnate. Beyond that singular instance, near-divine offspring were considered priceless and virtually unseen, akin to a stroke of good fortune if an ordinary person were to possess one. Li Chun's possession of a formidable Pokemon was largely attributed to his grandfather, a trainer of legendary status who also served as the leader of the city gym. Chapter 3, The Instant Kill System. Beep. Detected that the host has successfully acquired the initial Pokemon. The 999 daily instant kill system has successfully bound to the host. As Li Chun reveled in his joy, 2 system notifications suddenly echoed in his ears, leaving him momentarily stunned and rooted to the spot. It was not until his Dragonite, noticing the unusual behavior, gently nudged him with its large head that he snapped back to reality, a broad smile spreading across his face. Dragonite, I'm fine. You can go play with your mother for a while. Once he had reassured his Dragonite, Chen, undeterred, settled down on the grass and began to explore the newly emerged system. The 999 instant kill system, as its name suggests, conducts daily flash sales of various products. The items available for flash sale are diverse and plentiful, ranging from ordinary burn heal and Pokeballs to rare treasures used by Pokemon, and even items worth millions of Poke Dollars. Legendary Pokemon might also appear at random. All items are available at the astonishing price of just $9.99, and Chen can acquire them through flash sales within the designated time. The system further specifies that if Chen does not participate in the flash sale for a particular item, it will refresh precisely at midnight the following day, disappearing if not claimed in time. Moreover, the value of the items varies, with some being of little worth while others may be incredibly significant. It is all left to chance. As the system had just awakened, it also gifted Chen a novice package. Upon opening this package, he received an abundance of valuable items. The first was the Eye of Detection, allowing him to access comprehensive data about all Pokemon, including gender, level, and skills, thus serving as a handy reference for the host. The second gift was a system space that simulated the living environment of Pokemon, facilitating their recovery of stamina and injuries. This meant that the league's regulation limiting trainers to carry only 6 Pokeballs was rendered irrelevant for Chen, as he could store any excess Pokemon in the system space, making it much easier to care for and train them. It would be impractical to send all his Pokemon home to be cared for by his grandfather, although that was certainly an option. The third feature was the activation of Battle Mode. Any Pokemon of Chen's could gain experience points through battles, leading to swift level increases. In simple terms, whether facing wild Pokemon or those of others, as long as Chen's Pokemon triumphed, they would earn experience. Additionally, the system could convert treasures into experience points, aiding in the rapid leveling of Chen's Pokemon. After comprehending the usefulness of the 3 skills from the novice package, Chen felt elated. With these advantages, even a novice trainer like himself could evolve into a near-champion level trainer. At that point, he could challenge his grandfather's insistence on him inheriting the gym. With the Eye of Detection in hand, Chen was eager to put it to use. He dashed over to where the mother and son Dragonite were, scanning both with his Eye of Detection to gather the following data. Pokemon, Dragonite. Gender, male. Level, 57, late gym stage. Type, Dragon, flying. Ability, overconfidence. Skills, Bite, Dragon Breath. Headbutt, Scary Face. Crunch, Dragon Claw. Zen Headbutt, Ice Fong. Earthquake, Focus Energy. Hyper Beam, Flamethrower. Outrage, Body Slam. Dragon Tail, Dragon Pulse. Thunder Fong, Meteor Shower, Water Cannon. Inherited skills, Hurricane, Dragon Dance, Dragon Dive, Rampage. Potential, near champion level. Held item, none. Gazing at the impressive data of his Dragonite, Chen's eyes sparkled with excitement, and he nearly drooled at the mouth. Without the system and the Eye of Detection, he would have been oblivious to the specific details of his Pokemon. After all, while scientists in this world had developed high-density instruments capable of assessing Pokemon qualifications and strength, their accuracy left much to be desired. And who would bother to have their Pokemon tested for no reason? His Dragonite possessed exceptional qualifications. Otherwise, it wouldn't have learned such a plethora of skills and inherited for powerful moves, making it truly remarkable. Being a near champion was one thing, but the key point was that the potential of Dragonite was also at the near champion level. With proper training, it could undoubtedly reach champion status in the future. Potential can be seen as a representation of each Pokemon's aptitude, marking the lower limit of their growth. Generally, ordinary Pokemon only have a chance to slightly elevate their potential after evolution or by consuming high-quality Pokemon treasures. Aside from that, unless they encounter a legendary Pokemon, a Pokemon's potential remains fixed and cannot be enhanced. After perusing Dragonite's data several times, Chen reluctantly withdrew his gaze and utilized the Eye of Detection to scan the other Dragonite, his grandfather's primary Pokemon and the mother of his own. Chen knew that this Dragonite was terrifyingly powerful, but was unaware of its specific level or strength. Now armed with the Eye of Detection, he was eager to uncover the truth. Pokemon, Dragonite. Gender, female. Level, 83, early near champion. Type, Dragon, flying. Ability, Intimidate. Skills, Bite, Dragon Breath. Headbutt, Scary Face. Crunch. Dragon Claw, Zen Headbutt. Focus Energy. Flamethrower, Body Slam. Earthquake, Dragon Tail, Dragon Pulse. Dragon's Roar. Outrage, Fire Fong, Thunder Fong, Meteor Shower, Heavy Slam. Inherited skills, Dragon Dance. Dragon Claw, Dragon Die. Potential, near champion level. Held item, Dragon Fong. Upon reviewing the data of the female Dragonite, Li Chun was taken aback, realizing that it was not merely at the king level, but had already reached the near champion level. That old man, without a word, had concealed so much from me. Suddenly, Li Chun recalled a recent conversation with his grandfather, where he had inquired about the levels of his main Pokémon. His grandfather had reprimanded him and brushed him off with a vague mention of king level. If even the Dragonite had reached near champion level, it was likely that the Blastoise was even stronger, as it was his grandfather's starter Pokémon. Li Chun rubbed his forehead, muttering softly to himself. He had originally thought that with some effort, he could become a near champion level trainer and thus deter his grandfather from imposing the burden of inheriting the gym upon him. However, it seemed that such aspirations were unrealistic. It appeared he would need to become a champion level trainer at the very least. But attaining champion status was no small feat in the vast Huaxia Pokemon League, with a population exceeding 1 billion. To date, the number of publicly recognized champions would not exceed a handful, while the near champion trainers were slightly more numerous, yet would certainly not surpass 30. Champions remained elusive, and near champions rarely emerged. King-level trainers stood as the most visible top-tier combatants. Thus, while there were more king-level trainers, their numbers would undoubtedly not exceed 100. A certainty in Li Chen's mind. After all, though the Li family had fallen from grace, his grandfather still remained a prominent figure in the king lineage, and it was only natural that he would be privy to some insider information. Chapter 4. The Shining Charmander. With that, Li Chun, brimming with excitement, activated the system and embraced the possibilities that the Eye of Detection had to offer. In the greenhouse garden, whether swimming in the water, climbing the trees, or peacefully slumbering, every single sprite within was thoroughly scanned. As Li Chun had anticipated, the seemingly honest and simple Snorlax, currently lost in deep slumber, was, in fact, a Pokémon of near champion caliber. Moreover, the abilities of the other sprites varied from novice to elite levels, except for the Charizard and Snorlax. The old man's other main Pokémon were not present, likely carried with him. Nevertheless, the second team assembled by the old man boasted several elite-level sprites, a testament to his formidable prowess. Ultimately, Li Chun held deep admiration for the old man. Despite his advanced age, he tirelessly fought to uphold their dwindling royal lineage of trainers, determined to prevent its downfall for the sake of his sole grandson. Ding! A friendly reminder to the host. Today's available items for flash sale have been refreshed. Please check promptly, as any items not purchased by midnight will be replaced. Just as Li Chun was lost in thought, the system's voice echoed in his ear once more. He was taken aback by the system's insistence. Truly a remarkably user-friendly interface. He had been so engrossed in exploring the Eye of Insight that he nearly overlooked the primary function of the system, the flash sale items, which held the utmost value. System, can you hear me? How do I check the flash sale items? As soon as Li Chun articulated his query, a translucent interface materialized before his eyes. He scanned it briefly, and 3 items along with their details appeared, leaving him breathless. Advanced Dragon-type Energy Cube. Description: a delicacy crafted from the favorite berries and various nutrients of Dragon-type Pokémon. It is their most cherished food. Just 3 energy cubes can satiate an adult Dragon-type Pokémon, and prolonged consumption can enhance their physique, aiding in rapid recovery of stamina. Flash sale price, 99 yuan. Dragon-type treasure, Dragon's Tooth. Description: a tooth shed by a master-level Dragonite, imbued with a wealth of Dragon-type energy. Consuming it can rapidly enhance the power of Dragon-type Pokémon and increase the potency of their skills. Flash sale price, 99 yuan. Master-level potential shiny Charmander. Description: the only one of its kind, possessing unparalleled qualifications, this shiny Charmander harbors master-level potential. As it matures, it will gain abilities capable of cataclysmic destruction, rivaling the prowess of legendary Tier 3 beings, loyal yet combative. Flash sale price, 99 yuan. Gazing at the 3 extraordinary items and their detailed descriptions, Li Chun couldn't help but gasp, his throat tightening with anticipation. Each of these items was extraordinarily precious, with the latter 2 being of incalculable worth. Beyond the reach of mere currency, these are all splendid items. System, I want them all. Initiate the flash sale. Li Chun exclaimed, fervently tapping the flash sale option for all 3 items. However, to his dismay, nothing happened. His expression shifted dramatically, suspecting the system was toying with him. Ding. Host's bank card has been frozen, insufficient balance. Flash sale failed. At that moment, a system notification struck Li Chun like a thunderbolt, leaving him in utter disbelief. Simultaneously, his phone buzzed in his pocket, signaling a new message. Frustrated, he hastily retrieved his phone, opened the notification, and discovered that the transaction had failed due to insufficient funds. Overwhelmed, he sank to the ground, feeling as though the sky had fallen. With reddened eyes and labored breaths, it took him several minutes to regain his composure. The master-level potential shiny Charmander was right before him, priced at a mere 99 yuan, yet he was unable to purchase it due to his insufficient balance. The thought alone made him want to weep. Logically, he was the sole heir to the royal family of trainers, his grandfather a formidable elite, operating a gym. He should have been swimming in affluence, yet here he found himself in such a predicament. The root of this issue lay with his predecessor, who had vehemently refused to inherit the gym, leading to a heated argument with the old man. In a fit of anger, the old man froze his bank card, attempting to coerce Li Chun into agreeing to inherit the gym in the future. However, the predecessor was obstinate, refusing to yield. During this period of vacation at home, living comfortably without financial concerns, he had stubbornly held out, refusing to concede to the old man. Contemplating this, Li Chun felt an overwhelming urge to slap himself. What a predicament he found himself in, bearing the brunt of consequences he did not deserve, with no other option. And driven by the desire for the advanced dragon-type energy cube, the dragon's tooth, and the master-level potential shiny Charmander, he resolved to humble himself before the old man. No matter what, he would agree to anything to persuade the old man to unfreeze his bank card. To appease the old man, Li Chun exited the greenhouse garden and hurried to the gym's kitchen, declining the assistance of the cooking staff, and took it upon himself to prepare a sumptuous feast. He then sneaked into the old man's cherished wine cellar, discreetly procuring 2 fine bottles of wine to set upon the dining table. Once everything was prepared, he joyfully made his way to the gym's battle arena to find his grandfather. In the first-floor battle arena, Li Chun spotted his grandfather, who had just completed a gym challenge. "Grandpa, you've worked hard. I've prepared a delightful spread. Let us go enjoy it and see how my cooking fares." Li Chun smiled, attempting to lead the old man towards the backyard. However, upon hearing Li Chun's words, the old man erupted, his eyes wide as saucers. "You little rascal. You can't possibly cook. Are you trying to deceive me? And the moment you call me grandpa, it is certain you've done something wrong. Now tell me, what trouble have you caused this time?" The old man pointed at Li Chun, his expression one of knowing inquiry. "Grandpa, you must believe me. I truly haven't done anything wrong, and I really did prepare a feast. Come with me and see for yourself." Li Chun protested, his grandfather's expression a mixture of exasperation and disbelief. He was at a loss, unsure of what calamities his predecessor had left behind for him to deal with. "Humph. When you were 7, you threw a cater pie at a girl, frightening her so much that her father, an alliance investigator, came knocking on my door. If it weren't for my reputation, he would have surely taken you away. And when you were 9, you tricked your classmates into gathering honey, only to lead them into a Beedrill nest. You fled while they were stung and hospitalized, costing me 10,000 poke dollars to treat them. And only after ensuring no lasting harm was done did they let you off the hook. And when you were 13, you took a few friends fishing in the river, only to provoke a Gyarados. If it hadn't been for a passing trainer who saved you, I would have been left without an heir." The old man recounted Li Chun's past misadventures, leaving him with his head bowed, unable to utter a word. He had never realized how mischievous he had been as a child, had it not been for the child protection laws. He might have met his end long before his current existence. Chapter 5, Successful Flash Sale. Just as Li Chun stood in utter embarrassment, unsure of how to alleviate the tension, the old man suddenly sighed, his tone shifting to one of somber reflection, his gaze softening considerably. "My dear grandson, you must heed my words. I am growing old, and I do not know how many more years I have left. Therefore, you must mature swiftly. For the Li family consists solely of you and me now. In the future, all responsibility will rest upon your shoulders. It is not that I am unwilling to let go, but rather I am filled with concern for you." The old man's voice was profoundly aged and somber, his face bearing a hint of melancholy and self-deprecation. Listening to his heartfelt words, which felt akin to a final farewell, Li Chun's heart sank, leaving him momentarily at a loss for words to comfort his grandfather. With reddened eyes, he could only choke out a heartfelt "Grandpa. Come now, you rascal. Boys don't shed tears. Don't be so sentimental. Until you have truly grown, your grandpa will not falter. Let us go? I wish to sample the dishes you have prepared." The old man suddenly regained his usual authoritative demeanor, instructing his most trusted disciple to remain in charge of the dojo and welcome challengers. He then slowly made his way through the dojo's hall and into the backyard. Inside the dining room, a table was indeed laden with a feast, accompanied by 2 bottles of fine wine. The old man stared at Li Chun in disbelief, his expression awash with astonishment, making Li Chun feel rather embarrassed. How reckless must his predecessor have been to evoke such distrust from the old man? After all, preparing a meal was hardly an exceptional feat. My grandson can cook. This is splendid news. Today, I am in high spirits and must indulge in a drink. Grandson, why are you still standing? Come, sit down and pour the wine. The old man gazed at the table brimming with food, his aged face lighting up with a smile. And he clumsily captured the moment by taking pictures of the dishes with his phone. Hey, Li Chun responded to his grandfather's call, promptly uncorking the 2 bottles of wine and filling his grandfather's glass. He then took a seat and began to eat alongside him, ensuring his grandfather's glass was always full. As they dined, the old man suddenly took hold of a bottle of wine. Little Chun, since you prepared the meal, did you also procure this wine? He inquired, his tone teasing yet inquisitive. Of course, I cooked the meal, but the wine was not purchased by me. Did it fall from the heavens? Li Chun responded, pretending not to notice the old man's knowing smirk. You haven't changed a bit, you little rascal. Daring to deceive even me. These 2 bottles are fine wines I stored in the cellar. Moreover, I have frozen your bank card. So where did you acquire the funds to buy good wine? Speak the truth. Did you sneak into my wine cellar again? Grandpa, your eyesight is remarkable. I did indeed take it from the cellar, but I assure you it was not theft. It was merely borrowing. I wanted to buy you wine myself, but my card is frozen, leaving me with not a penny to my name. It's so hot outside, I can't even afford a slice of ice-cold watermelon. Upon realizing his grandfather had caught him, Li Chun gave a thumbs up, confessing and using the excuse of buying wine to lament his predicament. Enough of your pitiful tale. You eat my food, live under my roof, and drink my wine without spending a dime. If you were truly in need, you would have protested long ago. You've certainly taken enough from the dojo to trade for money in the past. The old man showed no sign of anger, sipping his wine while recounting some of Li Chun's past misdeeds. Li Chun felt utterly humiliated, mentally berating his predecessor for being such a scoundrel. The old man enjoyed the meal immensely, his smile never fading. As Li Chun continued to refill his glass, they reminisced about old times. Once the meal concluded and the maid began clearing away the remnants, the old man, having consumed too much wine, retreated to rest, while Li Chun returned to his room. However, Li Chun exhausted all means to persuade his grandfather to lift the freeze on his bank card, even resorting to emotional appeals. Yet the old man remained unyielding, brushing him off with a vague "I will think about it." At that moment, Li Chun was restless, fearing that by the time his grandfather awoke, it would already be the next day, and even if the card were unfrozen then, the fleeting opportunity would have vanished. Moreover, the system could only be linked to his personal bank card. No alternatives would suffice. Even if he rushed to apply for a new card, time was not on his side, and the bank staff had long since clocked out for the day. With no options left, Li Chun decided to take a risky gamble. He would bribe the ghost in the greenhouse to hypnotize his grandfather, thereby discreetly unfreezing his bank card. Just then, his phone buzzed in his pocket, signaling a new message. Sensing something significant, Li Chun quickly pulled it out to discover a notification confirming the unfreezing of his bank card. Grandpa, you are truly wonderful. Though I may not inherit the dojo, I will ensure your comfort in your old age. I will not let you down. Overwhelmed with gratitude, Li Chun felt ecstatic upon reading the message. With his bank card unfrozen, Li Chun's first action was to reopen the ethereal interface of the system, seizing all 3 items on flash sale. As the success notification appeared for each item, 3 new objects materialized on the table before him. Simultaneously, his phone buzzed with several new payment notifications. To his surprise, the charges were from a well-known domestic company, revealing the system's remarkable efficiency and foresight. Even if someone were to investigate, they would find no useful leads. Afterward, Li Chun set aside his phone and scrutinized the 3 items on the table. The most prominent was a beautifully packaged box of high-grade dragon-type energy cubes, while the smallest was a pristine, razor-sharp dragon tooth resembling a wild animal's fawn. Finally, there was a luxury Pokeball, which undoubtedly contained the strongest shiny Charizard in history. For the moment, Li Chun refrained from opening the box of dragon-type energy cubes. As his Dragonite was not present, he could let it sample the delicacy later. He carefully examined the dragon tooth, unable to discern much, and ultimately decided to store it away for future use with his Dragonite. Lastly, only the luxury Pokeball remained. Swallowing hard, he reached out to grasp the precious ball, knowing it housed a Charizard of master-level potential. Chapter 6. Procuring supplies. There's south no place like home. As Li Chun held his breath and gently pressed the button on the luxurious Pokeball, a flash of white light erupted. A shadowy figure materialized before him, his shiny Charizard. Unlike ordinary Charizards, which boasted a vibrant red hue, his was entirely black, its sharp claws exuding an air of dominance, reminiscent of a fierce dragon. Wow! What astonished Chen the most was that this newly hatched Charizard showed no signs of fear. It curiously surveyed the room's decor and even extended its tiny hand toward him. Upon witnessing the scene, Chen, in a state of fluster, extended his hand and grasped the tiny Charizard's delicate paw, feeling an overwhelming warmth that brightened the little creature's spirits even further. The reflection of Chen shimmered in the bright depths of Charizard's eyes, which sparkled with joy. Under the system's orchestrations, Charizard developed a profound bond with Chen, instinctively adopting him as its father upon their first encounter. With an exuberant cry, Charizard raised both hands, yearning for a warm embrace. Unable to resist the little one's fervent enthusiasm, Chen joyfully enveloped Charizard in his arms and utilized his investigative eye to scan the creature's data. Pokemon, Charizard. Gender, male. Level, 10, peak novice. Type, fire. Ability, blaze. Moves, scratch, growl, ember, smokescreen, dragon breath. Inherited moves, metal claw, dragon dance, dragon tail, dragon dive, dragon claw, outrage. Potential, master level, node. Equivalent to level 3 deity 101 to 110. Held item, none. Upon reviewing Charizard's data, Chen found himself momentarily stunned, with the most striking aspect being the little one's master level potential and the impressive 6 inherited moves. Most astonishingly, 5 of these inherited moves belonged to the dragon type, while the proud fire type Charizard only possessed 1 move from its own category. This strongly suggested that Charizard's father was likely a formidable and pure-blooded dragon type Pokemon, possibly even a quasi-deity, such as Dragonite, Hydreigon, or Garchomp. In an effort to remain inconspicuous and avoid detection by his father, Chen fostered a deeper connection with Charizard before retrieving it into a luxurious Pokeball from the table. The knowledge of possessing a shiny Charizard had to be kept under wraps, particularly from his father, as he could hardly explain that he had acquired it through a mere 99 credits from the system. Such a claim would certainly invite skepticism, perhaps even landing him in a psychiatric facility for treatment. It was only then that Chen belatedly realized that the shiny Charizard, acquired for the meager sum of 99 credits, had come with a luxurious Pokeball, a veritable buy one, get one free scenario, a remarkable stroke of fortune. It was worth noting that the most ordinary Pokeball on the market cost a minimum of 500 credits, while a slightly better Super Ball was priced at 3,000 credits. The higher-tier Ultra Balls soared to a staggering 18,000 credits, making them unattainable for the average person. The luxurious Pokeball in his possession was the Rolls-Royce of Pokeballs, retailing for 30,000 credits. After reveling in his good fortune, Chen temporarily stored the box of advanced Dragon-type energy cubes within the system's space. He then ventured to a nearby supermarket specializing in Pokemon-related items to procure Fire-type advanced energy cubes. The exorbitant price of these energy cubes was astounding, with a single box costing 30,000 credits. This solitary box would sustain an adult Fire-type Pokemon for merely half a month. No wonder being a Pokemon trainer was deemed one of the most financially demanding professions. The monthly earnings of an ordinary individual were insufficient to cover even a Pokemon's basic sustenance, while lower-tier energy cubes were available at a reduced price. Their taste and efficacy were significantly inferior. Chen, determined to provide the best for Charizard, gritted his teeth and purchased 5 boxes of advanced energy cubes in one fell swoop. He also acquired a Pokemon belt and a super fishing rod, both of which were relatively inexpensive, totaling less than 5,000 credits. Additionally, he invested in a newly developed space backpack, which boasted 4 cubic meters of space for storing various items, making it an essential tool for traveling trainers. However, the price of this space backpack was a staggering 300,000 credits, a necessary expenditure for any trainer on the go. Despite Chen's modest wealth, he tightened his belt and purchased the space backpack, depleting over 400,000 credits in one transaction, leaving him feeling quite bereft. Although he possessed the system's space, which would serve as a habitat for his Pokemon, he required a space backpack to maintain discretion. In truth, Chen's needs were far more extensive, including Pokeballs, Burn Heal, and antidotes. Fortunately, the gym's storage housed ample supplies of these items, allowing him to conserve his limited funds by taking what was rightfully his. After concluding his purchases, Chen stowed all his items in the space backpack and promptly returned to the gym. Once back in his room, he eagerly retrieved the Pokemon belt from the space backpack, donned it, and affixed the luxurious Pokeball to it. To avoid detection by his father, he discreetly adjusted his clothing to cover the belt. Having completed this task, he stealthily slipped into the gym's storage while his father slumbered, blissfully unaware. The storage contained enough supplies for the gym to last at least 6 months, with an array of items lining the shelves, including antidotes and burn heals. Since these supplies belonged to him, Chen felt no qualms about taking 10 bottles of each medication, stowing them in his space backpack for future use. Moreover, Pokeballs were indispensable, but unfortunately, the shelves were stocked primarily with the most basic variety. After a thorough search, he managed to uncover 2 luxurious Pokeballs. Adhering to the principle of taking what was available, Chen claimed both, attaching them to his belt, along with 6 advanced balls, ample for his current needs. Having gathered his treasures, he stealthily exited the storage, believing he had left no trace. Unbeknownst to him, a Jengar lurked in the shadows of the storage. Having witnessed the entire event, strangely, throughout the ordeal, Jengar remained hidden, neither revealing itself nor obstructing Chen's actions. Chapter 7. The conflict triggered by energy cubes. Once back in his room, Chen chuckled to himself, reveling in the thrill of his little escapade. Indeed, there was an exhilarating charm in pilfering from one's own abode, making the spoils all the more delightful. It was no wonder that his predecessor had relished sneaking items from the gym to sell for pocket money. Chen adorned his Pokemon belt with the remaining 3 advanced balls and placed the last 3 into the space backpack, deeming them unnecessary for the time being. After organizing everything, he secured the space backpack, donned the dragon fong, and made his way to the greenhouse garden in the gym's backyard. Despite his belief that no one would dare intrude upon the gym, the dragon fong was far too precious to leave behind. A priceless treasure that he felt compelled to carry with him. In the greenhouse garden, Chen skillfully avoided the gym staff and located the mother and child Dragonite. Once assured that the coast was clear, he unwrapped the exquisitely packaged advanced dragon-type energy cubes, only to discover that the box contained only 4 of them. In essence, these energy cubes are sufficient for the voracious Dragonite to sustain itself for merely 2 months, perhaps even a shorter duration. Nonetheless, a 2-month supply would suffice, as the system has the capability to instantaneously procure goods daily, potentially allowing for the acquisition of even more advanced Dragon-type energy cubes in the future. Chen left behind a box of advanced Dragon-type energy cubes, placing the remaining 3 back into his spatial backpack. At that moment, the Dragonite mother and child seemed to have caught a whiff of the energy cubes, eagerly surrounding him. Chen's Dragonite nuzzled against him, appearing to beg for the energy cubes in a display of affection. "Don't rush, my dear Dragonite. There's plenty for you. These advanced Dragon-type energy cubes were intended for you," Chen said, chuckling at the charming antics of his Dragonite. In truth, the Dragonite had always consumed advanced Dragon-type energy cubes, but those produced by the system are of exceptional quality, exuding a delectable aroma that is particularly enticing to Dragon-type Pokemon. Seeing the longing in the eyes of the Dragonite mother and child, Chen promptly opened the box of advanced Dragon-type energy cubes and retrieved 2 perfectly square cubes, presenting them before the eager duo. "Here you go, Dragonite and Dragonite mother. Do savor the flavor of these energy cubes," Chen joyfully encouraged, intently observing their reactions as they tasted the cubes. As the enticing aroma of the energy cubes permeated the air, the previously slumbering Snorlax, roused by the scent of culinary delight, sniffed the air and promptly sprang up. After the Dragonite mother and child devoured the energy cubes Chen had offered, their fierce countenances transformed into radiant smiles, accompanied by jubilant calls. This was ample evidence of their profound affection for the advanced Dragon-type energy cubes bestowed upon them by Chen, which were clearly favored by the 2 soon-to-be deities. A wave of satisfaction surged within Chen, solidifying his resolve to procure even more goods from the system. However, as he basked in the warmth of contentment and joy, watching the Dragonite mother and child express their desire for more, he reached for additional energy cubes from the box. Suddenly, a deep growl reverberated like thunder in Chen's ears, rendering him momentarily disoriented. The ground trembled slightly, and upon turning to glance behind him, he beheld a dark blue figure standing not far away, none other than the usually slumbering Snorlax. It was perplexing how the sleeping Snorlax had awakened and stealthily approached him. In the next heartbeat, the enormous Snorlax, towering nearly 3 meters tall, swiftly lunged to seize the box of energy cubes from the ground. Realizing Snorlax's intent only too late, Chen understood that the alluring aroma of the energy cubes had roused it from slumber and drawn its attention to his advanced Dragon-type energy cubes. "Snorlax, stop. Those are not meant for you," Consuming them would be a tremendous waste. Li Chun exclaimed, feeling a chill run down his spine as he beheld the massive creature. Yet he could not afford to hesitate, shouting at Snorlax in a desperate attempt to protect his precious energy cubes. At that moment, however, Snorlax's focus was solely on the food, oblivious to Li Chun's words, as it continued its pursuit of the advanced dragon-type energy cubes on the ground. Just as Li Chun's heart raced with anxiety, and as Snorlax was on the verge of success, his Dragonite sprang into action, sending the unsuspecting Snorlax flying and successfully interrupting its advance, thereby safeguarding the box of energy cubes. As Snorlax was knocked back, Li Chun exhaled a sigh of relief and hastily stowed the open box of advanced dragon-type energy cubes back into his spatial backpack to prevent it from being pilfered by Snorlax. Although he was not averse to sharing the energy cubes with Snorlax, the fact remained that these were dragon-type energy cubes, which would be of no benefit to a general-type Pokemon like Snorlax, merely a waste. Moreover, considering Snorlax's insatiable appetite, he feared the box of advanced dragon-type energy cubes would scarcely be enough to satisfy its hunger. Incensed by the interruption and the confiscation of the energy cubes, Snorlax glared at the Dragonite, showing signs of an impending rampage. The atmosphere grew palpably tense, thick with an undercurrent of hostility, prompting the surrounding Pokemon to retreat to a safe distance. The Dragonite, being a warrior at heart and imbued with the pride of dragon-type Pokemon, remained undaunted, prepared to engage despite the apparent disparity in their sizes. Just as the confrontation appeared imminent, the Dragonite mother stepped forth, positioning herself resolutely between Snorlax and her offspring, exuding an aura of authority that successfully defused the escalating tension. Observing the protective nature of the Dragonite, Snorlax gradually calmed down, scratching its head as if to dismiss the incident before ambling away nonchalantly. In truth, Snorlax felt a tinge of trepidation when faced with the Dragonite, knowing well its superior strength, having been bested by it on multiple occasions in the past. With Snorlax retreating to resume its slumber, Li Chun finally felt a sense of relief wash over him. After all, Snorlax was a near champion-level Pokemon, possessing immense destructive potential should it lose its temper. Not even a gym could withstand its wrath, let alone the entire city of Yangqing. Fortunately, with the old man around, even if Snorlax were to rampage, the situation could be swiftly brought under control. "Thank you, Dragonite," Li Chun said softly, affectionately stroking the thigh of the Dragonite mother in gratitude. Given that he was the trainer of her offspring, and having been raised alongside them, the Dragonite mother regarded Li Chun with warmth and camaraderie. Chapter 8. Capturing Dragonite. Dragonite, feast upon these 2 energy cubes, they are yours. Li Chun then retrieved the open box of advanced dragon-type energy cubes from his spatial backpack, extracting 4 additional cubes and presenting them to the Dragonite mother and child. Generally, adult Pokemon require at least 3 energy cubes per meal to feel satiated. Once the Dragonite was adequately fed, Li Chun lifted his shirt slightly and removed a luxury ball from his waist belt. Due to league regulations, he had been unable to capture the Dragonite in a Pokeball until now. The day had finally arrived, as he was now a senior student at Yangqing One High School, thus obtaining the right to capture Pokemon and become a trainer. The recent holiday allowed students to return home and acquire their initial Pokemon through their own channels, or the school would provide one for free if necessary. After years of anticipation, this moment had finally come. "Dragonite, do you wish to become my Pokemon, to journey alongside me, to grow together, and to reach the pinnacle of our potential?" Li Chun gazed at the towering Dragonite before him, his eyes sparkling with excitement. The Dragonite mother observed this scene with pride and support, as Li Chun had been nurtured by her since childhood and was the grandson of her trainer, leaving her quite at ease and trusting her progeny to him. "Dragonite." The Tyrannosaurus emitted an excited low roar, its fervent gaze responding to Li Chun, as well as to the majestic Tyrannosaurus flying above, both of whom had awaited this moment for what felt like an eternity. Upon receiving the reply from the flying Tyrannosaurus, Li Chun hesitated no longer and gently tapped the luxurious ball in his hand against the creature. A flash of crimson light enveloped the scene, and the flying Tyrannosaurus was captured within the opulent sphere. With a resounding thud, the luxurious ball wobbled a few times on the grass before finally coming to rest. Returning to Li Chun's hand, "I have successfully captured the illustrious flying Tyrannosaurus." Li Chun gazed at the luxurious ball in his hand, his heart racing with exhilaration, especially with the flying Tyrannosaurus's mother nearby, her presence adding to his overwhelming joy. Shortly thereafter, Li Chun released the flying Tyrannosaurus once more, for he believed it would relish the comfort of the greenhouse garden far more than the confines of a Pokeball. Moreover, With his impending school days fast approaching, he knew he would soon have to part with the creature, making these last 2 days precious for the flying Tyrannosaurus to spend with its mother. After enjoying some playful moments with the mother and child duo, Chen reluctantly bid farewell to them and exited the greenhouse garden. As night descended, and having indulged in a hearty afternoon meal, Chen opted for a light snack rather than a full dinner. Lying in bed, he toyed with the luxurious ball, his affection for the little fire dragon overwhelming, wishing he could snuggle with it while sleeping. However, he was aware that such indulgence was impractical at home, as his grandfather had a penchant for checking in on him, imposing limits on his late-night activities. Though his grandfather had drunk himself into a slumber that evening, Chen chose to exercise caution and suppress his excitement. Feeling rather bored, Chen retrieved his phone from his pocket and began perusing the Pokemon forum. Browsing the latest news, the forum was a treasure trove of Pokemon-related content, frequented by nearly all trainers from the Huaxia Pokemon League. It brimmed with gossip and insider information, allowing for trading, albeit with a portion of the profits going to the platform. For instance, Chen stumbled upon a post about a trainer who planned to marry his longtime companion, a Shinado, hosting an extravagant wedding and currently honeymooning at a renowned tourist destination. Another trainer, indulging a peculiar whim, had captured a Ditto and was using it for creative play, only to be reported by neighbors, resulting in the Ditto being rescued and released, while the trainer faced an 18-year prison sentence. Moreover, Chen encountered several trending topics, such as sightings of legendary Pokemon or purported photographs of them. However, upon delving deeper, he found them to be mere fabrications aimed at deceiving viewers, leaving him frustrated enough to block the offenders. At that moment, a notification chimed, indicating new messages in the class group chat. Almost instantaneously, the number of unread messages escalated to 99. Curiosity piqued, Chen opened the dialog box, entering a new interface clearly labeled as the Pokemon class. As he casually scrolled through the messages, he noticed an initial post featuring an image, accompanied by a caption stating that someone's father had procured a gym potential Venonat from a Pokemon nursery. This ignited a flurry of activity, with classmates eagerly sharing photos of their starter Pokemon, seemingly engaged in a friendly competition. Notably, a student named Wang Lei was particularly vocal in the chat, posting multiple angles of a Pokemon egg and elaborating at length on its origins. He boasted that despite being merely an unhatched egg, it was the egg of a dragon-type Pokemon, the desert dragonfly, which could eventually hatch into a powerful antlion, all thanks to his father's connections and a hefty sum of over 1 million Pokemon coins. Naturally, a chorus of sycophants soon filled the chat, lavishing praise upon Wang Lei, who was likely reveling in his moment of glory behind the screen. Amidst the chatter, many tagged Chen and a girl named Zhu Rui, both of whom held significant backgrounds, with Chen being the grandson of the gym leader of Yang City, making him a figure of considerable renown. The classmates were keenly inquiring about their starter Pokemon, prompting Chen to locate and share a photo of the flying Tyrannosaurus he had taken earlier. Instantly, the once vibrant group chat fell silent, only to be revived when Zhu Rui posted a photo of her Venonat. Everyone began to extol the virtues of Chen and Zhu Rui, effectively overshadowing Wang Lei's earlier boastfulness, leading the envious Wang Lei to mutter something about his egg seemingly being on the verge of hatching before quietly withdrawing from the conversation. Chen, uninterested in further banter, ignored Zhu Rui's private messages as well, setting his phone aside to rest, eagerly anticipating the midnight refresh of sought-after items for the upcoming flash sale. Chapter 9. Flash sale again. The little fire dragon learns flame punch. Goodness, I've taken a nap, and it's only 10:21. Chen exclaimed, awakening with excitement as he checked his phone, realizing there was still over an hour until the item refresh. Time seemed to crawl during such waits, and Chen had never felt more impatient. To pass the time, he stealthily approached his grandfather's door, confirming the sound of loud snoring before quietly returning to his own room, locking the door behind him. He then removed the first luxurious ball from his poke belt, pressed the button, and released the little fire dragon. Wani. Upon emerging, the little fire dragon raised its arms towards Chen, requesting a hug. Naturally, Chen obliged this simple request, embracing the little creature and engaging in affectionate interaction. Suddenly, a thought struck him, and he carefully placed the little fire dragon on the table. Under the curious gaze of the little fire dragon, Chen opened his space backpack and retrieved a box of advanced fire-type energy cubes. He realized that since capturing the little fire dragon, it had not eaten anything and had likely been hungry since the afternoon. Opening the box, he took out a square, crimson energy cube and offered it to the little fire dragon. You must be hungry. This is a fire-type energy cube. Give it a try and see if you like it, Chen said, filled with delight as he watched the little fire dragon. The little fire dragon, in response, accepted the energy cube with its tiny hands, sniffed it curiously, and then swallowed it whole. Wani. Burp. After consuming the energy cube, the little fire dragon emitted a joyous cry, followed by a contented burp. For a creature yet to evolve, with a small frame and appetite, finishing a single energy cube was quite the feat. As Li Chun played with the little fire dragon, time flew by, and before he knew it, the clock struck 11:59, heralded by the alarm he had set. Li Chun's face radiated with excitement as he first silenced the alarm, then addressed his little Charizard before delicately recalling it into a luxury ball, which he subsequently reattached to his Pokemon belt. After completing these tasks, over a minute had elapsed, successfully ushering in the dawn of a new day at precisely 12 hours, 1 minute, and 18 seconds. System, are you there? Kindly assist me in opening the flash sale interface, he implored. Ding, affirmative, host. Lowering his voice, Li Chun eagerly summoned the system. Relieved that it did not require slumber and was always at his beck and call, it promptly responded, conjuring a translucent interface before his eyes. The flash sale system indeed presented 3 items. 1. Fire-type move learning machine, Flame Punch. Description: the quintessence of a king-level Blaziken's lifelong learning, applicable to any fire-type Pokemon, aiding them in acquiring and mastering Flame Punch. Note: learning machines are single-use only. Flash sale price, 99 yuan. 2. Fire-type treasure, Firestone. Description: a stone imbued with a significant amount of special fire energy, of superior quality, capable of facilitating the evolution of certain specific Pokemon, with a chance of slightly enhancing that Pokemon's potential upon successful use. Flash sale price, 99 yuan. 3. Luxury Ball. Description: crafted from special materials. It provides a more spacious and comfortable environment for captured Pokemon while gradually restoring their stamina and injuries. Flash sale price, 99 yuan. Upon reviewing these 3 flash sale offerings, Li Chun felt a twinge of disappointment. Compared to yesterday's flash sale items, today's selection was decidedly inferior, lacking in prestige. Ding. Friendly reminder: the 3 precious items refreshed yesterday were a result of the host's inaugural flash sale. The system exceptionally utilized a luck card on your behalf. Do you truly believe that a master-level potential shiny Charizard could be so easily refreshed? A system notification echoed in his ear, revealing that his thoughts had been laid bare, leaving him momentarily speechless. Li Chun had initially assumed his luck was extraordinarily fortuitous, as if ancestral graves were emitting smoke. To his surprise, it was merely the system's benevolence that had intervened, resulting in the extraordinary refresh of 3 invaluable flash sale items. Ding. Should the host find the quality of the flash sale items unsatisfactory, they may choose not to purchase. The items will naturally refresh once the time elapses. Another system notification rang out, leaving Li Chun with the distinct impression that it was mocking him. Without a moment's hesitation, he clicked the purchase buttons for all 3 items, successfully acquiring them, and received 3 notifications of deductions on his phone. Although the items refreshed today were indeed of lesser quality compared to yesterday's offerings, they were still treasures of considerable worth in the real world. For instance, the Move Learning Machine was available on the market with skill learning discs specifically designed to teach Pokemon new skills, often costing tens of thousands of Pokemon coins, with discs for moves like Earthquake exceeding 200,000. Moreover, the success of learning depended on the Pokemon's aptitude and insight, essentially a tax on intelligence. Given the uncertainty of success, why purchase a skill disc at all? It would be far more prudent to find a Pokemon that already possessed the skill for direct instruction. The Fire Stone, on the other hand, was even more remarkable, although he had no immediate use for it. Such a high-quality Firestone could fetch 100,000 Pokemon coins or more on the market, making overnight wealth a distinct possibility. Even the least valuable item among the trio, the Luxury Ball, was worth 30,000 Pokemon coins, a dire necessity for Li Chun. He glanced at the 3 newly acquired items on his bed. First, he removed a Great Ball from his Pokemon belt and replaced it with the recently acquired Luxury Ball. The Great Ball was then stowed away in his spatial backpack, along with the Red Stone, the Fire Stone, which he also had no immediate use for. Conversely, the Flame Punch learning machine was perfectly timed, as his Charizard had a pronounced bias towards Dragon-type skills, mastering 6 while only knowing 1 Fire-type move. Thus, Li Chun removed another Luxury Ball, releasing the Charizard he had just recalled. Upon seeing the little creature raise its tiny hand, he immediately understood that it was requesting a hug. Without hesitation, he embraced the Charizard for a considerable time before gently placing it back on the floor. He then picked up the thin, disc-like Flame Punch learning machine and presented it to the Charizard. Little Charizard, This is the learning machine for Flame Punch. Take it, and see if you can master the move. You can do it, I believe in you. Encouraged by Li Chen's words, the Charizard grasped the learning machine, which instantly vanished, seemingly merging with its being. Subsequently, the Charizard clenched its tiny fist, enveloping it in a vibrant flame as the temperature in the room surged. Li Chen watched in delight as flames danced around the Charizard's fist, his joy evident as he beamed like a child. He had not anticipated that the Charizard would learn Flame Punch so swiftly. It was as if it had happened in the blink of an eye. Truly, the Charizard's master-level potential shone through its remarkable insight and innate talent. That's enough. Quickly extinguish the flames. My heavens, don't set my room ablaze. Li Chen exclaimed, suddenly struck by a thought, panic coursing through him as he urged the Charizard to douse the flames. However, the little Charizard, caught in the throes of youthful exuberance, was reveling in its newly acquired skill and paid no heed to Li Chen's pleas. Amidst Li Chen's alarmed cries, the Charizard delivered 2 fiery punches, sending sparks flying and scattering delicate embers through the air, which left Li Chen in a state of trepidation. Imagining the old man's fury upon awakening to a scorched room, Li Chen could envision the impending wrath and knew he would surely face severe consequences. With that thought, he unhesitatingly scooped up the Charizard, feeling its warmth as it settled into his embrace. Gradually, the Charizard calmed, and the flames dissipated, wrapping its tiny arms around Li Chen in return. You nearly terrified me to death, he exclaimed, gently patting the little creature's back, releasing a sigh of relief, fully aware that playing with fire indoors was a perilous endeavor. Before he knew it, half an hour had passed. After safely recalling the Charizard, who had now mastered Flame Punch, he hung the luxury ball back on his Pokemon belt. He then locked the door behind him and made a quick trip to the restroom, checking in on the old man to see if he had awoken. Upon confirming that the old man remained sound asleep, Li Chen sighed in relief and returned to his room, where he fell asleep shortly thereafter. The following morning, shortly after 7, Li Chen arose at the old man's insistence, promptly washed up, and joined him for breakfast. After the meal, the old man headed to the dojo's front yard, as there were several trainers scheduled to challenge the dojo that day, and he was concerned that a few apprentices would not be able to manage the influx. Thus, he took it upon himself to oversee the battleground early in the morning. After breakfast, Li Chen returned to his room, locked the door, and fed his Charizard a piece of high-grade Fire-type energy cube. Once he had finished feeding the Charizard, he dashed to the greenhouse garden ahead of the dojo staff, ensuring that he could feed the mother and child Dragonite each 3 high-grade Dragon-type energy cubes. After finishing his meal with the Violent Dragon, Li Chen found himself with nowhere to go and decided to remain in the greenhouse garden to play with the dragon while also exploring the functionalities of the system. Today, the small city of Yangcheng welcomed a few unexpected visitors. Numerous pedestrians on the street were astonished to witness 2 flying-type spirits soaring swiftly through the sky above Yangcheng. Upon closer inspection, they were shocked to discover that there were riders atop these spirits, leaving onlookers gaping in disbelief, as though they had encountered a ghost in broad daylight. This was particularly alarming because the Huaxia Spirit Alliance had established a no-fly zone, explicitly forbidding any trainer from riding flying-type spirits over and through the city, with severe penalties for violators. Of course, exceptions existed for elite trainers and high-ranking members of the Alliance, who were exempt from this decree. A robust desert dragonfly and a magnificent bird with a wingspan exceeding 4 meters descended before the entrance of the Yangqing Gym, attracting the attention of numerous passers-by and challengers alike. In a small city like Yangcheng, sightings of dragon-type spirits were exceedingly rare, especially one as striking as a desert dragonfly, which inevitably captivated the attention of those nearby. From the desert dragonfly and magnificent bird, 3 individuals disembarked, 2 men and 1 woman. One was a stooped elder with a head full of white hair, another a somewhat balding yet still handsome middle-aged man, and the third a beautiful young woman clad in an elegant long dress. The trio exuded a remarkable aura, and their peculiar combination was now found at the entrance of the Yangqing Gym. The elder and the middle-aged man returned the desert dragonfly and magnificent bird to their respective pokeballs, then glanced up at the 4 prominent characters that spelled out Yangqing Gym, revealing a hint of disdain in their smiles before they strode into the gym. 10 minutes later, a young man in the attire of the Yangqing Gym rushed into the greenhouse garden, seeking out Li Chen, who was busy frolicking with the violent dragon. Brother Chen, trouble is brewing. 3 individuals have arrived at the gym, reportedly from the imperial capital. Master sent me to fetch you and bring you over. Brother Chen, before I left, I saw Master arguing with them, and it looked like a fight was about to break out. Should I call for reinforcements? If it comes to blows, we wouldn't want to be at a disadvantage. The newcomer was none other than the old man's disciple, known as Xuanzi, abandoned by his parents at a young age. Xuanzi was fortuitously discovered by the elder, who subsequently took him in, and he naturally became the elder's disciple. Why call for help? With the elder present, who would dare to stir trouble in the gym? Let's first see what the situation is, Li Chun replied, casting a sidelong glance at Xuanzi. This world was not like his previous one, where sheer numbers guaranteed victory. Battles were fought with spirits, and having more people was of little utility. In all of Yangqing, there was likely no one more formidable than the elder, and with the most powerful individual already on site, what was there to fear? However, Xuanzi's mention of their origins from the imperial capital left Li Chun puzzled. The imperial capital was over 2,000 kilometers away. What business did they have in this impoverished corner of the world? Unable to fathom it further, he decided not to dwell on the matter. Recalling the violent dragon into its luxury ball and following Xuanzi back to the gym. Inside the reception hall designated for esteemed guests at the gym, Li Chun encountered the three individuals mentioned by Xuanzi, alongside the elder, whose fury seemed akin to a volatile powder keg. Li Chun's gaze lingered on the young woman in the white long dress, not out of admiration for her beauty or figure, but rather because she seemed oddly familiar. As if he had seen her before. She must be the granddaughter of the elder, Li Chun mused. Indeed a remarkable figure, yet when compared to his own young master, the difference was stark, as if comparing heaven and earth. As Li Chun entered, all eyes in the room turned towards him, particularly the elder, who immediately offered a critique. Li Chun had initially expected praise from the elder, only to be taken aback as the old man shifted gears, comparing him unfavorably to his own grandson, which incited a surge of frustration within Li Chun. What did you say, old man? At your age, nearing the grave, you still boast so brazenly. If your grandson is so exceptional, why doesn't he ascend to the heavens? Li Chun retorted without hesitation, plunging the room into an awkward silence. Ahem, this insolent brat is driving me to my wit's end. Li Tianhe, is this how you raise your grandson? The elder's face flushed red with anger, his repeated coughs echoing his distress, resembling a man on the brink of collapse. Meanwhile, the elder's demeanor visibly softened, seemingly unperturbed by the elder's outburst. Old Master Yi, please calm down. Do not engage in a petty squabble with a child. Let us not forget our primary mission here, the middle-aged man interjected, soothing the elder until he managed to regain his composure, albeit with gritted teeth directed at Li Chun. Uncle Li, since Xiao Chun is here, let us speak candidly. The alliance we jokingly established cannot simply be dismissed. I have brought the gifts for the alliance, and I shall return them in full. The middle-aged man stated with a steady voice, glancing subtly at the elder as he produced an elegant box and placed it on the table. Chapter 11. A tense and thrilling confrontation. Li Chun had been unaware of the alliance between the Li and Wang families until this moment. Now realizing that the three had come to annul the pact, seemingly involving him in the matter. Yet, Li Chun remained indifferent. His gaze fixated on the open box on the table. Inside lay a charred piece resembling charcoal and two water blue crystals. Upon seeing these items, Li Chun was taken aback. Momentarily stunned, he immediately recognized that all three were treasures for spirits. The piece that appeared to be charred wood was a high-grade fire-type treasure known as charcoal, valued in the market at over 1 million spirit coins, while the two water blue crystals represented water essence, worth hundreds of thousands of spirit coins. Spirit treasures primarily emerged from secret realms and could be directly consumed by spirits to enhance their strength, with a chance to boost their potential as well. The dragon's tooth that Li Chun had previously acquired was a rare dragon-type treasure, worth a fortune, suitable for dragon-type spirits. The immense value of these treasures, coupled with their exceedingly low production rate, resulted in exorbitant prices, often leading to scarcity in the market. Thus, most spirit treasures were held by the Alliance, prominent families, and spirit academies, leaving ordinary trainers to either embark on adventures or rely on sheer luck to stumble upon treasures in secret realms. Otherwise, it was nearly impossible to acquire even a single spirit treasure in a lifetime, a harsh reality. Humph, the alliance was established by your father and me. It cannot simply be dismissed. If you wish to annul the pact, have Wang Changhong come personally, the elder thundered, visibly enraged as he slammed his hand on the table, his eyes wide and fierce as he glared at the middle-aged man. Uncle Li, my father passed away some time ago. Now, I speak for the Wang family. My daughter has been accepted into the Imperial Capital Spirit Academy, while your grandson is notorious for being a spoiled slacker. The Wang family is flourishing, while the Li family is in decline, and you know well that certain matters could potentially implicate my family. Thus, it is only reasonable to annul the alliance. The middle-aged man countered. The middle-aged man bore an expressionless visage, unyielding in the face of the elder's furious tirade, devoid of any semblance of anger. His tone remained emotionally neutral, yet his resolve to annul the covenant was unwavering. Upon hearing that his father, the one referred to by the elder as Wang Changhong, had passed away, the elder's countenance transformed into one of astonishment, momentarily frozen in disbelief before a flicker of sorrow crossed his features, rendering him momentarily speechless. As the elder fell into silence, the three individuals from the capital also maintained their quietude, each harboring their own ulterior motives, and the atmosphere within the living room grew increasingly tense and peculiar. Li Tianhe, having exhausted his pleasantries, cautioned against being ungrateful for the courtesy extended to them, lest they invoke his ire. The first to lose his composure was the elder surnamed Yi, whose somber gaze bore down on the elder, his words dripping with menace. Yet, the elder, known for his fierce integrity and obstinate temperament, had never yielded even before his own grandson. How could he possibly submit to an arrogant outsider seeking to stir trouble? As an outsider, what right do you have to meddle in the affairs of the Li and Wang families? I am most curious to see what you will do if I refuse your demands, the elder declared, rising abruptly to his feet, his bell-like eyes glaring defiantly at his adversary. With a swift motion, he produced two high-grade Pokeballs from his waist and cast them into the open space between them, summoning a Blastoise and an Altaria. The Blastoise stood poised, its fierce gaze fixed upon the three strangers, letting out a low growl that emanated an overwhelming aura, sending the tea and fruits on the table flying. Simultaneously, the sheer intensity of its presence intimidated the trio, rendering them hesitant to act rashly. The strikingly beautiful girl amongst them had never encountered such a display and was rendered pale with fright. Meanwhile, Li Chun, quick on his feet, shielded a box containing a precious artifact from being toppled by the Blastoise's formidable force, while casting envious glances at the impressive creatures. However, to everyone's surprise, the three assailants exhibited little fear. The elder Yi merely smirked with disdain. Li Tianhe, who would have thought you would be holed up in a small southern city and yet have grown in strength? But would you dare to confront us unprepared? He wiped the tea off himself nonchalantly, eyeing the Blastoise and Altaria with a sneer. Then, seemingly from nowhere, he produced a luxury ball, and his smile broadened, as though the ball infused him with unshakable confidence. Witnessing the luxury ball and the elder's self-assured demeanor, both Li Chun and the elder felt a profound sense of foreboding. In such a scenario, if their opponent remained so composed and even smiled, it could only mean they possessed some other form of leverage or were merely feigning bravado. Yet, given the current circumstances, they appeared genuine. Perhaps they had an even more formidable Pokémon. Could it be a champion class? After all, the elder was a seasoned king-class trainer, known to possess several near-champion level Pokémon. Only a champion could potentially overshadow him. Li Tianhe, once the champion of the King S Cup for 4 consecutive years. Who would have imagined you would find yourself in such a predicament? With a boisterous laugh, the elder Yi tossed the luxury ball into the air, summoning a robust Houndoom into the living room. The moment it materialized, its formidable presence dwarfed that of the Blastoise and Altaria, forcing them back in retreat. Shocked, Li Chun quickly activated his scanning device to assess the Houndoom, discovering it to be a staggering level 92, a true champion-class Pokémon, which explained its capacity to dominate the battlefield merely through its aura. As the Houndoom took its place, the three Pokémon faced off, each eyeing the other with fierce intensity. The atmosphere thick with tension, as if any misstep could ignite a conflict. Yet, Li Chun remained unfazed, for he understood that if both sides released only gym-level Pokémon, a skirmish might ensue. However, should they unleash King-class or higher, a battle would be implausible. Both the Elder and the Elder Yi were merely attempting to intimidate one another into submission. Li Tianhe, do not think to intimidate us with your Blastoise and Altaria. You would not dare to engage in battle, would you? Should conflict arise, the entire Yang City Gym, indeed the city itself, would be devastated, leading to catastrophic casualties. The aftermath is a burden neither of us can bear, and both the Li and Yi families would face repercussions from the alliance. If not for yourself, consider your grandson. The elder Yi asserted with an air of confidence, as if he had the elder firmly in his grasp. Humph, what do I have to fear, old man? If you wish to fight, then let us fight. I have lived long enough, and my family is not composed of cowards, the elder retorted, his defiance unwavering despite the precarious situation, preparing for a do-or-die confrontation as he reached for a Pokeball strapped to his belt. Chapter 12, Citywide Uproar. Li Tianhe, you truly are a madman. The three adversaries were taken aback by the elder's reckless maneuver. The elder Yi's face twisted in alarm as he quickly sought refuge behind the Houndoom, growling through gritted teeth. Ha, coward. Merely jesting. And yet you are frightened to such a degree. How embarrassing for your Yi family, the elder mocked, laughter escaping him as he reveled in their disarray. No wonder your Wang family is so eager to dissolve the covenant. It seems you have latched onto the leg of the Yi family from the capital. I wonder if Wang Laodi, from beyond the grave, is aware that he has such unfilial descendants. With that, the elder let out a derisive grunt, turning his scorn towards the Wang father-daughter duo. One must admit, the elder possessed an exceptional talent for insult, rendering the three adversaries speechless. Their faces flushed with embarrassment and fury. Li Tianhe, just how many years do you have left? I wonder how long you can continue this bravado. The annulment of the covenant is not open for discussion. We are merely here to inform you that the items pledged have been returned. We are leaving. The elder Ye's expression was grim, his irritation palpable as he shot a glare at the elder before turning to exit the living room. The Houndoom followed closely behind, its vigilant gaze fixed upon the Blastoise and Altaria, ready to intervene should they act violently. Once the elder Yi and Houndoom departed, the middle-aged man also stood, his face a mask of anger. The beautiful girl glanced at Li Chen, as if wishing to say something, but before she could utter a word, her father forcibly pulled her away. As the three figures vanished, the tumultuous living room fell into an eerie silence. The grandfather and grandson exchanged no words, both lost in contemplation, while the Blastoise and Altaria stood guard like loyal sentinels. After a prolonged silence of nearly 10 minutes, the elder finally rose, trembling, and recalled the Blastoise and Altaria. He sighed deeply, casting a complex glance at Li Chen before departing the living room. In that moment, Li Chen distinctly felt as if the elder had aged a decade in an instant, his once stalwart form now appearing even more stooped. From the old man's intricate gaze, Li Chen discerned a myriad of complex emotions, an amalgamation of pride and hope, frustration over his perceived shortcomings, as well as a blend of affection and helplessness. After the old man departed, Li Chen belatedly realized that the box still rested in his hands. The old man had left in haste, without inquiring about or mentioning the fate of those precious elven treasures. Although Li Chen harbored a desire to claim these invaluable artifacts, their immense worth, coupled with the myriad stories entwined within them, necessitated a more prudent approach. Thus, he resolved to set them aside until he could consult with the old man regarding their disposition. Subsequently, Li Chen tidied up the disheveled living room, which resembled a battlefield, before retreating to the backyard. His heart was a tempest of emotions, suffused with a sense of unease. After all, he had traversed into this world and remained somewhat oblivious to the intricate history of the Li family and their alliance with the Wang family. The old man seemed burdened with unspoken worries, keeping him in the dark. It was evident that the Wang family, once a sycophant during their times of prosperity, had now revealed their true colors as opportunistic ingrates. As soon as the Li family fell from grace, they swiftly severed ties, embodying the quintessential treachery of small-minded individuals. Their audacity to publicly renounce the alliance was a deliberate affront, a calculated act meant to humiliate both Li Chen and his grandfather. It was no wonder the old man was so incensed, yet felt utterly powerless. It was inevitable that the news of the Wang family's visit to annul their alliance would spread like wildfire, rendering the Li family a subject of ridicule throughout the city. Their reputation would plummet, becoming fodder for gossip among the citizens of Yang City. In this world, people were envious of the affluent, yet fearful of the impoverished, wary of those who could not capture elusive spirits, while simultaneously dreading the prospect of those spirits falling into the hands of the powerful. The Li family, once a paragon of status and wealth, had long been the envy of many who eagerly awaited their downfall. Barely 10 minutes had passed since the departure of the three individuals when the news of the Yang City's premier family, the Li family, being confronted by a group to annul their alliance spread like wildfire. Already in a state of decline, this additional blow was devastating. The uproar reverberated throughout the city and its surroundings, with citizens abuzz, making it a trending topic. Under the machinations of those with ulterior motives, Li Chen and his grandfather became the city's laughingstock, subject to scorn and derision from numerous petty individuals. Consequently, the number of challengers at the gymnasium inexplicably dwindled that day. In light of this, the old man promptly closed the gymnasium, granting the staff a brief respite. This news brought great joy to his apprentices and the gym's personnel. After all, challengers arrived daily, and the old man diligently adhered to his responsibilities, unwilling to see challengers travel in vain or endure long waits. Furthermore, the alliance had regulations stipulating that gyms could not close without just cause. Thus, the Yang City Gymnasium remained operational year-round, accepting challengers every day without fail. During peak times, the staff often worked overtime for uninterrupted hours, barely finding time to eat. The prospect of a holiday was a distant dream. were it not for the attractive compensation and the opportunity to learn from a seasoned master trainer. Few would willingly endure the grueling demands of working at the Yang City Gymnasium. Now, the Li family consisted solely of two individuals, Li Chun and the old man. Faced with this calamity, the old man felt overwhelmed, yet Li Chun could still glean information from him. Since earlier, his phone had been incessantly ringing. Relatives, school officials, teachers, classmates, friends, and even strangers reached out to him, while many expressed genuine concern. Some of the Li family's adversaries and hired sycophants took the opportunity to revel in his misfortune, their words dripping with sarcasm. Overwhelmed by the incessant calls, Li Chun could endure no more. He snapped his SIM card in half, turned off his phone, and opted for a period of silence. Nonetheless, a multitude of individuals, emboldened by their impunity, continued to gather outside the Yang City Gymnasium, undeterred by the old man's authority. With promises of rewards from shadowy figures, they congregated, eager to witness the unfolding spectacle. Meanwhile, local media outlets, eager for a scoop, sought to interview Li Chun and his grandfather regarding the annulled alliance. However, they were met with closed doors. Ultimately, the city lord intervened, issuing a decree forbidding anyone from disturbing the normal lives of Li Chun and his grandfather or interfering with the gymnasium's operations, thereby restoring a semblance of peace. Li Chun, however, remained unaware of these developments. At that moment, he found solace in the greenhouse, a tender blade of grass held between his teeth, leaning against the mighty Dragonite, pondering the complexities of life. The indignation he felt towards the Yi and Wang families, who had taken advantage of his grandfather's frailty, was overwhelming. He silently vowed to seek vengeance against both families in the future. As his anger simmered, Li Chun retrieved the invaluable dragon tooth from his pocket. Under the sunlight, the tooth radiated a soft glow. Through its ethereal light, he envisioned a roaring Dragonite, its furious cry capable of shaking the heavens and earth. This was the visage of the master-level Dragonite in its prime, a creature of unparalleled power akin to a level 3 deity, possessing the ability to obliterate the world. Dragonite, we must evolve swiftly. You need to grow stronger, so those who belittle and bully us will regret their actions. Consume this dragon tooth and undergo your transformation. Let us see how far your growth can reach. With memories of the past and the events of the day swirling in his mind, Li Chun suppressed his boiling rage. His blood surging with fervor, without hesitation, he extended the dragon tooth towards Dragonite. Both he and Dragonite yearned for transformation, aspiring to gain formidable power that would earn them the respect of their elders and silence the condescension of others. Chapter 13. Consuming the dragon tooth, the transformation begins. Both Dragonite and her offspring gazed intently at the immaculate tooth, sensing an infinite and pure draconic energy emanating from it. Swallowing the dragon tooth promised unimaginable benefits. However, with only one tooth in existence, given to Dragonite by Li Chun, the mother would not contend with her son for it. Instead, she retracted her gaze, casting an encouraging and envious glance at her child. Initially taken aback by the hopeful and encouraging looks from Li Chun and his mother, Dragonite gradually found its composure when meeting Li Chun's unwavering and expectant gaze. It did not forget its dream of becoming as powerful as its mother, no longer wanting to be bullied by other spirits or always retreat to its mother's side during times of danger, reliant solely on her protection. It also did not forget its promise to Li Chun, to grow alongside its companions, to become ever more formidable, and to protect Li Chun while reaching the pinnacle together, evolving into a more powerful entity. Contemplating these thoughts, the violent flying dragon cast aside its hesitations, glanced at its mother, then at Li Chun, and opened its great maw to swallow the exquisite dragon tooth. Upon consuming the dragon tooth, a blinding radiance emanated from the violent flying dragon, enveloping its entire form and forcing both Li Chun and its mother to retreat. The mother, filled with concern, gazed at her son, cloaked in light, unable to suppress the urge to rush forward. Yet recalling that this was a pivotal moment for her offspring, she halted her advance. After all, with her presence, she could promptly intervene should any danger arise. There should be no cause for alarm. Li Chun, equally restless, felt his heart leap to his throat. Acutely aware that transformation often carries inherent risks, and there had been instances of failure associated with using secret treasures. Fortunately, all appeared to be proceeding smoothly, with no signs of abnormality detected. Though he could not discern the events within the luminous sphere, he was certain that the violent flying dragon was undergoing a terrifying metamorphosis. After all, it was a rare dragon tooth. Any being with draconic lineage, even a mere swine, could ascend to greatness. Becoming a dragon was not merely a dream. The commotion during the violent flying dragon's transformation was substantial, with the dazzling light piercing through the greenhouse garden, attracting the attention of other spirits within. However, due to the Lee family's entanglement in a whirlwind of public opinion, the patriarch, in a fit of anger, had closed the dojo and granted the staff leave. Thus, the dojo was devoid of any presence save for the elder and Li Chen. The elder, consumed by frustration, lay asleep in his chamber, blissfully unaware of the extraordinary occurrences transpiring in the greenhouse garden. Had he known, he would have surely sprung from his bed in a panic, rushing to investigate. This phenomenon persisted for approximately 10 minutes before the light gradually dissipated, revealing the violent flying dragon once more before Li Chen's eyes. Before Li Chen could approach to examine, the violent flying dragon eagerly dashed forward to thoroughly inspect itself. Upon confirming that her son was unharmed, and had indeed grown taller and stronger, with significantly enhanced power, she finally felt reassured and stepped back, leaving the space to her son and Li Chen. The mother of the violent flying dragon was acutely aware that the dragon tooth was indeed a treasure. Without Li Chen's influence, her son would not have experienced such rapid growth and strength in such a short span of time. Truly remarkable. After the mother departed, Li Chen, filled with joy, circled around the violent flying dragon. To his astonishment, what had once been a fully formed violent flying dragon had grown taller, its height now approaching 4 meters. Particularly when standing alongside its mother, the size difference was striking. Li Chen's violent flying dragon was almost double that of its mother. An observer might easily mistake the mother for the offspring, with Li Chen's violent flying dragon appearing as the parent. Such was the stark and evident disparity in their sizes. Li Chen lightly patted the thigh of the violent flying dragon, his heart brimming with delight. This creature was now significantly more robust than before, a veritable giant among quasi-deities. With exuberance, Li Chen employed his observation eye to scan the data of the violent flying dragon, eager to discern the notable changes following its transformation. The most conspicuous alteration was the level of the violent flying dragon. Previously at level 57, it had ascended to level 77, a remarkable leap of 20 levels, surpassing the quasi-champion tier to become a true champion-level spirit, marking a tremendous enhancement. Reflecting upon the fact that the violent flying dragon had consumed the tooth of a master-level dragon, Li Chen felt a sense of understanding. Such a rare dragon-type secret treasure, a priceless gem, was to be cherished, and its immense effect was entirely reasonable. If it had only resulted in a few levels of enhancement, that would be truly unusual. Beep. The violent flying dragon has consumed the master-level exquisite dragon tooth, converting it into 8 million experience points. Level up and progress. At that moment, a familiar system notification resonated in Li Chen's ears. With the violent flying dragon having completed its elevation, the system's tardy reminder provoked a grimace from Li Chen, likening it to providing toilet paper only after one has finished wiping. System, why did you wait until now to notify me? I was so apprehensive just a moment ago. This is too late. Li Chen expressed his displeasure, lamenting that had the system issued the alert sooner, he would not have been so anxious, fearing unforeseen mishaps. Beep, host. I apologize, I simply forgot. With that brief statement, the system vanished without a trace, ignoring Li Chen's calls for attention. Infuriated, Li Chen nearly contemplated uninstalling the system altogether, cursing its inefficacy. Taking a deep breath, Li Chen gazed at the violent flying dragon, now significantly larger than before, and gradually regained his composure, a smile returning to his face as he continued to peruse the current data of the violent flying dragon. In addition to its remarkable rise in level and power, it had acquired several new skills, surpassing even those possessed by its mother, becoming a veritable reservoir of abilities. Furthermore, the violent flying dragon's potential had undergone a transformation. Following the consumption of the dragon tooth, its potential had surged from quasi-champion to champion level. This implied that, with diligent training, the violent flying dragon was destined to evolve into a champion-level spirit, becoming one of Li Chen's absolute mainstays, ready to conquer the dojo and instill awe in all. Additionally, it now bore a dragon tooth as an item, capable of significantly amplifying the power of dragon-type skills, and it was a permanent enhancement. Having experienced the terrifying effects of a spirit treasure, Li Chen's heart ignited with fervor. Charcoal and water essence were also spirit treasures, albeit not as exceptional as the exquisite dragon tooth. Nonetheless, they were still worth a substantial amount of experience. The charcoal was perfectly suited for his little fire dragon, and although he currently lacked a water-type spirit, he decided to hold onto the water essence for future use. Regardless, with the charcoal and water essence now in his possession, they were unequivocally his belongings. He could simply claim ignorance should the elder inquire later. Those members of the Wang family were rather generous, traveling from the imperial capital to Yang City, specifically to deliver spirit treasures, truly commendable individuals. At this moment, Li Chun, a blade of tinder grass between his teeth, leaned against the violent flying dragon, feeling an optimistic future ahead, even awarding a good person card to the two Wong family members. Chapter 14, Trait Development Card. Seizing the opportunity as the dojo remained closed and the staff on leave, with the elders sulking in bed, Li Chun discreetly released his little fire dragon. Little fire dragon. This is also my companion. Its strength surpasses yours slightly, so you may refer to it as Big Brother. You both must get along well from now on. As Li Chun introduced the two spirits in front of the violent flying dragon and the little fire dragon, it marked their first encounter. Wowie! The little fire dragon, unperturbed by shyness, gazed at the violent flying dragon's imposing stature with envy and extended its small hand in greeting. Not one to act aloof. The violent flying dragon warmly reciprocated, extending its claw to gently touch the little fire dragon's hand in a gesture of camaraderie. The imposing Tyranitar continued to thump its chest with its formidable claws, as if proclaiming, "Fear not, the responsibility lies with me." Throughout the day, Li Chun remained within the confines of the greenhouse garden, frolicking with Tyranitar and Charmander, fostering their bond. In truth, Li Chun yearned to experience the battle mode, eager to discover the wealth of experience points that could be amassed from vanquishing foes. However, the greenhouse garden was ill-suited for combat, and the ruckus of battle would surely attract unwanted attention. Thus, he resigned himself to patience, for time was on his side. Should the commotion be too great and draw the old man's notice, he would find himself hard-pressed to explain the origins of Charmander. The old man, known for his stubborn temperament, had spent the entire day reclined in bed, refusing even the meals Li Chun offered. As the clock approached 8 in the evening, after feeding Tyranitar and Charmander their energy cubes, Li Chun recalled Charmander into its luxury pokeball and retreated to his own chamber. There, he lay in bed, anxiously awaiting the stroke of midnight, when the much-anticipated flash sale items would refresh, a ritual he had come to observe daily. Bored and restless, he picked up his phone, only to discover there was no signal. It then dawned on him that, in a fit of frustration over incessant spam calls, he had snapped his SIM card in half, opting for the bliss of ignorance. While the initial relief was palpable, now he found himself devoid of connectivity, clutching a phone that served no purpose, a sensation that was undeniably vexing. Fortunately, the dojo was replete with spare phones and SIM cards. Li Chun stealthily made his way to the front desk of the dojo and procured a few replacement SIM cards. Upon inserting one, he was finally reconnected to the outside world after a day of isolation. A deluge of messages flooded in, with missed calls and notifications totaling an astonishing 99. Without a second thought, he swiftly marked all the spam calls and messages as read and deleted them, too indolent to glance at them, lest they tarnish his mood. Upon opening the group chat, he was astounded to find it had erupted into chaos, with 99 unread messages, numerous notifications of muted participants, and even individuals being expelled from the group, only to be reinstated by the homeroom teacher. Li Chun was perplexed by the commotion, driven by curiosity to scroll back to the first unread message to uncover the events that had transpired. After a cursory glance, he grasped the situation. Following the annulment of the agreement earlier that morning, some had tagged him in jest about the matter. Unaware of this, as he had discarded his SIM card and neglected his phone, he had not responded, planning to admonish those jesters. Li Chun was taken aback when the very individuals who had mocked him were swiftly silenced, banned from the group for a staggering 365 days. Much to the astonishment of all, the one who had enforced this ban was none other than Zhu Rui, the class monitor, who had evidently taken it upon herself to protect Li Chun, even at the cost of her own ban. Consumed by jealousy and incensed, Wang Lei resorted to using a secondary account to mock Li Chun further, only to find both his primary and secondary accounts unceremoniously expelled from the chat. Under Zhu Rui's resolute authority, the group fell silent, none daring to jest at Li Chun's expense any longer. Following the intervention of their homeroom teacher, Wang Lei was compelled to apologize to Li Chun in person, which led to his return to the group. However, having learned a harsh lesson, he became more subdued, wary of provoking Li Chun again. He was not foolish. While he dared to offend Li Chun, he was certainly not inclined to cross Zhu Rui. Li Chun's grandfather was a figure of great respect and age, unlikely to concern himself over trivial matters. However, Zhu Rui was the cherished daughter of the city lord. To provoke her could very well lead to dire consequences, as the city lord held the highest authority in the locale, appointed directly by the Alliance Committee, wielding life and death power over the city. Li Chun was momentarily taken aback, for in his recollection, his relationship with Zhu Rui was merely that of ordinary classmates. Though they had attended the same classes from elementary through high school and had shared a desk on a couple of occasions, their rapport was not particularly close. Their conversations were few and far between. He could not fathom why Zhu Rue would take a stand on his behalf. Surely, it could not be that she harbored feelings for him. Such a notion seemed improbable, especially given the rumors that she was a lesbian, seemingly attracted to girls. Indeed, same-sex relationships existed in this world, where individuals even married Pokémon, rendering such inclinations entirely normal. Unable to unravel the mystery, Li Chun decided to set aside his musings, shutting off his phone as he awaited the arrival of midnight. However, as he waited, fatigue overtook him, and he slipped into slumber. Upon awakening, he found the lights dimmed and a blanket draped over him. He quickly checked the Pokeballs at his waist, relieved to discover that Charmander's luxury ball remained intact. Without a doubt, the old man had visited while he slept, yet thankfully had not uncovered Charmander's secret. Glancing at his phone, he noted that it was only around 11:30 in the evening, with half an hour remaining until the flash sale items refreshed. At that moment, a vivid memory surfaced. It seemed he had dreamt of soaring through the skies atop a magnificent black Charizard. The dream felt so real that he almost mistook it for reality. As he mused about how his Charmander could possibly have evolved so swiftly, after enduring another agonizing half-hour, the alarm rang punctually. Li Chun promptly silenced it and immediately requested the system to open the flash sale interface. As the clock struck midnight, the previous day's flash sale items had already refreshed. Water-type treasure, water stone. Description: a stone imbued with a wealth of special water-type energy of superior quality, capable of facilitating the evolution of certain specific Pokémon, with a small chance to slightly enhance that Pokémon's potential upon successful use. Flash sale price, 99 yuan. Special item, trait development card. Description: a card imbued with mysterious powers, capable of unlocking a second trait for a Pokémon. Note: limited to the same species. Traits can be replaced or stacked. Flash sale price, 99 yuan. Berry, Dragon's Blood Berry. Description: an exceedingly ordinary berry, boasting a delightful taste. Perfectly suited to the palate of Dragon-type Pokémon. Flash sale price, 99 yuan. Chapter 15. The day before returning to school. What splendid items. Yet what, pray tell, is the third one? Utter nonsense. With such a grandiose name, Dragon's Blood Berry, I expected something extraordinary, yet it is merely an ordinary berry. Berries are abundant on the mountains, sour and unpalatable. Do they expect Dragon-type Pokémon to consume them? Li Chun scoffed at the description of the Dragon's Blood Berry, initially anticipating a treasure, only to be met with disappointment. Beep. Host, please do not compare wild berries to meticulously cultivated ones. Just as Li Chun finished his critique, the system's voice chimed in, prompting him to smile sheepishly. He had not anticipated that the system would be privy to such distinctions. Indeed, wild berries found on the mountains could not compare to those cultivated with care. What truly captured Li Chun's attention was the trait development card, capable of unlocking a second trait for a Pokémon. This item was nothing short of miraculous. Typically, 99 of Pokémon, including semi-divine and even legendary creatures, could possess only a single trait. Some Pokémon with lower potential and poor innate abilities might not even have a trait, rendering them incapable of evolution throughout their lives. In this present era, the system has astonishingly defied the laws of this world by introducing a feature development card. The sole regret lies in the fact that the second ability it unlocks is restricted to the same species. For instance, if a Gyarados possesses both Intimidate and Overconfidence as its abilities, and if Li Chun's Gyarados exhibits the Overconfidence ability, utilizing this feature development card would allow it to activate its second ability, Intimidate. Consequently, Intimidate could either be substituted for Overconfidence or retained alongside it, thus transforming Gyarados into a dual ability creature. However, Li Chun is inclined to bestow this feature development card upon his Charmeleon, as he harbors a bold hypothesis that urgently requires validation from the system. System, if I apply the feature development card to Charmeleon, what potential second abilities can be unlocked? Ding. Charmeleon currently possesses the Blaze ability, and the possible second abilities are Solar Power and Rain Dish. Upon realizing that Charmeleon could indeed acquire the Rain Dish ability, Li Chun was momentarily taken aback, his breath becoming uneven, and then a captivating smile graced his face. Indeed, his conjecture was correct. Charmeleon could indeed possess the Rain Dish ability. In his previous life, Aelin had a formidable Rain Dish Blastoise, and although it was never substantiated, it at least set a precedent. While it may seem unreasonable, within the confines of the system, everything is justified. This is the legendary Rain Dish Blastoise, and now, Chun could genuinely create a dual-ability rain dish Charmeleon. Thus, without further hesitation, Chun pressed the instant kill button, swiftly purchasing all 3 items, including the so-called Dragon Blood fruit. Although it was merely an ordinary fruit with no special value, it was worth acquiring since Dragon-type Pokemon would relish it. Furthermore, at just 99 yuan, it was a purchase devoid of risk, so he decided to secure it, providing a change of flavor for Gyarados as well. Almost immediately, his phone, nestled in his pocket, chimed with a new message notification, undoubtedly a deduction alert. Simultaneously, 3 items appeared on Chun's bed, a box filled with neatly packaged fruits. Adorned with images of the fruits on the packaging, a water blue circular stone, indeed a high-quality water stone, valued at 1,000,000 Pokemon coins. And lastly, a thin card inscribed with the words Feature Development Card, appearing no different from an ordinary playing card. Chun refrained from using the Feature Development Card on Charmeleon immediately, as he wished to ponder its implications further. Subsequently, he found himself either examining the box of Dragon Blood fruits, or admiring the exquisite water stone, or scrutinizing the Feature Development Card, his face illuminated with a broad smile. As the excitement waned, it was nearly 1 in the morning, and fatigue began to settle in. Reluctantly, he stored the 3 items in his spatial backpack before placing the backpack within the system's secure space. After all, the backpack contained his treasured possessions, representing all of Chun's wealth, and keeping it in the system's space ensured its safety. With a smile upon his face, Chun drifted into slumber. When he awoke, the sun was already high in the sky, and the small city of Yangcheng had returned to its customary tranquility. The Yangcheng Gym, having closed for a day, reopened its doors to an influx of challengers. After all, only a minority would revel in the misfortunes of others. The elderly man was highly respected, having significantly contributed to the development of Yangcheng, earning the admiration and affection of its citizens. Especially after the city lord took decisive action to apprehend and punish a group of instigators, imprisoning them, and under the hypnosis of a Jengar. They had no means of resistance, and quickly confessed. It turned out that someone had deliberately sought out a group of idle individuals in Yangcheng, offering them incentives to spread rumors about the Li family's broken alliance, disparaging them, and causing trouble outside the Yangcheng Gym. The city lord informed the elderly man of the investigation's findings, and thus the matter came to a close. The elderly man had known from the outset that someone was covertly stirring the pot, placing the Li family in a precarious position. It was evident that the mastermind behind it was one of the 3 individuals from the imperial capital. Yet neither the Yi family nor the Wang family were entities that the current Li family could afford to offend. Thus, the fiercely principled elderly man had no choice but to let the matter rest. After breakfast, while everyone else gathered in the gym's front courtyard to welcome challengers, Chun stealthily slipped into the greenhouse garden. He released Charmeleon and began to feed both Charmeleon and Gyarados energy cubes. Once Charmeleon finished the energy cubes, Chun promptly returned him to a luxury ball, as the gym had opened its doors, and the area was bustling with people. Too many eyes could lead to unwanted leaks of information. The day passed in a state of tedium, beginning with idle moments. Chun occasionally entertained himself by teasing a nearby Squirtle, provoking it to the point where it climbed onto the shore, attempting to headbutt him with its small round head. Fortunately, Chun was quick on his feet, otherwise he would have been drenched by Squirtle's spray. In the evening, while he was once again teasing Squirtle, the elderly man caught him in the act. However, this time, instead of reprimanding him, the elderly man earnestly imparted wisdom to Chun. Considering the recent events and the fact that Chun would soon return to school, Xiao Chun, you are about to face the Pokemon College entrance examination, and your Gyarados is too old. You should capture Squirtle, as it would be perfect for the battle assessment. Suddenly, the elderly man recalled something, and a gentle smile graced his aged face. Chapter 16, Capturing Squirtle. Upon hearing the elderly man's words, Chun did not refuse. He nodded in agreement. For he indeed required a Pokemon to prepare for the entrance examination. The Pokemon College entrance examination was a requirement for every senior student, and only those who passed would be eligible to attend a Pokemon Academy. Furthermore, the better the scores and performance, the more freedom one had in selecting a Pokemon Academy, with the possibility of gaining admission to the top-tier Pokemon universities in Huaxia. The examination consisted of 2 components, a theoretical knowledge test and a practical combat assessment. The first part was relatively straightforward, requiring only a solid understanding of Pokemon fundamentals to achieve commendable results. However, the second part posed a greater challenge, demanding that candidates capture and train a Pokemon no older than 1 month, then engage in battle with an examiner using that Pokemon after 6 months of preparation. The examiner would score the candidates based on their performance. Achieving a satisfactory theoretical score, combined with a battle assessment score of S or above, would grant one the opportunity to study at a prestigious Pokemon Academy. Naturally, a minority of individuals with exceptional results, extraordinary talent, or significant backgrounds could be exempted from the entrance examination and directly admitted to top-tier Pokemon academies. The girl who had accompanied the group to cancel the alliance a few days prior was one such individual, having been directly admitted to the Imperial Capital Pokemon Academy. It was no wonder she looked down upon Li Chun. "All right, Grandpa, I understand," Li Chun replied, somewhat amused, as he realized that he had already managed to offend Squirtle throughout the day, and it was likely still upset with him. Although the elder did not voice it, Li Chun had already set his sights on the Squirtle. The Squirtle exhibited formidable potential, boasting a caliber akin to that of a champion, inheriting several powerful abilities directly from its esteemed lineage. "Well then, I leave this to you. Have a thorough conversation with the Squirtle," he said. "By the way, if you ever find yourself in need of anything, just inform your grandfather. There is no need to sneak into the warehouse like a thief. Also, that piece of charcoal and those 2 water essence cubes are with you, right? Since I have no further use for them, consider them a gift. I am well aware of your intentions, young man. Oh, and a few inactivated phone cards are missing from the front desk. I presume you have taken them as well. For few others would dare." As the elder turned to leave, he paused midway, spun around, and recounted all the mischief Li Chun had been up to these past few days. "Grandfather, how do you know everything? Have you installed surveillance on me?" Li Chun exclaimed, his face a mask of astonishment, utterly perplexed by how the elder had uncovered his clandestine activities. After all, he had committed these acts in solitude, shrouded in secrecy. Aside from himself, no one else should have been privy to them. Yet, the elder merely offered a cryptic smile and hummed a tune as he departed. It was evident that he was in high spirits and cherished the moments spent with his grandson. Fortunately, the elder had yet to visit the greenhouse. If he were to discover the rapidly growing Charizard, it would undoubtedly astonish him. Watching the elder's retreating figure, Li Chun muttered to himself, still unable to fathom how his grandfather had acquired knowledge of his actions. Nonetheless, the silver lining was that the elder had gifted him the charcoal and the 2 water essence cubes, granting him the right to utilize these treasures. Beyond that, the elder had also entrusted the Squirtle to him, a descendant of the elder's own Blastoise. Li Chun was well aware that the elder's Blastoise possessed the ability to Mega Evolve. He contemplated that, when the time came for the elder to no longer require it, he could borrow the evolution stone for a bit of fun. The pressing issue now was that he had offended the Squirtle, which was currently sulking in the pool, completely ignoring him. To win back the Squirtle's favor, he needed to reconcile with it first. "Squirtle, I was wrong. I was merely joking with you earlier. Please come out of the water," Li Chun earnestly pleaded, willing to humble himself in order to capture the Squirtle's heart. However, the Squirtle, with its stubborn temperament, remained incensed and refused to acknowledge him. Realizing that his apology was in vain, Li Chun shifted his strategy. He dashed to the dojo's storage, located the water energy cubes, and left behind 1.5 boxes, while he discreetly stowed away the remaining 2 full boxes in his spatial backpack. After all, 1 box of water energy cubes was worth 30,000 Pokemon coins, and with 2 boxes totaling 8, that equated to a staggering 240,000 coins. He had effectively saved himself over 200,000 coins. Were it not for the elder's Blastoise needing energy cubes, he would have taken the remaining box as well. As for the lack of energy cubes, the elder would undoubtedly send his apprentice to procure more, so there was no need for Li Chun to worry. Additionally, for the elder, Pokemon coins were merely a string of numbers. He was not lacking in that regard. Thus Li Chun felt justified in his actions. With a box of open water energy cubes in hand, he hurried to the backyard and placed one of the premium energy cubes alongside several delectable berries favored by water-type Pokemon, all positioned enticingly by the pool to lure the Squirtle. Given that the Squirtle was less than a month old and had only consumed milk from a large bottle, it had never tasted the delightful energy cubes. Furthermore, the recently hatched Squirtle had a simple mind and was quite the glutton, easily swayed by the allure of delicious treats. Before long, bubbles began to rise from the water's surface as a round, blue head emerged, followed by the Squirtle's brown shell. Drawn by the promise of food and Li Chun's sincere apology, the Squirtle relaxed its guard, climbed onto the shore, and eagerly began devouring the energy cube. After finishing the energy cube, the Squirtle set its sights on the berries, and upon noticing that Li Chun merely watched without making a move, it grinned foolishly and began munching on the berries. Once it had its fill, the Squirtle rubbed its round belly, a look of satisfaction adorning its face. Having confirmed that the Squirtle was indeed a true foodie, Li Chun felt a surge of confidence and formulated a plan. "Squirtle, How was the energy cube and the berries? Tasty, weren't they? He approached the Squirtle cautiously, careful not to startle it. Squirtle, Squirtle, the Squirtle replied, sitting contentedly while patting its belly. A sweet smile gracing its face as it emitted cheerful sounds. Its answer was unmistakable. Look here, I have many more energy cubes and delicious berries. If you choose to join me as my partner, I promise you will enjoy scrumptious energy cubes and berries every day. Li Chen's words seemed to possess a certain charm, leading the Squirtle to envision a life filled with delectable meals, thus significantly diminishing its hostility towards him and fostering a budding fondness. Chapter 17. Antidote and spicy cherry berries. Due to Li Chen's grand promises and the endless supply of energy cubes, the Squirtle unknowingly fell into Li Chen's trap. Its face aglow with joy, it extended its tiny paw towards Li Chen, choosing to reconcile. Li Chen chuckled heartily, reciprocating the gesture by reaching out to grasp the Squirtle's little paw. With the clever use of an energy cube, he successfully resolved their conflict. Subsequently, Li Chen retrieved an empty luxury ball from his waist, tapped the Squirtle's smooth head, and in the instant of its astonishment, a flash of red light enveloped it. Drawing the Squirtle into the luxury ball, the Squirtle offered no resistance, and after a few moments of shaking, the ball lay still, undisturbed on the ground. Li Chen, beaming with delight, bent down to pick up the luxury ball and released the Squirtle once more. Since he would be departing for school the following day, he decided to let the Squirtle enjoy one last night in the pool. Before leaving, he stowed the open box of water energy cubes into his spatial backpack, ensuring that the Squirtle would have ample provisions for the time to come. After successfully capturing the Squirtle, Li Chen employed his eye of insight to scan the Squirtle's detailed data once more. Pokemon, Squirtle, gender, male, level, 11, beginner, type, water, ability, torrent, moves, tackle, tail whip, water gun, withdraw, rapid spin, bite, inherited moves, water pulse, blizzard, ice punch, ice beam, potential, near champion level, carried items, none. Li Chen was also puzzled. His Pokemon were indeed peculiar. The Charmander inherited dragon-type skills, while the Squirtle had ice-type skills, and only the Dragonite seemed a bit more normal. However, it appeared that the old man's Blastoise was female, which implied that Squirtle's father was likely an ice-type Pokemon, probably Lapras or Dugong. As the old man happened to own both of these ice-type creatures, this resulted in Squirtle unexpectedly inheriting 3 ice-type skills. Squirtle, enjoy your last night in the pool. I will come to pick you up tomorrow morning. After capturing Squirtle, Li Chen's bond with it significantly increased, to the point where he could now stroke Squirtle's head, which wore a blissful expression. After ensuring Squirtle was settled, Li Chen reattached the luxury ball to his Pokemon belt and departed with his spatial backpack. Once Li Chen left, vanishing from the courtyard, Squirtle finally withdrew its gaze, and with a splash, leaped into the pool. Upon returning to his room, Li Chen stored the spatial backpack in the system space, and then found time to check his phone, clearing out some unnecessary messages. To his surprise, aside from the usual notifications for automatic deductions, he received a bank transfer notification. It was, of course, from the old man, amounting to 200,000 Pokemon coins. With a simple note that read living expenses. The old man had always been rather stingy with him, insisting that boys should grow up under modest means, constantly finding reasons to withhold his allowance. The several 100,000 Pokemon coins in his bank account were the result of years of diligent saving from his New Year's money and the proceeds from trading items at the gym, all intended for nurturing his Pokemon once he acquired them. This time, however, the old man had unexpectedly loosened his purse strings, likely realizing that now that Li Chen was a trainer, his expenses would multiply and he could no longer afford to be so frugal. After all, he was no longer alone, and certainly not in the era where one person's meal sufficed for the entire family. Even if he were to skip a meal, his Dragonite, Squirtle, and Charmander would all need feeding, eagerly awaiting his offerings. Thus, for the sake of his 3 Pokemon, Li Chen had to rise to the occasion and strive for success. So here he was, burning the midnight oil, waiting for the clock to strike midnight to snatch up the newly refreshed items. After enduring the wait, as soon as the clock chimed 12, Li Chen, previously drowsy, instantly became alert and promptly commanded the system to open the flash sale interface. Unfortunately, after reviewing the refreshed flash sale items, his heart sank. Perhaps the previous good fortune had exhausted his luck, leaving him with merely commonplace items. Pokeball. Description: this is a very ordinary Pokeball, capable of capturing Pokemon, but with a high failure probability. Flash sale price, 99 yuans. Item: basic antidote. Description: a spray-type potion that can be used to cure a Pokemon's poisoning. Note: only effective for one Pokemon. and the poisoning Pokemon's level must be below gym level, otherwise, the antidote will be ineffective. Flash sale price, 99 yuans. Berry, spicy cherry berry. Description: this is a very ordinary berry, spicy in flavor. Perfectly suited to the palate of fire-type Pokemon. Flash sale price, 99 yuans. Staring at the 3 newly refreshed flash sale items, Li Chun felt tears welling up. After such a long wait, all he got were these 3 mundane items, leaving him quite disheartened. Nonetheless, Li Chun did not lose heart. As he had previously acquired plenty of good items, one must learn to be content. Moreover, although the 3 flash sale items were rather ordinary, they were not entirely without use. Excluding the Pokeball, he purchased the other 2 items. After all, the gym's storage was overflowing with Pokeballs. Why waste 99 yuans on one? Following the successful purchases, his phone received a new message notification. And 2 items appeared on his bed: a box of spicy cherry berries and a press-type plastic bottle, which was indeed the antidote. An essential item for trainers on their journeys. However, Li Chun had recently taken plenty of such items from his home storage, accumulating at least 50 to 60 bottles of various burn and freeze cures, rendering this single basic antidote somewhat superfluous. On the other hand, the box of spicy cherry berries would be a delightful treat for Charmander to sample. After securing the 2 flash sale items, Li Chun drifted into a dreamless slumber. The following morning, Li Chun awoke with excitement, quickly washed up, and hurriedly stored Dragonite and Squirtle in their luxury balls. The gym was bustling with people, and he felt that he had little privacy around the old man, as if his secrets were being scrutinized. Once prepared, he bid farewell to the old man, hands empty, with his hands in his pockets and a lollipop in his mouth, walking to school. Chapter 18, Back to School. Yang City is a small 4th-tier city in Jiangxi Province, with a population of around 600,000 in the urban area, hosting several Pokemon high schools, among which Yang City No. 1 High School is the finest. The school is renowned for its strength, even providing Pokemon to students who do not possess an initial Pokemon. Consequently, gaining admission to Yang City No. 1 High School is incredibly challenging, with only a few achieving entry based on merit. Most students are either affluent or influential, and Li Chun was specifically invited by the principal. Had it not been for his fortunate grandfather, given his past reputation for mischief and play, he would have never gained admission. Yang City No. 1 High School is situated in the city center, not far from the Yang City Gym. Separated by only 2 or 3 streets, Li Chun took a shortcut through residential areas and arrived at the school within minutes. Morning, Chungu. Chungu, I brought 3 honey sundaes from home. Would you like to try one? Standing at the school gate, Li Chun admired the vividly sculpted Charizard statue. Students passing by greeted him warmly, some even offering him homemade delicacies, which he politely declined. After dismissing those who had come to greet him, Li Chun squatted in front of the Charizard statue, covering his head with his clothing, lost in thought. He was astonished to realize his considerable reputation within the school, and it seemed that the students held him in high regard, their eyes filled with envy. This was Li Chun's status at Yang City No. 1 High School. He bore none of the airs typically associated with a scion of a wealthy family, easily mingling with his peers. Many viewed him as an idol, willingly becoming his followers. Of course, Li Chun was acutely aware that this was largely due to his grandfather's influence, but who could fault him for having such a fortunate ancestor? The Charizard statue at the school entrance also held significant history. It was said that the founding principal's initial Pokemon was a Charizard, and it was a champion-level Charizard, which laid the foundation for the prestigious status of Yang City No. 1 High School. From this moment forth, in order to commemorate the remarkable achievements of the first principal and to perpetuate the spirit of perseverance, a statue of a fire-breathing dragon was sculpted at the entrance of the school as a mark of reverence. Li Chun squatted for over 10 minutes, his legs growing numb, and with a deep inhalation, he cast aside all distractions, ready to step through the school gates. To his surprise, he encountered a familiar face at the entrance, one of his good friends and loyal companion, Wang Hai. Brother Chen, it's great to see you. I thought you wouldn't come to school today, Wang Hai exclaimed, his face lighting up upon spotting Li Chun. He rushed over, panting slightly after just a few steps. Indeed, Wang Hai was a true embodiment of a jovial giant, with a voracious appetite and a dream to savor every culinary delight the world had to offer. Consequently, he was on a quest to find a Pokemon that shared his passion for food. Unsurprisingly, his initial Pokemon was likely to be a Snorlax. What could possibly be wrong? The holidays have concluded, and where else would I go if not back to school? Li Chun replied nonchalantly, as if guided by an innate muscle memory, reaching out to pat Wang Hai's ample belly, provoking a hearty laugh and a series of playful dodges from his friend. Brother Chen, please. That tickles. Wang Hai pleaded. his face contorting in mock distress as he succumbed to laughter, quickly surrendering to Li Chen's antics. After their playful exchange, the bond between them had grown considerably. This was the essence of authentic friendship. "Brother Chen, I've heard about that incident. It hasn't affected you, has it?" Wang Hai inquired, his expression a mix of indignation and concern as he regarded Li Chen with his round belly protruding. What impact could it have? Just a few ungrateful ingrates. It's better that the alliance was dissolved. At least I won't have to deal with them pestering me later when I become the champion. Those ingrates seem to possess a modicum of self-awareness, Li Chen replied, shaking his head dismissively as he casually tossed his unfinished lollipop into a nearby trash bin. "By the way, Brother Chen, I heard that horse-faced Wang Lei had the audacity to mock you. Should we find an opportunity to teach him a lesson?" At the mention of Wang Lei, a furious expression crossed Wang Hai's face, clearly eager to defend Li Chen's honor. Wang Hai and Li Chen were not in the same class. Had Wang Hai been present in the group chat at the time, he would have undoubtedly confronted Wang Lei, as verbal sparring and physical brawling were his forte. No need. He is merely a buffoon. If I wanted to deal with him, I could do so at any moment. Li Chen replied with a wave of his hand, his tone casual. His sole focus was on enhancing his Pokémon strength. With no time to engage with someone seeking attention by flaunting in front of girls, a mere source of amusement. "All right then, Brother Chen, I'm well aware of your capabilities. Since you're fine, I can rest easy. I must head to class now. If I'm late, that tyrant of a teacher will surely lose her temper," Wang Hai said, a hint of panic and unease creeping into his expression as he spoke. Wang Hai was in the Pokémon class too, adjacent to Li Chen's, and he had heard tales of their strict homeroom teacher, rumored to be a formidable trainer with years of wilderness experience. She had returned to her hometown to assume the role of class supervisor at Yangqing First High School. Her teaching methods were unorthodox. She once had students confront their fears by engaging closely with bug-type Pokémon, leaving many female students in tears. Certainly a formidable presence. "Go on, hurry. If you're late, you'll be in for it," Li Chen teased, enjoying the moment as he gave Wang Hai a gentle push. "All right, I'm off. I'll catch you after class," Wang Hai replied, his voice trailing off as he began a hasty sprint, his ample frame jostling with each step. Li Chen then shifted his gaze towards his own classroom, where the day's most significant task awaited him, distributing free Pokémon to classmates who had yet to receive their initial companions. Although the types of Pokémon available were limited and their potential somewhat underwhelming, they were free, a boon that was better than none at all, and with sufficient nurturing, they could still prove useful. Classes commenced promptly at 8 o'clock, and Li Chen wandered around the building, greeted by a chorus of Brother Chen. Before making his way upstairs at precisely 7:59, entering the classroom just in time, he was the last student to arrive. As he stepped inside, all eyes were drawn to him. Unfazed, Li Chen calmly returned to his seat. As he settled down, several classmates greeted him warmly, while others scoffed, perceiving him as pretentious and discussing his recent engagement debacle loudly, as if to ensure he overheard. Upon hearing the derisive chatter, Li Chen furrowed his brow, and upon closer inspection, he identified the source, none other than the obnoxious Wang Lei. According to Wang Hai, this individual had a penchant for causing trouble and could not bear to see others thrive without attempting to undermine them. Just as Li Chen was about to seize the opportunity to teach Wang Lei a lesson while the homeroom teacher was absent, a ponytailed beauty from the front row abruptly stood up, fixing her gaze on Wang Lei's position. "Be quiet. If you continue to disrupt the class, you'll be asked to leave," she commanded, her voice firm and authoritative. Seeing the class president take charge, Wang Lei's expression soured, but he had no choice but to comply, reluctantly silencing himself. Chapter 19. The Triumvirate makes a collective appearance. Li Chen regarded the assertive girl who had just spoken up, his mind swirling with questions. She was none other than the class president, the daughter of the city lord of Yangqing, Zhu Rui. Li Chen found it perplexing that someone with no familial ties to him would go out of her way to defend him. Her motives were inscrutable. However, with class in session, he deemed it inappropriate to approach her with inquiries, opting instead to gaze out the window, seeking distraction from the tedium within. Outside, a few Pidgeys flitted by, occasionally perching on the window ledge, chirping in a delightful manner, providing Li Chen with a modicum of entertainment. He could scan the Pidgey's data using his Pokédex, thus alleviating the boredom. After waiting for around 7 to 8 minutes, two middle-aged men entered the classroom of Pokémon Class 1. Li Chen recognized both of them. One was their homeroom teacher, and the other was the school's director of education. Both men were not empty-handed, each carrying a box filled with the most ordinary of Pokeballs. After confirming the attendance of all 36 students, the homeroom teacher, Lu Igua, began tallying the number of students who had already received their initial Pokémon. Out of the class, 29 students had already acquired theirs, leaving only 7 who were still without, necessitating the distribution of free Pokemon by the school. Lu Igua and the director were neither surprised nor perturbed by this. After all, Class 1 was an elite class, comprised of students from affluent families who had likely already arranged for superior Pokemon, rendering the school's free offerings beneath their notice. Most of you seem to have better options available, and as your teachers, we are pleased for you, Lu Igua announced. Now, I will call out names. When I do, please come up and select any Pokeball. The Pokemon you choose will be entirely based on luck. The director nodded at Lu Igua, who then set down his box and began explaining the selection rules. Wu Xiong, your academic performance is the best. You may come up first. Lu Igua scanned the 7 students without initial Pokemon and began calling names. Soon, a bespectacled boy from the front row, visibly excited, approached the podium and randomly selected a Pokeball from one of the boxes. After selecting, Wu Xiong bowed respectfully to Lu Igua and the headmaster, repeatedly expressing his gratitude. For students like him, who excel academically yet come from impoverished backgrounds, the school represents their sole avenue to acquire a starter Pokemon. The notion of venturing into the wild to capture Pokemon is utterly impractical. Wild Pokemon possess a strong territorial instinct and can be highly aggressive. Not all Pokemon are gentle and peace-loving. Even many novice trainers hesitate to brave the wilderness alone. Each year, countless ordinary individuals and trainers meet their demise in the wild. For an ordinary person, entering the wild is akin to courting death. A mere bite from a venomous bug-type Pokemon could be catastrophic, without prompt medical attention. Amputation is the worst-case scenario. Moreover, the wilderness harbors ferocious wild canines, which are carnivorous Pokemon. A famished wild dog might even attack humans. Even if one manages to escape the jaws of a wild dog, a bite necessitates a rabies vaccination. For once infected, the mortality rate soars to an alarming 99.9%. Another option for obtaining a Pokemon involves purchasing one from the official breeding center. However, the cheapest Pokemon costs several tens of thousands of Poke dollars, an amount far beyond the reach of financially disadvantaged students. Soon, several students without starter Pokemon took to the stage, each randomly selecting a Pokeball. After distributing the Pokemon, the headmaster carried 2 boxes of Pokeballs to the adjacent class to provide starter Pokemon to other students in need. With everyone now possessing a Pokemon, the theoretical classes were promptly abandoned. Lu Igua led all the students to the school gymnasium, which boasted proper battle arenas, instructing everyone to release their starter Pokemon to familiarize themselves with one another. In an instant, dozens of Pokemon filled the battle arena, accompanied by a chorus of joyful cries. Li Chun, however, was not foolish enough to release his Dragonite or shiny Charizard. Instead, he opted for Squirtle. Squirtle, Squirtle, Bulbasaur, Bulbasaur, Charmander, Turtwig, Heracross. The arena soon teemed with Pokemon, their delightful sounds echoing through the air. Li Chun observed that apart from a few classmates who had received Pokemon from the school, mostly Pidgeys, Rattatas, and Oddishes, most others boasted commendable starter Pokemon, with many possessing Heracrosses and Monkeys. Unsurprisingly, the most popular choices were the initial trio, Charmander, Cyndaquil, and Mudkip, as well as Trico, Torchic, and Totodile, with nearly every student owning at least one. Due to his unique status and celebrity status at school, Li Chun naturally garnered considerable attention from his peers. Chingu, I remember your starter Pokemon was a Dragonite, right? You even shared a picture in the group chat. So why is it now a Squirtle? One classmate inquired, recalling the adorable Squirtle and the previously shared image of Dragonite with intrigue. Dragonite. It eats too much. So I gave it away, Li Chun replied, feigning profundity. Is that true? Chingu must be joking. How could he give away a Dragonite? Chingu, with our good relationship, you must remember your little brother when you have such good fortune. Li Chun's casual remark quickly became the center of attention, drawing a crowd around him. Legu, Li Chun can boast more than you, one of his companions remarked. If he dares to give away a Dragonite, I'll eat my hat. In a corner of the battle arena, Wang Lei and his 2 sidekicks sat in a row, fuming at Li Chun, who had stolen the limelight. You two shut up. I, a modest and humble person, have never acted boastful. It's all because of Li Chun, Wang Lei retorted, visibly annoyed, clutching his incubator with a heavy heart. Among all the students, even the impoverished ones had acquired Pokemon, while his initial Pokemon remained an egg, with no indication of when it would hatch. Wang Lei was filled with regret. Had he known, he would have simply purchased a Pokemon rather than waste time and energy on hatching an egg. Finally escaping the throng, Li Chun eagerly approached Zhu Rui and her Snivy. In class, aside from Li Chun, Zhu Rui was the most radiant presence, always surrounded by a group of admirers. Chapter 20. Squirtle's first battle. Zhu Rui immediately noticed Li Chen approaching, as she had been discreetly observing his every move despite appearing to engage in conversation with those around her. She had harbored a crush on Li Chen since childhood, having met him when her family moved to Yang City. Unfortunately, due to his prominent background and the lack of support from the school and her own family for young romances, Zhu Rui had to conceal her feelings deep within her heart, silently watching him from afar. When she realized he was indeed walking toward her, Zhu Rui panicked, her words stumbling as she fumbled through several conversations. Her friend quickly recognized the unusual behavior but was unaware of the cause when she inquired. Zhu Rui deflected with a vague excuse. "Excuse me, may I speak with the class president?" Li Chen approached with Squirtle, standing less than a meter away from Zhu Rui. Squirtle and Snivy exchanged curious glances, eyeing each other with intrigue. Seeing Li Chen so close, Zhu Rui, who usually exuded confidence, felt her breath quicken, her mind going blank. She had no idea why Li Chen was approaching her or how to face him. Should she confess her feelings? If it were anyone else, it would certainly be inappropriate. But with the vice class president, it felt acceptable. "I'll step aside. You two take your time," said Xiao Hong, Zhu Rui's best friend, who had sensed her friend's discomfort and quickly made an excuse to leave. Li Chen's grandfather was a renowned champion and gym leader, and with his handsome looks and good character, Xiao Hong believed her friend, being the daughter of the city lord, was a perfect match for him. In Xiao Hong's eyes, both Zhu Rui and Li Chen came from respectable backgrounds, and their pairing seemed destined. "Xiao Hong, how could you leave me alone?" Zhu Rui exclaimed, flustered as her friend cleared the way for Li Chen, abandoning her. Yet as she realized Li Chen was right in front of her, Zhu Rui forced herself to regain composure, though the blush on her cheeks was undeniable. She wanted to look at Li Chen but was too shy, fearing he might catch her glances. "Zhu Rui, you seem a bit flushed. Are you all right?" Li Chen, with his 2 lifetimes of experience, instantly noticed something amiss. He never expected to unwittingly capture the heart of the city lord's daughter. "Ah, it's just the heat. I'm fine," Zhu Rui replied, her face burning even hotter, wishing for a hole to hide in. "Indeed, the weather is rather sweltering. Even standing idly here can induce perspiration." Li Chen, in a bid to ease the conversation, joined in on the banter, offering the other party a graceful exit. While it is true that the outside heat is oppressive within the battleground, the air conditioning created a refreshing oasis. "Ah, indeed, this dreadful weather is unbearable," Zhu Rui remarked, fanning herself delicately with her small hand. "Squad leader, I am quite intrigued by the vine snake. I'll take a look now and be on my way." Li Chen, having already surmised the underlying reason, wisely refrained from pressing further, concocting an excuse to slip away, lest both parties find themselves in an awkward predicament. Watching as Li Chen fled with his Squirtle, Zhu Rui stamped her foot in playful frustration, a charming smile illuminating her face. Who would have thought our esteemed squad leader, the beautiful Zhu Rui, could also be swayed by matters of the heart? Even as Li Chen distanced himself, she continued to gaze in his direction. With Li Chen gone, Xiao Hong returned, teasing Zhu Rui with a knowing glint in her eyes. "Oh, what nonsense. You abandoned me, leaving me in such embarrassment. I haven't even settled the score with you yet." Thus, Zhu Rui and Xiao Hong engaged in playful banter, the 2 radiant young ladies exuding youthful exuberance, becoming a captivating sight within the battleground, drawing the gaze of every male in attendance. Upon returning to his original spot, Li Chen discovered that a challenge had been issued against him. The challenger turned out to be none other than Wang Lei, accompanied by his 2 loyal sycophants. Their intentions unmistakable. "Huh, Wang Lei, are you truly planning to battle me with that Pokemon egg of yours? Be careful not to break it, for I shall not be held accountable," Li Chen quipped, fully aware that the challenge was instigated by Wang Lei's minions, and thus he chose to jest. "Haha, a Pokemon egg battle. Now that's a first for me. Deputy squad leader, perhaps you should refrain from bullying the egg if it were to break." Wang Lei would surely be in tears. Indeed, that is a precious antennae Pokemon egg, destined to evolve into a desert dragonfly. Let us not allow it to perish before it even hatches. Li Chen's remarks elicited a chorus of laughter from his classmates, who joined in on the teasing directed at Wang Lei, causing him to flush with rage, his teeth nearly grinding to dust. "Deputy squad leader, it is I who challenges you, not Brother Lei," one of Wang Lei's devoted lackeys quickly interjected, eager to alleviate their leader's embarrassment. "Very well, if it is you, I shall reluctantly accept your challenge," Li Chen replied, having longed to experience the battle mode, and now that the opportunity presented itself, he would not let it slip away. Moreover, The prospect of defeating his adversary and gaining experience points while simultaneously humiliating Wang Lei only heightened his enthusiasm. Upon hearing that a Pokemon battle was about to commence, Lu Igua was the first to voice his support, volunteering to serve as the referee. With the impending end of their senior year, the students would soon face the Pokemon entrance examinations, leading to a shift in focus from theoretical lessons to practical battles. Under Lu Igua's direction, all students positioned themselves on either side of the battleground, leaving the center open for Li Chun and Yang Wei. Go, Chikorita! Though Yang Wei was a follower of Wang Lei, his family background was respectable, having provided him with a Chikorita as a starter Pokemon. It was no wonder he felt emboldened to challenge Li Chun, having noted that Li Chun's starter Pokemon was a Squirtle, which was at a disadvantage against the grass-type Chikorita. Squirtle, it's your turn. Let us teach Chikorita a lesson. Li Chun was unfazed by the mere level 7 Chikorita, gently patting Squirtle's round head. Squirtle, the eager Squirtle, inheriting the combative spirit of its evolved form, immediately dashed to face Chikorita. With both Pokemon in position, the match was ready to commence, but the order of attack would be decided between the two trainers. Lu Igua transformed into the referee, announcing the start of the battle, while leaving the decision of who would attack first to Li Chun and Yang Wei. Fine, you may attack first. I wouldn't want anyone to accuse me of bullying you, Li Chun remarked with a confident smile, gesturing for his opponent to go ahead. Li Chun, what do you mean? Who asked you to concede? Yang Wei bristled at this, akin to a cat whose tail had been stepped on, clearly agitated. However, Wang Lei quickly intervened, whispering something that gradually calmed Yang Wei down. Li Chun, you said it. I shall attack first. When my Chikorita defeats your Squirtle, let us see if you can still smile. Yes, I said it. I implore you to hurry and let your Chikorita attack. I'm eagerly awaiting your attempt to defeat me, Li Chun urged, his tone teasing as he watched Yang Wei dither. Chikorita, use Razor Leaf on Squirtle. Frustrated by Li Chun's taunts, Yang Wei directed his anger at Squirtle, issuing commands to Chikorita. The grass-type Pokemon, sensing its trainer's emotions, flicked its large leaves and launched a flurry of spinning blades toward Squirtle. Squirtle, withdraw into your shell and use Rapid Spin. Only halfway through the barrage of spinning leaves did Li Chun calmly issue his command to Squirtle. Upon receiving the order, Squirtle executed it without hesitation. It quickly retracted its limbs and head into its shell and began to spin rapidly, deflecting the incoming leaves with ease. After neutralizing Chikorita's Razor Leaf, Squirtle's shell landed back on the ground as it emerged, sporting a radiant smile. Darn it, I forgot Squirtle had that move. Chikorita, use Tackle and slam into Squirtle. Seeing his previous attack easily thwarted, Yang Wei felt his frustration boiling over, prompting him to give Chikorita a new command. Since Razor Leaf had failed, they would have to engage in close combat, as Chikorita only possessed 3 moves in total. In the next moment, Chikorita obeyed Yang Wei's command and charged directly at Squirtle. However, Squirtle simply sidestepped the incoming attack, allowing Chikorita to rush past several meters before coming to a halt. Looking back at Yang Wei with a face full of dismay, Chikorita, this time be quicker. Keep using Tackle on Squirtle. In a fit of desperation, Yang Wei disregarded everything else, solely fixated on defeating Squirtle to prove a point to Li Chun. With a frustrated growl, Chikorita seemed to rally itself, taking small, determined steps as it charged once more at Squirtle. Stubborn as ever. If you crave a head-on collision, I shall indulge you. Squirtle, use Tackle. Li Chun shook his head at Yang Wei's obstinacy as he instructed Squirtle. Upon receiving the command, Squirtle clenched its fists and dashed forward with little steps. Boom. With a resounding crash, Squirtle and Chikorita collided, sending Chikorita flying through the air. After being propelled several meters into the air, Chikorita landed heavily, its eyes swirling in disorientation, rendering it incapable of continuing the battle. Ding! Squirtle has defeated Chikorita and earned 12 experience points. At that very moment, the system notification resonated in Li Chun's ears. A radiant smile adorned his face as he embraced the approaching Squirtle. In this Pokemon battle, Li Chun emerged victorious, showcasing his adept training of Squirtle. A lesson that Yang Wei should take to heart as well. Both should strive to improve. At this juncture, Lu Igua also announced the results of the battle, showering Li Chun with warm applause and congratulations. The other observing classmates joined in the applause, celebrating the victory. However, Yang Wei was oblivious to Lu Igua's words. He shot a glare at Li Chun and Squirtle, disgruntled, before awkwardly retrieving Chikorita and trailing behind Wang Lei in embarrassment. Squirtle, you performed exceptionally well. Later, I shall reward you with some delectable energy cubes. Li Chun gently stroked Squirtle's head, offering lavish praise. Encouraged by Li Chun's commendation and the promise of a delicious reward, Squirtle became even more exhilarated, brimming with enthusiasm and eager for another match. Due to the victory and Li Chen's commendation from their homeroom teacher, classmates eagerly surrounded him, bombarding him with questions. Li Chen patiently answered each inquiry while discreetly observing the other students' Pokémon, utilizing his scanning ability to gather data on them. In total, there were 35 Pokémon present. The reason for the 36 students, yet only 35 Pokémon, was that one student's Pokémon egg had yet to hatch. Among the Pokémon, the starter trio accounted for at least 20, but the one with the highest potential was Zhu Rui's Sprout Pokémon. Pokémon, Sprout Pokémon, gender, female, level, 10, peak novice, type, grass, ability, overgrow, moves, tackle, leer, vine whip, bind, inherited move, photosynthesis, potential, near champion level, held item, none, although Zhu Rui's Sprout Pokémon currently exhibited only near champion level potential. With 2 subsequent evolutions and the use of rare Pokémon treasures, there was a significant likelihood of elevating its potential to true champion level. Zhu Rui's father was the city lord, making it relatively easy for him to acquire grass-type treasures. Subsequently, Li Chen used his scanning ability to examine Wang Lei's unhatched Pokémon egg, confirming it to be a big jaw ant egg, which could evolve into a dragon-type Pokémon. The desert dragonfly. Regrettably, its potential was too low, making it unlikely to surpass near champion level even upon evolution. Moreover, ground-type treasures were exceedingly rare, while dragon-type treasures were the most coveted and expensive among Pokémon treasures. A single dragon essence was worth more than 3 fire essences, making it unlikely that Wang Lei's family could afford such luxuries. Yet, Wang Lei remained blissfully unaware, eagerly anticipating the hatching of his big jaw and to use it against Li Chen. As the morning flew by, before the class ended, Lu Igua reminded all students to foster a strong bond with their Pokémon, treating them as family and nurturing them as partners. He also revealed that after students became accustomed to their initial Pokémon, the school would organize an expedition for all third-year students to the Evergreen Forest for several days. Chapter 22. The Near-Divine Pokémon Egg with Champion-Level Potential. Upon hearing this news, Li Chen felt no surprise, as this had long been a tradition at Yangqingno, one high school, instituted many years ago. It was customary for third-year students to embark on an expedition approximately a week after receiving their initial Pokémon. The Evergreen Forest was the only Pokémon sanctuary within the vast city of Yangqing and was classified as a Level 1 sanctuary, the most basic tier. All Pokémon sanctuaries were categorized into 5 levels based on their area, the variety and quantity of Pokémon within, their strength, and the abundance of resources. Level 1 sanctuaries were the smallest, featuring a limited variety of Pokémon and scarce resources. However, they posed a low danger level, making them ideal for novice trainers. Otherwise, the school would not dare to take inexperienced students into such environments. Conversely, the highest classification was Level 5 sanctuaries, of which Li Chen knew there were only 5 in the Huaxia Pokemon League, 4 were located in the capital, Shanghai, and Jinling, while the remaining one was nestled within the Kunlun Mountains. Li Chen yearned to explore a Level 5 sanctuary, as they housed rare and powerful Pokemon, including dragon types and near-divine beings, and were rich in resources that produced numerous Pokemon treasures annually, making them a coveted destination for trainers. Unfortunately, Level 4 sanctuaries were classified as advanced and tightly controlled by the Alliance Committee and various champion families, rendering it nearly impossible for ordinary trainers to gain entry. Nevertheless, Li Chen's grandfather had once ventured into a Level 5 sanctuary in the capital, capturing a precious dragon Pokemon, the mother of Li Chen's own Dragonite. This tale was shared during one of his grandfather's drunken boasts. After departing from the school's battle arena, Li Chen picked up a meal from the cafeteria before returning to his dormitory, occasionally feeling too lazy to venture out or weary of his grandfather's incessant chatter. He opted for accommodation, spending most of his time at school while occasionally visiting home when he missed his grandfather, as the school was conveniently nearby. Thanks to his grandfather's influence, Li Chen had been assigned a single occupancy dormitory, providing him ample space, allowing him to release his Charmander and Squirtle after closing the door. However, Dragonite, due to its immense size, could not be accommodated in the dormitory without risking damage to the floor. Li Chen retrieved a high-grade Fire-type energy cube and a high-grade Water-type energy cube from his spatial bag, presenting them to Squirtle and Charmander, fulfilling his promise from the morning. Watching the 2 Pokemon devour the energy cubes, Li Chen smiled contentedly. Once he had fed both Charmander and Squirtle, Li Chen allowed them to play independently for a while before preparing to feed Dragonite. Given the dormitory's constricted space, accommodating the large Dragonite was impossible. However, Li Chen had devised a solution. he placed Dragonite into the system's space and entered the same space himself, preparing to offer 3 high-grade Dragon-type energy cubes to Dragonite. The system space simulated an environment conducive to Pokemon habitation, and as he captured more Pokemon in the future, he could house them within this space. However, at present, he only possesses 3 Pokemon, making it impossible to release them. Otherwise, should any unforeseen circumstance arise, he would be unable to summon his Pokemon in time. With no classes scheduled for the afternoon, the homeroom teacher encouraged the students to spend more time with their Pokemon, nurturing their bonds. Additionally, he advised them to watch battle videos and survival footage of trainers in the wild in preparation for their upcoming venture into the Evergreen Forest's secret realm. Consequently, Chen decided to leave his Dragonite in the system space, as it offers significantly more room than a Pokeball, making it a far more comfortable setting. To alleviate Dragonite's boredom, Chen also placed his Charmander into the system space, allowing the 2 Pokemon to keep each other company and play together. While Dragonite could teach Charmander various skills, including new techniques. Previously, Chen's Dragonite had thrived in close proximity to its mother, learning rapidly and acquiring a new skill nearly every few days. Although Charmander is not a Dragon-type Pokemon, its Draconic lineage is quite pronounced, as evidenced by the several Dragon-type moves it has inherited. Thus, Dragonite has much to impart to Charmander, and their time together could yield unexpected delights. Throughout the afternoon, Chen immersed himself in online battle videos to compensate for his shortcomings, occasionally indulging in playful interactions with his Squirtle. In the evening, Wang Hai knocked on his door, calling for Chen to join him for a meal in the cafeteria. After dining together, Chen promptly returned to his dormitory, feeling satiated. Yet he was acutely aware that his Pokemon were still hungry. He prioritized feeding Squirtle first before entering the system space to provide sustenance to both Dragonite and Charmander. Charmander, being quite affectionate, eagerly sought a hug from Chen upon seeing him, prompting Dragonite to cast an envious glance at the pair. Once, Dragonite too enjoyed such intimacy with Chen, but since its evolution, such close contact had become impractical, and now it seemed utterly impossible. After ensuring that both Dragonite and Charmander were well fed, Chen exited the system space and reclined on his bed to rest, as he had significant matters to attend to at midnight. As night fell, a gentle breeze wafted through the open window, enveloping the room in tranquility. Suddenly, the alarm clock blared, jolting Chen awake as he sat up in bed. Realizing it was merely the alarm, he swiftly silenced it, only to recall something important upon glancing at the time. Indeed, it was already 12:01. Instead of turning on the lights, he commanded the system to display the flash sale items. Pokeball. Description: a very ordinary Pokeball, capable of capturing Pokemon, but with a high failure rate. Flash sale price: 99 yuan. Pokeball. Description: a very ordinary Pokeball, capable of capturing Pokemon, but with a high failure rate. Flash sale price: 99 yuan. Pokemon egg. Description: a rare Pokemon egg, 1 in a million, capable of hatching into a champion-level potential quasi-divine Pokemon. Flash sale price: 99 yuan. Upon seeing the first 2 flash sale items, despair washed over Chen, yet he was instantly revitalized upon spotting the 3rd item, a Pokemon egg with champion-level potential. To his astonishment, after previously encountering a shiny Charmander with master-level potential, he had once again struck fortune, uncovering a quasi-divine Pokemon egg. Quasi-divine Pokemon are limited in number, including Dragonite, Tyranitar, Salamence, Metagross, Garchomp, Hydreigon, Dragapult, and others. This meant that the egg could hatch into one of these 10 quasi-divine Pokemon, although Chen already possessed Dragonite. Regardless of which quasi-divine Pokemon ultimately emerged, even if it were Dragonite, he would gladly accept it. Who could ever have too many powerful Pokemon? Without hesitation, he initiated the purchase. Such a precious Pokemon egg caused his heart to roar with excitement. However, in his fervor, he inadvertently purchased the 2nd item instead, a common Pokeball. Stunned for a moment, he quickly regained composure, relieved that the mishap was minor. He promptly secured the 3rd item, the champion-level potential quasi-divine Pokemon egg. Soon, his phone buzzed with a notification of a new message, and he discovered 2 new items on his bed, a standard red and white Pokeball, and an egg adorned with azure patterns and X-shaped lines. Chen scrutinized the Pokemon egg, carefully lifting it to inspect its smooth, rounded surface. The patterns on its shell were distinct and tactile. Truly, this was an extraordinary egg, a gem among gems, befitting its champion-level potential and quasi-divine status. As for the specific Pokemon it would hatch into, Chen could not discern, nor could his inspection tool reveal any details. The system merely indicated it would randomly hatch into a quasi-divine Pokémon. Thus, he resigned himself to waiting for the hatching to unveil the mystery. Regrettably, it was late at night, and the shop had already closed. Otherwise, he would have purchased an incubator and nutrient solution without hesitation. An incubator and nutrient solution are essential for hatching Pokémon eggs. Placing the egg in an incubator and adding the nutrient solution can significantly accelerate the hatching process. What would typically take a month, or even a month and a half, could be reduced to merely 2 weeks with the aid of these tools. Chen placed the Pokémon egg on his pillow, wrapping it in a blanket to prevent it from rolling off the bed. After taking all necessary precautions, he noticed the Pokeball on his bed. In a careless moment, he accidentally purchased it again, wasting 99 yuan. While this type of Pokeball was of little use to him, having successfully acquired it, he couldn't let it go to waste. He opened his space backpack and stowed the Pokeball inside. After some thought, he also placed the Pokemon egg into the space backpack. Though he longed to cuddle the egg while sleeping, he was known for tossing and turning in his sleep. If he were to inadvertently crush the egg, it would leave him utterly devastated. With the space backpack secured, Chen finally drifted into slumber. However, due to his anxious thoughts, he found it difficult to sleep soundly throughout the night. Early the next morning, around 6 o'clock, he rose, quickly freshened up, and headed outside the campus. The school's convenience store lacked the necessary permits from the Alliance to sell Pokemon-related items. So Chen had no choice but to venture off campus to purchase an incubator and nutrient solution. Fortunately, several specialized Pokemon stores near Yangqing No. One high school catered to such needs, and Chen opted for the one closest to him. The abundance of Pokemon stores in the vicinity of the school demonstrated that students' money was easily earned, particularly those fortunate enough to attend Yangqing No. 1 high school. Known for their affluent backgrounds and strong purchasing power, every year, upon receiving their initial Pokemon, high school seniors are required to purchase various items such as Pokeballs, Pokemon belts, super fishing rods, and energy cubes. This allows the Pokemon supermarket to earn hundreds of thousands of Pokemon coins in a single day, filling their coffers to the brim. At the Pokemon supermarket, Chen extravagantly spent his funds, acquiring a high-grade incubator and 5 bottles of premium nutrient solution, totaling an expenditure of 170,000 Pokemon coins. In the blink of an eye, he had nearly depleted the 200,000 Pokemon coins his grandfather had gifted him. However, every penny spent was justifiable, as these items were intended for hatching Pokemon eggs with champion-level potential, making the investment worthwhile. Moreover, Chen was not financially constrained. He possessed 2 high-quality evolution stones, each capable of fetching over 1 million Pokemon coins if sold. On his way back to school, Chen unexpectedly encountered Zhu Rui, who was jogging in sports attire. Their eyes met, and both were taken aback. With a rather thick skin, Chen greeted her, to which Zhu Rui responded shyly before blushing and dashing away. This little girl certainly had her charms. Observing Zhu Rui's hasty retreat, devoid of any semblance of the class president's authority, Chen chuckled to himself and hurried back to the dormitory. Upon returning to his dorm, Chen secured the doors and windows before retrieving the high-grade incubator and the Pokemon egg from his spatial backpack. After activating the incubator, he placed the Pokemon egg inside and opened a bottle of premium nutrient solution, pouring the rich green liquid into the incubator. Finally, he closed the lid and pressed the incubation button, completing the setup and now only needing to wait for the egg to hatch. However, this did not mean he could neglect the incubator. He would need to monitor its condition closely in the coming days. For instance, once the nutrient solution was nearly depleted, he would have to replenish it, and adjustments would be necessary if there were changes in humidity or temperature. Thus, hatching a Pokemon egg was no simple task. It demanded significant time and effort. For the next 6 days, aside from attending classes, Chen remained in his dormitory, vigilantly watching over his Pokemon egg, occasionally playing with Squirtle and the others. Perhaps due to the exceptional potential of the Pokemon egg, the quality of the items he managed to acquire during this period was rather poor. Aside from berries and ordinary Pokeballs, the best item he managed to obtain was a Heavy Slam TM. He only purchased the Heavy Slam TM, dismissing the rest as unworthy. Throughout these days, the Pokemon egg remained healthy, and the incubation process progressed smoothly, consuming 3 bottles of nutrient solution in just 7 days. As the 7th day approached, the school finally announced that the following day, all high school seniors would embark on an expedition into the Evergreen Forest Secret Realm, urging everyone to prepare and procure necessary supplies in advance. Chapter 24. Preparations before entering the Secret Realm. Given that the students would be spending several days in the Secret Realm, and considering that many were inexperienced in outdoor survival, the school thoughtfully compiled a list of essential supplies, printing and distributing it to every senior. The list included a variety of items such as basic tents, sleeping bags, flashlights, pillows, food, drinking water, antidotes for emergencies, insect repellent, and energy cubes sufficient for the Pokemon for at least 10 days to 2 weeks, totaling 20 to 30 different supplies. Consequently, the night before entering the Evergreen Forest secret realm, Chen made a special trip home, amidst his grandfather's puzzled gaze. He swaggered into the family storage and retrieved several tents, sleeping bags, pillows, and warm blankets. Tents, pillows, and sleeping bags are consumables. It was prudent to have extras on hand, as they could be discarded when dirty, avoiding the hassle of washing, which was inconvenient in the wild. He also took a considerable amount of packaged food and, after some thought, decided to grab a set of cookware, given that his spatial backpack had ample room to accommodate it. After all, there might come a time when he grew weary of the packaged food and snacks and wished to cook a delightful meal for himself. Despite being in the wilderness, he believed one should not skimp on personal enjoyment. As for the insect repellent, Chen found it unnecessary. He welcomed encounters with wild Pokemon, as this would allow Squirtle and his companions to battle and gain experience. With his grandfather's glaring disapproval still lingering, Chen hurriedly left with his spatial backpack. Spendthrift. His grandfather grumbled after him, his irritation palpable. Since Chen was 4 years old, he had been taking things from home without ever bringing anything back, which understandably frustrated his grandfather. Before returning to school, Chen made one last visit to the nearby Pokemon supermarket. The Pokemon egg had been absorbing the nutrient solution rather rapidly, and with their expedition to the secret realm set for the following day, he feared he might not have enough supplies. Thus, he decided to stock up while he still could. He spent another 50,000 Pokemon coins on 5 additional bottles of nutrient solution, a testament to his rapid expenditure. It is no wonder that being a Pokemon trainer is often cited as one of the most financially demanding yet lucrative professions. By now, he had already spent over 200,000 Pokemon coins even before the egg had hatched, an amount equivalent to the living expenses of an average family for 5 or 6 years. Yet, larger investments promised greater returns. Once he obtained his trainer certification, he could expect a monthly stipend, which would increase with his rank. For instance, his grandfather, a certified champion-level trainer, earned about 1.2 million Pokemon coins monthly without lifting a finger. Beyond the regular stipend, trainers had 2 primary avenues for quick earnings. The first involved gathering honey and nectar in the wild, which could yield 80,000 to 100,000 coins a month, but came with significant risks. The second was participating in various competitions, where securing a top 10 finish would bring substantial rewards. Among these rewards, the least valuable was often Pokemon coins, while the most coveted were Pokemon treasures and eggs, which could not be purchased with money. After purchasing the nutrient solution, Chen returned to school under the cover of night. Once back in his dormitory, he promptly entered his system space and began feeding energy cubes to his Dragonite and Charmander. Afterward, he released Squirtle and offered the prepared high-grade water-type energy cubes to him. That night, many students found themselves filled with excitement, struggling to fall asleep. The Pokemon Secret Realm was the pinnacle of every trainer's aspirations, a place where they could explore and capture their desired Pokemon. If fortune smiled upon them, they might even acquire valuable treasures, including Pokemon relics. However, entering the Pokemon Secret Realm was not a simple affair. High school seniors under 18 or those who had just received their initial Pokemon, without the accompaniment of a guardian or professional trainer, were prohibited from entering the realm. Chen, too, found himself unable to sleep. Though he claimed to be eager to venture into the secret realm, it was not this anticipation that kept him awake. Rather, it was the fact that the clock had yet to strike midnight, and the flash sale items had not yet refreshed, rendering sleep impossible for him. After a laborious wait until the clock struck 12 and the items became available, Chen's spirits plummeted. He promptly succumbed to slumber. The flash sale yielded yet another underwhelming selection, merely a heap of ordinary Pokeballs, which extinguished any flicker of interest he might have had in the sale. The following morning, the alarm clock blared. With bleary eyes, Chen fumbled for his phone, silencing the alarm before placing it back on the table, intending to steal a few more moments of rest. 5 minutes passed, then another 5, and yet another, until the second alarm finally roused him from his drowsiness. He glanced at the time, realizing it was already 7:45. Their homeroom teacher had instructed them to gather on the playground by 8. Chen quickly dressed, freshened up, and hurriedly fed his 3 Pokemon energy cubes, hastily stuffing a few changes of clothes into his spatial backpack. He slung the backpack over his shoulder, locked the dormitory door, and dashed off without even pausing for breakfast. Arriving at the playground just as the clock chimed 7:59, he found he had not been tardy. Li Xiao, must you always arrive at the last minute? Why not come a tad earlier? Lu Igua, observing the panting Li Chun, could only shake his head in exasperation before offering a tissue for him to wipe away the sweat. Nearby, Zhu Rui fanned herself with her palm, ostensibly to cool herself. But in reality, she sought to provide Li Chun with a semblance of relief from the heat. Thank you, homeroom teacher, and thank you, class monitor. Li Chun expressed his gratitude while dabbing at his perspiration with the tissue, fully aware of Zhu Rui's considerate gestures, which he held dear to his heart. Upon realizing that her small act had caught Li Chen's attention, Zhu Rui's cheeks flushed crimson, and she lowered her gaze, yet her hand continued its soothing motion. Classmates, allow me to convey a few important points. While the entry-level secret realm is considered low risk, it does not guarantee safety. Exercise caution once inside, and avoid provoking aggressive Pokémon like Beedrill. It is advisable to form teams with friends or classmates you trust, so you can support one another. Moreover, if you encounter Pokémon you fancy, feel free to attempt capturing them with the provided secret balls. Remember, however, to use only the secret balls distributed today. Do not attempt to capture them with your own Pokeballs, as you will be unable to take those Pokémon out of the secret realm. You will also receive a safety wristband. Do not lose it. In case of any danger, press the button on the wristband, and help will arrive swiftly. Understood? Lu Igua, a dedicated teacher, treated each student as his own child, diligently imparting knowledge and caution. Rest assured, homeroom teacher, I have ventured into secret realms several times. They are quite safe, Wang Lei boasted, his conspicuous bag lending him an air of superiority. The teacher is not addressing you alone, but rather speaking to the entire class. Especially those who have yet to enter a secret realm, Lu Igua retorted, well aware of the thoughts that preoccupied boys of that age. Understood, homeroom teacher. You can count on us, Li Chun affirmed, prompting the other students to echo their commitment. Lu Igua nodded, displaying a satisfied smile, and gazing at Li Chun with admiration. He mused, what well-behaved children. How had I not noticed this before? As the senior students eagerly awaited their adventure, 10 buses rolled into Yangqing No. 1 High School, perfectly aligning with the 10 classes of the senior year. Under Lu Igua's guidance, all members of Class 1 boarded the first bus, which departed only after confirming that everyone was present. Students, we are about to enter the secret realm. You may begin forming teams now. For safety's sake, it is best not to venture alone. Additionally, whether in the wild or within the secret realm, nighttime poses the greatest danger, as many aggressive Pokémon hunt during those hours. Therefore, do not wander aimlessly at night. Remain within the campsite and apply insect repellent around the perimeter to deter wild Pokémon. Once aboard, Lu Igua reiterated his warnings. Recognizing the seriousness of their teacher's words and their own awareness of the realm's perils, the students began to discuss team formations animatedly. Li Chun and Zhu Rui quickly became the most sought-after partners, given their reputable backgrounds and formidable strengths, which instilled a sense of security in those wishing to ally with them. Wang Lei, eager to seize the opportunity, approached Zhu Rui, imploring her to join his small team, which already boasted 2 members, an invincible squad. Having ventured into secret realms several times under parental guidance, he assumed Zhu Rui's acceptance was a foregone conclusion. However, Zhu Rui dismissed him without a glance, leaving Wang Lei to retreat in embarrassment. Others approached Li Chun with similar requests, but he declined each invitation, burdened by numerous secrets that rendered collaboration ill-advised. To his surprise, after turning down a girl, Zhu Rui approached him with Xiaohong in tow. Noting Zhu Rui's bashful demeanor, Xiaohong could no longer suppress her irritation. Li Chun, how about forming a team with us for mutual support? She suggested. Witnessing Zhu Rui, who had previously rejected him without hesitation, now extend an invitation to Li Chun ignited a spark of jealousy in Wang Lei. Brother Lei, it hurts. Let go. Suddenly, Yang Wei's pained cry pierced the air, capturing the attention of everyone on the bus. Realizing his error, Wang Lei immediately released his grip. Yang Wei, nursing his arm with a forlorn expression, received Wang Lei's apology. It turned out that while seated beside each other, Wang Lei had unconsciously gripped Yang Wei's arm too tightly in a fit of frustration, prompting the latter's startled yelp. Brother Lei, Li Chi is calling for me. I need to check, Yang Wei said, casting a furtive glance at Wang Lei before dashing away once he was given space to exit. Wang Lei glared at Yang Wei's retreating figure, mentally attributing his misfortune to Li Chun. Had it not been for him, he mused, he would not have found himself in such a predicament, with even his lackey beginning to distance himself. Xiaohong, I must venture deeper into the secret realm. It may be perilous for you to accompany me. You and the class monitor should team up instead. Li Chun, however, remained unmoved by Zhu Rui's beauty, politely declining her invitation. Faced with this turn of events, Zhu Rui could only walk away dejectedly with her friend. Li Chen's reasoning was sound. He intended to delve into the depths of the secret realm, where more powerful Pokémon and greater experience awaited. Most importantly, he had the protection of his Dragonite, allowing him to explore without trepidation. A king-level Dragonite posed little challenge against an entry-level secret realm. As long as one avoids the level 4 and 5 fairy secret realms, one is assuredly free from peril. For within these higher-tier realms dwell Pokémon of the champion and even quasi-champion caliber. 20 minutes later, the bus halted before a towering edifice on the outskirts of the city, where several middle-aged men clad in uniforms and formal attire promptly approached. They were, indeed, the vice principal and the director of education from Yangqing No. 1 High School, alongside a senior investigator from the Alliance, an imposing force dedicated to ensuring the safety of the third-year students within the secret realm. Upon disembarking, Li Chun gazed at the grand structure, its facade adorned with the distinctive emblem of the Huaxia Pokémon Alliance. The Evergreen Forest secret realm is situated in the outskirts of Yangqing, with its entrance concealed within this very building. To safeguard the entrance from nefarious organizations, the Alliance has constructed protective buildings at each realm's entry point, deploying substantial defensive forces to shield it. Li Chun had heard from the Elder that this was the sole secret realm in Yangqing. Consequently, the city lord places immense importance on the Evergreen Forest secret realm, having publicly stationed a quasi-champion trainer to oversee it, while even greater defensive measures are discreetly enforced. In preparation for the arrival of the third-year students, the Alliance and the school had made numerous arrangements. For instance, they had preemptively cleared the realm of all individuals and driven the powerful Pokémon deep into the heart of the realm for safekeeping. Under the guidance of the on-site staff, all students formed a line to verify their identities and pass through security checks, each receiving 3 secret realm balls and donning safety wristbands. Indeed, entering a secret realm requires a fee. It is not a privilege bestowed freely. A fee of 10,000 Pokémon coins is levied to enter a level 1 secret realm. However, capturing even a single Pokémon within the realm allows one to recoup this expense, often yielding a profit. It is entirely reasonable to charge for entry, given that the Alliance incurs annual maintenance costs exceeding tens of millions of Pokémon coins. Li Chun harbored no fears regarding the Alliance's fees. His concern lay in the possibility of payment being rendered futile, particularly in the case of advanced realms where even the most substantial payments would grant no access. Once all preparations were complete, Li Chun, alongside his classmates, was escorted to the entrance of the secret realm, a luminous portal. Secret realms are concealed within dimensional space, accessible solely through these entrances. Having previously accompanied the Elder into a secret realm, Li Chun felt at ease, striding confidently towards the glowing threshold while his peers remained apprehensive. Upon witnessing Li Chun's boldness, Zhu Rui hastily beckoned Xiao Hong to follow, fearful of losing track of him. Wang Lei, observing the scene, gritted his teeth and, with 2 lackeys in tow, hurried after them, prompting a cascade of classmates to follow suit. Chapter 26, The First Battle of Charmeleon. Once all students of Class 1 had entered the secret realm, Lu Aigua, the last to follow, joined them. He too intended to remain within the realm for 7 days, ensuring the safety of the class. Stepping through the portal, Li Chun was enveloped in a whirlwind of sensations, and when he reopened his eyes, he found himself standing in a clearing surrounded by lush grass and towering trees. A glance around confirmed that he had indeed entered the Evergreen Forest secret realm, specifically at its initial location. All who enter the realm are transported to this very spot, the outermost and safest area, where individuals can acclimate before venturing deeper into the realm. As the name suggests, the Evergreen Forest secret realm is an expansive woodland, predominantly inhabited by grass-type and bug-type Pokémon. At that moment, several others were also teleported in, Zhu Rui and her companions. The perimeter of the realm is generally devoid of threats, and it would be wise for the 2 of them to remain at the outskirts to battle and capture Pokémon, steering clear of the deeper regions for their safety. In case of emergencies, they could contact him via mobile. With that, Li Chun released his Squirtle and offered a few parting words to Zhu Rui and her friends before making his way into the depths of the forest. The secret realm was akin to paradise for him, brimming with countless Pokémon awaiting battle, and he could hardly contain his excitement. Listening to Li Chen's concerned words filled Zhu Rui with delight, akin to savoring honey. However, when she regained her composure, she realized that Li Chun had vanished from sight. With no alternative, she and Xiao Hong ventured into the forest, determined to encounter Li Chun amidst the vast expanse. Meanwhile, Wang Lei, witnessing the departure of everyone, scoffed disdainfully. clutching his incubator and leading his 2 lackeys into the foliage. As his Pokémon had yet to hatch, he found himself devoid of combat power, relying solely on his 2 companions. Over the next 10 minutes, a multitude of students continued to enter the secret realm. Once acclimated, they began their exploration deeper into the forest. Ultimately, the once empty clearing was left with merely a dozen or so middle-aged men and women, the class instructors for the third-year students, who would remain in the realm for the coming days. Soon after, several authoritative-looking middle-aged men, clad in uniforms and casual attire, entered the realm. Upon learning from the instructors that all students had successfully entered the forest, they nodded in satisfaction, remaining in place without any intention to depart. Old Wong. The Alliance has certainly gone to great lengths this time, dispatching a considerable number of investigators into the secret realm. The vice principal of Yanqing No. 1 High School, Li Guohua, was an old acquaintance of the Alliance investigator beside him, often collaborating on matters of mutual concern. You know this year is different. Several significant individuals are among the third-year students, including the city lord's cherished daughter. We must employ the highest level of protective measures. Enough said, we cannot afford any mistakes, for the consequences would be dire. The Alliance senior investigator's demeanor grew serious, concluding the conversation. He retrieved 2 Pokeballs from his belt, casting them skyward. A majestic Pidgeot, its wings spanning 3 to 4 meters, and a Zubat materialized in the air. Pidgeot, Zubat, the students are entrusted to your care. Report any anomalies immediately. Following the investigator's instructions, the Pidgeot and Zubat flew off in opposite directions, delving into the forest's depths. The vice principal, not one to linger, also produced 2 Pokeballs, sending forth a Spearow and a Charmeleon into the sky. He issued similar commands to his Pokémon, entrusting them with the safety of the students. Having completed these tasks, the vice principal departed through the secret realm's exit alongside the Alliance senior investigator. For the upcoming week, they were bound to remain within the vicinity of the building, ready to rush into the realm at the first sign of trouble. With numerous instructors stationed at the entrance and ample Alliance personnel deployed throughout the realm, significant issues were unlikely to arise. At this moment, Li Chun had already traversed a narrow path winding through the dense forest, venturing deeper into its embrace. Originally devoid of paths, the frequent passage of individuals had naturally carved a route leading further into the woodland. Before long, Li Chun made a discovery. Upon the trunk of a grand tree, he spotted a caterpie climbing upwards. The plump green caterpillar, adorned with Y-shaped red antennae on its head, captivated Li Chun's attention. Once terrified of insects, he found himself unexpectedly charmed by the creature before him. Observing the caterpillar, the Squirtle at his side unleashed a water gun at it. As the caterpillar prepared to burrow into the dense foliage, Li Chun issued an immediate attack command to Squirtle. This was the first Pokémon he had encountered today, and he could not allow it to escape. Squirtle raised its head to locate the caterpillar, then expelled a thin stream of water from its mouth. The unsuspecting caterpillar was struck by the jet of water, tumbling to the ground, its eyes swirling, rendered incapable of battle. Ding! Squirtle has defeated the caterpie and earned 6 experience points. The familiar sound of the system echoed in Li Chen's ears. The caterpie was renowned for its rapid evolution, capable of swift transformation. For instance, the caterpie Squirtle had just defeated was merely level 6. Thus, Squirtle's victory yielded only a modest amount of experience. Although the caterpie was feeble and easily vanquished, it needed only to level up once to evolve, and then 3 levels later, it could metamorphose into a Butterfree, a truly wondrous transformation. After vanquishing the caterpie, Li Chun continued his search for the next target with Squirtle. The defeated Pokémon would only temporarily lose its combat prowess, awakening after a mere 20 minutes, so there was no need for concern. As long as the Pokémon did not suffer irreparable harm, they would not perish. Their vitality was remarkably resilient. After traversing a short distance, Li Chun stumbled upon a motionless Oddish nestled beneath a grand tree. This Pokémon, to evade the harsh sunlight, would bury its roots in the soil during the day, rendering it indistinguishable from ordinary grass unless one looked closely. Once he confirmed the area was devoid of other beings, Li Chun retrieved a luxury ball, releasing his Charmander. This Oddish would be the target for Charmander's inaugural battle. Chapter 27. Inadvertently intruding upon a Beedrill nest. Wowie! Newly released, Charmander brimmed with excitement, curiously surveying its unfamiliar surroundings before reaching out to Li Chun for an embrace. Charmander, do you see that Oddish buried in the soil? Defeat it, and I shall hold you. Wowie! Following Li Chun's pointing finger, Charmander finally spotted the immobile Oddish, which appeared indistinguishable from the grass. An unwavering determination filled Charmander's mind. It must conquer the Oddish to earn its father's affection. With resolute steps, Charmander approached the Oddish, which remained unresponsive. In an impulsive act, Charmander grasped the 2 green leaves atop Oddish's head and tugged with all its might, attempting to uproot it. Mana! Startled, Oddish let out a frantic cry, dashing about in fear, soon noticing the unfamiliar faces around it. Yet, before it could ponder or react, Charmander opened its mouth and unleashed a barrage of fireballs towards Oddish. Caught off guard, Oddish was engulfed by the flames, collapsing to the ground, exuding a charred aroma. This novice Oddish, struck by a fire-type move it was weak against, was swiftly defeated. Charmander has defeated Oddish, earning 10 experience points, and has leveled up to LV11. The familiar system sound resonated in Lechen's ears, and he was pleasantly surprised that merely defeating a novice Oddish had allowed Charmander to level up, now matching Squirtle's level. The system proved to be quite generous, as the instant defeat granted full experience points to Charmander. Chen embraced the rushing Charmander, murmuring to himself, "Ding, the host has only just realized the system's benevolence. It is too late now. System, a compliment makes you float. Next time, refresh some Pokeballs for me, and we'll see who holds the upper hand." Understood. This system is always understanding and will certainly meet the host's requests. System, I was jesting. Please do not take it to heart. Realizing the system was serious, Chen immediately offered a sincere apology, but it seemed the system was indifferent to his pleas. Meanwhile, Squirtle raised its little hands towards Chen, feeling a tinge of jealousy at seeing only Charmander being embraced. Chen had no choice but to lift Squirtle as well, one in each arm. However, after just a minute and a half, he set both Pokemon down, as their combined weight was quite taxing on his arms. Subsequently, Chen returned Charmander to its ball and continued deeper into the forest with Squirtle. The surrounding wild Pokemon were scarce and of low levels, yielding only minimal experience points upon defeat. To level up, both Charmander and Squirtle would need to vanquish at least 8 or 9 novice Pokemon. Shortly thereafter, Chen spotted another Oddish basking in the sunlight. However, this Oddish was swift to react. Upon noticing Chen and Squirtle, it turned and fled. Determined not to let a wild Pokemon escape right before his eyes, Chen promptly pursued it with Squirtle in tow. The chase ensued, with Oddish leveraging its familiarity with the terrain, darting into the underbrush, successfully evading capture. Chen, exhausted and panting, could only watch as Oddish eluded him after a long pursuit. Yet, he soon sensed something amiss, as he observed numerous fruit-bearing trees around, and even spotted a crawling caterpie on one of the larger trunks. Wherever there were caterpies, there would undoubtedly be metapods and beedrills nearby. Beedrills tended to remain in their habitats to protect the young caterpies, ensuring that the metapods were not disturbed during their evolution. He surmised that he had inadvertently stumbled into the territory of a beedrill nest while chasing the Oddish. Chen noticed that the caterpie remained oblivious to his presence, so he quickly concealed himself behind the large tree and began to observe intently. It became clear why wild Pokemon were so scarce in the vicinity. It was home to a Beedrill colony. Beedrills commanded the forest, thriving in numbers, and few wild Pokemon dared to provoke them. However, Chen had set his sights on this Beedrill colony. If he could defeat all the caterpies, metapods, and Beedrills, both Charmander and Squirtle would surely gain several levels. Moreover, he had a safety net. If things went awry, he could always release his ace, Dragonite. Although the Beedrill colony was numerous, he possessed a formidable Pokemon in Dragonite. Observing closely, Chen noted that the metapods suspended from the tree trunks did not exceed 10 in number. This led him to deduce that this was a relatively small Beedrill colony, likely comprising no more than 50 members, with caterpies and metapods making up the majority. It was merely a small swarm of Beedrills, thus making the task considerably more manageable. Chen first released his Charmander, instructing it to join Squirtle in launching an assault on the caterpie and metapod perched upon the tree. As for the Beedrills, they remained concealed within the dense foliage, their whereabouts yet undiscovered. Charmander aimed at the metapod hanging from the branch and unleashed a barrage of fire akin to bullets, while simultaneously, Squirtle directed a slender jet of water at a caterpie. Both a caterpie and a metapod plummeted to the ground, rendered incapable of further combat. Squirtle defeated the caterpie, earning 6 experience points. Charmander vanquished the metapod, acquiring 9 experience points. However, Chen did not anticipate that before Charmander and Squirtle could mount another attack, one metapod, having witnessed the earlier confrontation, became startled and emitted a blinding light. It was as if a chain reaction had been triggered. Several nearby metapods followed suit, all evolving simultaneously. Witnessing this unforeseen turn of events, Chen was left despondent. as he had not expected his Pokemon's actions to inadvertently provoke the remaining Metapods into premature evolution. Nonetheless, he resolved to continue his assault on the Metapods and Caterpies. This sudden occurrence caught Chen off guard, prompting him to urge his temporarily stunned Pokemon to resume their offensive. Charmander unleashed another volley of fireball-sized flames, while Squirtle released a narrow stream of water, striking two of the newly evolved Beedrills. The two Beedrills had no time to revel in their evolution before they were inexplicably attacked, collapsing to the ground. The system notifications blared incessantly in his ears, leading Chen to temporarily silence the victory announcements, as they were too disruptive for his strategic command. Chapter 28, Level Up Twice. Witnessing the dire state of their comrades, the remaining evolved Beedrills let out furious roars, swiftly taking to the air and locking onto their target. Simultaneously, the commotion attracted the attention of other Beedrills, who emerged from the lush trees, converging towards Chen. Excellent, come forth. Charmander, employ Dragon Dance, and continue using Ember against the Beedrills. Squirtle, utilize Ice Beam on the Beedrills. Just as Chen had surmised, the Beedrill swarm consisted of merely a dozen individuals, and even with the newly evolved ones included, their numbers barely reached 17 or 18, far from daunting. After all, these Beedrills were only at the mid-level, with the newly evolved ones still at level 10, inferior to both Charmander and Squirtle. Upon receiving Chen's command, Charmander wasted no time in executing a mysterious dance, enhancing its speed and attack power. Subsequently, it opened its mouth and unleashed a series of slightly larger flames, striking down a Beedrill that was flying straight towards it. Meanwhile, Squirtle gathered energy and fired a blue beam, encasing the leading Beedrill in ice, causing it to plummet to the ground. Having witnessed the prowess of Charmander and Squirtle, the remaining Beedrills hesitated to approach, instead glaring at the intruders with crimson eyes. A particularly large Beedrill circled in the air, positioning itself at the forefront of the swarm, as if it were their leader. Chen utilized his scanning ability to assess the Beedrill's data, confirming that it was the highest level among them, evidently the leader of this Beedrill swarm. In the next moment, the Beedrill leader wasted no time in launching an attack, diving towards Charmander with astonishing speed, its stingers gleaming menacingly in the sunlight. The Beedrill's stingers were venomous, and if struck, there was a significant chance of poisoning. Each year, many suffered dire consequences from Beedrill stings, with some tragically losing limbs. Thus, Beedrills earned the moniker Murder Hornets, and encounters with them in the wild necessitated a hasty retreat. Of course, those with formidable strength had no need to flee. Defeating the Beedrills would yield a substantial reward in Pokemon currency. As the Beedrill leader approached midway, it abruptly changed course, targeting Chen instead. This took Chen by surprise. He had not anticipated the cunning of the Beedrill leader, which was now aiming for him. Thankfully, Squirtle and Charmander were not far behind and rushed to his defense. Charmander unleashed a barrage of fireball-sized flames, repelling the Beedrill leader. Do you truly think I fear you, Beedrill? Charmander, direct Ember at the largest Beedrill, and Squirtle, utilized Blizzard to freeze the remaining Beedrills. Having regained his composure, Chen commanded his Pokemon to strike. A dozen low-tier Beedrills posed no real threat. Enraged by the audacity of the Beedrill to attack Chen, Charmander opened its mouth and expelled a large flame towards the airborne adversary. The Beedrill leader swiftly flapped its wings, deftly evading the fiery onslaught due to its nimble agility. Yet, Squirtle then took a deep breath and exhaled a chilling gust. In an instant, snow began to fall from the sky, and the wind howled, ensnaring the Beedrills in its icy grasp. They were soon cloaked in a layer of snow, rapidly freezing into solid blocks of ice before crashing to the ground. Unfortunately, Squirtle's lower level limited the duration and area of effect of its blizzard, allowing the Beedrill leader to narrowly escape. However, the other Beedrills met a far grimmer fate, all succumbing to the freezing blast. Seeing its comrades incapacitated and left alone, the Beedrill leader let out a low growl, brandishing its long, white stingers as it charged towards Squirtle. Driven by rage and losing its rationality, it intended to fight to the death, inadvertently exposing its vulnerabilities. Squirtle, aim Ice Beam at the Beedrill, and Charmander, unleash Dragon Breath. Recognizing the Beedrill leader's irrational charge towards Squirtle as an opportune moment, Chen swiftly issued his command. Squirtle, responding without hesitation, concentrated its ice energy and released a beam of icy blue light. The Beedrill leader, refusing to evade, barreled forward, colliding directly with the icy beam. The impact momentarily halted its advance, freezing its wings solid, causing it to plummet to the ground. Seizing the moment, Charmander aimed a deep blue dragon breath at the fallen Beedrill leader. With its wings frozen and defenseless, the Beedrill leader was struck by the dragon breath, its energy erupting in a violent explosion. In the next instant, the Beedrill leader was sent hurtling through the air, crashing against a tree and collapsing to the ground, rendered incapable of further combat. This Beedrill leader, which was 6 levels above both Charmander and Squirtle, possessed the advantage of flight, making it a formidable opponent. Had it not succumbed to its own fury, defeating it would not have been such an effortless feat after vanquishing all the Beedrill. Chen did not spare the remaining Kakuna and Caterpie, commanding Charmeleon and Squirtle to defeat them all, leaving none behind. 3 minutes later, beneath the great tree, the ground was strewn with the fallen Caterpie and Kakuna. As for the venom sacs, stingers, and honey of the Beedrill, Chen chose not to collect them. The first reason was his laziness and the inconvenience involved, compounded by the fact that he was not particularly in need of money. The second reason was that taking them would only serve to harm the Beedrill unnecessarily. He was content with the experience points he had gained. Taking advantage of the moment, Chen utilized a trait development card on Charmeleon, unlocking its second ability, Rain Dish. However, Charmeleon did not exhibit any visible changes. Uncertain of the levels gained by the two Pokemon, Chen promptly employed his scanning eye to assess the data of Charmeleon and Squirtle. The data for both Pokemon showed significant enhancements. For instance, beneath Charmeleon's traits, a new secondary ability, Rain Dish, had appeared. Additionally, by defeating the entire Beedrill swarm, both Charmeleon and Squirtle accrued a substantial amount of experience points, each rising 2 levels to currently stand at level 13. Chapter 29, The Vengeance of the Shroomish. Indeed, battling to gain experience points was a rapid means of leveling up. If this continued, it was highly likely that Squirtle and Charmeleon would evolve within the secret realm. After all, both Pokemon would undergo their first evolution at level 16. This meant that they were merely 3 levels shy of advancing. And with a few more battles against Pokemon swarms, they could attain that goal. Of course, Chen still possessed fire and water-type treasures that could be administered to his 2 Pokemon, leading to their immediate evolution. However, he refrained from doing so for the time being, as it felt excessively hasty and could attract unwanted attention, making it difficult to explain. It would be rather peculiar if other starter Pokemon were still in their novice stages, while his Squirtle evolved directly to the second stage, skipping the intermediate form altogether and leaping straight to the advanced, or even elite level. Such an exaggerated rate of evolution could lead to Chen being subjected to isolation for investigation. He believed that as long as he endured the initial stages, the subsequent journey would be inconsequential. Once everyone reached their final evolutionary forms, appearances and presence would obscure the true power of his Pokemon. Squirtle, let us press onward. After defeating all members of the Beedrill swarm, Chen recalled Charmeleon and continued forward with Squirtle. Unfortunately, due to the presence of the Beedrill swarm, other wild Pokemon dared not venture into this area, resulting in Chen wandering around all morning without encountering any other wild Pokemon. This frustrated him immensely, nearly prompting him to return to confront the Beedrill swarm once more. However, a reminder from the system doused his enthusiasm. The same Pokemon could only earn experience points once within a month. In other words, should he return to seek out the Beedrill swarm, even if his Pokemon defeated them, they would not gain any experience. With no experience to be gained, there was little purpose in returning. Chen never engaged in a losing endeavor. By midday, Chen had grown weary, and Squirtle could hardly move. He had no choice but to find a nearby location with a clean water source, pitching a tent to prepare for lunch and rest for a while. Trekking through the wilderness was no trivial matter. After just a morning of walking, he was already feeling the strain. If he continued at this pace, blisters would surely form on his feet. Chen resolved to quickly capture a Pokemon for transportation, such as an Arcanine or Rapidash. If all else failed, a Tauros would suffice for riding. There had previously been a news story about a middle-aged man who, feeling that life held no meaning, captured a Tauros and roamed the world, ultimately being treated as an illegal immigrant and sent back to the Huaxiao Pokemon Alliance. After setting up the tent, Chen entered the system space to feed his Dragonite and Charmeleon. Once both Pokemon had eaten their fill, he returned them to their luxury balls and exited the system space, reappearing inside the tent. Squirtle, it's ready. Upon seeing Chen emerge, Squirtle, who had been on high alert outside the tent, relaxed and gratefully accepted the high-energy water cube that Chen offered, devouring it eagerly. After feeding his Pokemon, Chen finally took out some snacks and began to eat, accompanied by mineral water. Unexpectedly, during his meal, the enticing aroma of food attracted a group of mushroom-like Pokemon. Upon noticing the approaching mushrooms, Chen hastily set aside his unfinished snacks, donned his shoes, and dashed out of the tent. Squirtle immediately followed suit. Chen observed the timid mushrooms from a distance, wary of approaching too closely. This was because the mushrooms released a toxic spore to protect themselves when threatened. These spores were highly poisonous, capable of swiftly withering plants, and if inhaled by humans or Pokémon, it would lead to excruciating pain, causing them to writhe on the ground. Chen was quite perplexed. After spending the entire morning without encountering many wild Pokémon, a cluster of mushrooms had suddenly been drawn to him while he was merely eating. Naturally, he could not pass up the opportunity for experience points that had so fortuitously presented themselves. Noting the absence of any other figures in the vicinity, Chen retrieved a luxury ball from his waist and released Charmeleon behind the mushrooms, effectively blocking their escape route. The sudden appearance of Charmeleon startled the mushrooms, causing them to panic and release a cloud of purple powder from their caps. Charmeleon, unleash Ember on that purple powder, Chen commanded. He instantly recognized the powder as paralyzing powder. Inhaling it would leave one immobilized. Fortunately, Charmeleon's Ember was perfectly suited to counter and incinerate the powder. Wani, Charmeleon responded, opening its mouth to unleash a barrage of fireballs that incinerated the advancing purple powder completely. Charmeleon, keep using Ember on those mushrooms. Squirtle, charge in with Ice Punch. The mushrooms, each around level 10, became disoriented once the paralyzing powder ceased to affect them, darting about chaotically like headless flies. Squirtle, with its tiny hands clenched into fists, emanating a chill, dashed toward the mushrooms. Simultaneously, Charmeleon continued to bombard the mushrooms with Ember, defeating them one by one. A few mushrooms, unwilling to succumb passively, chose to charge at Squirtle, only to be met with its Ice Punch, knocking them to the ground. Some even froze solid, willingly offering themselves as experience points. In no time, over a dozen mushrooms fell to the combined efforts of Charmeleon and Squirtle, both Pokémon gaining nearly 100 experience points, drawing closer to their next level. Chen, however, paid little heed to the defeated mushrooms, recalling Charmeleon and returning to finish the food he had yet to consume. Yet, half an hour later, after finishing his meal and taking a moment to rest in the tent, he was taken aback by the arrival of several unexpected guests. A Shroomish, flanked by 2 mushrooms, approached the tent, and without hesitation, the Shroomish kicked the tent with force. The fabric ripped. The tent was abruptly torn open, causing the Shroomish to withdraw and assume a combat stance. What the heck? Inside the tent, Chen was jolted awake. Upon seeing the gaping tear in the foot that had caused it, he exclaimed in shock and, accompanied by Squirtle, dashed out through the opening. The moment he exited, he collided directly with the Shroomish and another mushroom creature. Had he not reacted swiftly and braked in time, he would have surely been struck. Mushroom, is it really you? You dare summon reinforcements? Chen recognized them immediately. Those 2 mushrooms were the very ones defeated half an hour ago by Charmeleon and Squirtle. To his astonishment, the adversaries had called upon a formidable ally to exact revenge. Chapter 30. United to defeat Shroomish. With a furious expression, Shroomish glared at Chen and Squirtle, seemingly questioning why Chen had intruded upon its territory and bullied its underlings. Squirtle. In response to the accusation, Squirtle protested vehemently, asserting that it was the mushrooms who had trespassed upon their camp, disrupting their meal. As foes confronted each other, tensions escalated. Taking advantage of Shroomish's support, the 2 mushrooms launched a sneak attack, disregarding the rules of combat. Fortunately, Chen had anticipated their treachery, promptly releasing Charmeleon. Charmeleon, go on the offensive with Ember. Squirtle, target that Shroomish with Ice Beam. Since the enemy had already invaded their space and destroyed a tent, it was imperative to teach them a lesson. However, Shroomish, at level 23, held a 10-level advantage over Charmeleon and Squirtle, necessitating a cautious approach. Without hesitation, Charmeleon opened its mouth and unleashed a barrage of ember-sized flames, incinerating the incoming stun spore. Simultaneously, Squirtle initiated an offensive, launching a beam of icy blue light at Shroomish. But Shroomish was no mere unevolved mushroom. It reacted swiftly, deftly evading Squirtle's attack with a nimble leap. Charmeleon, use Ember on the mushroom. Squirtle, keep Shroomish occupied with Water Gun. Observing the battlefield, Chen decided to first eliminate the weaker mushrooms, defeating them before turning Charmeleon and Squirtle's full attention to Shroomish for a significantly higher chance of victory. With Shroomish distracted, the 2 inferior mushrooms, now devoid of protection, became easy prey. Attempting to flee, they were struck by 2 small flames, instantly incapacitated and rendered unable to fight. Regrettably, since these mushrooms had already been defeated, Charmeleon could not gain experience, resulting in a loss. Swoosh! A volley of green seed bullets shot through the air, heading straight for Squirtle. Squirtle utilized rapid spin to deflect the incoming projectiles, while Charmeleon unleashed Fire Punch against Shroomish. Chen, ever vigilant, quickly issued new commands. Upon receiving the instructions, Squirtle retracted its limbs and head into its shell, spinning rapidly to repel the flying seed bullets. Meanwhile, Charmeleon, with a fierce glint in its eyes, seized the opportunity to charge forward, delivering a powerful fiery punch to Shroomish's abdomen. The impact was evident. Shroomish let out a painful cry, and had Charmeleon been of a higher level, that blow might have been enough to defeat it. Nonetheless, the damage inflicted was substantial. Charmeleon harassed Shroomish with Ember. Squirtle, look for an opportunity to use Ice Punch. Chen understood the importance of capitalizing on Shroomish's vulnerability, ensuring that it would not be afforded a moment's respite, lest it turn the tide of battle with its level advantage. Charmeleon. With a swift motion, Charmeleon darted behind Shroomish and unleashed a series of ember-sized flames. Shroomish, slowed by its injuries, struggled to dodge, appearing increasingly beleaguered. Suddenly, with a low growl, Shroomish conjured a large seed sprouting tender shoots, which, under its command, hurtled toward Charmeleon. Caught off guard, Charmeleon was struck, and the seed successfully implanted itself within its body. Leech Seed, such a troublesome move. Chen recognized the technique immediately. It could drain the enemy's vitality to replenish Shroomish's own health. However, at that moment, Squirtle stealthily approached Shroomish's side, delivering another chilling punch to its abdomen. Once more, Shroomish felt a surge of agonizing pain, compounded by the icy sensation, heat and cold combined, leaving it in torment. Notably, Squirtle's Ice Punch triggered a freezing effect, immobilizing Shroomish's abdomen and greatly hindering its movements. Well done, Squirtle. Now unleash Ice Beam again. Charmeleon, hang in there and use Ember. Charmeleon, fatigued from prolonged combat and skill usage, had already expended considerable energy. With Shroomish siphoning off more of its strength, Charmeleon's stamina was critically low. Were it not for its remarkable talent and robust physique, any other Pokemon would have likely succumbed long ago. It was evident that Shroomish held a grudge, fixated solely on Charmeleon, ignoring Squirtle entirely. Once again, Shroomish charged directly at Charmeleon. Seeing the oncoming Shroomish, Charmeleon summoned the last remnants of its energy to unleash a small burst of flames. Yet, Shroomish, seemingly resolute, did not evade, enduring the flames as it barreled toward Charmeleon. Charmeleon, observing that the ember had failed to deter Shroomish, Charmeleon, fueled by indomitable will, pressed forward with its final ounce of strength, colliding with Shroomish. In a battle of resilience, Charmeleon had never backed down from any Pokemon. Just as the clash reached its zenith, Squirtle's Ice Beam struck Shroomish from the side, forcing it to halt and brace itself, half kneeling on the ground. While Shroomish had ceased its advance, Charmeleon did not relent, continuing its charge. In a decisive moment, Charmeleon's full-force impact sent Shroomish hurtling away until it crashed against a sturdy tree, finally coming to a halt. Charmeleon, Squirtle, you two are simply magnificent. Chen rushed forward, embracing the nearly collapsed Charmeleon, smiling as he praised it. At that moment, Charmeleon's energy was nearly depleted, leaving it barely able to stand. Chen swiftly recalled Charmeleon into a luxury ball, where it could rapidly recover its vitality. Though it was a joint effort that led to Shroomish's defeat, the final blow was undoubtedly delivered by Charmeleon. Thus, the Charmander accrued a wealth of experience points, ascending 2 levels and drawing ever closer to evolution. The Shroomish, quite fortuitously, had presented itself, aiding Charmander in its advancement. Chen gazed at the unconscious Shroomish slumped beneath the ancient tree, then glanced at his side where Squirtle stood, and finally, his eyes fell upon the significantly damaged tent. Chapter 31, The Obstructing Scyther. Sighing, he conceded, for the sake of experience points, I shall let you off this time. With a heavy heart, Chen began dismantling the ruined tent alongside Squirtle, gathering their belongings. The ruckus caused by Shroomish had obliterated Chen's desire for slumber, prompting him to press onward in search of wild Pokemon battles. Given that Squirtle had expended considerable energy and stamina during the recent skirmish, Chen decided to recall it into its luxury ball for rest and recovery. Yet, within the mysterious realm, dangers lurked at every corner. Venturing without a Pokemon for protection was unwise. Consequently, Chen resolutely released his powerful Dragonite. However, it seemed that the mere presence of such a formidable creature deterred wild Pokemon from approaching. After traversing the forest on foot for over an hour, Chen encountered not a single wild Pokemon, leaving him feeling both exasperated and somewhat frantic. Eventually, a figure wielding dual blades emerged from the underbrush, blocking Li Chun and Dragonite's path. Before him stood a vibrant green Scyther, a rare and combative bug-type Pokémon renowned as a natural warrior, known to challenge other Pokémon without hesitation. Li Chun's gaze was drawn to Scyther's scythe-like arms, which gleamed with a deadly sharpness, resembling weapons of divine craftsmanship. A careless brush with those blades could result in severe injury, even amputation. As Scyther confronted Li Chun and Dragonite, it seemed somewhat intimidated by the latter's imposing stature. Momentarily frozen, hesitant to make a move. After more than an hour, Charmander should have nearly regained its peak condition. Thus, Li Chun decisively retrieved a luxury ball from his belt, releasing the eager Charmander. This Scyther, merely at level 15, would yield a meager amount of experience points if defeated by Dragonite. Rather than squander this opportunity, Li Chun deemed it more prudent to allow Charmander the chance to earn its evolution. Scyther, let us engage in battle, Li Chun proclaimed. And upon realizing that its opponent was not the intimidating Dragonite, but a mere fledgling, Scyther's confidence surged. It nodded in agreement to Li Chun's challenge. Charmander, your opponent is Scyther. Charge forth and vanquish it. At Li Chun's command, the already restless Charmander lunged at Scyther. Suddenly halting, Charmander opened its mouth wide and unleashed a barrage of flame-sized projectiles towards Scyther. Yet, Scyther stood its ground, opting for a direct confrontation. Raising its sharp blades, it swung at the flames, only to find that rather than cleaving them in two, it had ignited itself, leaving its body scorched and emitting a charred aroma. However, the singed Scyther did not succumb to defeat. Instead, it ignited its competitive spirit, flapping its wings and darting towards Charmander at an astonishing speed. Charmander, prepare your flame punch and await Scyther's approach. As Scyther soared, its body unfurling, the massive blades glinted ominously. In a flash, Scyther descended beside Charmander, swinging its razor-sharp blades toward it. Yet, Charmander had anticipated this, reacting swiftly, its legs surging with remarkable power, nimbly avoiding Scyther's assault. Simultaneously, its fist, engulfed in a fierce flame, struck Scyther's abdomen, delivering a decisive blow. Ultimately, Scyther collapsed, rendered incapable of battle. After besting Scyther, Li Chun recalled Dragonite and Charmander, continuing onward with Squirtle. For the next 3 hours, Li Chun encountered only a few solitary oddish, with no further rewards, perhaps due to safety concerns for high school students. The League had cleared the wild Pokémon from the evergreen forest's mysterious depths, driving the more formidable ones deeper into the realm. This resulted in a scarcity of wild Pokémon near the forest's periphery, with most being of lower levels. Although still distanced from the heart of the mystery, twilight began to descend, prompting Li Chun to establish a camp nearby for rest before continuing his journey the following day. He discovered a secluded cave, its entrance concealed beneath a pile of rubble, a clear sign of long abandonment. Yet, he refrained from entering recklessly. Creatures like Zubat and Spinarak thrived in such dim, dry environments. It was well known that Zubat, the notorious bloodsucker, had an affinity for the blood of living beings, particularly that of humans and Pokémon. Consequently, most individuals were wary of attempting to capture a Zubat, fearing it might one day latch onto their necks to siphon their lifeblood. Each year, many met a grim fate at the hands of Zubat, drained of their blood and left as lifeless husks. The mere thought of Zubat sent a shiver down Li Chun's spine, leading him to suspect that the cave harbored a multitude of these creatures. Thus, he instructed Charmander to unleash several fireballs into the cave. As anticipated, a cacophony erupted from within, and a swarm of Zubats soon emerged, taking to the skies. Charmander, use Ember on those Zubats. Squirtle, deploy Water Gun. Li Chun seized every opportunity to earn experience points, determined to engage even against the throngs of Zubat. The twilight had not yet fully enveloped the forest, and the Zubat, averse to sunlight, flitted about chaotically, allowing Charmander and Squirtle to take down several. As more Zubat flooded out, accompanied by a few Golbat, Li Chun decided to retreat, hastily leading his 2 Pokémon away. With nightfall imminent, the Zubat and Golbat would become exceedingly active and bloodthirsty. The thought of hundreds of them pursuing him was unsettling. Moreover, Li Chun wished to avoid lingering too long, as excessive noise might attract the League's personnel, who would undoubtedly take note of the glowing Charmander. Consequently, Li Chun distanced himself from the cave, setting up camp by a babbling brook, ready to spend his first night in the mysterious realm. After a long day, Li Chun sought to reward himself with a hearty meal. He constructed a cooking station, gathered dry twigs, and unpacked his cooking utensils, assigning Charmander the task of igniting the fire while Squirtle fetched water. Dragonite stood guard to ensure the safety of their camp. while Li Chen filled a large pot with meatballs and freshly cleaned vegetables. 10 minutes later, a steaming pot of delectable stew was ready, and Li Chen, along with his 3 Pokémon, savored the fruits of their labor with great enjoyment. Chapter 32. The Cry for Help in the Dead of Night. However, the culinary preferences of elves and humans diverge significantly. While humans indulge in a variety of dishes, elves exhibit a distinct penchant for tree fruits and energy cubes. Consequently, the Dragonite merely sampled a few morsels of meatball soup before returning to the delectable energy cubes. By the time Li Chen finished his meal and tidied up the remnants, the clock had already struck 9 in the evening. In the realm of the elves, the air is pristine, devoid of any dust, and has never been tainted by pollution. Amidst this tranquil environment, one can hear the calls of other elves, and occasionally, shadows flit across the sky, creating an atmosphere of unparalleled beauty, a splendid night. Unlike anything found in the city, at this moment, Li Chen was diligently adding nutrient solution to the advanced incubator, while the Dragonite and Charmeleon formed a curious circle around the elf eggs within. It is likely that Dragonite and Squirtle had long forgotten that they too emerged from eggs. As the night deepened, the secret realm fell into a serene hush, with only a few nocturnal elves actively foraging, some in small groups, others alone, venturing from their nests to hunt and seek sustenance. Suddenly, a piercing cry for help shattered the stillness of the night, resonating through the depths of the forest. Today marked the first day that senior high school students had entered the Evergreen Forest secret realm, with most opting to remain near the forest's edge for safety. Thus, only a handful of students had ventured this far, Li Chen being among them. Having just completed his task of replenishing the incubator, he was startled by the sharp cry for help. The entire Evergreen Forest secret realm was populated by students from Yangqing No. 1 High School, along with their teachers and league staff. It was unlikely that the teachers or league personnel were in peril. More probably, it was an unfortunate student who had encountered danger during the night. Given that they were all classmates, perhaps even from his own class, Li Chen could not turn a blind eye to a cry for help. Furthermore, he was uncertain whether the individual had activated the distress signal on their wristband or if the rescue personnel stationed in the secret realm had heard the call and could arrive in time. Realizing that he was relatively close to the source of the distress, Li Chen resolved to investigate further. Swiftly, he stowed the advanced incubator into his space backpack, recalled Dragonite and Charmeleon, and set off with Squirtle towards the sound. As for the tent, he left it behind temporarily, intending to return for a night's rest. It was improbable that misfortune would strike him so soon after departing, allowing wild elves to invade his camp and enter his tent. With the surroundings cloaked in darkness, Li Chen could only wield a powerful flashlight as he cautiously navigated a narrow pathway with Squirtle by his side. Following the sound, he soon arrived at a clearing, where he discovered the source of the desperate plea, his fellow student. Instantly, he switched off the flashlight and, by the faint light of the moon, beheld a swarm of Zubat flitting about in the air. These Zubat were assaulting 2 students and their Pokémon, one of which appeared to be poisoned, rendering the situation dire. Squirtle immediately unleashed a barrage of water jets at the Zubat. Without a moment's hesitation, Li Chen chose to intervene. Otherwise, the 2 students and their Pokémon would surely meet a grim fate. Aware of the urgency, Squirtle didn't need to aim carefully and promptly expelled a slender stream of water. Following that, Squirtle unleashed a series of 5 additional jets, reaching the limits of its capacity. 6 streams of water successfully took down 6 of the airborne Zubat. However, such commotion inevitably revealed Li Chen and Squirtle's location. In the next moment, a dense swarm of Zubat descended upon them, a terrifying sight that no ordinary person could withstand. The sheer volume of incoming Zubat instilled a sense of dread in Li Chen. Squirtle, we must act quickly. Those Zubat are closing in. Use Blizzard. Without a second thought, Li Chen commanded. Often, danger accompanies immense opportunity, and this overwhelming number of Zubat presented just that for Li Chen and Squirtle. Calming himself, Li Chen focused on the Zubat before him. While most were only of moderate level, their sheer numbers posed a rare chance for Squirtle. Should Squirtle manage to defeat a portion of them, it could gain significant experience, perhaps even leveling up to match Charmeleon. Upon receiving Li Chen's command, Squirtle took a deep breath and released a chilling gust, causing snowflakes to swirl in the air. Under the influence of the frigid conditions, the Zubat grew increasingly agitated, their movements erratic as they momentarily halted their assault on Li Chen and his Pokémon. Seizing the opportunity, Squirtle continued to fire water jets. As the Zubat floundered in confusion, Li Chen urged Squirtle to attack relentlessly, aiming to defeat as many as possible. Squirtle took advantage of the chaos, launching several more streams of water, knocking down a few Zubat that were disoriented and aimless. However, Just as the blizzard subsided, the Zubat regained their composure, unleashing a series of eerie wails that sent silent sound waves hurtling towards Chun and Squirtle. This was a supersonic attack, capable of inducing confusion in both humans and Pokemon. Realizing the potential danger, Chun wasted no time and threw another luxury ball. Dragonite. A majestic Dragonite materialized before Chun and Squirtle. With a single roar, it dispelled the supersonic waves, causing the Zubat to plummet to the ground. In the blink of an eye, the once dense swarm of Zubat dwindled to just a few stragglers, leaving the two distressed students in awe, their eyes filled with envy. Such was the terrifying power of a quasi-divine creature. With just a gentle roar, it had vanquished nearly 100 fearsome Zubat. Pleased with the few remaining Zubat that had escaped, Chun recalled Dragonite and instructed Squirtle to use Ice Beam to finish them off. The last few Zubat, frantically attempting to flee, were struck by Squirtle's Ice Beam, encasing them in ice as they fell to the ground. Following this victory, Squirtle leveled up, reaching level 14. Chapter 33. Instantaneous elimination of specialized nutrient solution to accelerate hatching speed. Unfortunately, the Zubat were quick to react, unleashing Supersonic, which Squirtle could not withstand alone, prompting Chun to call upon Dragonite once more. Had Squirtle been the one to defeat those Zubat, it likely would have leveled up at least twice, potentially evolving. Just then, the League's rescue personnel finally arrived, led by a League investigator. After hearing the details of the situation from the three students, the investigator expressed profound gratitude to Chun and promised to personally award him a medal at school once their training concluded. As this area falls under his jurisdiction, any injury sustained by a student within his domain signifies a failure in his protective measures. Such negligence could lead to dismissal or, in severe cases, criminal charges. Chun undoubtedly rendered him a tremendous service, and how could he not feel grateful towards Chun? Meanwhile, the two students faced a scathing reprimand from their counterparts for their reckless behavior. Their actions were nothing short of self-destructive, disregarding their teacher's warnings and running amok during a perilous night. Their reckless pursuit of a Zubat led them to provoke an entire swarm, nearly resulting in catastrophe. Had Chun not been nearby to hear their cries for help and promptly intervene, the outcome would have been unimaginable, and injuries would have been inevitable. Ultimately, both students were taken away by the local officials, as their Pokemon had sustained injuries, one of which had been poisoned. Without their Pokemon's protection, the wilderness posed a significant threat. Before being taken away, the two expressed profound gratitude towards Chun, with one student even insisting on bowing to him in thanks for saving their lives. Upon returning to his campsite, it was already past 10 o'clock at night. Everything in the campsite remained undisturbed, the tent's zipper intact. All signs indicated that no wild Pokemon had intruded during his absence. After freshening up, Chun released his Dragonite to rest outside the tent. Following the previous incident with a Shroomish that had damaged his tent, Chun had become more vigilant. When sleeping outdoors, it was essential to have a Pokemon on guard. With Dragonite on watch, it was unlikely that any Pokemon would dare to intrude unless they were seeking trouble. The tent was spacious, so Chun also let his Squirtle and Charmander out, providing him with a sense of security as he drifted off to sleep. This marked his first night in the wilderness, with Dragonite standing sentinel outside, while Squirtle and Charmander lay on either side of him. Their companionship reassured Chun, and he quickly fell into a deep slumber. The following morning, Chun awoke naturally, stretching and yawning, only to accidentally tumble onto Charmander. "My apologies, Charmander, that was unintentional." It suddenly dawned on him that he had slept while cradling Squirtle and Charmander, and he immediately offered his apologies to Charmander, still groggy from sleep. Fortunately, Charmander seemed unfazed, merely rubbing the spot where Chun had accidentally bumped him and then patting his own small, flat belly, signaling his hunger for delicious energy cubes. "I understand, Charmander. I'll freshen up and prepare breakfast for you right away. No Pokemon shall go hungry under my watch." Seeing the adorable Charmander, Chun, unusually motivated, quickly exited his sleeping bag, donned his coat, unzipped the tent, slipped on his shoes, and stepped outside. "Good morning, Dragonite." Upon stepping out, he spotted Dragonite sprawled on the ground and greeted it warmly. Dragonite responded enthusiastically, shifting its position to continue lounging comfortably. After freshening up, Chun prepared breakfast for his three Pokemon, calling them over to enjoy their energy cubes while he boiled some water to accompany his simple meal of bread. In the wilderness, having such provisions was already a luxury. Many trainers had to survive on meager rations, foraging for food in desolate areas, sharing what little they had with their Pokemon. After breakfast, with Squirtle and Charmander's assistance, Chun dismantled the tent and organized his belongings. He then recalled Dragonite and Charmander. Continuing deeper into the forest with Squirtle. After walking approximately 100 meters, Chen suddenly remembered something, smacking his forehead in realization, which left Squirtle looking bewildered. System. Quickly open the flash sale item interface for me. After yesterday's hustle and a restful night, I almost overlooked this vital information. Indeed, Chen had nearly forgotten that the flash sale items had refreshed, allowing him to purchase new items. Beep, understood, host. Soon, a translucent interface appeared before Chen's eyes. He instructed Squirtle to keep watch, alerting him to any approaching individuals or Pokemon while he browsed the details of 3 available items. The first 2 were insignificant, ordinary Pokeballs, which Chen dismissed without hesitation. However, the third item caught his eye, igniting a desire to purchase it. Specialized Nutrient Solution. Description: a unique nutrient solution crafted from over 10 rare herbs, including lovegrass, orange fruit, moo milk, and vitality root, meticulously brewed over 81 hours. This solution significantly shortens the hatching time of Pokemon eggs, ensuring successful hatching within 24 hours. Flash sale price, 99 yuan. This third item arrived at the perfect moment, as Chen happened to possess an unhatched quasi-divine Pokemon egg. Normally, the egg would require at least another week to incubate, possibly longer. Yet, with this specialized nutrient solution, the egg could hatch in no more than 24 hours. What a treasure! For trainers with Pokemon eggs, it was nothing short of a blessing. Without a moment's hesitation, Chen purchased the specialized nutrient solution. In the next instant, a bottle of pale green nutrient solution appeared in his hand, exuding a palpable aura of vitality even through the glass. Chen immediately squatted down, retrieving his advanced incubator from his spatial backpack. After a day and a night, the nutrient solution had already been mostly absorbed by the Pokemon egg. He opened the lid and poured the entire bottle of specialized nutrient solution into the incubator before sealing it once more. Now, all he had to do was wait for the Pokemon egg to hatch within 24 hours, which meant that by 10 o'clock the following morning, his quasi-divine Pokemon would emerge. Chapter 34. Charmander's Evolution. With this thought, Chen couldn't help but feel exhilarated, allowing his imagination to wander regarding which quasi-divine Pokemon might hatch. It was only when Squirtle, unable to contain its concern any longer, tugged at Chen's pant leg that he snapped back to reality. Squirtle, squirt. Squirtle cried anxiously, gesturing towards a direction. Following Squirtle's indication, Chen spotted a creature resembling an acorn dangling from a nearby tree. Indeed, it was an acorn Pokemon. It was no wonder Squirtle appeared so anxious. It feared that the acorn Pokemon might notice them and flee. Squirtle, let us go. A glimmer of excitement sparked in Chen's eyes as he cradled the advanced incubator and sprinted towards the Pokemon with Squirtle in tow. The system had indicated that the specialized nutrient solution would ensure the egg hatched within 24 hours, but it hadn't specified an exact time. This meant that at any moment within the next 24 hours, the Pokemon egg could hatch. Consequently, uncertain of when the Pokemon egg would ultimately hatch, Chen prudently decided to embrace the advanced incubator until the moment of hatching arrived. After all, he could leave the battles to his Charmeleon and Squirtle, merely needing to hold the incubator and occasionally direct his Pokemon in their endeavors. Before long, Chen found himself beneath a grand tree. Its trunk as thick as that of a few adults, gazing upwards at the acorn hanging from the branch. This distance should be within reach. Squirtle, unleash your water gun upon that acorn. Standing at the base of the tree, Chen assessed the distance and, seizing the opportunity before the acorn noticed their presence, promptly commanded Squirtle to attack. Squirtle tilted its head back, aiming at the acorn, and unleashed a slender stream of water. However, due to the upward angle of attack and the obstruction of branches and leaves, the water gun missed its target and instead struck a nearby branch. Feeling a wave of embarrassment for its failure, Squirtle bowed its head in shame. Do not fret, Squirtle. It is entirely normal to miss from such a distance. Moreover, there will be another chance. While the acorn remains unaware, try again with water gun. With Chen's encouragement, Squirtle nodded, determination gleaming in its eyes, readied itself once more, and aimed at the still acorn, releasing another stream of water. This time, Squirtle's water gun struck true, dislodging the acorn from its perch. With a startled cry, the acorn plummeted from nearly 30 meters above, prompting Chen and Squirtle to hastily retreat to avoid being struck. Had they been hit by the acorn falling from such a height, the consequences could have been dire. Chen would have suffered greatly, and Squirtle's fate would have been uncertain. Just as Chen prepared to leave with Squirtle, a nosepass emerged unexpectedly, blocking their path. Chen regarded the obstructive nosepass with a broad smile. To his surprise, It seemed that defeating one acorn had yielded another foe, as the Nosepass, likely a witness to the earlier events, appeared intent on avenging its fallen comrade. Charmeleon, emerge and prepare for battle. With one arm cradling the advanced incubator, Chen retrieved a luxury ball from his belt and released Charmeleon. After Squirtle's triumph over the acorn, it was now Charmeleon's turn to face the Nosepass. Chen treated all his Pokemon equally, whether it was his Dragonite, Charmeleon, or Squirtle. Each was a cherished companion, deserving of his unwavering support. As Charmeleon materialized, the enraged Nosepass immediately launched an assault, twisting its body and unleashing a barrage of spinning, sharp leaves from its head. Oh, quite the temper are we? Charmeleon. Respond with Ember, then follow up with Fire Punch. Chen, unfazed by the Nosepass's aggressive initiation, smiled lightly as he issued commands to Charmeleon. Eager and spirited, Charmeleon wasted no time, targeting the trajectory of the leaves and releasing a volley of small flames. The fire incinerated the leaves completely, and Charmeleon, emboldened, charged toward Nosepass. Its fists enveloped in searing flames, radiating intense heat. Preoccupied with its own failed attack, the Nosepass only realized its predicament when Charmeleon was nearly upon it. With no room to retreat, it threw itself at Charmeleon in a desperate collision. This reckless maneuver was nothing short of an invitation to disaster. As Charmeleon effortlessly sidestepped the attack, with a blazing fist, it struck Nosepass squarely in the abdomen. In an instant, Nosepass was engulfed in flames, emitting a pained cry as the force of the blow sent it crashing against the great tree behind it. Well done, Charmeleon. You too, Squirtle, we shall continue our journey. With Nosepass sprawled on the ground, Chen recalled Charmeleon and departed with Squirtle. Not far into their trek, Chen's eyes caught sight of several caterpies nestled among the foliage. Much like their cousin, the Beedrill, caterpies evolved swiftly, reaching level 10 before transforming into Butterfree. Moreover, caterpies were easily captured, making them ideal for novice trainers. They also held significant economic value, as the silk produced by caterpies is a natural fiber, perfect for crafting silk quilts, which could fetch tens of thousands of poke dollars. Consequently, many individuals turned to raising caterpies to harvest their silk and achieve financial prosperity. However, Chen's intentions did not lean toward wealth. He merely sought to defeat these caterpies to gain valuable experience. Go, Charmeleon. Use Ember on the caterpies. Squirtle, follow up with Water Gun. To prevent the caterpies from escaping, Chen swiftly released Charmeleon and commanded both Pokemon to attack. Caterpies were notoriously weak in combat, possessing only 3 skills, primarily focused on producing silk. In mere moments, the 7 or 8 caterpies feasting on leaves were vanquished by Charmeleon and Squirtle. Just then, another caterpie, oblivious to the unfolding battle, emerged from beneath the leaves, only to be met with a scorching flame from Charmeleon. After dispatching this caterpie, Charmeleon was suddenly enveloped in a radiant white light. Squirtle, perplexed, observed Charmeleon, its eyes wide with curiosity. After all, Squirtle had only been born a month prior and had yet to experience evolution, so it was entirely reasonable for it to be unaware of the phenomenon. Chapter 35, Teaching Charizard to Breathe Fire. Under the watchful gaze of Chen and Squirtle, Charmeleon's form began to transform within the white glow. Moments later, a larger and more formidable silhouette emerged before Chen. As the brilliance faded, Charmeleon successfully evolved into a Charizard, a brand new Pokemon materializing in the forest. This Charizard sported a horn-like protrusion atop its head, a beak-like mouth, robust limbs, and a tail that blazed with an inferno. Unlike ordinary Charizards, this one was entirely black, its gaze sharp and fierce, exuding an aura of volatility. In contrast to the once gentle and endearing Charmeleon, the evolved Charizard now radiated an air of ferocity and combativeness, its eyes brimming with a palpable fighting spirit. Crucially, according to the League's statistics, the average height of a standard Charmeleon hovers around 80 centimeters. However, this particular Charmeleon had already surpassed the typical height, standing at approximately 1 meter. Following its evolution, the Charizard's stature surged to at least 1.60 meters, nearly matching Chen's own height. Thus, this Charizard was at least 40 to 50 centimeters taller than an ordinary Charizard, indicating remarkable development. Gazing at the imposing Charizard, Squirtle couldn't help but express envy, wondering when it too might achieve such stature and strength. The only lamentation was that Charizard possessed a rather limited repertoire of fire-based skills. Thus far, the only skills at my disposal are a single flame punch and a spark, rendering my attacks limited and lacking in potency. It is imperative that Charmeleon acquires the ability to unleash Flamethrower in advance, This would undoubtedly enhance its capabilities tremendously. In a realm predominantly inhabited by grass and bug-type Pokémon, Charmeleon would be able to traverse with newfound prowess, effortlessly vanquishing adversaries and amassing valuable experience points. Without delay, Chen demonstrated remarkable decisiveness. Lacking a TM or a technical disc, the sole method to teach Charmeleon Flamethrower was to find a mentor proficient in the technique. By fortunate coincidence, his Dragonite possessed the very skill needed, making it the perfect instructor for Charmeleon. In fact, when Chen had previously placed Dragonite and Charmander in the system space, Dragonite had already imparted some knowledge of Flamethrower to Charmander. However, at that time, Charmander's level was far too low to master such a formidable fire-type move. Now, with its level increased and evolution imminent, mastering Flamethrower should pose no significant challenge for Charmeleon, given its exceptional aptitude. Consequently, Chen withdrew Charmeleon and Squirtle, directly entering the system space. The secret realm was teeming with individuals, including numerous League staff members, making it too conspicuous to teach Charmeleon new skills amidst the crowd, as it could easily compromise their privacy. Although Chen vanished from sight, he merely transitioned into the system space, remaining anchored to his original location, ready to re-emerge seamlessly. Within the confines of the system space, Chen released all 3 of his Pokémon, instructing Dragonite to teach Charmeleon the Flamethrower skill. Dragonite gazed at Charmeleon with astonishment, surprised by its rapid evolution in such a brief period. Chen's trust in him to undertake this crucial task was noted, especially since Dragonite and Charmeleon shared a cordial relationship. Without hesitation, Dragonite readily accepted the responsibility. Subsequently, Dragonite led Charmeleon aside, demonstrating Flamethrower multiple times before allowing Charmeleon to attempt the move, pointing out its shortcomings and errors. Dragonite gestured towards its abdomen and throat, indicating the need to gather energy before expelling it through its mouth. Witnessing Dragonite's earnest guidance and Charmeleon's diligent practice, Chen felt a profound sense of satisfaction. Fortunately, with Dragonite's assistance, teaching Charmeleon Flamethrower in this secret realm was no small feat. Had Charmeleon been left to learn independently, it would have taken an extended period, as it typically only masters such skills upon nearing its evolution into Charizard. Under Dragonite's meticulous instruction, coupled with Charmeleon's extraordinary talent, the skill was learned in less than 10 minutes, culminating in the successful release of a brilliant red fire dragon, radiating intense heat. With a triumphant roar, Charmeleon dashed towards Chen, letting out a deep growl before unleashing a robust pillar of flame. Charmeleon was eager to demonstrate its newly acquired Flamethrower, seeking validation for its efforts. "Well done, Charmeleon. You are truly remarkable for mastering Flamethrower so swiftly," Chen praised, affectionately stroking Charmeleon's head while also acknowledging Dragonite's invaluable contribution. Without its dedicated tutelage, even Charmeleon's innate talent would not have sufficed for it to learn Flamethrower immediately after evolution. At that moment, Squirtle waved its tiny hands and released a gentle stream of water, then pointed towards Dragonite. Chen chuckled, recognizing Squirtle's intent. Now that Charmeleon had evolved and acquired a powerful skill, Squirtle yearned to learn something new as well. Dragonite was capable of teaching Hydro Pump, yet Squirtle had yet to evolve, and, with its current low level, mastering Hydro Pump seemed a far-fetched aspiration. Nevertheless, Chen, unable to resist Squirtle's eagerness, reluctantly permitted Dragonite to attempt teaching Hydro Pump. However, Squirtle's endeavor to learn Hydro Pump was far less successful than Charmeleon's mastery of Flamethrower. Nearly an hour passed, yet Squirtle could still only manage to produce a stream of water rather than the formidable water column it sought. Dragonite, with a look of resigned sympathy, glanced at Chen, subtly shaking its head to indicate that progress was still lacking. Observing Squirtle's crestfallen demeanor, Chen couldn't help but smile wryly. Squirtle was simply too impatient. This impatience was understandable, as witnessing Charmeleon acquire a new skill would naturally stir its desire to learn. "Squirtle, do not be disheartened. Remember that Charmeleon only learned Flamethrower after its evolution. You have yet to evolve. Once you do, I am certain you will master many new skills." With Chen's comforting words, Squirtle gradually regained its composure, reigniting its fighting spirit, its eyes sparkling with determination. It was eager to battle and evolve, longing to grow stronger. After successfully cheering up Squirtle, Chen promptly recalled the exuberant Charmeleon and the weary Dragonite, exiting the system space and returning to the evergreen forest with Squirtle. Chapter 36, Defeating Heracross. At this moment, the sunlight was exceptionally bright, filtering through the dense foliage to cast beams of light of varying thickness on the ground. Chen, cradling a high-grade incubator, rubbed his stomach, feeling somewhat hungry. Upon checking his phone, he realized it was already midday. He had not anticipated that teaching Charmeleon Flamethrower and spending over an hour instructing Squirtle and Hydro Pump would take almost 3 hours. Time had slipped away unnoticed, and the morning's accomplishments were rather underwhelming. He resolved to exert more effort in the afternoon. Feeling disinclined to continue walking, Chen spread a mat on the ground and placed the high-grade incubator atop it. He then retrieved a high-grade water-type energy cube from his spatial backpack and offered it to Squirtle. Next, Chen re-entered the system space, releasing Dragonite and Charmeleon once more. He extracted 3 high-grade Dragon-type energy cubes and 2 high-grade Fire-type energy cubes from his spatial backpack and presented them to the 2 Pokémon. Once they had finished their meal, he used a luxury ball to recall Dragonite and Charmeleon, leaving the system space. With the Pokémon satiated, Chen took out some snacks, paired with his bottled water, and began indulging while observing the Pokémon egg within the incubator. A broad smile spread across his face. In no more than 20 hours, his quasi-legendary Pokémon would soon be hatched. After a meal and a short rest of half an hour, Chen, still holding the high-grade incubator, continued deeper into the forest with Squirtle. They were now very close to the heart of the secret realm, where the quantity and strength of wild Pokémon were steadily increasing. Shortly, Chen spotted a Heracross perched on a large tree, a Pokémon highly favored by students. Heracross resembled a colossal rhinoceros beetle, its entire body enveloped in a deep blue exoskeleton, adorned with a robust horn upon its forehead. Furthermore, Heracross was one of the Pokémon capable of Mega Evolution, which undoubtedly explained its popularity among trainers. Before them, a Heracross was blissfully sipping tree sap atop a tree, utterly oblivious to the intrusion of Chen and Squirtle, who observed it with keen interest. Chen employed his scanning eye to gather data on the Heracross, revealing that it possessed only high potential, standing at level 18, with a mere handful of skills to its name. After this assessment, it was clear that this was merely an ordinary Heracross. Squirtle, seizing the moment, unleashed an ice beam upon the Heracross perched on the tree. Following the scan, Chen commanded Squirtle, knowing that this Heracross could yield considerable experience points for his companion. With precise aim, Squirtle released a beam of icy blue light from its mouth. The Heracross, engrossed in its delightful sap feast, was caught off guard and struck directly by the ice beam, tumbling down from its perch. However, the ice-type move had only a moderate effect on a bug and fighting-type Pokémon like Heracross. Moreover, Squirtle was 4 levels below its foe, resulting in minimal damage, which only served to incite the Heracross's fury. With a furious cry, the Heracross took to the air, flapping its wings and charging towards the assailant. While its prominent horn glowed with a radiant white light, Chen remained unfazed, issuing another command for Squirtle to use Water Gun. Squirtle complied, directing a stream of water at the oncoming Heracross. Yet, the Heracross dismissed Squirtle entirely, charging forward with its horn braced against the water flow. Quite intriguing, Squirtle. Employ Rapid Spin, Chen mused. The Heracross exhibited commendable battle instincts, albeit hampered by its lack of aptitude and strength. In an instant, Squirtle retracted its limbs and head into its shell, spinning rapidly. The Heracross's horn collided with the shell, causing the shell to recoil, while the Heracross itself felt a jolt of pain from the impact. Now, Squirtle, unleash Ice Beam once more. As the Heracross winced in pain, Chen seized the opportunity and commanded an attack. Squirtle quickly lowered its shell to the ground, extending its head and limbs to aim at the Heracross, releasing another icy beam. The Heracross, alerted by the commotion, attempted to evade but was too late, getting struck by the ice beam. Fortuitously, this time the freezing effect took hold, encasing the Heracross's wings in ice, rendering it unable to fly and severely restricting its movement. Squirtle, deliver the final blow with Ice Punch. A smile crept across Chen's face as everything unfolded according to his strategy. With an aura of cold emanating from its fist, Squirtle approached the injured Heracross with determined steps. Despite its injuries, the Heracross stood its ground, recklessly charging at Squirtle. However, its wounds slowed its speed, and the exertion exacerbated its injuries, causing it to falter. In that brief moment, Squirtle was upon the Heracross, delivering a chilling punch that sent the Heracross crashing to the ground, its eyes swirling in defeat as it succumbed to unconsciousness. Well done, Squirtle. Keep up the excellent work, Chen praised, stroking Squirtle's smooth head. Unbeknownst to them, they had wandered into the territory of Heracross, encountering several more along the way. Some of these Heracross exceeded level 20, prompting Chen to summon his Charmeleon for assistance. After Squirtle defeated for Heracross, it leveled up once more and learned a new skill, water pulse. As they meandered through the forest, vanquishing additional caterpies and metapods, night fell. Chen found a clean water source to set up camp, erecting a tent, lighting a campfire, and distributing energy cubes to his 3 Pokemon. In the secluded depths of the secret realm, where no souls were in sight, Chen boldly released all 3 Pokemon from their confines. As they happily indulged in their meal, the Pokemon egg within the tent emitted a brilliant glow. Chen quickly noticed the anomaly, and the 3 Pokemon halted their feasting. Gravitating towards the tent, rushing inside, Chen promptly retrieved the egg from the advanced incubator. He had not anticipated such swift hatching. He thought it would not respond until the following morning, leaving him pleasantly surprised and giddy like a child. Chapter 37. The Birth of Iron Dumbbell. As the egg was removed, the radiance intensified. Suddenly, the egg began to tremble, as if something within was striving to break free. Moments later, the oval-shaped Pokemon egg cracked open with a resounding snap, splitting into 2 halves. A blinding white light burst forth from the fissure, compelling Chen to shield his eyes from the overwhelming brightness. Approximately half a minute later, the brilliant luminescence began to retract, revealing a Pokemon with a long body, a massive claw on its rear, and a nearly round head of azure hue. As the white light dissipated, Chen found himself locking eyes with the enormous red eye of Iron Dumbbell. Beta. In the next moment, the newly hatched Iron Dumbbell chirped joyfully at Chen and then promptly charged into his embrace. Iron Dumbbell, I know you are excited, but you are quite heavy. Even as a newborn, Iron Dumbbell weighed over 100 kilograms. While the physical prowess of everyone in this world had been enhanced to an epic level, making them less prone to injury, Chen found himself struggling to lift the overweight Pokemon. Fortunately, Iron Dumbbell did not insist on remaining in Chen's arms, but instead floated curiously in the air, taking in its surroundings. Let us all make introductions. This is Charmeleon. This is Squirtle, and that hefty fellow is Dragonite. As for this one, you can all see, it is our freshly hatched companion, Iron Dumbbell. Chen introduced the new arrival to his assembled Pokemon, who were equally curious and had neglected their energy cubes to witness the hatching process. Squirtle, Squirtle. Squirtle was the first to react, eagerly greeting Iron Dumbbell, thrilled to have another playmate. Dragonite. Dragonite let out a low growl, warmly welcoming the newcomer as the elder brother within the group. Lastly, the aloof and combative Charmeleon let out an excited roar while extending a claw to gently pat Iron Dumbbell's head. This sudden gesture startled the freshly hatched Pokemon, causing it to flinch, fearing that Charmeleon might be attacking. The Iron Dumbbell, undeterred, was reassured by Chen's explanations. This fiery dinosaur was merely a bit oblivious and bore no hostility, merely extending a greeting. Beta. Under Chen's calming presence, the Iron Dumbbell gradually settled down, responding enthusiastically to its companions. By the way, Iron Dumbbell, would you like to become my partner? Chen recalled something and, with palpable excitement, retrieved the last empty luxury ball from his belt, holding it aloft. Beta. The Iron Dumbbell had been nurtured by Chen day and night, having hatched while gazing upon him as its first sight. Consequently, it shared a profound bond with Chen, treating him as kin and forming a strong dependency on him. Without a trace of hesitation, it nodded fervently, exclaiming in excitement, as if to say, "Yes, I am willing." Witnessing the Iron Dumbbell's enthusiastic response, Chen felt assured. He no longer hesitated and gently tapped the Iron Dumbbell's head with the luxury ball. In the next instant, a flash of red light enveloped it, drawing the Iron Dumbbell inside. After a few moments of the luxury ball shaking, it landed with a soft thud, motionless and silent. I have captured the quasi-divine Iron Dumbbell. Chen picked up the luxury ball from the ground, his face alight with joy. Jenny. Squirtle, oblivious to the reason, was the most exuberant among them, bouncing about as if more thrilled than Chen himself. Subsequently, Chen released the Iron Dumbbell and scanned its data with his Pokédex. Pokemon, Iron Dumbbell, gender, genderless, level, 5, intermediate novice, type, steel, psychic, ability, pure body, moves, tackle, inherited moves, Psyshock, Iron Head, Iron Defense. Heavy Slam, potential, champion level, held item, none. From the detailed data, it was evident that this was a Pokemon of exceptional potential, a quasi-divine infant. Unfortunately, most Iron Dumbbells only knew tackle prior to evolution, which could be considered rather unfortunate. Fortunately, this particular Iron Dumbbell boasted remarkable genetics, having inherited several moves right from birth, thus avoiding the embarrassment of knowing only a single skill. Though it lacked a mouth, this did not impede its ability to feed normally. Moreover, the Iron Dumbbell thrived not only on energy cubes, but also required various rare ores, making it a hefty eater. One truly needed considerable wealth to nurture such a quasi-divine Pokemon. As for ores, while Chen currently possessed none, his grandfather had connections and resources, so he need not worry about acquiring them. Once the excitement subsided and tranquility returned, the fiery dinosaur and its companions resumed their consumption of the remaining energy cubes. Meanwhile, Chen curiously observed the iron dumbbell, fostering a bond with it. As he temporarily lacked steel and psychic energy cubes, he had to use high-grade fire-type energy cubes as a substitute, prioritizing the nourishment of the iron dumbbell. After exiting the secret realm, he would procure high-grade energy cubes of its respective types. However, at that moment, several uninvited guests, lured by the aroma of food, intruded upon Chen's camp. A group of Ariados appeared. Charizard, with its acute senses, was the first to detect the anomaly, rushing out to block the Ariados about 10 meters from the tent. Entering into a standoff, Chen also noticed the disturbance and rushed forward with his 3 Pokemon. Upon discerning the nature of the intruders, a chill ran down his spine. For the unexpected visitors were none other than 5 Ariados. Ariados, resembling spiders with 8 long legs and adorned in vibrant hues, radiated a toxic aura. Most alarmingly, Ariados were carnivorous creatures, preying on other beings, including Pokemon and humans, devouring their flesh and blood. Yet, numerous frenzied merchants found delight in raising Ariados, as their silk could be woven into fabric, much adored by the populace. Ari, the lead Ariados, emitted a terrifying cry, as if issuing a command to attack, and the 5 simultaneously charged toward the uneaten energy cubes. Enraged at the prospect of losing their food, the fiery dinosaur surged forward without a moment's thought, single-handedly confronting the 5 Ariados. Chapter 38. The terror of Ariados. Chen's fear of Ariados stemmed from a childhood incident when he had sneaked into the wild, only to be bitten by one, succumbing to its poison, which tormented him for over half a month. Thus, Ariados had left an indelible shadow upon his youth. However, times had changed. Now, he was a trainer, accompanied by 4 Pokemon. How could he possibly fear merely 5 Ariados? Charizard, unleash Flamethrower on the foremost Ariados. Squirtle, assist Charizard with Water Pulse. Once he regained his composure, Chen promptly issued commands to his Pokemon. As for Charizard, with its elevated level, Chen decided not to let it join the fray, but rather maintain a commanding presence to intimidate the Ariados, ensuring they remained on guard. The Iron Dumbbell, being newly hatched at level 5, was far too weak to engage, unfit to contend with the Ariados. It would be wiser to find suitable opponents for the Iron Dumbbell to practice against, such as Caterpie or Weedle, or even lower-level Butterfree and Beedrill. Upon receiving their orders, Charizard and Squirtle ceased their standoff and launched their offensive. Charizard aimed at the foremost Ariados and expelled a torrent of searing flames. However, the Ariados, ever vigilant, swiftly leaped aside the moment the flames erupted, evading Charizard's flamethrower and retaliating with a barrage of purple, sharp needles aimed directly at Charizard. Charizard, use Spark to incinerate those toxic needles. Chen observed the unfolding battle, once again directing Charizard. Meanwhile, Squirtle unleashed a large water sphere at one of the Ariados, which stood dumbfounded, struck by the water ball, sustaining some damage. However, the harm was minimal, merely inciting the ire of the remaining Ariados. Ari. The 4 remaining Ariados scuttled rapidly toward Squirtle, relying on their 8 legs. As Squirtle was significantly outmatched in level, particularly against 4 Ariados, it opted for a tactical retreat, turning to flee, prompting the Ariados to pursue eagerly. Charizard intervened, blocking 3 of the Ariados, ensuring they remained at bay. Witnessing Squirtle in distress, pursued by 4 Ariados, Chen had no choice but to call for Charizard's assistance. Charizard nodded and soared into the air, descending to intercept the 4 Ariados. Faced with the imposing figure of Charizard, emanating a powerful aura, the Ariados trembled in fear, their eyes betraying their terror. The violent Dragonite wasted no time. With a swift kick of its foreleg, it sent one of the Ariados flying towards Squirtle, while the remaining 3 were kept under its vigilant watch. Once Charmeleon and Squirtle triumphed over their adversaries, Dragonite would release the remaining trio to face them in battle. Charmeleon unleashed a torrent of flames, incinerating the silk spun by the Ariados, then charged forward to deliver a fiery punch. Meanwhile, the clash between Charmeleon and Ariados escalated to a fever pitch. Utilizing its silk, Ariados ensnared the area with countless webs, severely restricting Charmeleon's mobility. With its agility and the ability to scale trees effortlessly, Ariados proved to be a formidable opponent, leaving Charmeleon momentarily at a loss. Gathering its strength, Charmeleon unleashed a roaring inferno that obliterated all the webs and silk, causing Ariados to plummet from the tree, dazed and disoriented. Seizing this opportunity, Charmeleon lunged forward, delivering a flaming punch squarely to Ariados' head. Remarkably, despite the impact, Ariados remained resilient, its fierce determination driving it to retaliate with sharp bites. Enraged by the creature's audacity, Charmeleon pinned Ariados' head down, relentlessly raining blows upon its cranium and abdomen until Ariados finally succumbed to unconsciousness. Only then did Charmeleon cease its assault, panting heavily. As Charmeleon recovered, another Ariados descended from above, landing beside it. However, this Ariados, having been cowed by Dragonite's intimidation, was overwhelmed by fear, its desire to flee overshadowing any lingering ambition to fight. Observing its intent to escape, Charmeleon swiftly unleashed another torrent of flames, cutting off the Ariados' path. Before the creature could react, Charmeleon dashed behind it, delivering a powerful fiery punch that sent the fleeing Ariados crashing into a nearby tree, causing branches and leaves to rain down. Shortly thereafter, yet another Ariados fell at Charmeleon's feet, growing more emboldened with each encounter. Charmeleon unleashed a close-range blaze that engulfed the creature. When the flames subsided, Ariados was left severely scorched, the acrid scent of charred flesh permeating the air. Simultaneously, Squirtle's freezing beam struck the cornered Ariados, triggering an ice effect that encased half of its body in frost. Seizing the moment, Squirtle charged forward, landing a chilling punch to Ariados' abdomen, decisively incapacitating it. However, Squirtle was now nearly exhausted, its energy reserves nearly depleted. Ultimately, the last remaining Ariados was dispatched to Charmeleon by Dragonite. As a water type, Squirtle found itself at a disadvantage against the bug and poison type Ariados, compounded by a level gap, rendering its battles particularly arduous. In contrast, Charmeleon had the upper hand, boasting both type advantage and the newly acquired flamethrower move, allowing it to dispatch the 4 Ariados with relative ease. Consequently, Charmeleon gained a substantial amount of experience, astonishingly leveling up once more after recently evolving. After vanquishing the 5 Ariados, Chen, desiring to avoid any further encounters with the creatures, commanded Dragonite to carry the defeated Ariados far away, ensuring they would not return to harass him. Dragonite and the others then resumed their meal of energy cubes, enjoying a hearty dinner. From the initial confrontation to the emergence of Iron Dumbbell, culminating in the defeat of the invading Ariados, nearly an hour had elapsed, a remarkable feat indeed. Chapter 39, Training Iron Dumbbell. Following their meal, Chen took Squirtle and Iron Dumbbell into the tent. As usual, Dragonite remained outside, guarding the camp and ensuring Chen's safety. Charmeleon, having grown too large post-evolution, was deemed unsuitable for the confines of the tent, as its size could potentially cause a fire hazard with its tail's flames. Thus, Chen opted to store Charmeleon in a luxury ball, allowing it to rest comfortably within. The commotion caused by the Ariados had temporarily robbed Chen of sleep, prompting him to contemplate how best to nurture Iron Dumbbell, aiming to cultivate its combat prowess swiftly. After all, most pseudo-legends are known for their late bloom, often lacking early strength but gradually becoming formidable as they mature. Fortunately, Iron Dumbbell exhibited outstanding potential in genetics, endowing it with several inherited skills, a distinct advantage over those that possess only a singular tackle move. Listening to the chorus of nearby bug-type Pokémon, Chen felt a profound sense of tranquility as he lay in his sleeping bag. Time slipped by unnoticed until the familiar alarm sounded, prompting Chen to awaken with a spark of excitement. He promptly silenced the alarm and mentally summoned the system to access the flash sale interface. Every day at the stroke of midnight, the flash sale items refresh, a moment Chen eagerly awaited. As the ethereal flash sale interface materialized before him, Chen began perusing the 3 items available that day. However, as he scrolled, a frown creased his brow. Today's offerings were rather lackluster. 2 were defrosting potions and burn ointments, with only 1 item, a gravity training device, holding any promise. Gravity training device. Description: crafted from rare gravity stones, the bearer can freely adjust the gravitational force for training. Note: usable by both humans and Pokemon. Any safety issues during use are not the responsibility of the provider. Flash sale price: 99 yuan. Without hesitation, Chen secured the gravity training device. It was perfectly suited for enhancing the stamina and strength of Pokemon, especially Iron Dumbbell. Following the successful purchase, a notification confirmed the deduction from his account, and a small black block, no larger than half a palm, materialized in his hand. This unassuming object was the gravity training device, albeit it appeared rather ordinary upon inspection. Chen scrutinized the black block closely, unable to discern any remarkable features. However, he reassured himself that it need not reveal its secrets immediately. He would simply equip Iron Dumbbell with it the next day to assess its efficacy. Subsequently, he stored the gravity training device in his spatial backpack, then nestled into his sleeping bag. Glancing at his two Pokemon on either side, he smiled contentedly before drifting into a dreamless sleep. Another sun-drenched day dawned, marking the third day of high school students' expedition into the Evergreen Forest secret realm. Chen, having acclimated to life within the realm, greeted his two early-rising companions. "Good morning, Iron Dumbbell." "Good morning, Squirtle," he said with a grin, packing up as he unzipped the tent and stepped outside. "Good morning, Dragonite. Thank you for your hard work." As Chen stepped outside, he immediately spotted the formidable Dragonite stationed outside the tent. Approaching with warmth, he affectionately patted the creature's sturdy frame. For reasons unknown, Chen felt an immense sense of security in the presence of such a robust being. After completing his morning ablutions, he began preparing breakfast for his Pokemon, naturally opting for a combination of energy cubes and berries. However, he found himself lacking suitable berries for Squirtle, compelling the Iron Dumbbell to temporarily share the same energy cubes as Charmeleon. "Iron Dumbbell, once we exit this secret realm, I shall procure advanced psychic and steel-type energy cubes for you. For now, you must endure for a couple of days," he reassured. Under Chen's comforting words, the Iron Dumbbell beamed with joy, floating gracefully in the air, darting up and down. After their meal, with the assistance of Charmeleon and Squirtle, Chen dismantled the tent and organized their belongings, preparing to set forth once more. "Iron Dumbbell, come here and don this gravity training apparatus. It will greatly aid your development," he instructed, retrieving the device from his spatial backpack and adjusting it to the lowest setting before placing it upon the Iron Dumbbell. Suddenly, the Iron Dumbbell's body plummeted rapidly, nearly colliding with the ground. The abrupt onset of additional weight rendered it momentarily disoriented, teetering on the brink of a crash. Yet, the Iron Dumbbell did not utter a complaint. Instead, it summoned all its strength to counter the force of gravity, ultimately prevailing and floating with even greater vigor than before. Observing the Iron Dumbbell's renewed buoyancy, Chen's anxieties were finally alleviated. He was mindful that the Iron Dumbbell had only been born 2 days prior, still in its juvenile phase and at level 5. Thus, he had opted for the minimal gravitational setting. Had he increased it, the Iron Dumbbell might have found itself incapacitated on the ground, unable to rise. Witnessing the Iron Dumbbell struggle against the considerable weight while striving to enhance its speed, strength, and stamina filled Chen with pride. In just 2 days since its birth, the Iron Dumbbell displayed such resolve and resilience. Surely, a great future awaited it, embodying the spirit of a champion. Subsequently, Chen, accompanied by Squirtle and the Iron Dumbbell, proceeded at a leisurely pace. As the Iron Dumbbell's movements were notably sluggish under the weight, Chen slowed his steps, trailing behind the Iron Dumbbell to offer companionship. Squirtle waved its tiny hands, cheering the Iron Dumbbell on in its own endearing manner. For the entirety of the morning, they advanced less than a kilometer, yielding no accomplishments. However, rather than feeling disheartened, Chen was filled with excitement. Remarkably, within a mere morning, the Iron Dumbbell had begun to acclimate to the minimal gravitational force, regaining its normal speed. This was a testament to the Iron Dumbbell's extraordinary potential. In the afternoon, Chen led Squirtle and the Iron Dumbbell through the verdant expanse of Evergreen Forest, searching for the elusive Caterpie and Weedle. While the forest held little else, it was teeming with Caterpie and Weedle, a veritable abundance of these creatures. The forest could easily be deemed a nightmare for many female trainers, as one could never predict when a bug Pokemon might emerge. Even Chen, a man of considerable stature, felt a twinge of trepidation at the thought of encountering a Spinarak or Ariados. A moment's distraction could lead to a Caterpie landing squarely on one's face, invoking startled shrieks and a rush of adrenaline. However, I digress. As Chen continued his journey through the forest, a Caterpie unexpectedly descended from above, landing right before him. Chen locked eyes with the Caterpie for a few seconds, only to feel an involuntary shiver run down his spine, prompting a hasty retreat. He had been diligently searching for Caterpie and Weedle, yet this one had startled him with its sudden appearance. The Caterpie, unfazed, resumed its ascent up the tree, oblivious to the chaos it had caused. Chen, unwilling to let the creature escape unscathed, resolved to seize the opportunity for experience points. "Iron Dumbbell, the Caterpie is attempting to flee. Use tackle," he commanded, gesturing to the eager iron dumbbell, which was about to embark on its first battle. Upon receiving the command, the iron dumbbell transformed into a streak of azure light, launching itself forward like a cannonball, locking onto the caterpie's position and colliding with it. With a resounding crash, the caterpie was taken by surprise, collapsing to the ground, while the entire tree trembled from the impact. The iron dumbbell, unable to halt its momentum, crashed into the tree but emerged unscathed, joyfully returning to Li Chun. However, the tree, having sustained a mighty blow, shed its leaves and branches, sending several more caterpies tumbling down. Li Chun, noticing the chaos, was taken aback and swiftly dodged to avoid being struck by the falling caterpies, knowing that a direct hit would be far from pleasant. Once the commotion subsided, and no more caterpies or leaves fell, he exhaled in relief, wiping the sweat from his brow. The ground was a chaotic scene, littered with leaves, branches, and a few dazed caterpies. Looking up at the lush tree, Li Chun understood why he had struggled to locate the caterpie. They were hiding among the foliage. Fortune favored the iron dumbbell, as it had not only defeated one caterpie, but inadvertently caused the descent of 5 more. Well done, iron dumbbell, Li Chun praised, eliciting a joyous reaction from the creature. Now, use tackle on the caterpie. Seeing that the caterpies seemed to be regaining their composure and were attempting to scuttle back up the tree, Li Chun immediately commanded the iron dumbbell to prevent them from escaping. You must not let them slip away. Beta. The iron dumbbell roared with enthusiasm, its round head glimmering with determination as it charged toward the grounded caterpies with relentless vigor. These feeble caterpies, too preoccupied with their escape to mount a defense, were swiftly defeated by the iron dumbbell, which demonstrated its prowess with ease. After vanquishing the last caterpie, the iron dumbbell finally leveled up. However, due to the low level and strength of the caterpies, the experience gained was minimal, almost negligible. Thus, the iron dumbbell would need to defeat at least 10 more caterpies to level up again. Keep pushing forward. We shall continue to strive for greatness. Li Chun set his sights on the towering tree that had shed several caterpies, preparing to reap further rewards. Once at a safe distance from the tree, he smiled and urged the iron dumbbell to strike the tree again. He was determined to uncover more hidden treasures among its branches. Beta. The iron dumbbell roared once more, channeling all its strength into a powerful collision with the tree. However, the ferocity of the impact nearly left it dazed. Under the forceful impact of the iron dumbbell, the great tree trembled even more violently this time, causing leaves, branches, the stout trunk, plump green caterpillars, and armored pupae to cascade down in unison. In the next moment, a large wasp, disturbed from its serene slumber, burst forth from the treetop, its 3 venomous stingers glistening ominously in the sunlight. Li Chun gazed at the suddenly emerging wasp, finding it rather astonishing that the wasp, belonging to an entirely different species from the green caterpillars, could coexist on the same tree. However, there was no time for contemplation, as the wasp, brandishing its dual stingers, charged furiously at the iron dumbbell. The iron dumbbell utilized iron defense, and then launched a powerful tackle against the wasp. Meanwhile, Squirtle unleashed a water gun at the wasp, slowing its advance and providing cover for the dumbbell. This solitary wasp arrived at just the right moment. Defeating it would grant the iron dumbbell far more experience points than vanquishing 10 green caterpillars. Thus, without a moment's hesitation, Li Chun commanded an attack on the wasp. Suddenly, a layer of silvery light enveloped the iron dumbbell, enhancing its defensive capabilities. Simultaneously, Squirtle opened its mouth, directing a stream of water towards the charging wasp, forcing it to halt and evade. At that moment, the iron dumbbell transformed into an azure streak of light, akin to a cannonball, hurtling towards the wasp. To Li Chun's surprise, the wasp exhibited remarkable tenacity, showing no intention of evading as it raised its stingers and charged at the iron dumbbell. The wasp thrust its long, white stingers towards the iron dumbbell, yet the dumbbell's defense was exceptionally robust. The sharp stingers failed to pierce its outer layer. With no time to escape, the wasp was struck by the iron dumbbell and sent crashing against the tree. However, being of a higher level than the dumbbell, it did not succumb immediately, wobbling as it attempted to take flight once more. Observing this, the iron dumbbell charged again, once more pinning the wasp against the tree. After enduring a series of powerful collisions, the wasp finally succumbed, and the iron dumbbell gained a significant amount of experience points, astonishingly leveling up once more. Thank you for the experience points, mighty wasp. Li Chun chuckled, realizing that defeating the wasp yielded far greater rewards than vanquishing the green caterpillars. Oh no! The green caterpillars and armored pupae are escaping, he exclaimed. Iron dumbbell, continue to use tackle on the green caterpillars and armored pupae. Squirtle, employ water gun. Having focused solely on the wasp, he had nearly overlooked the fleeing green caterpillars and armored pupae. The iron dumbbell's head shimmered ominously again as it charged towards the crawling caterpillars and pupae. One by one, the green caterpillars and armored pupae were sent flying, rendered incapable of battle. Simultaneously, Squirtle unleashed a series of precise water jets, striking the green caterpillars and armored pupae with accuracy. In less than 3 minutes, nearly 20 green caterpillars and armored pupae were defeated by the combined efforts of the two Pokemon. Chapter 41, Squirtle Evolves. Iron Dumbbell, Squirtle, splendid work. Your coordination was impeccable. Li Chun praised, showering encouragement upon the duo as he beheld their flawless performance. Squirtle, Iron Dumbbell. The two Pokemon, elated by Li Chun's commendation, beamed with excitement. After defeating so many green caterpillars and armored pupae, Squirtle's experience points were nearing their cap, reaching the threshold for evolution. Following the evolution of Charmander, Squirtle was finally poised to undergo its own transformation. Squirtle, Iron Dumbbell, let us proceed and explore the surroundings further to see if we can discover other wild Pokemon. Li Chun declared. The tree, having endured the Iron Dumbbell's relentless charges, appeared nearly barren, and the situation atop it indicated no hidden Pokemon remained. Before long, Li Chun noticed something peculiar in the vicinity. The trees had been severed by some unknown creature, with clean cuts suggesting the work of lumberjacks in this secret realm. Gazing at the stout trunks, now halved, Li Chun formed a preliminary hypothesis. Apart from insect-type Pokemon, it was unlikely that any other species would train in such a distinctive manner. Suddenly, a loud crash echoed nearby, as though a Pokemon were engaged in battle. Li Chun, accompanied by Squirtle and the Iron Dumbbell, stealthily approached the source of the sound. Concealed behind a large tree, they beheld a clearing where a congregation of 20 to 30 Scyther had gathered. The earlier cacophony had resulted from 2 Scyther locked in combat. The sheer number of Scyther suggested they formed a sizable group within this first-level secret realm. Consequently, Li Chun refrained from acting impulsively, choosing instead to observe from the shadows. Oblivious to the presence of an observer, the two battling Scyther remained engrossed in their fierce duel. Strangely, the other Scyther kept their distance, merely spectators of the confrontation rather than participants. Li Chun utilized his insight eye to scan the data of all the Scyther, noting that the two engaged in battle were the highest in level. The reason for their conflict became clear to him. One of the Scyther was the leader of the group, while the other had issued a challenge. The victor would assume leadership, while the defeated would be exiled from the group. Thus, this battle was a gamble for their dignity and future. No wonder the two Scyther fought with such fervor, as if harboring deep-seated enmity, each intent on vanquishing the other. The fierce battle raged for nearly 3 minutes until one Scyther, bearing scars upon its visage, struck the other with its wings. The fallen Scyther struggled to rise, yet could not muster the strength. With that, the contest for leadership drew to a close, and the remaining Scyther surrounded the new leader, offering their congratulations. As for the vanquished Scyther, despite once being the group's leader and dedicating much effort to the community, not a single Scyther approached to check on its condition, nor offered assistance. The transience of loyalty was starkly evident in the fate of the former leader. After a considerable period, the defeated Scyther managed to stand, battered and bruised, and began to stagger deeper into the forest. No longer the leader. It was now merely a failure, unworthy of remaining among its kin, fated to fend for itself, embodying the brutal rules of the Scyther community. Unbeknownst to the departing Scyther, Li Chun stealthily followed, accompanied by Squirtle and the Iron Dumbbell. As the habitat of the Scyther lay within this region, they were unlikely to flee far. The exiled Scyther, however, would indeed attempt to escape. Thus, seizing the opportunity while the Scyther was injured, Li Chun planned for Squirtle to defeat it, gaining experience points to evolve into Wartortle. Before returning to confront the remaining Scyther, once they had distanced themselves from the Scyther's lair, Li Chun intentionally revealed their presence, intercepting the wounded Scyther. The creature, startled by the sudden appearance of an unfamiliar human and 2 strange Pokemon, was taken aback. Simultaneously filled with vigilance and wariness, 2 white scythes were held aloft. Although it appeared somewhat strenuous, the mantis emitted a hoarse cry, seemingly warning Li Chun and his companions to depart swiftly, or else it would initiate an assault. Observing this mantis, externally formidable yet internally frail, battered and exhausted, struggling to maintain its footing, Li Chun felt a pang of sympathy for its plight. However, he was resolute in claiming its experience points. He could tend to its injuries once he had triumphed over it. Squirtle, unleash Ice Beam upon the mantis. Li Chun commanded without hesitation. Upon receiving the directive, Squirtle sprang into action, opening its mouth to unleash a chilling, azure beam towards the mantis. As the mantis attempted to dodge, its footing faltered, relying on its size for support to avoid collapsing. It could only watch helplessly as the icy beam hurtled towards it, devoid of the strength to resist or evade. In the next moment, the beam struck true, and the mantis let out a wretched cry. One of its white scythes encased in ice. This became the final blow that led to its defeat, and the mantis ultimately succumbed to the ground, rendered incapable of further combat. Following the mantis's defeat, Squirtle was enveloped in a radiant white light. As Li Chun had surmised, Squirtle had reached the threshold of evolution. Having successfully acquired the requisite experience points, it leveled up and evolved. Amidst the blinding luminescence, Li Chun could vaguely discern Squirtle's form transforming. Iron Dumbbell. The most curious of the bunch, fixated its enormous red eye on the Squirtle cloaked in white light. Once the brilliance dissipated, a brand new Pokemon emerged before Li Chun and Iron Dumbbell. It was the evolved form, Wartortle. Wartortle's body showcased a subtle, vibrant blue hue, its oval head adorned with a pair of fluffy, wing-like ears. Its eyes were a rich brown, and two tiny fangs protruded from its mouth, complemented by small, deep blue oval markings on its cheeks. Wartortle, congratulations. You have finally achieved your long-awaited evolution, Li Chun exclaimed, a gentle smile gracing his face as he admired the now larger Wartortle. Wartortle, it responded, beaming with joy and enthusiasm, feeling invigorated and brimming with energy. Eager to engage in battle immediately. Splendid, Li Chun remarked, taking a moment to thoroughly assess Wartortle. He noted that this evolved Wartortle was somewhat larger than the average, with an exceptionally hard shell and robust limbs, exuding an undeniable vitality. I owe your evolution to you, Mantis, he said, his excitement tempered with gratitude. After the thrill subsided, Li Chun approached the unconscious Mantis. He retrieved healing supplies from his spatial backpack, administering treatment to its wounds and bandaging the most severely injured areas. After tending to the Mantis's injuries, he eagerly returned to the previous location with his evolved Wartortle and Iron Dumbbell. The group of Mantises remained where they were, undispersed, as the newly appointed Mantis leader basked in the adulation and praise of its subordinates. Upon returning behind the large tree, Li Chun counted a total of 28 Mantises. As he surveyed the surroundings, he found no sign of League staff or fellow students, indicating that he was free to engage in battle once more. Thus, Li Chun released his Charmeleon and directed both Charmeleon and Wartortle to attack. He instructed Charmeleon to unleash Flamethrower on the newly appointed Mantis leader, while Wartortle was to target another higher-level Mantis with Ice Beam. The plan was to initiate a surprise attack, ideally eliminating both Mantises swiftly. This would defeat the two most formidable Mantises and throw the rest into disarray, facilitating their defeat and the acquisition of experience points. In the tranquil forest, the new Mantis leader reveled in its joy, envisioning a blissful future. The next moment, a brilliant fire dragon surged towards it, leaving no opportunity for escape as it was consumed in flames. Simultaneously, another robust Mantis was struck by an icy blue beam, sent tumbling away. The remaining Mantises, witnessing the assault on their leader and comrade, were instantly thrown into a state of panic, raising their white scythes in readiness for battle. The Mantis leader, engulfed in flames, was swiftly vanquished, losing its combat ability. Faced with the leader's demise and the absence of guidance, the other Mantises faltered, unsure of their next move. However, the Mantis struck by Ice Beam, though gravely wounded, remained capable of fighting. It fixed its gaze in one direction, letting out an enraged roar before flying towards the source of the ambush, intent on avenging its leader and itself. Yet, in the next instant, another icy blue beam shot forth from behind the trees. The Mantis was left dumbfounded as it was engulfed by the beam, plummeting from the sky, rendered incapable of further battle. With both the Mantis leader and another powerful Mantis incapacitated, the remaining Mantis swarm was left without direction, presenting an opportune moment for an offensive. Li Chun's excitement surged as he clenched his fists, urging Charmeleon and Wartortle to continue their assault, defeating the remaining Mantises one by one. Beta, Iron Dumbbell, not wishing to be a mere spectator while Charmeleon and Wartortle fought, called out and eagerly volunteered to join the fray. Seeing Iron Dumbbell's fervor for battle, Li Chun did not refuse. He directed Iron Dumbbell to target the weakest Mantis, encouraging it to execute a tackle. In an instant, a robust pillar of fire and an icy blue beam converged upon the Mantis on the ground. True to their warrior nature, the Mantises stood their ground, unwilling to retreat in the face of the combined assault of Flamethrower and Ice Beam, fiercely protecting their incapacitated leader and comrade. As the mantises were preoccupied with fending off the attacks from Charmeleon and Wartortle, Iron Dumbbell quietly circled around to the rear of the mantis formation. It then set its sights on the most frail mantis among them, the designated target Li Chun had assigned. Iron Dumbbell surged forth like a comet, colliding with the weak mantis with the force of a cannonball. This unexpected strike, executed by the stealthy Iron Dumbbell, caught the mantises completely off guard. The other mantises were unable to provide assistance in time, witnessing their comrade being violently slammed against a tree before Iron Dumbbell gracefully retreated. Confronted by the ferocious onslaught of their adversaries, they dared not recklessly pursue, left only to watch as the Iron Dumbbell leisurely returned. The Iron Dumbbell had performed admirably. Li Chun extended his hand, gently caressing the head of the Iron Dumbbell. Although it was a sneak attack, the Iron Dumbbell had undeniably triumphed over a foe several levels superior, a flying mantis. Particularly remarkable was the fact that this feat was accomplished in the presence of other flying mantises, making it a truly commendable achievement. At this juncture, the battle raged on, having reached a fevered pitch. Witnessing their comrades fall one after another, the remaining flying mantises, driven by rage, resolved to engage in a desperate charge against the fire dinosaur and the Squirtle, resorting to suicidal tactics. Alas, the flying mantises, when airborne, became mere targets. Either they were devoured by the fire dinosaur or struck down by icy blue beams, plummeting from the sky one after another. The Iron Dumbbell, undeterred, seized the opportunity to circle behind the flying mantises, targeting those that were injured or had exposed vulnerabilities, crashing into them like a cannonball. By relying on ambush tactics and opportunistic strikes, the Iron Dumbbell successfully defeated 4 or 5 flying mantises, ascending 3 levels in the process, proving to be the greatest beneficiary of the encounter. To the Iron Dumbbell, the stealthy ambusher, the flying mantises harbored a deep-seated enmity, yet they were powerless to retaliate. As the last standing flying mantis was engulfed in flames, emitting anguished cries before collapsing to the ground, Li Chun boldly approached with his 3 Pokémon. Before him lay nearly 30 fallen flying mantises, arranged neatly upon the ground. One could not deny that these flying mantises were indeed the most loyal warriors. Not a single one fled, battling until the very last moment, which was worthy of commendation. Having vanquished so many flying mantises, even when shared among the 3 Pokémon, they amassed a significant amount of experience points. The fire dinosaur, being the highest level, advanced by only 1 level, while the Squirtle gained 2 levels. Although the Iron Dumbbell had the least number of defeated foes due to its ambush style, its lower level meant that it required less experience to level up. Consequently, the Iron Dumbbell ascended 3 levels, reaching level 9. Chapter 43, The Elegant Dance of the Beedrill. After defeating all the flying mantises, Li Chun recalled the fire dinosaur and continued to explore the surroundings with the Squirtle and Iron Dumbbell. The resources here were remarkably plentiful. Having ventured only a short distance, Li Chun stumbled upon a group of Beaudoos basking in the sun. However, due to the exceptionally intense sunlight, the Beaudoos were extending their roots deep into the soil to absorb moisture, rendering them particularly vulnerable at this moment. Should they be attacked now, escape would be an impossibility. Li Chun leaned towards the Iron Dumbbell and whispered something, and the creature's enormous red eyes sparkled with eagerness. Soon, the Iron Dumbbell stealthily darted forward, inching closer to the Beaudoos. At this point, all that was left was to observe the Iron Dumbbell, as it approached silently, betraying no hint of movement. The Beaudoos remained blissfully unaware of the impending danger, leisurely soaking up the sun and drawing in moisture. When the Iron Dumbbell had crept perilously close, hiding behind a large tree, the nearest Beaudoo was less than a meter away. The Iron Dumbbell, brimming with excitement, shot forward like a streak of light, akin to a cannonball being launched, aimed directly at the Beaudoos. The startled Beaudoos shrieked in alarm, attempting to flee, but their roots were firmly entrenched in the soil, rendering them momentarily immobile. Thus, they appeared as if anchored in place, unable to escape. Consequently, 3 Beaudoos were effortlessly knocked aside by the Iron Dumbbell, collapsing to the ground in a daze. The remaining 3 Beaudoos, witnessing the fate of their companions, grew increasingly frantic and hastened to retaliate. Suddenly, 2 slender, curved green vines sprouted from either side of the Beaudoos, extending rapidly. Under the Beaudoos' control, accompanied by a whooshing sound, 6 green vines lashed out at the Iron Dumbbell with astonishing speed. Yet, the Iron Dumbbell exhibited no fear. A faint metallic sheen enveloped its azure body as it braced itself against the oncoming strikes of the vines, launching a fierce counterattack. The 6 green vines struck the Iron Dumbbell in succession, but the feeble strength of the Beaudoos and the limited damage caused by the vines felt akin to mere tickles. With the Beautoo's assault concluded, it was now the Iron Dumbbell's turn to initiate its offensive. Seizing the moment, the Iron Dumbbell charged like a flash towards the nearest Beautoo. Unsurprisingly, the immobilized Beautoo was sent flying, rendered incapable of further combat. The Iron Dumbbell pressed on, targeting the last two Beautoos. In an instant, it succeeded in defeating another. Yet the final Beautoo displayed remarkable tenacity. It adeptly swayed back and forth with its slender, pliable form, evading the Iron Dumbbell's onslaught with grace, showcasing a dance-like elegance that few could appreciate. This astonishing spectacle left Chen in awe, reminiscent of scenes from anime in his previous life. The Beautoo had evaded Pikachu's attacks through such unique dodging techniques, ultimately countering with a kick that felled a yellow rodent. However, for the Beautoo, trapped in place and limited in its movements, this was merely a futile struggle. The Iron Dumbbell could afford to miss numerous times, but as long as it successfully struck the Beautoo once, victory would be assured. Soon, the Beautoo, once brimming with confidence from its evasive maneuvers, could no longer muster a smile, its expression now laden with dismay. The Iron Dumbbell, seemingly tireless, continued its relentless assault, leaving the Beautoo to frantically dodge, utterly exhausted, with its stamina dwindling. Consequently, the Beautoo's movements grew increasingly sluggish and feeble, until it was finally sent sprawling to the ground by a powerful collision from the Iron Dumbbell. Perhaps, for the Beautoo, this was a form of liberation. Having endured too much fatigue and torment, it could finally rest and recuperate. The Iron Dumbbell had triumphantly defeated 6 Beautoos, each at a higher level, earning a substantial amount of experience points and leveling up once more. Well done, Iron Dumbbell. You deserve a moment to recuperate, Chen encouraged, observing the Iron Dumbbell, fatigued yet still brimming with excitement. He intended to recall the Iron Dumbbell into its luxury ball for a well-deserved rest to regain its strength. After all, it had bested 6 Beautoos, colliding countless times, and had expended a considerable amount of energy. Recognizing its own state, the Iron Dumbbell did not resist. Chen first removed the gravity training apparatus from the Iron Dumbbell, then recalled it into the luxury ball. Subsequently, he adjusted the parameters of the gravity training device before affixing it to the Squirtle. Now that the Squirtle had evolved, it was evident that it could not endure the same level of gravity as the Iron Dumbbell. After the gravity training device was applied, even though the Squirtle was prepared, it was nearly pinned to the ground by the immense weight, finding each step arduous, as if its feet were ensnared by the very earth. Came Turtle, persevere. You can do it, just like the Iron Dumbbells. Hearing Chen's encouragement, Came Turtle was instantly ignited with a fierce determination, battling against the weight of gravity, striding forward with all its might, step by arduous step. Ultimately, however, Came Turtle succumbed to the gravitational training apparatus, collapsing onto the ground, its vision filled with stars, as if it could see its own mother. Consequently, the entire afternoon passed, and as the sun dipped below the horizon, Chen and Came Turtle managed to stagger a mere 300 meters, taking several breaks along the way. While Came Turtle was striving valiantly, Chen was equally engrossed in his studies. After an afternoon of research, he finally discerned certain patterns in the gravitational training device. For instance, he realized that the gravity setting he had configured for Came Turtle was excessively high, surpassing its capacity for adaptation. It was akin to walking while bearing a boulder several times its size. No wonder Came Turtle was on the brink of exhaustion. As night fell, Chen set up a tent on a nearby patch of grass, preparing to spend the night there. To compensate Came Turtle for its efforts, Chen specially prepared an additional piece of high-grade water energy cube for dinner. Came Turtle devoured 3 of these cubes in one go, its belly round and swollen, and it patted its plump midsection with a satisfied smile, having completely forgotten the torment and struggles of the afternoon, nearly resulting in its collapse. Once the 4 Pokemon finished their dinner, Chen too began to enjoy his modest meal of bread and water. After tidying up the remnants of food and litter, Chen entered the tent with the Iron Dumbbells, lying quietly within his sleeping bag, patiently awaiting the daily refresh of the flash sale items. Chapter 44, The Flash Sale of the Source Power of the Flame Emperor. At 11:59 in the evening, though Chen's eyelids were heavy with sleep, he resolutely fought to remain awake. Came Turtle and Charizard, having evolved into larger forms, could no longer fit inside the tent, so they had to sleep outside. At that moment, the Iron Dumbbells, Charizard, Came Turtle, and Dragonite were already fast asleep, their snores punctuating the night air. Observing his slumbering companions, Chen couldn't help but chuckle. They slept soundly, akin to lifeless swine, prompting the question of how reliable they would be in protecting him. However, Pokemon possess a sensory acuity far surpassing that of humans, particularly those of higher levels and greater strength. Their perceptive abilities intensify, allowing them to detect even the slightest disturbance. Should any human or Pokemon intrude, the three outside would awaken with alacrity. After enduring the wait, Chen swiftly silenced his alarm clock and noted the clock striking midnight. He immediately summoned the system in his mind, requesting it to open the flash sale interface. As the clock struck 12, the daily flash sale items would refresh punctually. A translucent, ethereal interface materialized before Chen's eyes, and upon glimpsing the first item, his breath caught in his throat, his heart racing wildly. The inaugural flash sale item was a treasure, indeed a paragon among treasures. With this item in hand, even if the subsequent 2 flash sale items proved to be of lesser quality, Chen would still consider himself fortunate. Source power of the Flame Emperor. Description: derived from the flame source power of the legendary beast, the Flame Emperor. It contains pure fire energy, possessing the might to devastate the world. Fire-type Pokemon can absorb it to enhance their flame prowess, significantly boosting their potential, with a chance to comprehend the sacred skill of the Phoenix. Sacred Fire. Note: the source power harbors the terrifying ability to incinerate all. If a Pokemon with inadequate physical strength uses it, injury is likely. It is advisable to wait until Charizard evolves before utilizing this source power. Flash sale price: 99 yuan. After reading the detailed description of the flash sale item, Chen was on the verge of leaping for joy. He never anticipated that even the source power of a divine beast could be acquired through a flash sale. Although it was merely a fragment of the Flame Emperor's power, it was more than sufficient. One must understand that divine beasts are extraordinary, with lengthy lifespans and the ability to wield catastrophic power. A mere strand of fortune from a divine beast can transform an ordinary Pokemon, breaking through its limitations, significantly enhancing its potential and enabling a qualitative leap. Those champion families, who have held dominance in the Huaxia Pokemon League for centuries, have never truly harnessed the power of divine beasts, let alone dared to provoke them. Even the lowest-tier divine beast of level 3 is revered as a deity. This underscores the daunting power of divine beasts, an existence no one would dare to provoke. Had it not been for the system's reminder, Chen would not have considered granting this source power of the Flame Emperor to Charizard. It is not that he harbored any dislike for Charizard. On the contrary, Chen held a deep affection for Charizard. However, the potential and aptitude of Charizard were exceptionally formidable, comparable to a level 3 divine beast. Even bestowing the source power of the Flame Emperor upon Charizard would only yield slight improvements in its level and flame temperature, with a chance to comprehend Sacred Fire. As for its potential, it was unlikely to increase, given that Charizard's capacity was already at the master level, on par with a level 3 divine beast. The Flame Emperor itself is merely a level 3 divine beast. How could a fragment of its source power possibly enhance Charizard's potential and aptitude? If the source power of the Flame Emperor were to be utilized by other Fire-type Pokemon, it could undoubtedly elevate their potential to champion level and bestow some innate talent, which would indeed be advantageous. Nevertheless, after the system's circumspect reminder, Chen resolved to heed its advice, waiting until Charizard's evolution to use the Flame Emperor's source power. After all, employing the source power of the Flame Emperor carries significant risk. Ordinary Fire-type Pokemon may not withstand the terrifying energy contained within. Yet, Charizard's exceptional aptitude makes it the sole candidate capable of absorbing the Flame Emperor's source power without harm, aside from those Fire-type divine beasts. Of course, as Charizard had yet to evolve at this moment, Chen intended to wait until it did so before allowing it to absorb the Flame Emperor's source power, confident it would facilitate a transformative leap in strength. The next 2 flash sale items were merely basic potions, failing to pique Chen's interest. However, with the Flame Emperor's source power as a guarantee, Chen felt he had already profited immensely, his smile nearly stretching from ear to ear. Without a moment's hesitation, he secured the Flame Emperor's source power and promptly closed the flash sale interface. At the moment of his successful purchase, his phone buzzed with a notification of the successful transaction, and he found himself holding a small tuft of orange-red fur. Curiosity piqued. Chen examined the fur in his hand, a bold thought flashing through his mind. Could this possibly be the fur of the Flame Emperor, one of the legendary 3 holy beasts? It certainly bore a striking resemblance. Unable to resist, Chen took a whiff and then procured a clean bottle, carefully placing the tuft of fur inside before storing it in his spatial backpack for safekeeping. Fortunately, Charizard remained deeply asleep. Otherwise, the sight of this tuft of fur would likely send it into a frenzy, given its origin from the Fire-type divine beast, the Flame Emperor. Once everything was tidied up, Li Chun embraced his spatial backpack and drifted off into a blissful slumber. That night, he enjoyed a deep sleep, dreaming that Charizard had indeed evolved, transforming into a tall, handsome black dragon. Meanwhile, Charizard successfully absorbed the essence of the Flame Emperor, undergoing a profound transformation. Its level surged from a mere minute to the threshold of the Heavenly King, unleashing golden flames and mastering the exclusive skill of the Phoenix, the sacred fire. The dream was strikingly vivid. Upon awakening, Li Chun wiped the drool from the corner of his mouth, only to realize that it had all been a figment of his imagination. He then opened his spatial backpack and retrieved the vial containing the Flame Emperor's hair. After confirming there were no abnormalities, he carefully returned the vial to his backpack. Iron Dumbbell, you're awake too. Good morning. He greeted the curious Iron Dumbbell, whose large eyes were filled with wonder and confusion as it observed Li Chun's actions. Unsure how to explain, Li Chun simply acknowledged Iron Dumbbell and then crawled out of his sleeping bag, unzipped the tent, and stepped outside. Today was another splendid day, with a clear blue sky and radiant sunshine. Dragonite lay languidly outside the tent, watchfully surveying its surroundings. Meanwhile, Charmeleon and Squirtle brimmed with energy, jogging around the campsite and practicing their punches against sturdy trees. Chapter 45, Charmeleon's Evolution. Charmeleon, Squirtle, Dragonite, good morning. Li Chun enthusiastically greeted the three Pokémon outside the tent before beginning his morning routine and distributing energy cubes to them. However, Charmeleon's subsequent actions caused Li Chun to break into a cold sweat, prompting him to halt his tasks and rush to intervene. Charmeleon, with its carefree demeanor, had begun practicing its flame punch with dry, flammable wood, nearly igniting a large tree in the process. Charmeleon, you mustn't do that. We need to be cautious about fire in the forest. If a wildfire were to break out, countless Pokémon would be left homeless, and you would be liable for it. Li Chun warned sternly. This was no idle threat. There had been past incidents where trainers had inadvertently sparked wildfires during battles with fire-type Pokémon, leaving many wild Pokémon homeless, and some even injured or perished in the flames. The trainer and the fire-type Pokémon responsible had faced severe repercussions from the league, including imprisonment and exorbitant fines reaching 9 figures. Hearing Li Chun's admonition, Charmeleon nodded, albeit with a look of incomprehension. Whether it truly grasped the gravity of the situation remained uncertain. This Pokémon was certainly a source of concern. It would require closer supervision in the future. Li Chun, observing Charmeleon's rebellious demeanor, wondered if his words had made any impact. Once Charmeleon ceased practicing its flame punch, Li Chun resumed distributing energy cubes. All right, everyone, come over for breakfast. After everything was prepared, Li Chun clapped his hands, beckoning the Pokémon to join him for their meal. As for Iron Dumbbell, perhaps the fire-type energy cubes did not suit its palate, as it showed little interest in eating and instead focused on training quietly. Seeing Iron Dumbbell's boredom, Li Chun removed the gravity training device from Squirtle and adjusted its settings before placing it back onto Iron Dumbbell. This time, the gravity was set to a level greater than before, causing Iron Dumbbell, despite being prepared, to nearly be overwhelmed and wobble in midair. Meanwhile, Squirtle, relieved of the burden, felt significantly lighter, even finding it easier to breathe. Consequently, Squirtle happily devoured the energy cubes, savoring every bite, occasionally glancing at Iron Dumbbell with a smirk of delight. Upon witnessing Iron Dumbbell's struggles, Charmeleon burst into laughter, seemingly mocking it for being bested by a mere chunk of iron. Iron Dumbbell, irritated by Charmeleon's derision, nearly challenged it to a duel. Charmeleon, do you look down upon this? Why don't you give it a try? Iron Dumbbell retorted, as Charmeleon had never witnessed the gravity training device's true potency, thus dismissing it as trivial. Li Chun, employing gentle persuasion, saw Charmeleon's prideful demeanor compel it to accept the challenge, nodding eagerly, its face alight with defiance. With a smirk, Li Chun reassured Iron Dumbbell, then removed the gravity training device from it. He proceeded to adjust the device's settings to 1.5 times the weight previously endured by Squirtle, approaching Charmeleon with a hint of amusement. Since the gravity training device was set to the Pokemon training mode, Li Chun felt no strain as he held it, as if it were a mere lightweight object. Charmeleon, are you ready? Don't be surprised if the weight pins you to the ground. Li Chun cautioned the eager Charmeleon. With a fierce roar, Charmeleon ignited its tail flames even more intensely, signaling its readiness for the challenge. Li Chun, witnessing Charmeleon's unwavering confidence, decided to let reality deliver a lesson, tempering Charmeleon's arrogance that had flourished after its evolution. It might mock its companions today, but tomorrow it could very well challenge its trainer or even threaten to ignite the forest. Without further hesitation, Li Chun placed the gravity training device onto Charmeleon's back. With a thud, Charmeleon found itself abruptly in close contact with the ground, overwhelmed by the immense gravity pressing down upon it. Stunned, Charmeleon felt an overwhelming surge of indignation. It could not fathom that such a small piece of iron could keep it pinned down. Gritting its teeth, Charmeleon summoned all its strength, struggling valiantly to rise. Yet to no avail. After numerous attempts, Charmeleon, utterly exhausted, could barely lift itself off the ground, let alone stand. Just when Li Chun thought Charmeleon would concede, an astonishing scene unfolded. With a defiant roar, Charmeleon erupted in a dazzling blaze of light, flames surging from its tail as it emanated an even more intense heat. In a moment of sheer desperation, Charmeleon activated its blaze ability, gritting its teeth and managing to straighten its back. Kneeling on the ground as it nearly overcame the oppressive weight, Li Chun was taken aback, marveling at Charmeleon's exceptional potential. It truly was a Pokémon of unparalleled talent, capable of unleashing formidable power in dire circumstances. Yet, the gravity far exceeded what Charmeleon could bear, forcing it back down to the ground as if it were being pressed into the earth. Oh, Charmeleon, why go through all this? Now you understand the weight of gravity, right? From now on, no more mocking your companions. Li Chun shook his head in resignation. The fiery dinosaur possessed a rather obstinate temperament, characterized by an indomitable spirit and an unwavering fighting resolve that resonated deeply with him. Having learned its lesson, the fiery dinosaur was now confronted with the realities of its situation. Just as Li Chun prepared to remove the gravity training device, a dazzling white light suddenly erupted from the fiery dinosaur's body. Although it remained prostrate on the ground, its form became enveloped in the radiant glow, rendering it indistinct, with only a vague outline discernible. Witnessing this spectacle, Li Chun's mouth fell agape in astonishment, utterly bewildered and frozen in place. Chapter 46. The little garden in the forest. It was entirely reasonable for Li Chun to be dumbfounded. He recognized all too well the significance of the white light emitted by the fiery dinosaur. It was nothing less than the light of evolution. Yet, the fiery dinosaur had only just reached level 18, and to think that it would evolve at such an early stage was nothing short of extraordinary. While evolution was undoubtedly a positive development, premature evolution at an inopportune moment could spell disaster. The fiery dinosaur, still at a relatively low level, had not fully harnessed its potential, which raised the specter of exhausting its capabilities and evolving too soon, risking the squandering of its prodigious talents and even experiencing a regression in potential. With that thought, Li Chun felt his heart leap to his throat. He yearned to intervene, but was at a loss as to how to do so. Surely he could not simply stride forward and interrupt the evolution process. The three Pokémon beside him were equally taken aback, particularly the Squirtle, whose eyes widened in disbelief, as if it had encountered something utterly inconceivable. It had only just evolved. And now the fiery dinosaur seemed poised to follow suit, despite being of similar age. How could its counterpart grow at such an astonishing rate, as if fueled by hormones? Leaving it to wonder when it would ever catch up? However, Li Chun's concerns proved to be unfounded, for soon the brilliant light dissipated entirely. The fiery dinosaur remained unchanged, not having evolved into a Charizard, with no apparent transformation to speak of. The only notable difference was the look of deep resentment and frustration in its eyes, for it had yearned to evolve forcefully, but had ultimately failed due to insufficient energy. Seeing the fiery dinosaur intact and unaltered, Li Chun finally released the tension in his chest, patting his heart in relief. What a fright the fiery dinosaur had given him. He had nearly been scared into a heart attack. Fiery dinosaur, I was mistaken. You have proven yourself, but please refrain from such antics in the future. My heart cannot endure such shocks. I nearly suffered a cardiac episode. As he spoke, Li Chun retrieved the gravity training device from the fiery dinosaur. Without the constraints and pressures of the device, the fiery dinosaur felt an immediate lightness, as if a great weight had lifted from its shoulders. Regaining its freedom, it immediately broke into a triumphant grin, standing tall and unleashing a torrent of fiery breath toward the sky. In the next moment, a green caterpillar, hidden among the dense foliage and munching on leaves, was engulfed in flames and fell from the sky. Fiery dinosaur. Did I not mention that we must refrain from recklessly using fire-type skills in the forest, particularly against trees and shrubs? Li Chun lamented as he observed the fiery dinosaur, which had inadvertently scorched a tree branch while attempting to unleash its fiery breath. Once again, he felt compelled to remind it earnestly. The fiery dinosaur, fully aware of its transgression, lowered its head in silence. Very well, fiery dinosaur. Go on and consume your energy cubes. Having learned from the fiery dinosaur's earlier attempt at forced evolution, Chen was cautious not to push it too hard and instead opted for a gentle approach in his guidance. The campsite returned to tranquility, with the three Pokémon resuming their breakfast. The gravity training device was once again placed atop the iron dumbbell, which continued its diligent training. Yet, Chen remained apprehensive, grappling with the puzzling notion of how an 18-level fiery dinosaur could attempt to evolve prematurely. Though there were instances of Pokémon forcibly evolving ahead of schedule, such cases typically involved only a level or two. Yet here was the fiery dinosaur aspiring to leap a staggering 18 levels. Had it not been for its insufficient internal energy, it might have succeeded. What might a prematurely evolved Charizard have looked like? Perhaps a diminutive version of a Charizard. Underdeveloped and incapable of flight, unable to learn many skills, with minimal growth and strength. Chen speculated it would likely resemble Ash's Charizard, severely stunted in development. Smaller than a typical Charizard and unable to keep pace with its ordinary counterparts, relegated to relying on subsequent efforts to catch up. The morning had been consumed by such an ordeal, wasting over an hour. Rising at 8, Chen only began to dismantle the tent around 9, preparing to continue his quest for wild Pokémon battles. After all, only a few days remained before leaving the secret realm, and his Pokémon would find it challenging to gain levels thereafter. In school, there were not nearly as many Pokémon available for battle, making it impossible to acquire experience points and thus hindering rapid advancement. Today, his focus remained on training the iron dumbbell, using the gravity training device, and seeking out wild Pokémon battles. This area, deep within the forest, was home to a plethora of wild Pokémon, their presence evident in every nook and cranny. A casual use of skills amidst the lush foliage could easily bring down a green caterpillar or similar bug-type Pokémon. On a vibrant meadow adorned with blooming flowers, Chen spotted numerous Pokémon. There were walking grasses and stink flowers frolicking among the blossoms, sun-kissed buds and sunflowers basking in the light. Alongside industrious bee Pokémon busily collecting nectar from the blossoms. Captivated by the picturesque scene of so many Pokémon coexisting harmoniously, Chen felt compelled to intrude upon their tranquil domain. The sudden intrusion of Chen, Squirtle, and the iron dumbbell sent the wild Pokémon into a frenzy, causing them to scatter into the garden, covertly observing the intruders. The bee Pokémon, in particular, were in a state of panic, clutching their gathered nectar as they attempted to flee. However, just as they took flight, a jet of water from Squirtle struck them down, sending them tumbling to the ground. Perceiving that these intruders came with ill intent, the wild Pokémon became even more terrified, fleeing in disarray. Only one shy bud remained, bravely stepping forward to chastise Squirtle for its aggressive behavior. When Squirtle showed no signs of remorse, the shy bud released a flurry of pale blue powder, which danced on the breeze toward Squirtle. Yet, Squirtle unleashed a stream of water, washing away all the powder and defeating the timid bud. Squirtle, Iron Dumbbell. I entrust these Pokémon to you, Chen commanded, directing the eager Squirtle and Iron Dumbbell. As for the fiery dinosaur, it had exhausted too much energy during its earlier ordeal and was currently resting within its Pokeball. Upon receiving the command, Squirtle and the Iron Dumbbell charged into the flower-filled thicket, seeking out the wild Pokémon and defeating them one by one. However, the progress was far from smooth, as the grass-type Pokémon, having lost their escape routes, refused to abandon their blossoming garden. Once they regained their composure, they began to retaliate, launching a coordinated assault against Squirtle and the Iron Dumbbell. Squirtle found itself overwhelmed, struggling against the sheer number of foes, and to make matters worse, some of the wild Pokémon were of a higher level than it. Thus, the Squirtle found itself in a most arduous battle, yet it persevered with unwavering resolve. When faced with insurmountable odds, it could retract its limbs and head into its shell, evading attacks and seeking an opportunity to counterstrike. As for the Metong, it was even more beleaguered. The levels of those attacking Pokémon were at least double that of Metong, rendering it so thoroughly overwhelmed that it floated in midair, too afraid to descend. In Chapter 47, the Forest Sovereign, Venusaur, witnessing the two Pokémon's disheartened state, the previous confidence of Chen had all but vanished, prompting him to stifle a chuckle. Yet, in a bid to assist the beleaguered Pokémon in breaking through, he sounded the call for a counteroffensive. With no other recourse, Chen reluctantly released his Charmeleon, who had been resting for nearly an hour. Roaring with pent-up energy, Charmeleon emerged with a fierce bellow, frustrated and agitated. Upon receiving Chen's command and spotting the multitude of adversaries, Charmeleon charged into battle with uncontainable enthusiasm. Its formidable entrance naturally incited the ire of the grass-type Pokémon, who launched a barrage of attacks against it. However, Charmeleon merely opened its mouth, unleashing a volley of fireballs that incinerated the incoming razor leaf projectiles. Seizing the moment of chaos among the grass types, Charmeleon aimed at the two Sunflora standing together and unleashed a vibrant fire dragon. The two Sunflora, caught off guard by the oncoming inferno, panicked and collided with one another, missing their chance to flee. Ultimately, they were engulfed by the searing flames, collapsing amidst the raging fire. As the flames subsided, the two Sunflora lay motionless on the ground, their bodies releasing steam and the acrid scent of charred vegetation permeating the air. Fire types inherently hold an advantage over grass types, and thus the remaining grass Pokémon, witnessing the dire fate of their comrades and the ferocity of Charmeleon, fell into disarray and scattered in panic. The scales of victory began to tilt in favor of Squirtle and its allies, for Charmeleon, when it chose to act, did so with astonishing might, swiftly turning the tide of battle. Squirtle, do not remain hidden within your shell any longer. It is time to counterattack, urged Chen. However, Squirtle remained oblivious to the changing dynamics of the battlefield, still withdrawn in its shell. Chen's expression shifted as he feared something might be amiss with Squirtle. Upon inspection, he discovered that Squirtle had fallen asleep amidst the chaos. Remarkably, despite being relentlessly assailed by numerous grass-type Pokémon, Squirtle had managed to doze off, truly a first of its kind. This indicated that Squirtle's shell was indeed formidable, impervious to the flailing vine whips and sharp leaves, leading to its overwhelming boredom and subsequent slumber. Chen, exasperated yet amused at the sight of the slumbering Squirtle, found it hard to contain his laughter. After considerable effort, he finally roused Squirtle from its slumber. With bleary eyes, Squirtle rubbed its eyes and, upon realizing it was amidst a garden, instantly became alert. Not daring to meet Chen's gaze, Squirtle swiftly shifted into battle mode and joined the fray to pursue victory. This little creature, while clever, had narrowly avoided reprimand. As Chen moved to follow, he kept a vigilant eye on the three Pokémon's battle conditions, particularly concerned about the unpredictable Charmeleon. As Chen trailed behind Squirtle, he spotted several other Pokémon along the way, including Sunflora, Oddish, and Bellsprout, along with a few Beedrill. However, these Pokémon had lost their fighting capabilities, evidently having fled too slowly, and were subsequently bested by Charmeleon and Metong. Observing the unconscious Pokémon, Chen felt a surge of joy. These Pokémon were of considerable levels, and he estimated that Charmeleon and Metong would gain substantial experience from their victories. As for Squirtle, it seemed unlikely to benefit this time, as by the time it caught up, the battle would likely be at an end. Charmeleon and Metong feasted on the spoils, while Squirtle might not even receive the broth. Such was the price of sleeping during battle. Before long, Chen encountered the trio of Pokémon returning along a dirt path leading from the small garden into the forest. Noticing the jubilant expressions on Charmeleon and Metong, Chen deduced that they had thoroughly enjoyed their skirmish and reaped great rewards. Only Squirtle hung its head low, wearing a forlorn expression. Upon arriving, it found the battle already concluded, with the ground strewn with incapacitated Pokémon and the remaining ones having fled. Observing its exuberant companions, Squirtle's eyes glimmered with envy, realizing that catching up to Charmeleon would be a formidable challenge. Using his scouting eye, Chen scanned the data of the three Pokémon, and indeed, Charmeleon and Metong had both leveled up. Charmeleon had ascended 2 levels, now at level 20, and had learned a new skill, Flame Fawn. Even Metong, who had trailed behind, had gained 2 levels, reaching level 12. Yet, Squirtle alone had fallen behind, missing its chance for advancement and gaining no experience. Squirtle, do not be disheartened. The forest abounds with wild Pokémon, and opportunities for battle will arise again. Next time, ensure you remain alert. Chen encouraged, refraining from further criticism towards the crestfallen Squirtle. Each Pokémon, be it Charmeleon, Metong, or Squirtle, was a cherished partner, treated with the same affection as family. Upon hearing Chen's comforting words, Squirtle nodded vigorously, clenching its fists and reigniting its fighting spirit. At this moment, the garden was filled with fleeing Pokémon and those that had succumbed to unconsciousness. It was unlikely they would return anytime soon. With little purpose in remaining, Chen decided to lead the 3 Pokémon deeper into the forest in search of wild Pokémon. However, just as he was preparing to depart, a tremendous roar echoed from the nearby woods. The ground trembled slightly, as if some colossal creature was advancing towards them. Faced with such a commotion, Chen found himself at a loss. The Evergreen Forest Secret Realm was merely a level 1 realm. It was unlikely that any gigantic or particularly powerful Pokémon would emerge. Nevertheless, he was unafraid, bolstered by the presence of his Dragonite, a Pokemon of the highest caliber. He halted, awaiting the arrival of the mysterious creature. With each passing moment, the tremors intensified, culminating in a fearsome roar as a massive Venusaur emerged from the forest, standing before Chen and his 3 Pokemon. "Ah, so it is Venusaur, but what a behemoth it is," Chen exclaimed, taken aback by the sight. Typically, a Venusaur stands approximately 2 meters tall, measuring around 3 meters in length and weighing about 200 kilograms. Yet, this specimen before him was exceptionally well developed, exceeding 4 meters in length and nearly 3 meters in height, with its weight having doubled. Chapter 48, Battle with Venusaur. The colossal creature before them instilled a profound sense of intimidation and oppression in the 3 fire dinosaurs, making them feel as though they were facing a formidable adversary. However, the fire dinosaurs did not waver. Instead, they resolutely positioned themselves in front of Chen, shielding him from harm. The fire dinosaur's eyes gleamed with ferocity, its body taut, and the flames on its tail blazed more fiercely than ever, ready to unleash its most formidable powers. Suddenly, the Venusaur cast a casual glance at the fire dinosaurs, disregarding the presence of the Squirtle and the Steelix entirely. In its perception, only the fire dinosaur emanated a hint of danger. Meanwhile, Chen remained bewildered, perplexed as to why the Venusaur had singled him out, given that they had no grievances against each other. In the next moment, a Beedrill and a Oddish emerged from behind the Venusaur, and an answer immediately crystallized in Chen's mind. The Beedrill and Oddish had been hidden behind the Venusaur's massive form, which had obscured them from his view until now. A frown crossed Chen's face as the Beedrill and Oddish appeared strikingly familiar. They must be 2 of the Pokemon he had encountered in the small garden before. After their escape, they had returned with reinforcements to seek vengeance. This scene bore an uncanny resemblance to his previous encounter with a Shroomish, which had been quite ferocious, having destroyed his tent with a single kick. As he pondered this, the Beedrill and Oddish, emboldened by the Venusaur's presence, began to berate the fire dinosaurs and engaged in a quarrel with Chen's Pokemon. The fire dinosaur suppressed its inner fury, knowing that the Venusaur was stronger and not to be trifled with. It genuinely wished to eliminate the Beedrill and Oddish for their audacity in provoking it. Just as the Pokemon were embroiled in their dispute, Chen swiftly activated his observation eye to scan the Venusaur's data. As the final evolutionary form of the Bulbasaur, the Venusaur could only evolve at level 36, indicating that the creature before him must be above level 36. Indeed, the Venusaur stood at an impressive level 40. A pinnacle of strength, likely the dominant force of the Evergreen Forest's secret realm, embodying top-tier combat prowess. After all, resources in a level 1 secret realm were scarce, and for a Pokemon to reach such an advanced level was remarkable. Once a Pokemon surpassed this advanced threshold, it would be transferred to a level 2 secret realm by the Alliance staff. Thus, the Venusaur was teetering on the brink, and with one more level, it would have to bid farewell to the Evergreen Forest secret realm. The Venusaur was cunning. Chen suspected that it intentionally refrained from leveling up, preferring to reign as a ruler in the level 1 secret realm rather than face the bullying of other Pokemon in a higher tier. Suddenly, the Venusaur lost its patience, growling to interrupt the ongoing argument, its gaze sharp as it warned the fire dinosaurs to apologize to the Beedrill and Oddish and vacate the forest at once. Yet, the fire dinosaur was a rebellious entity, unyielding and fierce, even daring to evolve forcibly at level 18. Though currently still weak, it did not regard a low-potential Venusaur with any seriousness, especially given its hostile demeanor. The fire dinosaur erupted with fury, sparks igniting in its eyes, as it unleashed a vibrant fire dragon towards the Venusaur. The Beedrill and Oddish, witnessing the fire dinosaur's audacity in attacking their leader, were taken aback and hurriedly sought refuge behind the Venusaur. The Venusaur, enraged by the fire dinosaur's refusal to retreat and its audacity to strike, retaliated by launching a flurry of spinning razor-sharp leaves. These leaves sliced through the air with a whooshing sound, and under the pressure of the Venusaur's level, they remained unscathed by the flames, cleaving the fire dragon into several small clusters of fire. Subsequently, 2 thick green vines sprouted from its sides, effortlessly extinguishing the flames with a mere touch. With a commanding presence, the Venusaur swung its green vines towards the fire dinosaur. Fire dinosaur, unleash flame burst. Squirtle, use ice beam on the Venusaur. Steelix, disrupt the Venusaur and wait for the chance to use psychic hammer. As the fire dinosaur launched its offensive, Chen was already mentally prepared for battle, his strategy crystallizing in his mind. Despite the Venusaur's average potential, its extensive experience made it a formidable opponent at its peak level, directly overshadowing the fire dinosaur. In a one-on-one scenario, Chen's three Pokemon would hardly stand a chance against the Venusaur. However, if they collaborated in their efforts, there remained a glimmer of hope for victory. Should they still falter, he would have no choice but to call upon his Charizard to assert dominance over the arrogant Venusaur. The fire dinosaur unleashed a torrent of flame, consuming the two green vines, which writhed violently in an attempt to extinguish the inferno. Yet, the flames only grew stronger, spreading along the vines towards the Venusaur. Alarmed by this turn of events, the Venusaur retracted its vines, splitting them in two as the burning half was engulfed by the flames, reduced to ash. Seizing the opportunity, Squirtle took aim at the Venusaur, opening its mouth to unleash a freezing beam of azure light. Although the Venusaur was already on high alert, its large size hindered its agility, leaving it unable to evade the attack. It endured the chilling beam, emitting a pained cry as its anger escalated. In the next moment, the Venusaur retaliated, firing countless seed-sized projectiles like bullets from a machine gun, relentlessly targeting the Fire Dinosaur and Squirtle. Fire Dinosaur, use Flame Burst, then Dragon Dance. Squirtle, unleash Blizzard to envelop the Venusaur. Chen's expression remained stoic, his blood surging with excitement as he issued the commands once more. This battle was exhilarating. A clash against a Venusaur that stood 2 or 3 levels higher. If they could defeat it, his Pokemon would gain substantial experience, making their leveling up a certainty. The Fire Dinosaur, fueled with determination, saw its tail flames surge to a brilliant blue-white, expelling an even hotter blaze that incinerated a multitude of seed projectiles into ash. With newfound vigor, the Fire Dinosaur gracefully danced, invoking a mysterious and potent rhythm that enhanced its strength, significantly boosting its attack power and speed. Simultaneously, Squirtle inhaled deeply, exhaling a gust of frigid air that swept towards the Venusaur. In an instant, a blustery wind howled, and snowflakes fluttered through the air as the temperature plummeted. A blinding blizzard, mingled with biting winds, surged toward the Venusaur. Under the fierce onslaught of the storm, the Venusaur found itself hindered, half-lidded eyes glaring at Squirtle while braving the encroaching chill, accumulating energy. The massive flower atop the Venusaur began to slowly absorb sunlight, shimmering with a radiant glow, an unmistakable sign of an impending grass-type ultimate move. Chapter 49, The Last Hope of the Team. The Venusaur's resilience was astounding. Harboring a grudge and resolutely striving to unleash Petal Dance, seemingly intent on taking the Fire Dinosaurs down with it. Chen recognized immediately that the Venusaur aimed to employ its most powerful skill among all its abilities. In the midst of a relentless blizzard, Squirtle continued to unleash its icy onslaught without pause. Charmeleon, with fervor, directed a torrent of flames towards Venusaur, while Medong prepared to accelerate with its telekinetic prowess. Faced with the formidable Petal Dance executed by the high-level Venusaur, Chen remained vigilant, his nerves taut as he promptly issued commands to his 3 Pokemon. Squirtle, having exerted considerable ice-type energy, had begun to wane, the tempest gradually diminishing in ferocity. However, upon receiving the directive, Squirtle revitalized itself, summoning its inner strength to emit an even more staggering chill, unleashing a tempest of greater intensity towards Venusaur. Cloaked in the blizzard for an extended period, Venusaur was encased in a thick layer of snow, its robust limbs frozen solid. Yet, Venusaur was undeterred, silently channeling its energy through the colossal flower upon its back, melting the ice that had encased it, while still absorbing sunlight, radiating an even more resplendent glow. Meanwhile, the Budew and Oddish cowering behind Venusaur had long succumbed to the frigid grasp, frozen into solid ice. Once more, Charmeleon opened its maw, unleashing a fierce dragon of fire that surged through the blizzard, striking Venusaur and engulfing its massive form. Venusaur found itself ensnared in a harrowing predicament, experiencing the torment of both ice and fire, emitting anguished cries. Yet, the more it suffered, the more desperate it became, fervently absorbing sunlight. Surrounding Venusaur, a multitude of vibrant petals erupted into the air, cascading down and mingling with the snowflakes, ultimately forming small floral tornadoes. Under the influence of the blizzard, these floral whirlwinds began to exhibit a chilling tendency to freeze. At that moment, Metang's head was suddenly enveloped in a pure psychic energy. Subsequently, it transformed into a cerulean specter, hurtling towards Venusaur with astonishing speed. Medong collided with Venusaur's head, causing the latter to instinctively unleash its half-formed Petal Dance, sweeping towards Charmeleon and Squirtle. Where the petals passed, snowflakes were reduced to powder, weeds uprooted, branches snapped, and leaves scattered in the wind, many caught within the floral tornado. What a formidable Petal Dance! Chen marveled at the devastation left in its wake, a sense of foreboding creeping in, should they be struck directly by it. Survival would be a slim hope. Squirtle, retract into your shell, and then spin at high speed to dissipate the power of the petal dance. Charmeleon, prepare to use Dragon Dive. Metong, you are too low in level. Retreat. In the face of the destructive petal dance, Li Chen's mind raced, swiftly devising a strategy. With Squirtle's impressive defensive capabilities, it was only logical for Squirtle to lead the charge, absorbing and mitigating the petal dance's might. It was also the first time Li Chen instructed Charmeleon to utilize Dragon Dive. He was uncertain of its efficacy. Squirtle promptly withdrew its limbs and head into its shell, spinning rapidly as it hurled itself into the oncoming floral tornado. However, the force of Venusaur's petal dance was overwhelming. Squirtle could only withstand it for 3 seconds before being flung back, crashing heavily against a nearby tree. With the time Squirtle had bought, Charmeleon finally completed its charge, bursting forth with an array of blue and purple flames as it launched itself at the floral tornado. A magnificent blue dragon formed from the flames roared behind Charmeleon, charging forth in tandem. A thunderous explosion ensued as the blue dragon clashed with the floral tornado, engulfing both Charmeleon and Venusaur in its wake. In the next instant, Charmeleon was propelled away from the blast. Li Chen, having anticipated this, swiftly grasped a luxury ball, expertly recalling the injured Charmeleon to prevent further harm. Simultaneously, a dense cloud of smoke billowed from the explosion, accompanied by the sound of approaching footsteps. Li Chen's heart raced. It seemed they had lingered too long. The disturbance of battle drawing the attention of the Alliance personnel stationed in the secret realm. Time was of the essence, and with both Squirtle and Charmeleon incapacitated, only the lowest level Metong remained. It was precisely because Metong was the weakest that it had not engaged with the petal dance and had narrowly escaped disaster. With no time to waste, Li Chen recalled Squirtle, covering his mouth and nose as he plunged into the smoke with Metong. Indeed, Venusaur had not lost its combat ability, though it was in a precarious state, bearing marks of the explosion and burns, teetering on the brink of unconsciousness. Metong, it's your time to shine. Use Tackle on Venusaur. They had to defeat Venusaur before the others arrived. After all, for a high school senior who had just acquired their first Pokémon and had only recently become a trainer, defeating a high-level Venusaur was indeed extraordinary. However, for Li Chen, the grandson of a champion, such feats were not insurmountable. Students from affluent families typically possessed 1 or 2 Pokémon gifted by their parents, serving as a safeguard in times of peril. Yet, Li Chen preferred to avoid drawing attention, especially during his early development, to prevent attracting unwanted scrutiny. Upon receiving the command, Metong harnessed its entire strength, transforming into a streak of light as it charged at Venusaur. In its weakened state, Venusaur was disoriented, utterly unprepared to evade or defend against the assault. However, in comparison to Venusaur, Metong was minuscule, and its strength paled in comparison. When Metong collided with Venusaur's head, it caused little more than a minor annoyance, while Metong was sent spiraling back. Metong once more. Tackle again. The prospect of ample experience loomed ahead, and Li Chen was unwilling to relent. If not for the elevated level of Charizard, defeating Venusaur would yield considerable experience. With Charmeleon and Squirtle both incapacitated, Li Chen felt no hesitation in urging his level 12 Metong to persist in its attempts against Venusaur. Undeterred, Metong floated up before charging once more at Venusaur. Yet again, the minuscule Pokémon was deflected, landing amidst the underbrush. Metong, you can do it. I believe in you. Try once more, Tackle. Encouraged by Li Chen, Metong reignited its fighting spirit, mustering its strength for another forceful assault against Venusaur. This time, although Metong was once more repelled, it did manage to inflict visible damage on Venusaur, causing it to stagger back slightly, its limbs weakening as it knelt upon the ground. Li Chen beamed with joy at this sight. Metong's efforts had finally borne fruit, and victory was within grasp. Emerging unsteadily from the thicket, Metong, now sensing the prospect of triumph, created distance before once again adopting an aggressive stance, launching itself towards Venusaur with renewed vigor. Under the watchful gaze of Li Chen, the iron dumbbell collided with the Bulbasaur on numerous occasions, at least 10 times or more. Finally, with its 13th forceful strike, the iron dumbbell delivered a decisive blow that vanquished Bulbasaur. After losing its combat capability and collapsing onto the ground, the iron dumbbell also wobbled and fell to the earth, its eyes resembling spirals, similarly rendered incapable of battle. Iron dumbbell, your toil has not gone unnoticed, Li Chen murmured, petting its head, admiring its indomitable spirit and relentless determination. Even when exhausted, it continued to strike, truly fighting until the very last moment. Li Chun recalled the iron dumbbell into a luxury ball, allowing it some well-deserved rest to recuperate its strength. Hearing footsteps approaching, Li Chun promptly fled in the opposite direction, vanishing from sight. A minute later, approximately 7 or 8 officers, led by a league investigator, arrived at the scene. Strangely, aside from the 3 incapacitated wild Pokémon, there was nothing else to be found. Gazing at the fallen Bulbasaur and the surrounding chaos, the officers were utterly astonished. They recognized this Bulbasaur as the forest's overlord, the most formidable creature among all the Pokémon in the Evergreen Forest Secret Realm. Yet now, it lay battered and bruised upon the ground. The question that occupied their minds was, who could have bested this forest sovereign? After all, most of the individuals in the Secret Realm were high school seniors, newly minted trainers, and it seemed absurd that they could triumph over such a high-tier Pokémon. As for the league personnel or teachers, they would not indiscriminately defeat a Bulbasaur, and there had been no prior notifications in their group. Thus, it could be inferred that it was not one of their own who had inflicted this defeat. Ultimately, they returned empty-handed, reporting the incident to their superiors. Investigating the identity of Bulbasaur's conqueror was not within their purview. Their responsibility lay solely in ensuring the safety of their designated area and preventing any casualties. Meanwhile, the orchestrator of this upheaval strolled nonchalantly through the forest, a blade of grass clamped between his teeth, accompanied by a formidable Dragonite. The Dragonite's considerable size made traversing the narrow forest paths quite cumbersome, and in some areas, it was unable to pass, necessitating detours or the clearing of a path. This was a necessary compromise, as the other 3 Pokémon had all succumbed in battle. In this perilous forest, it was imperative to have a Pokémon by one's side. Just moments ago, Li Chun had traversed past a large tree. Had it not been for the presence of Dragonite, he would have almost fallen prey to a sneaky Feraligatr. The Feraligatr, resembling a Venus flytrap, was carnivorous and posed an extreme threat, lying in wait to ensnare its prey. With his other Pokémon incapacitated and Dragonite's bulk proving unwieldy in the forest, Li Chun decided to conclude his battle endeavors for the day. He sought out a nearby water source to pitch his tent, preparing to spend the night there. Regrettably, with Charmeleon and Squirtle absent and Dragonite unable to assist, Li Chun found himself laboring alone, which left him quite fatigued. Bored, Li Chun reclined in his sleeping bag, entertaining himself with his phone and perusing messages in his class group to pass the time. Even within the secret realm, signal was available, albeit poor, nonetheless. He could still send messages and make calls. The class group remained lively, with a few individuals actively sharing their encounters with Pokémon and amusing anecdotes from their days. Some classmates had even captured new Pokémon within the realm, though most were merely Oddish, Bellsprout, and Butterfree. One individual had astonishingly captured a Scyther, eliciting envy from the rest of the class, who eagerly inquired about its location. Compared to the likes of Bellsprout and Oddish, they held a greater admiration for Scyther. Upon further questioning, the individual sheepishly disclosed that his capture of Scyther was not due to prowess but pure luck, as he had stumbled upon a fainted Scyther while wandering. As the individual recounted the precise location of his capture and shared a photo from that moment, Li Chun's jaw dropped in astonishment. For that was indeed the very habitat of the Scyther clan, which he had recently defeated, leaving no survivors. It was during that encounter that Squirtle had vanquished the previous Scyther leader, leading to its evolution. Everything suddenly made sense. Li Chun chuckled helplessly, realizing that the Scyther he had defeated had inadvertently benefited that lad. He wondered how the boy would feel upon discovering this twist of fate. After reviewing the class group messages, Li Chun noticed a private message from Zhu Rue, inquiring about his whereabouts. The message had been sent yesterday, but Li Chun had been too preoccupied with searching for wild Pokémon and battling to notice it. Reflecting on the image of the ponytailed beauty, he casually replied, "It's impossible to disclose my location. If you can find me before we exit the secret realm, I shall grant you one request that does not contravene my personal will." Whether Zhu Rue happened to be on her phone at that moment, he could not tell. Nonetheless, she replied almost instantaneously with a confident deal, accompanied by a triumphant emoji. Li Chun smiled at her response, setting his phone aside without giving the matter much thought. The vastness and complexity of the terrain within the secret realm meant that locating him would be akin to finding a needle in a haystack. It was no simple feat. As he lay in his tent, with Dragonite keeping watch outside, night fell unnoticed. By now, Charmeleon and the others had likely regained consciousness and restored much of their stamina. Li Chun released all 3 Pokémon, preparing their dinner as a reward for their efforts. Prior to this, he had taken a moment to scan the Iron Dumbbell's data with his inside eye. This little fellow had indeed struck gold. While Charmeleon and Squirtle had borne the brunt of the fighting, It had reaped the rewards of experience by defeating Bulbasaur alone. Consequently, the iron dumbbell's strength surged dramatically, skyrocketing to level 19. It had ascended 7 levels in one go, overtaking Squirtle and nearly catching up to Charmeleon. Fortunately, Charmeleon and Squirtle bore no grudge against their younger companion. Otherwise, they would surely have engaged in some form of competition. Late into the night, Li Chun remained awake, quietly lying in his sleeping bag, anticipating the refreshing of the flash sale items. The iron dumbbell was not accustomed to sleeping within the confines of the tent, preferring instead to dangle its claws from a tree branch. Since the iron dumbbell favored this peculiar sleeping arrangement, Li Chun allowed it to continue. With Dragonite and Charmeleon resting outside to safeguard him, he felt secure enough to sleep alone, enjoying the spaciousness. The wait was excruciating, and in his boredom, Li Chun resorted to counting Charmeleons, finally enduring until midnight. The moment the alarm rang, Li Chun sprang to attention, swiftly silencing it and prompting the system to display the flash sale items. Water-type skill learning machine, Hydro Pump. Introduction, the essence of a king-level Gyarados' lifelong learning. Applicable to any water-type Pokemon, enabling them to learn and master Water Gun. Note, the TM is a one-time use item. Flash sale price, 99 yuan. Water-type TM, Shell Smash. Introduction, the essence of a king-level Cloyster's lifelong learning, applicable to any water-type Pokemon, enabling them to learn and master Shell Smash. Note, the TM is a one-time use item. Flash sale price, 99 yuan. Ground-type TM, Earthquake. Introduction, the essence of a king-level Hippowdon's lifelong learning, applicable to any ground-type Pokemon, enabling them to learn and master Earthquake. Note, the TM is a one-time use item. Flash sale price, 99 yuan. Upon witnessing the 3 flash sale items that had just appeared, Li Chun was momentarily taken aback. What an unusual day. 3 TMs for skills all at once. TMs are indeed remarkable treasures, allowing Pokemon to swiftly learn and master new abilities. For instance, last time, Charmander rapidly acquired the move Fire Punch through a TM, as if struck by a sudden epiphany. It is worth noting that for a Pokemon to learn a new skill via a technical disc or through tutelage is no easy feat. Those with poor aptitude or low comprehension might never learn a new skill throughout their lives. Even a prodigy like Charmander, endowed with extraordinary potential, took a good 10 minutes to master Flamethrower. As for other Pokemon, some may evolve without ever grasping certain skills. These 3 TMs arrived just in time, as Water Gun and Shell Smash seemed tailor-made for Squirtle. After all, neither of these moves could currently be learned or mastered by Squirtle, who would need to evolve into Wartortle to comprehend them independently. Initially, Li Chun had planned to take the time to have Charizard teach Squirtle the Water Gun move in advance, since Squirtle had too few Water-type skills, and their power was quite limited. It would be unreasonable for Squirtle to continue relying solely on Water Gun, which might suffice against Beedrill, but would prove inadequate against stronger foes like Venusaur. After evolution, Squirtle should wield more powerful skills. Thus, the arrival of these 3 TMs couldn't have been more fortuitous, saving Li Chun considerable trouble and time, while also alleviating some of the burden from Charizard. Previously, when Squirtle was fixated on learning Water Gun, its low level made it impossible to grasp the move ahead of time, frustrating Charizard, its mentor, considerably. Without hesitation, Li Chun snatched up all 3 flash sale items. And as confirmation of purchase flashed across the screen, his phone buzzed with a notification of a new message. Simultaneously, 3 items resembling discs appeared atop his sleeping bag. These were indeed the TMs. The 3 TMs were nearly identical, but thankfully each was labeled with its respective skill, preventing any confusion. Had it not been the dead of night, with several Pokemon sound asleep, Li Chun would have eagerly begun the learning process for both Charizard and Squirtle. Indeed, he intended to have Squirtle utilize the TMs for Water Gun and Shell Smash. As for the Earthquake TM, it seemed most suitable for Charizard, as it had already mastered the move, while neither Metong nor Squirtle appeared capable of learning it. Although the TM indicated it was for Ground-type Pokemon, it did not imply that only they could learn Earthquake, as many Ground-type Pokemon struggle to master their own moves. After securely stowing the 3 TMs, Li Chun nestled into his sleeping bag, covered himself snugly, and drifted off into a dreamless slumber. The following morning, as dawn broke, the first thing Li Chun did after emerging from the tent was summon Charizard and Squirtle. Squirtle, you've been eager to learn Water Gun, haven't you? Now's your chance. Take these 2 TMs and immerse yourself in the learning process. With a gentle smile, Li Chun handed the Water Gun and Shell Smash TMs to Squirtle. In an instant, the thin TMs vanished, seemingly integrating into Squirtle's very being. The next moment, Squirtle's eyes sparkled with excitement as it opened its mouth, and unleashed a powerful jet of water. The water shot forth like an enraged silver dragon, crashing into a nearby tree and sending droplets soaring, while the trunk trembled under the force of the blast. The tree swayed perilously, its branches quaking violently. The TM was indeed a treasure, allowing Squirtle to master Water Gun immediately, wielding it with remarkable skill and ease. Moreover, the power was formidable. Had Squirtle been of a higher level, the tree might have been uprooted entirely. Well done, Squirtle. Congratulations. However, let's hold off on trying the other move for now. Save it for future battles. Chen encouraged Squirtle, preventing any further attempts at using Shell Smash. The Shell Smash move requires the user to shatter its energy shell, sacrificing defense for a substantial boost in speed and attack power, a double-edged sword. Since they were not in combat, there was no need to employ such a costly tactic, especially with battles to come. Squirtle exclaimed, nodding in understanding, momentarily halting its actions. Charizard, it's your turn now. Chen placed the final TM into Charizard's claws. Charizard, just learn the new skill. There's no need for a demonstration. Before Chen could finish his sentence, Charizard suddenly raised its right leg and stomped down fiercely. A surge of immense energy surged into the ground. In the next moment, the earth trembled violently within a 50-meter radius of Charizard, cracks forming in the ground, trees bending, and the tent swaying precariously. Chen struggled to maintain his balance, nearly toppling over, while Squirtle, caught off guard, plopped onto the ground, its expression one of confusion and innocence. Metong, suspended in the air, was jolted downwards, having a rather intimate encounter with the ground. Charizard reacted swiftly, rushing to Chen's side and erecting a translucent energy shield, enveloping itself, Chen, and Metong, shielding them from the earthquake's effects. However, Squirtle, positioned too far away to benefit from the shield, was tossed about, struggling to maintain its footing. Disoriented from the tremors, Squirtle's frustration surged uncontrollably. In a fit of anger, it plopped down and aimed a powerful jet of water at Charizard. Due to the Earth's upheaval, Squirtle's aim was compromised. It intended to target Charizard, but missed. Infuriated, Squirtle recalibrated its aim and unleashed another formidable jet of water, this time striking Charizard squarely. The impact sent Charizard flying, and the tremors ceased abruptly. After the tremor subsided, the energy shield constructed by the soaring dragon dissipated, leaving Chen gazing at the surrounding devastation with a grim expression, his desire to unleash a thorough beating upon the fire dinosaur nearly overwhelming him. The tent was in tatters, and Chen hurriedly crawled inside to retrieve his spatial backpack. Fortunately, the backpack remained largely unscathed. Otherwise, the losses would have been catastrophic, and the fire dinosaur would have faced a series of relentless strikes from him. Meanwhile, the fire dinosaur emerged from the bushes, drenched and looking utterly innocent. The water cannon from the turtle had brought it back to a state of calm, making it aware of its misdeeds as it approached Chen with its head hung low. Fire dinosaur, oh you rascal, I hardly know what to say to you. Run 30 laps around the camp. You won't be allowed to have breakfast until you finish. Turtle, supervise him. Observing the fire dinosaur's dejected demeanor, Chen swallowed his words once more. After dispatching both the fire dinosaur and the turtle, he began to tidy up the scene. The tent, sleeping bag, and pillows were all soiled and damaged, rendered useless. He could only stow them away in the spatial backpack for disposal later upon exiting the secret realm. Once he had restored some semblance of order, Chen proceeded to wash up and prepare breakfast for his 3 Pokémon. It is only a trainer of his caliber who can exhibit such forbearance towards the unruly and mischievous fire dinosaur, a creature undeniably adept at stirring up trouble. Thankfully, the fire dinosaur was still at a low level. Otherwise, the repercussions of its earthquake attack would have been far more severe. In a worst-case scenario, the entire secret realm could be affected, leading to losses too great to bear, even if he were to sell the fire dinosaur. He could only hope for the fire dinosaur to grow quickly, maturing and becoming more composed, thereby attracting less trouble. For the energetic fire dinosaur, missing breakfast was hardly a setback. Completing 30 laps was a trivial task. It finished the assigned laps without breaking a sweat. But the tension between the turtle and the fire dinosaur was palpable, thick with animosity. The fire dinosaur truly was a thorn in their side, managing to offend all its companions in one fell swoop. To be honest, given the fire dinosaur's behavior, it was fortunate it wasn't beaten up. It was only due to the soaring dragon's good temper that it escaped unscathed. During breakfast, Chen earnestly lectured the fire dinosaur, repeating his admonitions. Whether the fire dinosaur actually listened or absorbed any of the lessons remained a mystery. Just then, accompanied by a sharp cry, a massive Pidgeot soared overhead. Upon spotting the Pidgeot, Chen immediately became alert. The Evergreen Forest's secret realm was predominantly inhabited by grass-type and bug-type Pokémon, with no Pidgeots in sight. This indicated that the Pidgeot was not wild, but rather a Pokémon belonging to a trainer. However, this was not a major concern. The Pidgeot was likely a Pokémon belonging to an official of the Alliance, deployed to patrol the secret realm and ensure the safety of the senior high students. Even if the Pidgeot spotted the shining fire dinosaur and the iron dumbbell, it could not communicate with humans, akin to a mute. Furthermore, the Pidgeot was merely responsible for security. As long as no students were in danger, everything else was irrelevant to it. As Li Chen pondered this, he lamented that the Pidgeot flew too swiftly, preventing him from scanning its data with his eye of insight. In the next moment, however, the Pidgeot circled back, landing atop a tree and gazing intently at Li Chen for a considerable duration. What kind of gaze was that? Why was it staring at him? Was it searching for him, or was he under surveillance? As he observed the stationary Pidgeot, a torrent of thoughts surged within Li Chen. Yet, he reminded himself to remain calm in the face of the situation and promptly scanned the Pidgeot with his eye of insight. Sure enough, the Pidgeot boasted an impressive level of 59, categorizing it as a genuine gym-level Pokémon, even in the later stages of its evolution. Such a creature could not possibly be wild. It was most likely a Pokémon belonging to a high-ranking official of the Yang City Alliance. It was worth noting that even the principal of Yang City No. 1 High School was merely a quasi-gym-level trainer, still a step away from achieving full gym-level status. Before long, the Pidgeot took flight once more. Li Chen couldn't shake the feeling that he had caught the Pidgeot's attention, as if he were being watched. Uncertain of what it found intriguing about him, but he possessed far too many valuable possessions. Thus, he promptly slung his spatial backpack over his shoulder, recalled the fire dinosaur and soaring dragon, and departed with the turtle and iron dumbbell. Yet, not far into his escape, the sharp cry of the Pidgeot echoed behind him. Realizing the Pidgeot was indeed pursuing him, Li Chen felt a sense of dread. Given the Pidgeot's aerial advantage, fleeing was futile. He had no choice but to halt his steps, seeking refuge in a nearby patch of grass with the turtle and iron dumbbell, preparing to observe the unfolding situation. Soon enough, the Pidgeot traced his path, circling overhead several times before suddenly diving down to land on the ground. As Li Chen caught sight of the two figures perched upon the Pidgeot's back, clarity struck him, and he exhaled in relief. It dawned on him that the Pidgeot's relentless focus on him was not due to a desire for treasure or malice. Rather, it was executing a command to locate him. Indeed, the two individuals seated on the Pidgeot were none other than Zhu Rui and her close friend, Xiaohong. Recalling the wager he had made with Zhu Rui the previous day, Li Chen was momentarily taken aback. To track him down, she had gone to great lengths, even enlisting the help of a Pidgeot. The use of the Pidgeot's capabilities to find him felt like cheating. Consequently, the more she employed such tactics, the more determined Li Chen became not to fulfill her wishes. Thus, as he lay concealed in the grass, he resolved to remain silent and motionless, hoping she would be unable to find him and would eventually leave. Chapter 53, Defeated by the Keen Senses of the Wind Speed Dog. Within a mere 50 meters of Li Chen, Zhu Rui and Xiaohong were closely huddled together, cautiously surveying their surroundings, their eyes brimming with vigilance and trepidation. They had ventured into the depths of the Evergreen Forest secret realm, a region teeming with bugs, the most active type of Pokémon. Along the way, they had encountered countless insects, and had it not been for the Pidgeot's presence, they likely would not have made it here unscathed. Pidgeot, did you spot them here just now? Zhu Rui inquired, her hopeful gaze fixed upon the Pidgeot, excitement lacing her voice. The Pidgeot nodded, emitting a sharp cry that seemed to affirm Zhu Rui's inquiry. Simultaneously, it turned its head, scanning the vicinity, its red eyes filled with curiosity and confusion. Just moments ago, that individual had been accompanied by several unfamiliar Pokémon, yet in less than 5 minutes, he had vanished without a trace. How perplexing. Zhu Rui, there's not a soul in sight. Perhaps Li Chen has already left. The area is swarming with terrifying bugs. Shouldn't we head back? Xiaohong suggested anxiously, clutching her friend's arm, her mind plagued by visions of insects lunging at her. No, I trust the Pidgeot, and I know him well. He would never stray far. He must still be nearby. Zhu Rui asserted confidently, her beautiful eyes gleaming with determination. My dear, the forest terrain is exceedingly intricate, with towering trees reaching heights of several dozen meters, overgrown with dense underbrush and an abundance of shrubs. If Li Chen is intent on evading our discovery, it shall be a formidable challenge to locate him. Xiaohong observed her resolute friend, contemplating a fresh attempt at persuasion, for the environment was indeed daunting, teeming with repugnant insects. Were it not for her companionship with Zhu Rui, she would never dare venture into the depths of the forest. Hee, fret not, for I am well prepared. Zhu Rui reassured her, gently patting her friend's hand as a gesture of comfort and encouragement. She then retrieved a luxury ball from her belt and tossed it into the air. In an instant, a majestic Arcanine materialized onto the ground. Wow, Zhu Rui, you actually brought an Arcanine with you. No wonder you have the confidence to find Li Chun in this forest. Xiaohong exclaimed, her eyes sparkling with admiration as she gazed at the magnificent creature. However, upon observing the Arcanine's piercing gaze, sharp teeth, and tiger-like stripes, she promptly dismissed the urge to touch its fluffy fur. The Arcanine exuded a formidable aura, radiating an intimidating presence that suggested it was not to be trifled with. Meanwhile, Li Chun, concealed within a nearby thicket, was utterly dumbfounded. He had not anticipated that they would abandon all pretense and summon an Arcanine to aid in their search, making it nearly impossible for him to remain hidden. Arcanine, I beseech you, scout the area for any signs of human presence and flush him out, Zhu Rui commanded, offering the creature a sweet smile. This Arcanine was not her own Pokemon, but rather her father's, specifically entrusted to her for protection. Fortunately, having grown up alongside the Arcanine and frequently engaging in play, she had developed a strong bond with it, allowing her to issue commands. Upon receiving its owner's directive, the Arcanine sprang into action, employing its keen sense of smell to detect any traces of Li Chun. Known for its exceptional olfactory abilities, the Arcanine could effortlessly memorize scents left by individuals or Pokemon, tracking them down with precision. It was also adept at identifying unfamiliar humans or Pokemon in the vicinity, rendering any attempt at concealment futile. With a resounding howl, the Arcanine dashed towards a nearby patch of grass, signaling that it had made a discovery. Zhu Rui and Xiaohong exchanged delighted glances and hastily followed in pursuit. The accompanying Pidgeot, without hesitation, trailed closely behind them, as it was tasked with ensuring their safety, a responsibility entrusted by its trainer. In no time, the Arcanine reached the edge of the thicket where Li Chun was hiding, barking ferociously at the foliage as if eager to pounce. At that moment, Li Chun, observing the Arcanine's proximity, felt a surge of frustration, wishing he could storm out and give the creature a piece of his mind. Unfortunately, the Arcanine's level was quite high, being a near-legendary Pokemon, and without his Dragonite, he knew he stood no chance against it. Zhu Rui, hee, I found you. I knew you were hiding behind those bushes. Come out now, lest the bugs crawl onto you. Zhu Rui called out, her voice brimming with excitement. Recognizing that Li Chun was indeed concealed just beyond the thicket, her tone grew animated with uncontainable joy. With no option left to remain hidden, Li Chun sighed and pushed through the undergrowth, accompanied by his Squirtle and Metong, all the while mentally cursing the Arcanine. Zhu Rui, you truly are something else. To find me, you've even enlisted the help of Pidgeot and an Arcanine. With that Arcanine around, I dare say even hiding in the trees would not suffice, Li Chun remarked, his tone dripping with sarcasm as he approached. Pidgeot belongs to Uncle Wong, and Arcanine is my father's Pokemon, both of whom willingly lent them to me. If you have a problem with that, you should take it up with them. Besides, this is a testament to my prowess. I found you in this forest, which means I've won, and you must honor your promise, Zhu Rui asserted, her voice laced with determination. Li Chun, you cannot go back on your word. You agreed to fulfill your promise. And to find you, Zhu Rui and I traversed the entire forest. Xiaohong chimed in, supporting her best friend. However, before she could finish, Zhu Rui swiftly covered her mouth. Rest assured, I, Li Chun, am a man of my word. A mere trivial request is nothing, and I shall not renege. You may state your request now, and I will see it through, Li Chun declared, casting a curious glance at the Arcanine. I shall not reveal it just yet. Just remember, when I decide what to request, I will inform you, Zhu Rui replied, her gaze lingering on Li Chun, her words accompanied by a sweet smile. By the way, when did you manage to capture a Metong, a pseudo-legendary Pokemon? And your Squirtle has evolved already? That seems rather swift, Xiaohong exclaimed, her voice rising in surprise as she suddenly realized the astonishing sight behind Li Chun. Calm down. Metong hatched from an egg gifted to me by my grandfather. As for Squirtle, it was already at a high level, so evolution was only to be expected. Li Chun responded nonchalantly, having anticipated such inquiries. Sensing the admiration in Xiaohong's tone, she sighed, reflecting on the harsh realities of life. While ordinary individuals were still deliberating on their initial Pokemon choices, the offspring of prestigious families were already capturing pseudo-legendary Pokemon. However, Zhu Rui, after casting a few curious glances at Metong, quickly returned her focus to Li Chun, her demeanor cheerful as she continued to engage him in conversation. Neither Zhu Rui nor Xiaohong showed any inclination to depart, and Li Chun, feeling obliged, led them around the area, gravitating toward the locations abundant with bug-type Pokemon. Eventually, Xiao Hong, overwhelmed by the numerous Caterpies and Weedles, found herself trembling in fear, the first to succumb to the distress of the situation. Unable to witness her friend in such a state, Zhu Rui reluctantly glanced back at Li Chun, bidding farewell before mounting Pidgeot with Xiao Hong and departing from the forest, just as Li Chun was about to unleash his prowess. Intending to sweep through the bug-type Pokemon they had encountered, he received an unexpected phone call from his homeroom teacher, informing him that the secret realm training activity was to conclude prematurely and that he was to assemble at the exit forthwith. Simultaneously, the safety bracelet he wore emitted an announcement, instructing all senior students to gather at the exit in an orderly fashion to return to school. Upon disconnecting the call, Li Chun was left in a state of bewilderment. In accordance with tradition, the school usually guides the senior students through a 7-day training session within the mysterious realm. However, today marks only the 5th day, and the training has been abruptly terminated. This is indeed an unusual occurrence, suggesting that something significant must have transpired. Perhaps even a tragic incident resulting in casualties among the senior students. Reluctantly, Li Chun, unable to oppose the authority of the school, sets off towards the exit of the realm, accompanied by his Kamikyu and Iron Dumbbell. As he makes his way back, he remains vigilant, ready to engage any wild spirits they encounter along the way, instructing Iron Dumbbell to defeat them. With Iron Dumbbell already at level 19, just one level shy of evolution, Li Chun had originally planned to maximize their experience by letting Iron Dumbbell battle spirits over the remaining 3 days. Yet, with this unforeseen development disrupting his plans, he can only take it step by step, hoping to accumulate enough experience for Iron Dumbbell to evolve in due time. Simultaneously, Li Chun adopts the role of a curious onlooker, weaving through various groups to ascertain the reasons behind the school's abrupt change in protocol. While the school has not officially communicated the specifics, numerous rumors circulate. For instance, Wang Hai, a classmate of Li Chun, promptly shares the latest gossip, revealing that a few reckless students attempted to capture an Ariados, only to suffer dire consequences, 1 fatality and 3 injuries, resulting in significant casualties. Upon learning this, the parents have stormed the school, compelling the administration to conclude the training session early and expedite the evacuation of all senior students from the realm. Wang Hai also mentions that among the injured was a student named Wang Lei, leaving Li Chun to ponder whether it is the same Wang Lei from his class. Such rumors have spread like wildfire throughout the school, and students are inquiring about Wang Lei's fate. Coincidentally, there is indeed a Wang Lei in Li Chun's class, prompting students to tag him in their messages to confirm whether the unfortunate incident involved their Wang Lei. In response, Wang Lei inundates the group chat with lengthy audio messages, fervently chastising those who dared to mention him. This, however, serves to confirm that the Wang Lei in question is not the one from Li Chun's class, merely a case of shared nomenclature. At this moment, Wang Lei himself is shaken and drenched in sweat, as his jawbreaker ant has just hatched. He had intended to venture out with his newly hatched ant and 2 companions to capture an Ariados, but the recent events have sent them fleeing in haste. Fortunately, a delay caused by Yang Wei's sudden stomachache spared them from a potentially dire fate. Li Chun, accompanied by Kamikyu and Iron Dumbbell, proceeds cautiously, stopping intermittently to engage wild spirits. After 3 hours, he successfully reaches the exit of the mysterious realm, where a throng of senior students has gathered. Iron Dumbbell is temporarily stored in the system space, as it was captured within the realm, and Li Chun refrains from using a realm ball, unsure if it would trigger any detection. Therefore, he opts to keep Iron Dumbbell secured until they have safely exited the realm. After much effort, Li Chun finally locates his class within the crowd, awaiting their departure back to school. Coordinating the swift collection of all senior students from the expansive realm is no simple task. Consequently, the League's search officers and staff mobilize, utilizing wristband tracking. Within 10 minutes, all students remaining in various locations of the realm are located and escorted back, following a headcount and the return of remaining realm balls and safety wristbands. The senior students exit the Evergreen Forest realm in an orderly fashion and board the same bus that brought them there. On the return journey, Li Chun is filled with frustration, having been so close to Iron Dumbbell's evolution. Once back at school, he anticipates a significant increase in the difficulty of gaining experience points, lamenting that what could have taken half a day for evolution may now extend indefinitely. Upon their return, the school promptly organizes a meeting for all senior students and teachers, centered on safety concerns. While incidents resulting in casualties within the realm are serious, they are not entirely unprecedented in the life of a trainer, which inherently involves numerous risks. The severity of the situation is heightened due to the involvement of senior students. Whereas the demise of an ordinary trainer in the wild or a realm may go largely unnoticed, the school quickly addresses the incident, compensating the family of the deceased student with over $1 million Poke dollars and promising to provide a starter Pokemon. For the injured students, medical expenses are fully covered, along with a supply of energy cubes. Meanwhile, the league staff and the respective homeroom teachers of the affected students face appropriate repercussions. After the meeting concludes, Chen does not even return to his dormitory before heading to the Pokemon supermarket outside the school. He purchases 3 boxes each of Steel-type and Psychic-type energy cubes, intending to have Iron Dumbbell consume them in tandem. Upon returning to his dorm, he eagerly opens a box of Psychic-type energy cubes, allowing Iron Dumbbell to sample the flavor. Iron Dumbbell's feeding method is somewhat unique. It brings its head close to the energy cube. Suddenly, Chen feels a powerful suction, and the energy cube vanishes from his hand. In the next moment, Iron Dumbbell's single red eye squints into a narrow slit, oscillating with delight, a clear indication of pleasure. This is the first time Iron Dumbbell has consumed an energy cube of its own type since its birth, and it appears to be quite a delightful experience. Chapter 55, Practical Training. Once Iron Dumbbell has had its fill, Chen transports it into the system space, adjusting the parameters of the gravity training apparatus to enhance Iron Dumbbell's training regimen. As the night deepens, Chen lies in bed, contemplating his plans for the coming months. With over 5 months remaining until the Pokemon entrance examination, staying at school is no longer a viable option. Rather than squander time in practical classes taught by professional instructors, he believes it would be far more beneficial to embark on a journey outside. This way, he can challenge gyms and earn badges while traversing perilous wilds and entering higher-level realms for continuous battles and the opportunity to capture favorite Pokemon. This path seems most suitable for Chen, as his Pokemon strengthen through combat, gaining power through the number of defeated spirits, thereby accumulating experience points. Within the confines of the school, opportunities to battle such spirits are evidently limited. Moreover, the school allows senior students, upon acquiring their initial Pokemon and becoming trainers, to apply for leave from classes, enabling them to directly participate in the Pokemon entrance examination. Many well-off families take their children into the wild or realms for specialized training and practical experience, enhancing their abilities in the crucial final months leading up to the examination. As he contemplates, Chen is suddenly jolted by the alarm signaling the refresh of daily limited-time offers. However, today's offerings leave much to be desired. Aside from a skill-learning machine for the move Water Flow Burst, the other 2 items are merely ordinary Pokeballs. With no other choice, Chen hastily purchases the Water Flow Burst skill-learning machine, intending to have Kamikyu utilize it at dawn. Early the next morning, upon awakening, Chen promptly entered the system space and presented the skill-learning device for the move Hydro Pump to Squirtle. In an instant, Squirtle mastered the technique and showcased it before Chen. As Squirtle's aquatic energy surged, a torrent of water enveloped its entire form, propelling it forward like a cannonball. Unbeknownst to Squirtle, whether by intention or happenstance, it collided directly with the nearby Charmeleon, who was merely observing the spectacle. The impact was thunderous, sending the unsuspecting Charmeleon flying, struck by the waterborne projectile of Squirtle. Had Charmeleon not possessed a robust physique, coupled with a higher level and the water absorbability, the outcome could have been far more disastrous, potentially incapacitating it on the spot. Roaring in defiance, Charmeleon, unscathed, rose in fury, its veins bulging on its forehead as it pointed an accusatory claw at Squirtle, clearly perceiving this as a personal vendetta. Witnessing the escalating tension between the 2 Pokemon, Chen felt a sense of exasperation. Squirtle was evidently harboring a grudge, remembering the time Charmeleon had recklessly unleashed an earthquake, leaving it disoriented. Charmeleon, calm down. Last time, you were the one who carelessly used Earthquake first. Squirtle is merely retaliating in kind, Chen interjected. And Squirtle, you 2 have erred. Let this incident be forgotten. From now on, you must refrain from attacking your companions impulsively, understood? Upon hearing this, Squirtle lowered its head in embarrassment and offered an apology to Charmeleon. Yet Charmeleon remained evidently irate, turning away in a huff. Such was Charmeleon's temperament, proud and fiery, but it refrained from retaliating, clearly having accepted Squirtle's apology in its heart. Through Chen's guidance and diplomacy, the rift between Charmeleon and Squirtle was successfully mended, allowing them to reconcile. Seizing the opportunity, Chen proceeded to prepare breakfast for the Pokemon. Observing the 4 Pokemon relishing their energy cubes, a satisfied smile spread across his face, and he quietly exited the system space. After freshening up, Li Chun re-entered the system space, recalling both Iron Dumbbell and Squirtle into their Pokeballs before making his way to the school gymnasium for class. Commencing today, all classes for the senior year would be suspended, replaced by Pokemon battle courses, practical sessions aimed at imparting combat command skills and experiences to the students. To facilitate this, the school had specially hired several professional trainers, each boasting a minimum of 10 years' experience in the field. Furthermore, they were all at least elite-level trainers, more than capable of instructing the newly minted trainers among the senior students. Due to the high cost associated with hiring a professional trainer, it was customary for at least 3 or 4 classes to share the lesson. However, Li Chun's class and the second class were somewhat special, as both comprised students of considerable affluence or potential, with the best performers and most promising talents enrolled. Consequently, the two classes were combined for instruction under a highly experienced semi-gym level trainer. It was rumored that this trainer was the most formidable among the 4 hired by the school, having participated in numerous mid to large-scale competitions and garnered numerous accolades, were it not for the generous compensation offered by the school, which included a promise of a Pokemon with at least gym-level potential upon completion of the training. This trainer likely would not have consented to teach a group of senior students. Within the battle arena of the gymnasium, Li Chun spotted the semi-gym level trainer, who was to serve as their instructor. The seasoned trainer bore the marks of experience, and Li Chun could perceive a certain aura of financial prowess emanating from him. The news of a semi-gym level trainer teaching them sent ripples of excitement through the two classes, as most students were elated. After all, trainers were the most coveted and admired profession, yet becoming a competent professional trainer was no simple feat. For instance, out of nearly 70 students combined from both classes, it was unlikely that more than 5 would ever attain gym-level status. As for those of even higher caliber, they remained figures of reverence, forever out of reach. Thus, for many students, the most powerful trainers they would ever encounter in their lifetimes might well be their teachers and the principal. The new instructor, Wei Min, hailed from Yuzhong, the capital city of Jiangxi province, known for its vibrancy. Following the commencement of class, Wei Min imparted knowledge on survival in the wild and crucial considerations for commanding battles, sharing various anecdotes from his own experiences in the wilderness, which greatly broadened the students' horizons. Wei Min also encouraged the senior students to seize opportunities to venture into the wild and explore hidden realms. Practical experience was the only true path to growth. Throughout history, true strength has arisen from relentless battles. Naturally, the practical lessons centered around combat, and Wei Min invited each student to engage him in battle, providing constructive feedback based on their performance. In the blink of an eye, the expansive battlefield was vacated, with all students from both classes seated in the observation area, eager to witness the duels and glean insights. "Hey, kids, who's brave enough to step forward?" Wei Min chuckled at the sight of all students retreating, leaving him alone on the battlefield without an opponent. As he spoke, he produced a Pokeball from his waist and tossed it into the air, summoning a sluggish Slugma to the arena. "Don't be shy, children. Be bold in your attempts. The first one to defeat my Slugma will be free from attending my classes in the future, and I shall reward them with 100,000 Poke Dollars." Despite the enticing rewards, no student dared to challenge him at first. However, many were inevitably lured by the prospect of such temptation, their resolve wavering. Defeating a teacher not only promised a handsome monetary reward, but also the freedom to attend classes at will, a proposition few could resist. Yet, Li Chun knew all too well that, despite Slugma's seemingly dull demeanor, it was a high-level Pokemon, boasting a formidable level of 32, on the verge of evolution. For the newly initiated trainers among the senior students, Wei Min was undoubtedly at an overwhelming advantage, akin to a seasoned predator preying upon fledgling prey. "I'll give it a go." Soon, a student, unable to contain their excitement, leaped from the observation area and hurriedly released their Pokemon, a level 11 Rattata. Selecting another student to serve as a makeshift referee, the battle between Wei Min and the eager student commenced. Yet, within merely 5 exchanges, Rattata succumbed, defeated by Slugma and rendered unable to continue the fight. This was under the condition that Wei Min had intentionally gone easy on the challenger. Yet the defeat was still resounding. Nevertheless, emboldened by this initial attempt, many students, undeterred by the loss, flocked to challenge Slugma one after another. Unsurprisingly, each met the same fate, falling to Wei Min, while Slugma remained unscathed, albeit panting heavily from the exertion of multiple battles. Observing Slugma's evident fatigue, a glimmer of determination flickered in Li Chen's eyes, yet he still refrained from stepping into the fray. Though the sluggish fire camel was left with little stamina, its high level still afforded it the capacity to engage in battle, even if it were to face the tortoise, which was a counter to the fire camel. Victory was not guaranteed. After all, the fire camel boasted a staggering 14-level advantage over the tortoise, rendering it utterly dominant. Brother Chen, why don't you step in? Look at that arrogant fire camel, nose held high, displaying an air of superiority, suggested Wang Hai, who sat beside Li Chun. Observing that no one else dared to challenge the fire camel, he hoped his elder brother would teach the haughty creature a lesson. Wang Hai often played with Li Chun and was among the few who recognized his true prowess. The mere appearance of his Dragonite would likely send the fire camel fleeing in terror. Even without the Dragonite, Chun's tortoise should be able to vanquish the fire camel. Let us wait a bit longer, Li Chun replied, shaking his head gently. When the opportune moment arrived, he would certainly strike, defeating the fire camel and reaping considerable experience points. Subsequently, 2 or 3 more students, spurred on by their mischievous friends, ventured forth to challenge the fire camel, including the foolish Wang Lei. The opponent was indeed naive. The newly hatched ant had only been out for a couple of days and was merely at level 5, yet dared to challenge a 32-level fire camel. Had it not been for Wei Min's decision to allow the fire camel to temper its strength against the baby ant, the latter would surely have been sent to the hospital upon its very first battle. Although the fire camel was currently overpowering weaker foes, it was visibly fatigued after numerous encounters, having collapsed to the ground for a rest. Sensing the situation, Wei Min contemplated recalling the fire camel to switch to another Pokemon. However, at that moment, Li Chun seized the opportunity and stepped up to challenge. As a near-gym level trainer, Wei Min held little regard for these third-year students, even if a few among them had formidable backgrounds. With yet another student stepping forward to challenge, Wei Min abandoned the idea of recalling the fire camel and prepared to have it swiftly dispatch Li Chun, thus concluding the bout. Tortoise, it is you, Li Chun declared, his expression seemingly calm while his heart brimmed with joy. A severely weakened fire camel was akin to a free bounty of experience points. Oh, it's a tortoise, Wei Min exclaimed, surprise flickering across his face, quickly replaced by a serious demeanor. The fact that this student had evolved their Squirtle into a tortoise within just a few days of becoming a trainer attested to their exceptional skill. This was the first time he had witnessed the evolved form of a starter Pokemon amidst the many students he had faced, even though he had seen numerous second-stage evolutions. After all, Bug-type Pokemon like Butterfree and Beedrill typically reach their final evolution by level 10, while Squirtle required at least level 16 to evolve. The disparity was evident. Wei Min gestured for Li Chun to attack first. As a teacher and near-gym level trainer, he thought it only fair to allow the students some chance, rather than overpowering them outright. Thank you, teacher, Li Chun nodded, a subtle smile gracing his lips as he eagerly initiated the attack, seizing the chance to claim the fire camel's experience points for himself. Tortoise, use water gun. Without hesitation, he commanded his tortoise. What? This tortoise has just evolved and already knows water gun. How careless of me. Wei Min was taken aback by Li Chun's command and the powerful jet of water released by the tortoise. He had underestimated the situation, and it was too late for regret. Fire camel, use ember. Although surprised, Wei Min's reflexes remained sharp, and he swiftly directed the fire camel. However, a twitch at the corner of his mouth revealed his discomfort. The opposing tortoise had mastered a powerful skill like water gun before even reaching its final evolution. While his fire camel, now over level 30 and nearing evolution into a fire dragon, was still resorting to ember, a move typically learned at lower levels. It was utterly humiliating. A robust stream of water surged toward the fire camel, which lay prone on the ground, attempting to counter with a series of small flames. It was crucial to note that the power of water gun surpassed that of ember, which was merely a diluted version of the latter. The outcome was inevitable. The water jet swiftly extinguished the flames and continued its relentless advance toward the fire camel. At that moment, the fire camel, drained of energy, lacked even the strength to rise, failing to muster a fiery retaliation. Ultimately, it could only watch helplessly as the water struck, sending it tumbling before it finally lay still, completely incapacitated. Chapter 57, Certified Alliance Trainer. The tortoise's decisive victory over the fire camel astonished all the students present, their jaws dropping in disbelief. Especially those who had previously challenged Wei Min and suffered humiliating defeats against the fire camel were left in utter shock, overwhelmed by shame. Conversely, students who shared a closer bond with Li Chun, like Wang Hai, were ecstatic, chanting praises of admiration. Even Wei Min, who had traveled extensively and witnessed grand spectacles, found himself momentarily stunned, followed by a rueful smile. He had indeed let his guard down, failing to anticipate that among these third-year students, some would possess a tortoise capable of wielding such a formidable skill as water gun. He had grievously underestimated these high school students, or rather, Li Chun. the prodigious grandson of a revered figure. While many scions of affluent families squandered their potential, Li Chun, who had been relegated to a small city and faced decline, had emerged as an exceptionally gifted descendant. Had he known that Li Chun possessed 2 near-god-tier Pokémon and a shiny Charizard, his astonishment would have only deepened. In the end, Wei Min fulfilled his promise, transferring 100,000 Poke Dollars to Li Chun on the spot, declaring that Li Chun could attend his classes whenever he pleased, without obligation. For a trainer of Wei Min's caliber, 100,000 Poke Dollars was a mere trifle. A single match could yield rewards exceeding 1,000,000 Poke Dollars for a top 10 finish. What he truly lacked were resources, excellent Pokémon, rare treasures, and evolution stones. Things that could not simply be purchased with money. As class concluded, Wei Min hurriedly departed, embarrassed by his defeat at the hands of a novice trainer, a student, and bracing for the inevitable ridicule from his peers. Meanwhile, Li Chen basked in the spotlight, with boys like Wang Hai genuinely admiring and envying him. Numerous girls cast flirtatious glances his way, while Zhu Rui, seething with jealousy, seized Li Chun and whisked him away from the gymnasium, leaving Wang Lei fuming, nearly grinding his teeth in frustration. Why was it that his aunt had been obliterated in a single blow, while Li Chen's tortoise triumphed over the fire camel with such ease? It seemed an injustice from the heavens. Yet, Li Chun was entirely immersed in his elation, having gained over 3,000 experience points from his tortoise's victory over the fire camel. Consequently, the tortoise experienced a remarkable surge in levels, ascending from level 18 to 22. It wasn't until he shared a meal with Zhu Rui that her jealousy began to dissipate. After dinner, Li Chen first returned to his dormitory, where he fed a few of his Pokémon with energy cubes and indulged in a brief afternoon nap. At 2:30 in the afternoon, Li Chen chose not to attend class. After all, the lectures were rather mundane and lacked interest. Moreover, as Wei Min had previously stated, attendance was entirely at his discretion. He could choose to attend or not. The primary reason for Li Chen's absence from class was that he had a more pressing matter to attend to, obtaining certification at the Alliance branch and officially becoming a Pokémon trainer. Once recognized as a formal trainer, he would receive a monthly stipend, gain the ability to challenge gyms, collect gym badges, and participate in various mid to large-scale competitions organized by the Alliance. Additionally, becoming a certified trainer would entitle him to substantial discounts at Alliance-operated establishments, such as Pokémon hospitals, hotels, and breeding facilities. The Alliance's headquarters was situated in the imperial capital, yet every city boasted its own branch to oversee the management of all matters, large and small, ensuring the smooth operation of the city. After departing from the school, Li Chun made his way directly to the tallest building in Yangcheng, the Pokémon Tower. This tower served as the iconic structure of the Huaxia Pokémon Alliance, with nearly every city possessing one, located at the city center, housing the Alliance branch within. The Pokémon Tower could be regarded as the political heart of the city, where the city lord and all officials from the Alliance branch conducted their business. Furthermore, the Pokémon Tower was also considered the safest place in every city, as at least one quasi-champion level trainer would be stationed there, discouraging any troublemakers. In the heart of Yangcheng, the gym, Yangcheng No. 1 High School, and the Pokémon Tower formed a linear alignment, with a short distance separating them. After a 5-minute walk, Li Chen successfully arrived at the Pokémon Tower. True to its reputation as the city's tallest landmark, the tower comprised 52 stories, integrating offices, dining facilities, accommodations, supermarkets, breeding gardens, and hospitals. The offices of the Alliance occupied the 20th floor and above, while the lower floors housed the Alliance-operated Pokémon Hospital, breeding gardens, and hotels. The first floor was home to the Pokémon Hospital, bustling with Alliance staff guiding citizens entering the building. Having conducted his research prior to his visit, Li Chun was aware that the certification for trainer qualifications was located on the 20th floor. Thus, he required no assistance from the staff and directly entered the elevator, pressing the button for the 20th floor. Of course, the buttons for the floors above 20 were inoperable without a card swipe. The 20th floor was designated for public access, specifically established to accommodate citizens seeking trainer certification. With a melodic chime, the elevator doors opened, and Li Chun stepped inside. The area was spacious and divided into 2 sections. One side was designated for the certification of trainers at the advanced level and below, while the other catered to those at the elite level and above. It was immediately evident that the area for advanced level certifications was teeming with people, forming a long queue, with staff members present to maintain order. In stark contrast, the adjacent section was eerily quiet, with only a handful of individuals present, most of whom were staff. This disparity was entirely understandable, as obtaining certification for advanced level trainers required merely one Pokémon at the appropriate level. However, beginning from the elite level, one needed a full roster of 6 Pokémon, each reaching the elite standard to become a certified elite trainer, thus enjoying the associated benefits from the alliance. It could be said that the elite level represented a significant hurdle, one that most individuals struggle to surmount throughout their lives. Yet, upon achieving the status of an elite trainer, one could transform their fortunes, surpassing that to become a gym-level trainer would be akin to leaping over the Dragon Gate, with boundless prospects ahead. In summary, out of 1,000 advanced trainers, only a mere handful may ascend to the elite level. Hence, in the small city of Yancheng, gym-level trainers were esteemed individuals, with very few capable of certifying elite trainers and above. The certification process for advanced and below was notably straightforward, requiring only to release the Pokémon intended for certification, which would then be scanned by precise equipment. Upon meeting the level requirement, certification was granted. After a 2-hour wait, the actual certification process took a mere 5 minutes. Following the verification of his identity with the Alliance staff, Chen successfully certified his Comex, officially becoming a recognized intermediate trainer by the Alliance, thus enjoying the accompanying benefits and receiving a well-crafted box. This box was specifically designed for trainers to challenge gyms and collect gym badges. After completing his certification, Chen did not leave the Alliance Tower immediately. Instead, he took the elevator to the 6th floor. The 1st to 5th floors were occupied by the Pokemon Hospital, while the 6th to 8th floors housed the Alliance's breeding gardens. As the name suggests, the breeding gardens were dedicated to nurturing Pokemon and selling both Pokemon and Pokemon eggs. In this world, the sale of Pokemon and eggs was strictly prohibited. Clandestine sales were forbidden. If discovered, all illegal gains would be confiscated and the trainer's qualifications revoked, often leading to imprisonment. As a result, it was exceedingly challenging for the average person to acquire Pokemon, particularly initial ones. While students could obtain them through educational channels, others had no choice but to purchase Pokemon or eggs from the breeding gardens run by the Alliance. Those unable to afford such purchases had to venture alone into the wilderness. The wilds were home to numerous wild Pokemon available for capture. However, these untamed creatures were notoriously fierce and would readily attack humans. Venturing into the wild without a Pokemon was akin to courting death. Many, in their desperation to capture initial Pokemon and become trainers, had no option but to take such risks. Thus, the Alliance monopolized the business of selling Pokemon and eggs, managing it either directly or delegating it to trusted associates, reaping profits from the arrangement. Yet, this monopolization severely restricted the path for ordinary individuals to become trainers, leading to widespread discontent. Many dared to enter the wilderness to capture Pokemon, undeterred by the dangers, thus giving rise to the profession of poachers and numerous nefarious organizations opposing the Alliance. Consequently, a black market emerged, developing its own supply chain, wherein poachers would sell captured Pokemon for profit. Furthermore, items obtained through illicit means, which could not be disposed of legitimately, were also sold on the black market for significant gains. For instance, stolen ores, found evolution stones, and even ancient fossils discovered in the wild found their way to the black market. This ultimately led to the Alliance's crackdown on the black market, particularly due to the significant value of the fossils, which had long been under their scrutiny. However, the owner of the fossil refused to surrender it to the Alliance, deeming their offered price far too low, even below the market value of ordinary fossils, and thus took it to the black market for sale. This act, however, provoked the ire of the Alliance, which swiftly dismantled the black market. All illicit goods, including the fossils, were confiscated, and the owner along with all individuals associated with the black market were arrested and faced severe punishment. In this manner, the Alliance effortlessly acquired the ancient fossils it coveted without expending a single coin. In truth, Chen harbors little enthusiasm for the actions and behaviors of the Alliance. After all, existence itself is justification enough. Severing one's path to becoming a trainer is, quite frankly, a mercy, especially considering the Alliance's propensity to discard those deemed obsolete, a practice that has deeply affected the Li family. Upon ascending to the 6th level, he was approached by a service staff member whose voice was sweet and demeanor respectful, eager to provide a personalized introduction and recommendation for Chen. However, equipped with his keen inside eye, which far surpasses the so-called sophisticated instruments of the Alliance in both precision and convenience, he graciously declined the offer. Instead, he began to wander through the Pokemon nursery. The entire level was divided into 2 halves, one dedicated to the sale of Pokemon eggs, and the other to the sale of Pokemon themselves. The sprawling nursery, covering over 1,000 square meters, was teeming with people, a bustling hive of activity, and the Alliance had no less than 3 such levels. It is not difficult to imagine the thriving business of the nursery through this single industry. The Alliance could amass over 100 million Poke dollars in a single day. Chen first ventured into the area selling Pokemon, commencing his scanning from the very first creature. His intention was simple, to see if he might uncover a hidden gem. Naturally, if he were to encounter a Pokemon of exceptional potential, he would not hesitate to procure it, regardless of the price. In order to enhance marketing and sales, the Alliance had meticulously simulated the ecological environments of various types of Pokemon, creating ecological greenhouse gardens where Pokemon could be displayed for prospective buyers to appreciate and purchase. Each greenhouse garden contained 4 or 5 distinct areas, segregating Pokemon by age and potential. Among these, the most numerous and sought after were those born within the past month, as most parents were inclined to purchase initial Pokemon for their children, favoring the recently hatched for ease of capture and training. Furthermore, freshly hatched Pokemon were the most cost-effective, offering superior value. After all, the Alliance would not cultivate Pokemon for free. The higher the level, the more exorbitant the price. Chen noted that beside each greenhouse garden, there was a colossal screen detailing each Pokemon's date of birth, parental information, and an estimation of its potential, complete with a suggested selling price. This information was continuously updated, complemented by a team of professional attendants who would recommend suitable Pokemon based on the customer's needs. Undoubtedly, when it comes to the pursuit of profit, the Alliance's service attitude was impeccable, offering a comprehensive range of services. The first Pokemon displayed on the screen was a Beedrill. Amidst the hundreds of creatures in the greenhouse garden, Chen successfully located the corresponding Beedrill. The Alliance indicated that this Beedrill was a mere 25 days old. At level 7, with its father being a high-level Roserade and its mother a mid-level Gloom. Thus, its potential was projected to be high, with a suggested price of 80,000 Poke dollars. Chen utilized his insight eye to scan the Beedrill, confirming that its level and potential aligned closely with the Alliance's information. It appeared that the sophisticated instruments, developed over nearly a century for detecting Pokemon levels, did indeed possess merit. Continuing his endeavor, Chen scanned a dozen more Pokemon, discovering that the discrepancies between the official data and his own scans were minimal. However, the prices remained exceedingly steep. Additionally, the variety of Pokemon was limited, predominantly comprising water, grass, bug, and normal types. Chen persisted, scanning every Pokemon within the greenhouse and finding that their potential ranged from intermediate to elite levels, with prices spanning from 80,000 to 300,000 Poke dollars. As for Pokemon of Gym Leader potential and above, they had been relegated to another, more expansive greenhouse garden, replete with a superior environment and dedicated caretakers. Within this larger, better-maintained greenhouse, Chen encountered the likes of Squirtle, Torchic, and Sandshrew. The number of Pokemon here was sparse, consisting of only about 30 creatures, the majority being from the starter trio. The parents of these Pokemon were at least of Gym Leader caliber, with their potential oscillating around that level, and prices skyrocketing to 8 or 900,000 Poke dollars, deterring many aspiring trainers from making a purchase. Among them, the highest potential was a rather reclusive Chikorita nestled in a corner. This Chikorita had a father of quasi-elite status, a large Sunflora, and a mother of Gym Leader strength. Consequently, its potential was classified as quasi-elite, rendering it a prized possession of the garden, with a staggering price tag of 132 million Poke dollars. The exorbitant cost, compounded by Chikorita's peculiar temperament and the numerous drawbacks of its evolved form, dissuaded many trainers who considered acquiring it. Chapter 59, The Zubat Egg. This Chikorita was impressive in many respects. However, its final form, Sunflora, was rather unremarkable, with its stat distribution and abilities providing little advantage in terms of offense and defense. Moreover, the price was simply astronomical, making it unattainable for the average trainer. All the Pokemon that had already hatched had been meticulously scanned with specialized instruments by the officials, resulting in minimal discrepancies, making it exceedingly unlikely for Chen to find a bargain. Thus, he shifted his focus and proceeded to the section dedicated to the sale of Pokemon eggs. Here, rows of shelves were filled with neatly arranged eggs, each safeguarded by reinforced glass. The eggs were categorized by species and attributes, with labels affixed to the front of the glass, detailing the information and strength of the parents, along with the egg's potential. For instance, the first 10 rows were occupied by Zubat eggs. According to the attendant, most of these eggs were sourced from outside locations, reportedly from a second-tier Pokemon secret realm housing a Zubat colony. A small number of Zubat eggs were produced locally in the Evergreen Forest secret realm, thus ensuring their quality was not compromised by being randomly collected from the wild. Chen had a vivid recollection of Zubats. having recently rescued 2 classmates from an attack by these Pokemon in the same secret realm. Beginning with the first Zubat egg in the first row, Chen noted that the label indicated both parents were high-level Zubats. This led him to conclude that the potential of this Zubat egg was high, with a suggested price of 50,000 Poke Dollars. As he mingled among the crowd, activating his inside eye, he scanned the data of the egg. The retrieved data was rather simplistic, containing only 3 pieces of information: Zubat, poison flying, egg form, level, LV0, potential, high. Continuing his pursuit, Chen proceeded to scan the second egg, determined to ascertain that the machine could not surpass the efficacy of his system. Within 5 minutes, he had scanned over 100 Zubat eggs, discovering that their potential ranged from intermediate to gym leader level. The higher the potential, the steeper the price. Among them, one Zubat egg with gym leader potential was priced at an astonishing 50,000 Poke Dollars, exceeding the cost of some already hatched Pokemon. Through his extensive scanning of the Zubat eggs, Chen discerned that the greater the potential of the egg or Pokemon, the larger the discrepancies in the official estimations. For instance, he found several eggs that were clearly of elite potential, yet were labeled by the officials as gym leader level, merely based on one parent being a gym leader level Golbat. Although it is often said that the higher the potential of a Pokemon, the stronger it becomes, resulting in more exceptional offspring, this is not an absolute truth. There are instances where remarkably powerful Pokemon parents produce eggs with notably low potential, albeit such occurrences are rare. As Chen prepared to scan the next Pokemon egg, he suddenly detected an anomaly. Typically, the eggs of the Zubat are deep blue, occasionally adorned with patterns. However, this particular egg boasted a base color of pale purple, with markings resembling a simplistic drawing of a chick. At first glance, most would assume that the egg contained a poison-type Pokemon. Moreover, as the Woobat is a dragon-type Pokemon, which are relatively scarce, it is understandable that many would fail to recognize its egg. The authorities also shared this misconception, mistakenly categorizing it alongside the Zubat eggs for sale. Yet, only Chen, having scanned the egg with his detection eye, understood that it was not a Zubat egg but rather that of the dragon-type Woobat. Woobat, flying dragon, egg form. Level, LV0. Potential, champion. The official label, however, misleadingly indicated it as a Zubat egg, claiming its mother was an elite-level chatter and its father a high-level scorpion. Consequently, the egg was deemed to have elite-level potential with a suggested price of 200,000 Poke Dollars. It was highly likely that this was merely a fabrication by the authorities. Despite their extensive capabilities, it was improbable that they had detailed knowledge of every Pokemon egg's lineage. They were left to concoct stories, as long as they were not too far-fetched. The origin of this Woobat egg remained a mystery, most likely having come from the wild. Eggs produced in secret realms undergo rigorous inspections, and the likelihood of significant discrepancies emerging through official scrutiny is minimal. Had the officials realized that this egg was not a Zubat egg but rather a Woobat egg with champion-level potential, it would never have reached the market. No amount of money would suffice for its sale, as it would have been retained for internal use. Chen remained expressionless, though internally he was elated. Initially, he had come merely to see if he could find a bargain, harboring little hope, yet he had unexpectedly stumbled upon a champion-level Woobat egg. He promptly called over a staff member from the breeding center and casually inquired about the basic details of the Woobat egg. The staff member, having memorized the information of each egg, answered Chen's questions diligently. She also mentioned that the breeding center was currently running a promotion, offering the most favorable prices for egg purchases. The staff member was exceedingly enthusiastic, fervently recommending the Zubat egg, as selling Pokemon or eggs through their hands would yield a substantial commission. Ultimately, after some haggling, Chen acquired the Woobat egg for 14,000 Poke Dollars. Following the purchase, he did not leave the breeding center but continued to scan the remaining eggs and explore the other 2 levels of the facility. However, it seemed that his luck had run out, as the highest potential he encountered among the Pokemon and eggs scanned was merely near champion level, with prices exceeding 1 million Poke Dollars. Although Chen was affluent, he was not reckless. He preferred to reserve his funds for seizing better items from the system. Afterward, Chen made a visit to the 9th floor of the Pokemon building, where the Pokemon supermarket was located, offering a plethora of items related to Pokemon. Occasionally, rare treasures would be available, but these precious items would be swiftly snatched up at exorbitant prices. Having almost depleted the nutrient solution he had purchased for hatching his iron dumbbell, he bought 3 more bottles of nutrient solution, sufficient for hatching the Woobat. Upon returning to his dormitory, the first thing Chen did was retrieve his advanced incubator. He placed the Woobat egg inside, poured in a bottle of nutrient solution, and adjusted the temperature and humidity settings. Chapter 60, Journey to Magic City. With the addition of the Woobat egg, Li Chen's fervor for embarking on a journey, battling to grow stronger and capturing more companions, reignited. He packed the advanced incubator into his spatial backpack and stored the backpack in the system's space. After locking the dormitory door, he decided to return home for a visit. Upon arriving at the dojo, before he could even sit down to rest for a moment, his grandfather rushed over upon hearing the news. The return of his grandson filled the old man with genuine joy, yet he was not one to express his feelings openly. As soon as he saw Li Chen, he squinted his eyes and questioned, "It's not yet the weekend. Why has this little rascal returned home? Have you gotten into trouble at school again? Grandfather, what are you thinking? Am I that kind of person? I haven't caused any trouble this time. I'm here to discuss something significant with you." However, the old man seemed skeptical upon hearing this. Reluctantly, Li Chen had to lay everything bare before his grandfather. "What? You want to travel alone?" "Absolutely not." The old man exploded like a powder keg at this declaration, vehemently rejecting the idea. He initially thought Li Chen had returned to avoid classes, believing that studying at the dojo would suffice, and had even begun to show a hint of a smile. Little did he know that in the next moment, Li Chen voiced his desire to travel, which was entirely contrary to the old man's wishes and fraught with danger, causing him to erupt in anger. To dissuade Li Chen from his travel aspirations, the old man recounted several grim examples, including his own son, who, having barely graduated high school and just a month into his training career, ventured out into the world, facing countless hardships and life-threatening situations. Had it not been for sheer luck, Li Chen might not have been born. With the Li family now diminished, having lost both parents, the old man had only this one grandson left, hoping that Li Chen would carry on the family line and take over the dojo. Naturally, he was unwilling to let Li Chen embark on the perilous path of a traveler, a route he himself had once taken, spending years in the wild, challenging gyms. Fully aware of the associated risks, each year, many trainers perished in the wilderness, including prodigies and scions from illustrious families. In the wild, danger lurked at every turn. A wild Pokemon attack could be fatal if one lacked sufficient strength. Moreover, humans could be even more treacherous than Pokemon. The wilderness was rife with poachers and nefarious organizations. The law could not restrain them, and they cared not for one's identity. If they coveted your Pokemon or possessions, escape was impossible. Incidents of Pokemon theft and violent robbery were alarmingly common. Yet, Li Chen had anticipated his grandfather's refusal and had already devised a counter-strategy. He recounted how his father had faced danger but always managed to turn misfortune into fortune, eventually encountering his mother during his travels and becoming an accomplished trainer within just a few short years. He successfully countered his grandfather's argument by stating that remaining in school, attending classes daily without practical combat experience or the trials of life and death, would make it nearly impossible to achieve any significant accomplishments in a short time. Li Chen further emphasized that within the current Huaxia Elf Alliance, there are a total of 4 champions, 3 of whom hail from the ranks of travelers. Among the Elite 4, 3 also come from the same adventurous lineage, and the other members hardly merit mention. This left the old man utterly speechless, his wide, copper-ringed eyes fixed on Li Chen in disbelief. However, the elder was not oblivious to these realities. It was merely that he compared them to the might and achievements of others. His only desire was for his grandson to live a contented life, happily completing his university education before returning to inherit the gym, ensuring a life free from want, burdens, and dangers. This was the simplest and most effortless path that the elder had prepared for Li Chen. Unfortunately, his grandson harbored a profound aversion to this route, constantly yearning to venture forth into the world. Seeing that the old man remained resolute in his refusal, Li Chen resorted to his trump card. Under the astonished gaze of the elder, he released his fire dragon, iron dumbbell, and the evolving turtle. Witnessing the presence of the quasi-divine young iron dumbbell, the shimmering fire dragon, and the turtle that had evolved in less than a week, the old man's jaw dropped, quickly replaced by a look of profound satisfaction. He did not inquire about the origins of these Pokemon. That was inconsequential. What mattered was that these creatures belonged to his grandson. Yet, despite this, the elder still declined to permit Li Chen to embark on a journey. The value of the quasi-divine young Pokemon and the shiny ones was too great, making them prime targets for nefarious individuals, thus posing a significant danger. To dissuade Li Chen from his travel plans, the elder reassured him that he need not worry about resources, as he would shoulder that burden entirely. All Li Chen needed to do was to remain at the gym and dedicate himself wholeheartedly to nurturing these Pokemon. The elder's selfless affection deeply moved Li Chen. Yet the resources required for the Pokemon's growth were indeed vast. Only through continuous battles, coupled with the use of Pokemon treasures, could the iron dumbbell and its companions develop rapidly. Although the Elder was a champion-level trainer and the master of the Yangqing Gym, the Li family had relocated from the imperial capital to a small fourth-tier city, where the Yangqing Gym was merely a municipal establishment, thus yielding limited resources. The primary reason for this scarcity was the small size of Yangqing. With fewer people, there were fewer resources and only one first-tier Pokemon secret realm, which was severely depleted. The treasures associated with Pokemon were extraordinarily precious and practically unavailable on the market. The Elder possessed little of these treasures, for had he any, he would have long since utilized them to train his Dragonite and Snorlax. Li Chun understood these realities well. Yangqing was indeed too small to become stronger. He had to step beyond its confines and embark on a journey of battles. Ultimately, under Li Chun's provocation, the Elder reluctantly acquiesced to his request. However, he stipulated one condition. Should Li Chun fail to gain admission to a top-tier university or achieve notable accomplishments in his endeavors, he would have to return to inherit the gym. The accomplishments the Elder referred to were no ordinary feats. They entailed rising to the level of elite or even higher trainers or participating in medium to large-scale competitions, securing a place in the top 10. For the average individual, these goals were fraught with challenges, and with time running short, it was likely that the Pokemon would not even reach the elite level, lacking the qualifications for certification. Competing in medium to large-scale events was even more daunting, given the high barriers to entry. Merely collecting gym badges was no simple task. And for novice trainers to achieve a top 10 placement in competitions was akin to scaling a mountain. In recent years, only a handful of novice trainers had emerged prominently, securing commendable ranks in competitions, and all were, without exception, heirs of champion families. After reconciling with the Elder, the latter, with a twinkle in his eye, mentioned he had a gift for Li Chun as a coming-of-age present and a reward for his first journey. However, when Li Chun inquired about the nature of this gift, the Elder remained tight-lipped, merely stating, "It's a secret. Patience is a virtue. You shall understand upon arrival." The Elder stroked his beard, feigning profundity, keeping even his own grandson in the dark. Under the Elder's coaxing and playful deception, Li Chun accompanied him to the airport located in the suburbs and boarded a flight to Magic City. Upon landing at Magic City Airport in the late afternoon, a luxurious car emblazoned with the Alliance insignia awaited him at the roadside. The driver respectfully opened the car door, and without uttering a word, the Elder ushered Li Chun inside, and the vehicle proceeded towards the bustling city center. At this moment, Li Chun remained oblivious to the Elder's intentions for bringing him to Magic City, especially with the mention of a coming-of-age gift. Yet the Elder remained silent about what it could possibly be, leaving Li Chun guessing whether it was a surprise. In Li Chun's memory, he realized he had never visited Magic City before. He only knew it to be a thriving metropolis, home to numerous champions and elite families, a place of formidable prestige. Approximately half an hour later, the car halted before an opulent estate, where several individuals stood, each exuding an air of distinction. The leader among them was a dignified Elder whose presence commanded respect, appearing to be of similar age to Li Chun's grandfather. The Elder maintained a calm demeanor as he and Li Chun exited the vehicle and approached the group. "Li, long time no see," boomed the authoritative Elder, his face lighting up with joy upon seeing Li Chun's grandfather. "Indeed, it has been quite some time, Chen, old friend. How have you been?" Li Chun was left standing aside as the Elder engaged in a warm and lively conversation with the formidable figure, their rapport clearly indicating a long-standing friendship. Unbeknownst to Li Chun, as the Elders exchanged pleasantries, the distinguished Elder suddenly turned his gaze towards him. "Xiao Chen, come here and greet Grandpa Chen." At the same time, the Elder's voice, brimming with joy, beckoned. "Hello, Grandpa Chen," Li Chun replied, somewhat taken aback, but he dutifully greeted the Elder with respect. This delighted the Elder, whose face broke into a broad smile, praising Li Chun for being well-mannered and considerate. The Elder had not come to Magic City merely to reconnect with an old friend. As their conversation progressed, they swiftly delved into the main topic. Li Chun listened attentively, gleaning invaluable information. To his astonishment, he discovered that Grandpa Chen was none other than the current head of the Chen family, one of the 8 esteemed families of the Huaxia Elf Alliance. A quasi-champion level trainer of considerable influence. The Huaxia Elf Alliance officially recognized only 8 champion families, colloquially referred to as the 8 Elder Families, who collectively governed the Huaxia Alliance. Among these families, 5 resided in the imperial capital, 2 in Magic City, and the last had migrated to the Kunlun Mountain region. The Elder's true purpose for visiting was to escort Li Chun into the only 5th-level secret realm, the Dragon's Secret Realm, in Magic City, where he would have the opportunity to select a quasi-divine young Pokemon as his coming-of-age gift. Upon learning this revelation, Chen was utterly astounded, his heart racing with excitement. However, the immense cost associated with entering the dragon's secret realm dampened his enthusiasm, casting a shadow over his joy. The elder was exerting his remaining influence to pave the way for his grandson. Compromising with the alliance and leveraging the merits established by Chen's parents during their lifetimes to secure this rare opportunity, a chance to enter the dragon's secret realm and capture a Pokemon therein. Chen remained silent, yet his heart burned with indignation, vowing to seek justice from the shadowy figures behind the scenes and the alliance. Subsequently, under the guidance of Grandpa Chen, the group made their way to the entrance of the dragon's secret realm. Not far from the estate, they arrived at an inconspicuous, dilapidated hut, which, despite its simplicity, concealed the entrance to the dragon's secret realm. The alliance held this realm in high regard, with the modest hut nestled between two opulent estates and the Elven Tower. The two luxurious estates represented prestigious champion families, the Chen and Zhang clans, who had jointly guarded the dragon's secret realm for generations, with an alliance branch office and a military base situated nearby, ensuring a vigilant watch. Without the alliance's consent, no individual could approach the sacred ground. Furthermore, accessing the dragon's secret realm was exceedingly challenging. Ordinary individuals could only dream of such a privilege. Only those who had rendered extraordinary service to the alliance or belonged to the champion families could obtain a coveted entry to capture a Pokemon within. The Chen and Zhang families willingly distanced themselves from the imperial capital to safeguard the dragon's secret realm, naturally benefiting from their proximity to the source of power, gaining additional opportunities and treasures produced within the realm. After the elder and Chen underwent thorough verification and a series of protocols, they were finally granted permission to enter the dragon's secret realm. True to its name, the realm was rich in dragon-type energy, teeming with numerous dragon-type Pokemon, which yielded a plethora of dragon-type treasures each year. It was said that many years ago, a master-level Dragonite had appeared within this sanctuary, serving as its guardian, coexisting peacefully with humans, thus giving the realm its name. The dragon's secret realm was classified as a level 5 realm, expansive in size, abundant in diverse Pokemon species, and home to a plethora of formidable creatures, with rare dragon types being a common sight. The overwhelming presence of powerful Pokemon, including those at the elite, near champion, and champion levels, prompted the elder to accompany Chen into the realm for his protection. Upon entering, the elder assumed a defensive posture, releasing his Dragonite and Blastoise to intimidate the local Pokemon. He then produced a meticulously drawn map of the realm, which marked significant Pokemon communities, including those of semi-divine creatures, as well as territories dominated by champion-level Pokemon, which were strictly off-limits and fraught with peril. This map had been specially designed by the Alliance following their explorations of the dragon's secret realm to assist future trainers in selecting and capturing Pokemon. Chen followed closely behind the elder, accompanied by his vigilant Dragonite, treading cautiously with each step. The energy within the realm was palpably dense, the air itself fresher than that outside. The flora thrived under this energetic nourishment, towering and lush, with even ordinary fruit trees reaching heights of several dozen meters, reminiscent of a primeval forest. After traversing only a few hundred meters, Chen encountered numerous rare Pokemon, such as Ralts, Riolu, Zorua, and Togepi. Simultaneously, Dragon-type Pokemon, which were exceedingly rare in the outside world, were commonplace here. He spotted Dratini and Woobat by the roadside, and even witnessed a skirmish involving Gible, with several near-divine dragon types making their presence known. Alas, according to the regulations, they were permitted to capture only one Pokemon within the realm. Otherwise, Chen would have relished the opportunity to secure every Pokemon in sight. Hence, the singular capture would have to be of the most promising, valuable near-divine Pokemon. Within the dragon's secret realm, there existed 4 distinct dragon-type semi-divine communities: the Dragonite community, the Hydreigon community, the Garchomp community, and the Dragapult community. The first destination for Chen and the Elder was the habitat of the Dragonite community, where, accompanied by Dragonite and Blastoise, they arrived unscathed. Although the Alliance had established agreements with the leaders of the various Pokemon communities within the realm, with over 100,000 Pokemon present, it was impossible to regulate every single one. Particularly, some Pokemon were inherently aggressive and would attack any passing humans or other Pokemon. Should Chen and the Elder inadvertently trespass into another Pokemon's territory, they would likely be perceived as invaders and violently expelled. The Dragonite habitat was situated beside a freshwater lake, with the community asserting dominance over the surrounding area rich in resources. Their sudden intrusion startled the entire Dragonite community. Yet the Dragonites continued their activities undisturbed, with only the Dratini and Dragonair glancing curiously at the pair. Due to a prior agreement between humans and the leaders of the major communities, humans provided resources and food to Dragon-type Pokémon while refraining from interference. In return, the Dragon-type Pokémon would allow their descendants to be taken by humans in the future, resembling a mutual exchange. Thus, the Dragonites were unfazed by human presence, perhaps anticipating the departure of a newly hatched Dratini. In contrast to the already formidable Dragonites, most trainers, especially novices, preferred to capture a semi-divine hatchling and nurture it from a young age, fostering familiarity. Not to mention, adult Dragonites were exceedingly powerful and nearly impossible to capture. Even with assistance, forcibly subduing one could lead to rebellion due to the vast level disparity and lack of emotional connection. After all, trainers could choose their preferred Pokémon, while Pokémon would select trainers deemed suitable or strong, often abandoning weaker trainers, a frequent occurrence. Forcing a relationship rarely yields sweet fruit, and capturing an uncontrollable powerful Pokémon could lead to dire consequences. Thus, it was unwise to pursue immediate gratification at the expense of long-term stability. The Elder located the Dragonite leader within the habitat and presented a token representing the alliance, clearly articulating their intentions. Upon receiving the Dragonite leader's consent, the Elder quickly guided Li Chun through the area, keenly observing the recently hatched Dratini and Dragonair. Meanwhile, Li Chun diligently utilized his scanning ability to gather data on each Dratini, Dragonair, and Dragonite they encountered. It was undeniable that, as a semi-divine community within a level 5 realm, they were indeed formidable. The Dragonite leader itself was of champion level, and Li Chun noted no less than 5 near-champion Dragonites, with the number of elite-level Dragonites being even greater. Li Chun found himself particularly drawn to the Dragonite leader, whose robust physique and commanding presence were impressive, especially given its champion status. Capturing such a creature would eliminate the lengthy training process. Unfortunately, the leader was far too powerful. Even the Elder was no match for it, making the prospect of capturing the Dragonite leader seem utterly unattainable. The Elder recounted that over the years, many had ventured into the Dragon's secret realm seeking to capture the Dragonite leader and those near-champion Dragonites, hoping to take a shortcut to becoming near-champion or even champion trainers. Yet, without exception, all had failed. The semi-divine Dragonites were immensely powerful, and this was their domain, making capture far from a simple task. If capturing elves were as simple as one might imagine, the Alliance would boast far more champions and elite trainers than it currently does. Naturally, the Alliance is also keen to avoid an overabundance of such esteemed figures, for the proverbial pie is limited, and there is not enough to go around. Li Chun meticulously scanned a total of 72 Dratini and 23 Dragonair among the 95 quasi-divine hatchlings he examined. Their levels ranged from novice to gym leader, with 42 possessing potential exceeding that of champions, and 4 at the threshold of championship potential. Regrettably, among all the Dratini and Dragonair, Li Chun found no hatchlings with championship-level potential. The Elder scrutinized each Dratini and Dragonair in detail, identifying a few that appeared quite promising, likely at the threshold of championship potential. His gamble was aimed at securing the finest for his grandson, specifically a quasi-divine hatchling with championship potential. Alas, none of the Dratini and Dragonair met his lofty expectations. He had mentally prepared for this outcome even before entering the secret realm, having learned from an old friend that, not long ago, the Dragon's secret realm had been sealed off for a period. A group of young trainers from the Imperial City had ventured into the realm, each departing with a quasi-divine hatchling. Unsurprisingly, the offspring of several quasi-divine clan leaders, as well as the most exceptional descendants within those clans, had been taken by those individuals. It was no wonder the Alliance had summoned him to the Dragon's secret realm at this juncture. Clearly, the best had already been claimed, leaving the remnants for the two of them to sift through, thereby allowing the Alliance to sever ties with them completely. Seeing Li Chun shake his head, the Elder exchanged greetings with the Dragonite clan leader and resolved to explore the other 3 quasi-divine clans before making a decision. Subsequently, the Elder guided Li Chun to the Nyamilong clan, which was the closest to the Dragonite clan. Much like the Dragonite, the Nyamilong also occupied a freshwater lake, with a series of caves surrounding it, where they typically resided. Both Nyamilong and Dragonite are known for their amiable nature and gentle disposition. Thus, the arrival of the grandfather and grandson was met with great enthusiasm from the Nyamilong, who even offered them freshly gathered fruit. Several recently hatched Nyamilong playfully circled around Li Chun, exuding an adorable liveliness. Under the warm hospitality of the Nyamilong leader, Li Chun employed his scanning eye to assess the data of every Niamylon within the clan. In comparison to the Dragonite clan, the Niamylon clan was somewhat smaller in number and possessed a slightly weaker overall strength. This was evident from the Niamylon leader, whose level was only 90, merely a quasi-champion peak Pokemon. However, given the rich resources of the dragon's secret realm and the championship potential of the Niamylon leader, it was merely a matter of time before a breakthrough to the championship level occurred. Similarly, the Niamylon leader's offspring had been taken away, leaving only the leader and one other Niamylon with championship potential, with no other Pokemon in the clan reaching that level. Thus, Li Chun and the Elder left behind some Dragon-type energy cubes as a token of gratitude for the Niamylon leader's generous hospitality. They then hastened to the third quasi-divine clan, the Sharpedo clan. The Sharpedo clan was unique in that they did not inhabit the lakes or forests but resided in the mountains. The mountain paths were steep, and both Li Chun and the Elder rode their respective Flygons up the slopes. Otherwise, the trek would take several days, and they might very well tire out along the way. During their ascent, Li Chun spotted a few Sharpedos soaring in the sky. However, upon noticing the two Flygons and their unfamiliar human riders, one Sharpedo promptly changed direction and dove towards the mountain, presumably to alert the clan leader. Having a Sharpedo guide was fortuitous. The grandfather and grandson quickly instructed their Flygons to follow, and under the watchful eyes of several other Sharpedos, they landed atop the mountain. As Li Chun dismounted from his Flygon, he was met by several imposing Sharpedos advancing toward them. They halted a mere 4 or 5 meters away, glaring at the two intruders. It was evident that the Sharpedo's warning, coupled with their natural animosity towards Flygons, led them to perceive the pair as invaders. It was only when the Elder stepped forward to clarify their intentions and presented a token that the Sharpedos relaxed their vigilance and dispersed, leaving one to escort them into the clan's dwelling, granting them the opportunity to take a recently hatched pup. As Li Chun observed the guiding Sharpedo, he felt a surge of interest. Although the Sharpedo, often referred to as the land dragon, could not learn the dragon-type move Dragon Dance, its striking appearance and ability to mega-evolve made it an impressive creature in its own right. The Sharpedo before them boasted a level of 81. While it may not have been the clan leader, it was undoubtedly among the top 5 powerful members of the entire clan. Under its guidance, Li Chun and the Elder navigated the Sharpedo clan's habitat effortlessly, encountering all the newly hatched Swablu, including a dozen or so Sharpedos. The Swablu were undeniably adorable, resembling small sharks with a large fin atop their heads, protrusions on either side, and an enormous mouth. Gazing at these lively Swablu, Li Chun could not help but recall the one Ash had captured, which had struggled to learn the move Meteor Shower and, regrettably, had never evolved. The Elder began to utilize his own methods and experience to assist Li Chun in selecting the finest Swablu. In the absence of sophisticated instruments, they could only assess a Pokemon's potential by examining its appearance, size, skeletal strength, and learned skills, albeit with considerable margin for error. Yet the Elder, a seasoned champion trainer who had captured and nurtured countless Pokemon, possessed a keen eye. He swiftly identified the 3 Swablu with the highest potential from the dozens present. Li Chun had just finished scanning the data of every Swablu and Sharpedo nearby, even including those Sharpedos that had gathered around them. The Elder's expertise was evident. His decades of accumulated experience allowed him to select 3 Swablu with the highest potential from among 60 or 70 candidates. Of those 3, 2 exhibited quasi-champion potential, while the other, despite having only king-level potential, was significantly larger than its companions, well-developed, and had inherited 3 dragon-type moves. Among the 10 or so Sharpedos, only a couple possessed quasi-king potential, with the rest at king-level potential. It must be said that the quasi-divine clans were indeed remarkable, with few members falling below king-level potential, showcasing their formidable overall strength. It was little wonder they could dominate within the 5th-level secret realm. However, Li Chun still did not discover any hatchlings with championship-level potential. With a sigh of resignation, he resolved to visit the 3-headed dragon clan as a final endeavor. Should he find no championship-level hatchlings there either, he would select a quasi-champion potential Swablu or Dratini from the Sharpedo or Dragonite clans to take with him. In truth, Li Chun was quite reluctant to make a choice. Each of the 4 divine tribes demanded at least one youngling to be taken away. To achieve his lofty aspirations, Li Chun had already begun formulating a plan, preparing to engage in a significant collaboration with the Alliance. Subsequently, guided by the original biting land shark, the grandfather and grandson retraced their steps, returning to the previously traversed flatlands. Thereafter, they released their respective Dragonite and set off towards the final divine tribe, the 3-headed dragon clan. The habitat of the three-headed dragons lay in the innermost depths of the secret realm. It was said that their extreme ferocity led them to attack other Pokémon without provocation. Consequently, they were driven into the deepest recesses of the realm by the other three divine tribes, in coalition with various other Pokémon. Despite their unwillingness, the three-headed dragons ultimately had no choice but to submit and relocate, yielding to the greater forces of the three divine tribes and countless dragon-type Pokémon. Indeed, as Li Chun surveyed the surroundings of the three-headed dragon clan, he observed no signs of other Pokémon tribes, and even the presence of wild Pokémon was scarce. Just as they were about to step into the territory of the three-headed dragons, one of these formidable creatures unexpectedly emerged, blocking their path and launching an attack without hesitation. The three-headed dragon opened its massive jaws, its three heads glowing with yellow, red, and brown energy. The immense dragon-type energy coalesced, distorting the air around its heads. Accompanied by a fierce roar, the three streams of energy erupted forth, forming a dazzling beam of energy directed at the two dragonites. The reputation of the three-headed dragons as brutal and destructive was well-deserved. The attack encompassed both the dragonites and their riders. Dragon Pulse, Li Chun commanded, instructing his dragonite to defend and retaliate. Though they were on the territory of the three-headed dragons, the unprovoked assault warranted a response. The dragonite opened its mouth wide, gathering dragon-type energy before unleashing a cerulean wave. The Dragon Pulse collided with the energy beam, swiftly neutralizing the triple attack and striking the three-headed dragon. In the next moment, the three-headed dragon let out a wail, collapsing to the ground. The commotion attracted the attention of the entire clan, and soon, numerous three-headed dragons converged from all directions, surrounding the two dragonites. Observing their fallen comrade, who had lost the will to fight, the enraged three-headed dragons glared at Li Chun and his grandfather. A palpable tension filling the air as a fierce battle seemed inevitable. However, the elder did not blame Li Chun. It was the three-headed dragon that initiated the conflict, and retaliation was only natural. The situation escalated further as dozens of three-headed dragons gathered, several exuding a terrifying aura, likely of king-level strength. The elder, recognizing the gravity of the situation, promptly commanded the dragonite to land and released Water Turtle, Snorlax, Lucario, Darmanitan, and Agron, 4 quasi-champion level Pokémon and 2 late-stage king-level Pokémon. The three-headed dragons would need to carefully consider their desire for confrontation. Though Li Chun was still a novice trainer with limited strength, he felt undeterred and dispatched his dragonite as well. If a fight were to break out, he was ready to engage fully, aware that the ensuing chaos would be more troublesome for the Alliance and their leaders. After all, the secret realm did not belong to him, and he did not reside there. The three-headed dragons, having lived in their territory for generations, would be the ones to suffer should their habitat be destroyed. While the Alliance would undoubtedly be the most reluctant party to witness an all-out war, likely to intervene and mediate, Li Chun resolved that if a battle truly commenced, he would charge into the territory of the three-headed dragons, specifically targeting the recently born single-headed dragons. Yet, just as the conflict seemed imminent, a thunderous roar echoed as 2 three-headed dragons swooped in, halting the impending clash. One was large, and the other small. Li Chun's scanning revealed that both were of high rank, one a champion and the other a late-stage quasi-champion. Notably, these 2 dragons were a male and a female, with the male clearly being the leader of the clan and the female his mate. Upon assessing the situation, the leader of the three-headed dragons reprimanded the agitated clan members and instructed them to carry their unconscious comrade back. He then approached Li Chun and his grandfather to ascertain their intentions. Upon learning that they sought to take a youngling, the leader exhibited unusual excitement, as three-headed dragons were inherently combative, and the secret realm felt too restrictive, with most resources having been claimed by humans, and the remainder divided among the quasi-divine tribes and other Pokémon. There was scarcely anything left. Thus, they had painstakingly built their strength over many years. The younglings previously taken by humans had matured to this level in a mere decade, which was astounding. Consequently, the leader, being astute, welcomed the opportunity for exceptional trainers to take the younglings away, allowing them to experience the world beyond the confines of the secret realm and grow stronger, far preferable to being trapped within and competing for scant resources. Without delay, the leader of the three-headed dragons extended a hand of peace to Li Chun and his grandfather, personally guiding them through their territory. He gathered all the recently born younglings for their selection. In a clever maneuver, the leader also summoned a youngling less than a month old, placing it prominently for display. Naturally, such a favorable opportunity was reserved for his own progeny, while the others were pushed aside. Previously, A group of flamboyantly dressed young individuals had arrived at the clan's habitat, seeking to take a few newly born single-headed dragons. However, the leader had been away, engaged in a battle with the red-faced dragon leader, allowing the clan's unruly youngsters to arrogantly drive the visitors away. This incident was not particularly significant, as their relationship was merely collaborative, not yet strained to the point of hostility. Chen quickly spotted the leader's offspring, positioned at the forefront and noticeably larger than its companions, its eyes filled with a fierce and menacing glare. Filled with excitement, Chen immediately used his scanning ability to gather data on the single-headed dragon. As anticipated, it possessed the potential he had been desperately seeking, a champion level. Pokemon, single-headed dragon, gender, male, level 9, early novice, type, dark, dragon, characteristics, vitality. Skills, impact, energy concentration, dragon breath, bite. Inherited skills, intimidation, dual blade headbutt, double strike. Dragon dance, meteor shower. Potential, champion level. Held item, none. Before him stood a singular dragon, a true standout among its peers. Its qualifications undeniably superior to that of a Magnemite. Chen felt a surge of joy within, already anticipating the outcome. As he approached the solitary dragon for a closer inspection, he was taken aback when it exhibited vehement resistance, charging at him headfirst without hesitation. His Salamence, ever loyal, swiftly intervened, extending a paw to halt the oncoming dragon. The solitary dragon, seemingly undeterred, opened its mouth and unleashed a plume of verdant dragon breath. Yet, with a mere flick of its limb, Salamence effortlessly swatted the attack aside as if it were a mere fly. Faced with the formidable presence of Salamence, akin to an elder of its kind, the solitary dragon soon succumbed to silence. Seizing this opportunity, Chen retrieved a dragon-type high-grade energy cube from his spatial backpack and placed it before the solitary dragon. He also offered the last few dragon blood fruits, distributing them among Salamence and the solitary dragon. The enticing aroma emanating from the energy cube piqued the solitary dragon's curiosity, its eyes glimmering with intrigue as it inspected both the cube and Chen from a distance. Unfortunately, the dark fur obscured its eyes, extending down to its neck and limbs, preventing Chen from noticing the flicker of longing for delicious sustenance within its gaze. Fear not, solitary dragon. This is a delectable energy cube. Go ahead, indulge yourself, Chen encouraged. As he spoke, Salamence chomped into a dragon blood fruit, relishing it with evident delight. Observing Chen's gentle smile, the contented Salamence, and the encouraging glances from its parents, the solitary dragon gradually lowered its guard, calming itself before cautiously approaching the energy cube and taking a tentative bite. Once it tasted the exquisite flavor of the energy cube, the solitary dragon lost all restraint, swallowing the entire cube in one gulp. After finishing, it licked its mouth, clearly yearning for the other enticing fruits nearby. Go ahead, solitary dragon. All these are yours. Chen beckoned, urging the solitary dragon to continue feasting. He also produced high-grade energy cubes prepared by the elder, distributing them to the three-headed dragon leader and its mate, as well as the other dragon-type sprites present. Establishing a good rapport with the solitary dragon, its parents, and kin was essential for Chen, as he intended to take the solitary dragon with him. After over half an hour of interaction, the solitary dragon showed less resistance to Chen, snuggling close to him with evident enthusiasm, as if seeking to endear itself to him. Chapter 65, Capturing 4 Pseudo-Divine Younglings. Thus, under the allure of delectable treats, the solitary dragon was thoroughly captivated. When Chen posed the question of whether it would like to become his partner and depart the secret realm with him, the young dragon exhibited no hesitation, its eyes brimming with excitement and longing. However, before giving a definitive answer, it turned back to glance at its parents, seeking their approval. After receiving affirming nods and encouraging gazes from them, the solitary dragon leaped into Chen's embrace, its intentions unmistakably clear. Witnessing this scene, the elder stroked his white beard, a satisfied smile gracing his face. The solitary dragon was no ordinary creature. It was the offspring of the three-headed dragon leader, and through careful observation, the elder noted that this solitary dragon possessed the finest qualifications among its kind. It must be said that Chen had truly impressed the elder during this period, as if he had matured overnight. Subsequently, Chen produced a pre-prepared secret realm ball, gently tapping the solitary dragon. A flash of red light enveloped it, and the solitary dragon vanished from sight, captured within the ball, prompting expressions of astonishment from the surrounding sprites. Only the three-headed dragon leader and its mate sighed in relief. The heavy burden they had carried finally lifted. The secret realm ball trembled on the ground for several seconds before a resounding pop signaled its stillness, after which it returned to Li Chen's hand. With the successful capture of the solitary dragon, Li Chen wore a radiant smile. This marked his third acquisition of a pseudo-divine youngling. Undoubtedly, this success was due to the support of his family and the elder. Otherwise, he would never have been able to enter the high-grade secret realm or even encounter pseudo-divine younglings, let alone capture them. Li Chen then released the solitary dragon, allowing it to bid farewell to its parents and kin, for they were soon to depart the secret realm, and time was of the essence. It was not merely the grandfather and grandson eager to leave. The Alliance permitted only 8 hours within the secret realm for trainers authorized to capture sprites. Exceeding this time would result in forced expulsion, and in severe cases, punishment. Of course, exceptions existed. For instance, the young individuals from the capital, possessing formidable backgrounds, leisurely explored the divine dragon's secret realm from morning until night. The Alliance established this regulation to prevent individuals from lingering too long and absconding with the treasures contained within the realm, a practice they vehemently opposed. Now, 5 hours had elapsed from the allotted 8, leaving less than 3 hours, and Li Chen still had matters to attend to. Although the solitary dragon was fiercely competitive and yearned for adventure beyond its home, it became hesitant and reluctant as the moment of parting approached. However, the three-headed dragon leader and its mate, while equally reluctant, displayed a remarkable openness, permitting Li Chen to take the solitary dragon with him. As they prepared to depart, Li Chen assured the three-headed dragon leader and its mate that he would ensure to visit them with the solitary dragon whenever possible. Of course, it was also possible that he would bring back the three-headed dragons themselves. However, it might be a long time before he could return, uncertain of when that would be. After all, the divine dragon's secret realm was not under his control, and entry would require the consent of the Alliance's higher-ups. As Li Chen led the solitary dragon out of the three-headed dragon's territory, it glanced back repeatedly, casting wistful looks at its parents and the place it had known since childhood. Yet, being still young and captivated by novelty, it might soon find itself enthralled by the wonders beyond the secret realm. The three-headed dragon leader and its mate, accompanied by all members of their clan, gathered outside their territory to bid farewell to their esteemed guest and their offspring. Li Chen turned to take one last look. Observing the imposing sight of dozens of fierce three-headed dragons, a truly magnificent and commanding spectacle, a testament to the unity of their clan. While skirmishes were commonplace, they would band together against any external threats. It was no wonder they had oppressed other sprites within the secret realm, forcing the other 3 pseudo-divine clans to ally with other dragon-type sprites to drive the three-headed dragons to this location. Li Chen deftly recalled the solitary dragon and gracefully mounted Salamonce's back, waving his hand as 2 Salamances took to the skies. Roaring in unison, the three-headed dragons unleashed a thunderous chorus that echoed across the skies, soaring majestically behind the Dragonite, as if escorting Li Chen and his companions on their departure. It was only after they had vacated the vicinity of the three-headed dragon's lair that they came to a halt, watching intently until the silhouette of the Dragonite vanished from sight, before retracing their path back to their territory. However, the spectacle of the three-headed dragons taking flight sent waves of terror through the nearby fairy folk. They gazed skyward in dread, fearing that the dragons had succumbed to madness, perhaps intending to wage war against another tribe. Overwhelmed by this horrifying thought, the fairies quickly retreated into their caves. Even the bold red-faced dragon felt a profound sense of dread and sought refuge in the depths of its lair. Meanwhile, Li Chen, seizing the opportunity, concocted a plausible excuse to part ways with the elder. The elder and the Dragonite proceeded ahead to await his return, with plans to depart the secret realm together. Aware of the perils lurking within the secret realm, the elder entrusted Li Chen with the Pokeballs of Snorlax and Blastoise, prioritizing his grandson's safety. Seated upon the back of the Dragonite, with the secret realm map in hand, Li Chen was en route to the lair of the Sharpedo tribe. He stroked his chin, surprised by the elder's unusual acquiescence, as he had only hesitated for a few fleeting moments before granting his request. Indeed, Li Chen's objective on this expedition was none other than the offspring of the 3 major demigod tribes. Possessing a greedy disposition, he was reluctant to make a choice, especially since the League had consistently oppressed his family. The chance to enter the dragon's secret realm was a reward for years of merit. While the scions of noble families entered at will, selecting their Pokémon and treasures without restraint. Faced with such inequity, Li Chen felt little compunction about his intentions. Before long, the Dragonite brought Li Chen to the mountainous abode of the Sharpedo tribe. The returning Dragonite and Li Chen were met with indifference from the tribe. They neither welcomed nor obstructed him, but allowed Li Chun to enter their territory. Ultimately, Li Chun reached an accord with the Sharpedo leader and successfully captured a round Sharpedo with potential equivalent to a quasi-champion, although the leader permitted him to take only one, adhering strictly to their customs. With no other recourse, Li Chun acquiesced and continued on to the Glamo tribe. Chapter 66. What? Dragon-type treasures? Take them all. Following Li Chun's instructions, the Dragonite soared above a picturesque lake, adjacent to a vast expanse of caverns. The Glamo immediately sensed the disturbance and looked skyward. Initially believing that the Dragonite had inadvertently trespassed into their territory, they soon recognized Li Chun perched atop the Dragonite, prompting them to hasten to the largest cave to report the situation to their leader. For the returning Li Chun, the Glamo felt no surprise, as they understood that among the 4 major demigod tribes, theirs was the most docile and peace-loving. Hence, their tribe and the Dragonite tribe were the most favored, with their young being taken most frequently. They were also aware that the 3-headed dragons were notoriously aggressive and domineering, showing no regard for even the humans. The last time outsiders had entered to select Pokémon, only the 3-headed dragons had denied them entry, leaving them without a single youngling. All major demigod tribes resided within the Dragon's secret realm, and news of events circulated freely. Thus, the Glamo leader was nearly omniscient regarding recent happenings. Once again, the Glamo leader extended a warm welcome to Li Chun and acquiesced to his request. Among dozens of Glamo, Li Chun selected one with quasi-champion potential to accompany him. Remarkably, this Glamo displayed an unusual affinity for Li Chun right from the start, prompting him to choose it without hesitation. With his mission accomplished, Li Chun bid farewell to the Glamo leader and departed their territory under the leader's watchful gaze, setting off towards the Dragonite tribe. 5 minutes later, the Dragonite landed in the lair of the Dragonite tribe, where the amiable Dragonites greeted him warmly. Upon learning of Li Chun's intentions, the Dragonite leader wasted no time, gesturing for the other Dragonites to bring forth all the younglings from the tribe. The Dragonite tribe boasted the highest number of offspring, totaling 95, 4 of which possessed quasi-champion potential. Unfortunately, the leader allowed Li Chun to select only one youngling. With no other option, Li Chun employed his scanning ability to assess all the Dratini and Dragonair before him, identifying 3 Dratini with quasi-champion potential. The Dragonair, nearing its final form, was promptly eliminated from consideration. Thus, Li Chun was left to choose from the 3 Dratini, selecting one with a shedding ability and a lineage boasting several formidable moves. This particular Dratini was at level 19, indicating it had been born some time ago, not merely a recently hatched fledgling. Consequently, the Dratini, displaying cunning, readily accepted the energy cubes and berries Li Chun offered. However, when he proposed to take it with him, the Dratini vehemently refused, adopting a combative stance. Its intent was crystal clear: defeat him in battle to secure its freedom. Li Chun regarded the feisty Dratini with exasperation, realizing that had he known this would be the case, he could have simply knocked it out and taken it with him. Charmeleon, you shall be the one. When it comes to battling a dragon-type Dratini, Charmeleon is the perfect choice. Although Charmeleon is not a dragon-type Pokemon, it wields an impressive array of dragon-type moves, which will be highly effective against the Dratini. Charmeleon, ever the fighter, was invigorated at the prospect of battle. Seeing the Dratini's provocation, Charmeleon charged forward without hesitation, slashing at the Dratini with its sharp claws. The Dratini, taken aback by the aggressive approach of Charmeleon, felt a tinge of panic, as it had never encountered such a combative style. Typically, during sparring with its kin, it was always the aggressor, leading to a flawless record of victories. Today, however, Charmeleon was teaching it what it meant to truly be a dragon, shattering its undefeated streak since birth. In its flustered state, the Dratini opened its mouth and unleashed a deep green dragon breath. Charmeleon, undeterred, awaited the dragon breath's approach before slicing through it effortlessly with its claws. The sight left the Dratini in shock, but it had inherited excellent genes from its parents and quickly regained composure, opting not to succumb to despair. Instead, it enveloped its tail with vibrant green dragon energy and struck back at Charmeleon. The clash of claws and tail was brief, lasting less than a second, as Charmeleon possessed 2 formidable claws. Although the Dratini's tail managed to block one of Charmeleon's strikes, the other claw remained unoccupied. In the following moment, Charmeleon let out a low growl and unleashed its remaining claw, sending the Dratini flying and leaving a shallow scratch across its body. Subsequently, Charmeleon opened its mouth wide and released a torrent of fire, engulfing the Dratini, which wore an expression of sheer terror. After the flames dissipated, although the mini-dragon had not lost its fighting capability, it had suffered severe injuries and was ultimately defeated by the fire dinosaur. Following the defeat of the mini-dragon, the fire dinosaur stood with its arms crossed, exuding an air of arrogance and disdain as it gazed down at the mini-dragon. It seemed to convey a message. Is this all there is? A dragon-type pseudo-divine offspring is merely this insignificant. Chen quickly recalled the fire dinosaur. Understanding that they were in the habitat of the Dragonair tribe, the fire dinosaur's brazen demeanor could attract trouble, as several Dragonair were already casting unfriendly glances at it. If not for the presence of the Dragonair leader and Chen's quick reflexes in recalling the fire dinosaur, a severe beating would have been inevitable. Moreover, should the Dragonair decide to retaliate, Chen knew he would be powerless to assist the fire dinosaur. In terms of numbers, he could not match the Dragonair. And in terms of strength, he was vastly outclassed by the Dragonair leader. He would merely be a bystander, helplessly watching the fire dinosaur be pummeled, and at best, he might only be able to plead for mercy or apologize. Subsequently, Chen retrieved an empty Ultra Ball and successfully captured the mini-dragon. By this time, nearly 7 hours had elapsed since they entered the secret realm. After bidding farewell to the Dragonair leader, Chen mounted his Aerodactyl and hastened back. However, midway, he stumbled upon a skirmish involving 7 or 8 dragon-type Pokémon, seemingly vying for something of great value. Anything that could incite a dispute among dragon-type Pokémon must surely be a treasure, likely related to their kind. Driven by curiosity, Chen commanded his Aerodactyl to descend. The sudden appearance of the Aerodactyl caught the dragon-type Pokémon off guard. It was known that while the number of Aerodactyls in the dragon's secret realm was limited, they had not formed a collective. Each Aerodactyl was formidable enough to be considered a local tyrant. Thus, how could they dare provoke a pseudo-divine Aerodactyl? Consequently, under the intimidation of the Aerodactyl, 2 timid Qixi Qingniao chose to abandon the fray and fled. What remained were 3 desert dragonflies and 2 red-faced dragons. Though they were terrified, they were reluctant to relinquish the hard-found dragon-type treasure, and with obstinacy, they prepared to confront the Aerodactyl head-on, planning to regroup if they found themselves overwhelmed. Chen understood the imperative of a swift resolution. He needed to defeat or drive off those desert dragonflies and red-faced dragons in the shortest time possible. The longer he delayed, the greater the commotion would become, which would work against him. Not to mention that the time for his departure from the secret realm was drawing near, and the presence of desert dragonflies and red-faced dragons indicated nearby groups or allies. Should they find themselves outmatched and signal for help, it would be Chen, the outsider, who would suffer the consequences. Simultaneously, a short distance away, 3 major pseudo-divine tribes were residing. If they were to learn about the dragon-type treasure, they would undoubtedly intervene. With this thought in mind, Chen no longer hesitated and promptly commanded his Aerodactyl to launch an aggressive attack. The Aerodactyl's claws trembled as a surge of emerald-green dragon-type energy enveloped them, forming colossal emerald claws. Seeing this, the 2 red-faced dragons, rather than fleeing, arrogantly extended their own sharp claws, preparing to confront the Aerodactyl directly. This spectacle amused Chen. 2 early-stage gym leaders had the audacity to face off against a late-stage champion Aerodactyl, truly a reckless act. The Aerodactyl surged forward, its overwhelming power shattering the red-faced dragon's claws, sending them crashing to the ground, motionless and unconscious. The 3 desert dragonflies, witnessing this, were filled with terror and promptly scattered. However, Chen was determined not to let the experience point slip away. He could not allow them to escape and potentially alert others. That would spell disaster for him, inviting a relentless pursuit from all dragon-type Pokémon. Thus, Chen instructed his Aerodactyl to pursue them while he hastily approached a depression in the ground, where he collected 4 azure crystals. His face lit up with delight as he immediately recognized them as the essence of dragon-type treasures. Among all treasures, dragon-type ones were the rarest and most valuable, with even a single piece fetching 1 or 2 million Poke dollars. The presence of these 4 pieces of dragon essence spoke volumes about their worth. Typically, Pokémon treasures are found in areas rich in energy, formed through prolonged accumulation and sedimentation. It is only within high-level secret realms that one might stumble upon treasures or find them clustered together. Chen unceremoniously gathered the 4 dragon-type treasures and carefully stored them within his system space. Indeed, the Alliance had only permitted him and his grandfather to enter to capture a single Pokémon and take it away. By all rights, they should not have been allowed to take anything else. In fact, not even a blade of grass or a twig from the realm. Yet Chen was undeterred by such rules. Having finally entered, he intended to indulge himself fully, taking both treasures and spoils. Thus, he devised a clever plan, utilizing the hidden system space to stash the additional pseudo-divine offspring and treasures, thereby eluding the Alliance's rigorous scrutiny. As it turned out, apart from the single-headed dragon, the other three pseudo-divine offspring, along with the dragon-type treasure recently seized from other dragon-type Pokemon, had all found a home within the system space. Just then, the Aerodactyl returned, having successfully completed its mission, swaggering back with pride. Chen replaced the Pokeball of his Blastoise into his pocket, then remounted the Aerodactyl to seek out his grandfather so they could depart together. While the secret realm was indeed bountiful, teeming with treasures, time was running short, and the abundance of powerful Pokemon necessitated their exit. Now was not the moment to confront the Alliance. It was best to leave while the going was good. This journey had already proven to be immensely profitable. Should the Alliance and the Zhang and Chun families discover this, they would undoubtedly be furious, demanding that Chen return the surplus pseudo-divine offspring and dragon-type Pokemon. Chen soon located his grandfather, who was anxiously awaiting his return. Upon seeing Chen safely back, the elder let out a sigh of relief and inquired about his mysterious activities, wondering why Chen had not included him. Chen merely flashed a cryptic smile and offered a vague excuse to deflect the question. As they were about to exit the secret realm, they had yet to navigate the scrutiny of the Zhang and Chen families and the Alliance. The fewer people who knew about this incident, the less likely it was to be exposed. Noticing Chen's evasiveness, the elder refrained from pressing further. He was quite satisfied with his grandson's performance over the past few days. It was understandable for an adult to have a bit of privacy and secrets. Subsequently, Chen returned the Pokeballs of Blastoise and Snorlax to his grandfather. The two then rode the Aerodactyl toward the entrance of the secret realm, passing through the light gate and returning to the small room they had been in earlier. Though it was already night, the room was filled with people, and the area was heavily guarded, preventing anyone from approaching. One might have thought that such a grandiose setup was intended to ambush someone. Upon emerging, Chen and his grandfather were immediately surrounded by a group of individuals who proceeded with the customary checks. This rigorous procedure stemmed from the Alliance's suspicion, fearing that those who entered the secret realm might capture more Pokemon or abscond with its resources, despite most being internal personnel. The inspection was exceptionally stringent. Chen was required to release all the Pokemon he had captured in the secret realm, including every Pokeball, for a thorough examination. Upon witnessing Chen's acquisition of a single-headed dragon, all present were left in a state of utter astonishment. The three-headed dragons are notorious for their ferocity, and their clan boasts formidable strength, ranking among the top 3 within the realm of the secret domain. Capturing a single-headed dragon is no trivial endeavor. A moment's carelessness could provoke the wrath of the three-headed dragons, resulting in a fierce conflict. The last group of affluent young men from the imperial capital, despite their powerful backgrounds, were similarly rebuffed, returning empty-handed and disgruntled. Ultimately, the might of the three-headed dragon clan is undeniable, with their leader being a champion-level entity. Moreover, they are the indigenous inhabitants of the divine dragon secret realm, while humanity stands as the intruders. In certain respects, the three-headed dragon clan rivals a prestigious champion family. In simpler terms, the 4 quasi-deity clans and the Alliance maintain a collaborative relationship, operating on equal footing, which proves mutually beneficial. Both parties harbor reservations, ensuring that neither side would recklessly offend the other, nor would they allow for a full-scale war to erupt within the secret domain. The secret realm is a shared lifeline, with the major quasi-deity clans and the Alliance jointly safeguarding the order and proper functioning of the divine dragon secret realm. The Alliance's regulations are exceedingly stringent, showing no leniency towards the capture of additional Pokemon or the removal of items from the secret realm. They even dispatched personnel to investigate within. All of the Pokemon accompanying Chen and the Elder passed scrutiny, with no anomalies detected. Nevertheless, the gaze cast upon Chen was tinged with peculiarity. Some expressed joy for him, others were filled with confusion, and still, others were envious, while a few regarded him with an air of detached amusement. No one could have anticipated that this mere high school senior, a novice trainer, would possess a quasi-deity, 2 quasi-deity offspring, and a shiny fire dinosaur. Such an opulent ensemble is nothing short of extraordinary. Chapter 68. A harrowing yet successful inspection. However, one must consider that the ancestral lineage of the opposing party also belonged to a champion family. Although now diminished, it is only natural that they retain some degree of heritage. After all, among those gathered, who does not possess a few rare and powerful Pokemon? The crux of the matter lies in the fact that the Zhang and Chun champion families have distanced themselves from the imperial capital, the political epicenter, and are quite far removed from the Li family. With no conflicts of interest, they coexist harmoniously, merely adopting an observational stance. As the individuals who entered the secret realm had yet to return, the atmosphere was palpably tense, with time passing agonizingly slowly. It would be disingenuous for Li Chun to claim he was not anxious. After all, he had taken away 3 quasi-deity offspring. The Alliance had undoubtedly compiled a registry of the offspring birthed by the major quasi-deity clans. Should they indeed venture forth to meticulously tally each one, it would spell disaster. At this moment, the Elder exhibited no trace of alarm, engaging amicably with Elder Chun in conversation, even delving into some rather clandestine topics, of which Li Chun, standing nearby, could overhear quite clearly. It became apparent that the decline of the Li family was not a mere coincidence, but rather an inevitability, having endured an insurmountable catastrophe. Approximately a century ago, the Li family, alongside 2 other champion families, jointly safeguarded the 5th-level secret realm of the imperial capital. Yet, one fateful day, an unprecedented upheaval occurred within the secret realm. The very sky was rent asunder, as if a new realm were to be born, merging with the existing 5th-level secret realm. Such a merging could have been a tremendous opportunity, likely elevating the level of the newly birthed realm and introducing a greater variety of Pokémon, yielding an abundance of resources. However, fortune often accompanies calamity. For reasons unknown, the divine beast, the Flame Emperor, suddenly descended upon the secret realm, wreaking havoc in a frenzied rampage. The Li family, being the nearest to the epicenter, bore the brunt of this catastrophe. In a desperate bid to preserve the realm, protect their kin, and mitigate casualties while staving off further disaster, the Li family, alongside the other 2 champion families, deployed their most elite forces to stall the Flame Emperor while awaiting reinforcements from the Alliance. However, the Flame Emperor, a second-tier divine beast of unparalleled power, possessed the ability to obliterate cities with a mere flick of his wrist. Despite the collective might of the 3 champion families and their most formidable assets, they were ultimately no match for the Flame Emperor, suffering catastrophic losses. In the end, rather than receiving the anticipated support from the Alliance, the other 2 champion families, sensing the dire straits, abandoned the Li family to their fate, retreating and sealing the passage to the secret realm. The Li family was left to contend with the wrath of the Flame Emperor, and the outcome was all but inevitable. A vast expanse of the 5th-level secret realm became a battleground, engulfed in flames, reduced to ruins. Countless rare and powerful Pokémon perished within, leaving thousands homeless. The Li family had dispatched 2 champions, 3 quasi-champions, and 5 kings, with no avenue of escape left to them. They were forced into a final stand, ultimately meeting their demise at the hands of the Flame Emperor. Following the release of his pent-up fury, the Flame Emperor suddenly regained his senses, surveying the carnage and departing the secret realm, burdened by guilt. When the Alliance's reinforcements finally arrived the following morning, they reopened the passage to the secret realm. Upon entry, they were greeted by a blood-red sky, a scene of devastation strewn with corpses and dismembered limbs, both human and Pokémon. Those who ventured inside were left retching at the sight. In the wake of this calamity, nearly all of the upper echelons of the Li family perished, suffering immense losses from which they could not recover, gradually fading into obscurity. The Li family paid a staggering price to quell the Flame Emperor's wrath. Had the Flame Emperor unleashed his fury, the entire imperial capital might have been obliterated, potentially vanishing from the maps altogether. Yet, even after such a sacrifice, the Alliance offered no reprieve or compensation to the Li family. Instead, several elder families conspired in secret, seizing the opportunity presented by the Li family's misfortune to oust them from the elder families, stripping them of their right to guard the 5th-level secret realm. Their justification was merely that the Li family lacked a champion to lead them, rendering them unworthy of an equal standing, let alone the capability to protect the 5th-level secret realm. Being expelled from the elder families and losing their guardianship of the 5th-level secret realm inevitably diminished the Li family's influence and drastically reduced their access to resources. Over the subsequent century, they were relentlessly suppressed and eroded by the other champion families of the imperial capital. Ultimately, they were forced to retreat from the capital to Yang City, where they barely managed to survive. Upon learning the truth, Li Chun inhaled deeply. Realizing that he had yet to fully exploit the Alliance's resources, he resolved that should he return, he would ensure to collect every Pokémon and treasure from the secret realm. The imperial capital would undoubtedly be in his future. Penetrating its depths would be far simpler than gaining admission through academic means. Reflecting upon the events of that year, Li Chun felt an unsettling sense of strangeness, convinced that the circumstances were not as straightforward as they appeared. The divine beasts adhere to a covenant, maintaining the stability and peace of the world, and would not readily present themselves before humanity, let alone wreak havoc without cause. Such behavior defies reason. Much like the Sakura alliance of yore, which, driven by a whimsical desire to expand their territory, foolishly provoked Groudon. Had the uproar not drawn the attention of the sea god, Lugia, who intervened, they might have lost even their island. Cleaved in twain by a single strike from a cliff, the Alliance personnel emerged from the luminous portal, interrupting Li Chen's contemplations. The two individuals appeared composed as they approached their superiors to report the situation. During their discussions, they frequently cast glances toward Li Chen, which heightened his anxiety. Though he maintained an outward facade of calm. Before long, a high-ranking official from the Alliance approached, informing Li Chen and his grandfather that they were free to leave. Subsequently, under the watchful eyes of Grandpa Chen and others, the grandfather and grandson departed together, hailing a taxi to the airport, preparing to return home overnight. It was only once they had safely boarded the plane that Li Chen finally breathed a sigh of relief. He had gambled wisely. With the formidable and imperious nature of the four major quasi-divine clans, it was certain that they would not allow anyone to enter their territory casually. Especially the tri-headed dragon clan, who would likely resort to violent expulsion of any intruders. In the deep of night, the plane landed at Yanqing Airport, and the duo took a taxi back to the dojo. Upon their return, the old man merely cast a few glances at Li Chen, patted him on the shoulder, urged him to rest early, and then retreated to his own bedroom. Watching his grandfather leave, Li Chen beamed with a smile, humming a little tune as he made his way back to his own room. He then proceeded to shower and freshen up, and by the time he finished, it was already past 1 a.m. As Li Chen lay in bed, he began his daily flash sales. However, fortune did not favor him that night, as the 3 newly refreshed flash sale items were utterly disappointing, failing to pique his interest. With a click, he closed the flash sale interface. Before drifting off to sleep, Li Chen ventured into the system space to check on his 4 quasi-divine cubs, leaving the space with a satisfied heart and a sweet smile as he succumbed to slumber. Chapter 69, Preparations Before the Journey. The following morning, Li Chen awoke with the dawn, and before even washing up, he eagerly entered the system space to play with his quasi-divine cubs, nurturing their bond while preparing delectable energy cubes for them. After completing his morning routine, he sought out his grandfather in the dojo's battle arena. Despite his advanced age, the old man remained exceedingly diligent, personally overseeing most matters and treating each challenger and match with utmost seriousness. Once he called his grandfather to the relatively quiet backyard, Li Chen presented him with 2 pieces of dragon essence he had prepared in advance. This decision had been made after much contemplation the previous night. The old man was Li Chen's sole family member in this world, and his regard for him was immeasurable. He could be described as selflessly devoted. Moreover, the old man was his greatest support. The Li family had made numerous enemies, and various factions were watching them closely. Only by enhancing his grandfather's strength, possibly even elevating him to the status of a quasi-champion trainer, could they deter those hostile forces and prevent rash actions against them. Though the 2 pieces of dragon essence were few, they were exceedingly precious, unobtainable even for those with ample wealth, and sufficient to enhance the power of his grandfather's dragonite significantly. In simpler terms, consuming these 2 pieces of dragon essence would equate to years of training and cultivation, facilitating a rapid level increase. The old man stared at the 2 blue crystals in his grandson's hand, his jaw dropping in astonishment. He could hardly believe his eyes. He recognized the rarity of such items, akin to certain dragon-type Pokémon, which the Alliance tightly controlled and rarely allowed to circulate in the market. He himself currently lacked any dragon-type treasures, yet his grandson possessed not 1, but 2. He harbored no suspicions that Li Chen had stolen or obtained them through nefarious means. If such were the case, he would not have minded joining in the endeavor. After all, treasures from sacred realms were invaluable and had immense effects on Pokémon. Who would ever scorn such a boon? However, should they have been acquired through theft from the Alliance, he would rather remain silent. Opposing such a colossal entity could bring ruin even to a champion-level family, let alone a mere king-level lineage. Seeing his grandfather's probing gaze, Li Chen had no choice but to reveal the truth behind his acquisition of the dragon essence and the quasi-divine cubs, albeit with a touch of subtlety, omitting any mention of the system space. Instead, he fabricated another explanation. For as long as the Pokémon and items had been successfully retrieved without the Alliance's knowledge, that was all that truly mattered. After all, it was unwise to divulge the existence of a system that his grandfather might not comprehend, potentially leading him to believe Li Chen was delusional. Thus, it was better to convey the story in a more palatable manner. Upon learning that Li Chen had brought back 4 quasi-divine cubs and 4 pieces of dragon essence from the Dragon Sanctuary, the old man was once again struck with disbelief, left momentarily speechless. Then, as realization dawned, He abruptly slapped Li Chun's shoulder, exclaiming, "Good grandson," before reprimanding him. The old man felt that Li Chen's actions were rather ungrateful, undertaking such significant endeavors without first consulting his grandfather or at least giving him a heads up. If the matter were to come to light, they ought to have a plan in place, a contingency for retreat. Moreover, to carry out such actions while concealing them from this elderly man, over 60 years of age, was a sign of distrust, as if Li Chun considered him ineffectual. Faced with his grandfather's vehement admonishment, Li Chun could only lower his head in silent acceptance until the old man grew weary of scolding. Only after Li Chun repeatedly assured him that he would consult him on all matters, big or small, did the old man relent. However, he steadfastly refused to accept the dragon essence, stating that while he appreciated his grandson's intentions, he could not accept such gifts. He informed Li Chun that Dragonite had already reached quasi-champion level, and for Pokemon of that caliber, the effects of such treasures were not particularly significant. It might take 7 or 8 pieces to even achieve a single level up. Rather than waste the dragon essence on himself, it would be far more beneficial to reserve it for Li Chun's Pokemon. At present, his grandson had indeed matured significantly, daring to operate under the Alliance's very nose, cleverly transporting 4 quasi-divine cubs from the Dragon Sanctuary. This meant that Li Chun now possessed a total of 5 Dragon-type Pokemon, akin to 5 gluttonous beasts. Nurturing the other 4 quasi-divine cubs would be no small feat, requiring an immense amount of resources. Naturally, the Dragon Essence could not be squandered. It was best reserved for his grandson's Pokemon training. Ultimately, after the old man's firm refusal and careful explanations, Li Chun withdrew the 2 pieces of Dragon Essence. The old man then informed Li Chun that he had already contacted the school. Starting today, Li Chun would no longer need to attend classes. He could choose to intern at the dojo or venture out into the world. In truth, the old man preferred that Li Chun remain at the dojo to assist him, but he understood his grandson's desire for exploration. Moreover, it was a promise they had made, and he could not go back on his word. Forcibly detaining him at the dojo, upon learning that he was now free from the constraints of school and only needed to participate in the Pokemon examination in June, Li Chun was filled with exhilaration. He resolved to return home promptly to gather his belongings and set off immediately, brimming with anticipation for his upcoming journey. Observing his grandson's uncontainable excitement, the old man could only smile wryly and shake his head, then reveal a gentle smile. The resemblance was uncanny. He, too, had felt such fervor when he obtained his first Pokemon and prepared for his own journey, unable to sleep in his eagerness. Even later, Li Rue, Li Chen's father, had displayed the same exuberance during his first expedition, a joyful child at heart. After exchanging pleasantries with his grandfather, Li Chen began to return home to pack his things. In truth, there was little to prepare, as most of the essentials were already packed in his spatial backpack. He could at most bring along a few changes of clothing and some convenient food supplies, thus avoiding the discomfort of having to endure the elements in the wilderness. Just as Li Chun was preparing to gather the necessary items into his spatial backpack for a trip to the supermarket, the old man called him over and led him to the dojo's warehouse. Inside the warehouse, Li Chun was astonished to find that the previously empty corner was now filled with an abundance of rare ores. Staring at the mountainous pile of minerals, he felt a wave of confusion wash over him. It was only when the old man informed him that these ores were intended for him, since he would soon be traveling and not staying at home, that the realization dawned upon him. The old man had taken action upon learning that Li Chun possessed an iron dumbbell. He had leveraged his connections to procure a batch of rare minerals to gift to his grandson for the cultivation of the iron dumbbell. Chapter 70. Departure to the Wilderness. The old man took the time to introduce Li Chun to some of the rare ores, most of which were highly beneficial minerals favored by the likes of metal-type Pokemon and their evolved forms. In fact, the towering heap of minerals consisted of over a dozen varieties, including iron ore, copper ore, titanium ore, precious metal ore, sulfur ore, and more. As the old man meticulously described each mineral, Li Chun was overwhelmed with emotion, tears welling up in his eyes as he embraced his grandfather tightly. Although the old man was somewhat taken aback and unsure of how to respond, he gently patted Li Chen's back, comforting his beloved grandson. After a heartfelt exchange of emotions and the old man's soothing presence, Li Chen finally regained his composure. Suddenly, the old man shouted, and 2 grinning Ghastly emerged from the shadows of the warehouse, approaching him with a respectful demeanor. Li Chen, pointing at the unexpectedly appearing Ghastly, was momentarily speechless with astonishment. He now understood why such an important place as the dojo's warehouse had never been guarded and remained unlocked. It turned out that 2 Ghastly had been secretly residing there, serving as sentinels. This meant that all his previous sneaky endeavors to pilfer items had been under the watchful gaze of these Pokémon. Fortunately, the Ghastly were aware of his presence. Otherwise, they might have mistaken him for a thief, potentially scaring him half to death. It became clear why the old man had been fully aware of Li Chen's petty thefts over the years. He had even entertained the thought that the old man had installed surveillance on him, but he had never considered that there were vigilant eyes within the warehouse itself, rendering him utterly exposed to both the Ghastly and the old man's scrutiny. In response to Li Chen's incredulous expression and pointing finger, the Ghastly merely grinned wider, as if to convey that they had no choice but to follow the old man's orders. Under the old man's direction, the two Ghastly transformed into laborers, assisting Li Chen in transferring the ores into his spatial backpack. Grateful for their help, Li Chen forgave them for their earlier surveillance, choosing not to hold a grudge against the two mischievous purple orbs. Next, the old man led Li Chen to another shelf, where neatly arranged Pokeballs, potions, and boxes of energy cubes awaited. The old man gestured toward a shelf and informed Li Chen that all the items were prepared specifically for him. Once again, Li Chen was deeply moved. The old man had been exceptionally thoughtful. In addition to the ores, the old man had also prepared 10 luxury balls and 10 boxes of high-grade dragon-type energy cubes. The combined value of these items was easily over $1 million Poke dollars, and the pile of ores was worth several million more. This context underscored the financial burdens of being a Pokemon trainer, aspiring to nurture Pokemon, especially legendary ones. Required substantial resources. One could hardly succeed without an abundant supply of materials. Li Chen recognized that these energy cubes would be sufficient to sustain his juvenile legendary Pokemon until their eventual evolution. While Li Chen had saved a modest amount, he knew that even if he were to deplete his savings, he could never afford such luxuries. He did not refuse the old man's generosity. Instead, he etched the old man's kindness into his heart. With the two Ghastly serving as helpers, Li Chen released his Squirtle and Charmeleon to assist in the task, thereby increasing efficiency and hastening the transfer of all items into the spatial backpack. Fortunately, the space within the backpack was ample enough to accommodate everything comfortably. After 10 minutes of collaborative effort, Li Chen and the Ghastly successfully transferred all the items into the spatial backpack. The two Ghastly, having fulfilled their task, grinned broadly and waved goodbye before disappearing into the shadows. The old man resumed his duties as the dojo faced a daily influx of challengers. Before departing the warehouse, Li Chen noticed fresh Moo Moo milk in the refrigerator. Remembering the recently captured juvenile legendary Pokemon that had just been born, he decided to take 2 boxes of the milk. Utilizing a newly discovered feature, he focused his thoughts and released the juvenile legendary Pokemon from his system space. The Ghastly, lurking in the shadows, were momentarily dumbfounded, rubbing their eyes in disbelief. Li Chen retrieved the luxury balls gifted by the old man and recaptured the 4 juvenile legendary Pokemon. He filled his belt with the luxury balls, reserving the remainder for future plans within the system space. Once everything was in order, he was escorted to the exit by the old man and other dojo staff. Li Chen embraced everyone warmly and earnestly requested the old man's disciples to keep an eye on him during his absence, ensuring he received companionship. They readily agreed. "Old man, take care of your health. I will call you often, and I promise to return whenever I can." "I'm truly setting off now," Li Chen said, gazing at the old man for a long moment before reluctantly bidding farewell to him, to everyone else, and to the dojo as he took a taxi toward the suburbs. Initially, the old man and the others intended to see him off, but Li Chen declined their kind offer, fearing it would be too emotional. After all, leaving the old man's side, departing from the dojo, and saying goodbye to the city where he had grown up marked the true beginning of his journey. In the taxi, he sent messages to Zhu Rui, Wang Hai, his homeroom teacher, and other close friends, informing them of his departure for travel and requesting that they refrain from seeking him out during this time. After sending the messages and responding to each one, Li Chen turned off his phone and reclined in his seat, closing his eyes to rest. He had already devised a travel plan. His first destination was the capital city of Jiangxi Province, Yuzhong City. He intended to depart from Yang City, heading northward through the primeval forest, ultimately arriving in Yuzhong. The vast stretch of ancient forest lay between Yang City and Yuzhong, home to a multitude of wild Pokemon. Each year, countless trainers ventured into the wilderness, traversing the perilous forest in search of adventure and wild Pokemon, with many ultimately meeting their demise in the wild. However, brimming with youthful bravado and armed with his ace Dragonite, Li Chen felt fearless, ready to conquer the challenges that lay ahead in the expansive primeval forest. Upon disembarking in the suburbs, Li Chen summoned his Dragonite and soared towards the northern forest. Were it not for the city's prohibition against flying Pokémon over urban areas, he could have effortlessly departed from the gym's entrance atop his Dragonite. Chapter 71. Evolution, Charizard, Blastoise. Before long, Dragonite gracefully descended upon the periphery of an endless primeval forest. This secluded area was sparsely populated, adorned with towering trees and teeming with an astonishing number of wild Pokémon, while poachers were known to lurk in the shadows. It was only due to the presence of a formidable Dragonite that Chen dared to embark on his inaugural journey into the wilderness, traversing the ancient woods. Thank you, Dragonite, you've worked hard. You may return now, Chen expressed, surveying his surroundings with curiosity as he recalled Dragonite. The dense foliage and underbrush rendered the space constricted, making it cumbersome for the sizable Dragonite to navigate efficiently. Particularly in such a wild environment, the Pokémon's levels would not be exceedingly high, making it an ideal setting for training his Charmeleon and Squirtle. Alas, for Dragonite, defeating thousands of Pokémon might scarcely yield a single level up. After recalling Dragonite, Chen eagerly released Charmeleon, Squirtle, and Metong. In the wilderness, especially near the forest's edge, the presence of wild Pokémon was palpable. One could easily encounter a lurking Ekans in the nearby thicket. Thus, it was imperative to have one or more Pokémon accompanying him for protection. The three Pokémon displayed exuberant enthusiasm upon their release, with Metong affectionately gravitating towards Chen. In stark contrast, Charmeleon, after a moment of excitement, calmly scanned the surroundings with piercing eyes before dashing forth. Charmeleon charged towards a small thicket, using its sharp claws to slash at the underbrush. In the next instant, a Rosalia sprang forth from the foliage, only to hastily retreat. Charmeleon unleashed a torrent of flames aimed directly at the fleeing Rosalia, engulfing it in a fierce blaze. Well done, Charmeleon, Chen exclaimed, suddenly aware of the perils of the wilderness. He had not anticipated that a motionless Rosalia lay hidden nearby. It was crucial to note that the exquisite flowers on Rosalia's arms and the thorns atop its head were highly toxic. Had Charmeleon not spotted it and drawn it out, Chen might have unwittingly walked past, only to face an ambush from the poisonous creature, with dire consequences. In response to Chen's praise, Charmeleon waved a claw nonchalantly, as if to convey, it was merely a trivial matter. There's no need for concern. With me around, you are safe. Beta, Cammy, Squirtle, and Metong also voiced their excitement, radiating an intense fighting spirit and a strong desire to protect Chen. This is truly wonderful. Thank you all. With you by my side, I am confident we shall navigate this primeval forest without encountering any dangers. Chen's face beamed with a smile, and as he spoke, a thought struck him. Without hesitation, he seated himself on the ground, placing his backpack beside him to rummage through its contents. He first extracted a high-grade incubator containing a Woobat egg. Noting that the nutrient solution within was indeed running low, Chen produced a bottle of nutrient liquid, opened the incubator's lid, and poured it in. After observing for a brief moment without detecting any abnormalities, he returned the incubator, which housed the Woobat egg, back to his bag. The previous specialized nutrient solution had been depleted, therefore, the hatching of the Woobat egg was still some time away, at least half a month. Subsequently, he retrieved some cherished Pokémon treasures he had long preserved. 1 piece of Fire-type treasure, charcoal, 2 pieces of Water-type essence, and 4 pieces of Dragon-type essence. Now that he had left school and was in the wild, free from prying eyes, Chen felt emboldened to allow his Pokémon to utilize these treasures, facilitating their ultimate evolution into even more formidable beings. Charmeleon, this is for you. I hope that after your evolution, you will be more obedient and less rebellious. Squirtle, these 2 pieces of Water-type essence are yours. Soon, you shall become a Blastoise, Chen declared with a radiant smile, earnestly handing over the charcoal and Water-type essence to the 2 Pokémon. As Charmeleon's claws brushed against the dark charcoal, it vanished into thin air, causing Charmeleon to close its eyes as its aura became unstable. Squirtle experienced a similar transformation, as the system converted the treasures into experience points for easier absorption and leveling up. Only with the aid of the system could Chen enjoy such privileges, a luxury not afforded to other trainers' Pokémon, who would struggle to absorb even 70 to 80% of a treasure's energy. Furthermore, numerous restrictions applied, akin to the limitations faced after Mega Evolution, where one could not use the same treasure again in a short time frame. The same held true for Pokémon. Generally, after using a treasure, they would need to wait a while before employing another, lest complications arise. Due to frequent battles in the past, Chen had muted the system's notifications, resulting in Charmeleon and Squirtle utilizing the treasures in silence, rendering them momentarily oblivious. However, Chen remained patient, seated on the grass, quietly observing the transformations of his Pokémon. Meanwhile, Metong, adorned with a gravity training device, curiously gazed at Charmeleon and Squirtle with its enormous single eye. Time passed, and soon a brilliant white light emanated from Squirtle, followed by a similar glow enveloping Charmeleon. Li Chen's smile widened as the spectacle of evolution commenced. Both Pokémon were evolving simultaneously. He fixated intently on the two Pokémon shrouded in white light, through which he could discern their forms undergoing remarkable transformations. Beside him, Metong was envious to the point of drooling, having tirelessly trained and battled, yet never having achieved its first evolution, while its companions were evolving one after the other, leaving it feeling left behind. Understanding Metang's feelings, Li Chun was acutely aware of its relentless efforts. Regrettably, he possessed neither Steel-type nor Psychic-type treasures at the moment. Yet Metong was but a step away from its evolution. Once Charmeleon and Squirtle completed their transformations, Li Chun planned to take Metong for battles to expedite its progression. After all, they were in the primeval forest, abundant with wild Pokémon ripe for training. Chapter 72. Utilizing the source power of NTI. As the radiant white light dissipated, two towering figures emerged before Li Chun and Metong. Gazing at the imposing Charizard and Blastoise, Metong felt its heart shatter with envy. All it could feel was admiration. Yet it rejoiced for the evolution and empowerment of its companions. After completing their evolution, the two Pokémon remained motionless with their eyes closed, their auras continuously shifting. As they had yet to fully absorb their experience points, their levels continued to rise, albeit at a diminished pace, lacking the momentum of earlier stages. Blastoise, adorned in deep azure, possessed short and robust limbs segmented by joints, each ending in 3 formidable claws. Its tail transformed from a wave-like form into a stout, blue appendage, while its jaw boasted a soft yellow hue and its ears were triangular in shape. Furthermore, Blastoise's torso was shielded by a massive and heavy shell, brown on the back and pale yellow on the underside, accented by a white border. At the forefront of this shell protruded 2 water cannons, which could retract seamlessly into the shell, demonstrating remarkable agility. Typically, Blastoise stands at approximately 2 meters tall, but this particular specimen had developed exceptionally well, reaching an astounding height of 3 meters post-evolution, resembling an iron tower, with a weight exceeding 300 kilograms. As for Charizard, due to its unique shimmering trait, it differed from regular Charizards. This one was entirely black, with only its underbelly displaying a creamy hue and the undersides of its wings adorned in red. This striking appearance, combined with Charizard's imposing stature and proud demeanor, exuded an unparalleled air of dominance. Following its evolution, Charizard's size surged, surpassing ordinary Charizards by a considerable margin. It was even taller than Blastoise, indicating its height was undoubtedly above 3 meters, though still slightly shorter than the newly evolved Dragonite. At that moment, as Li Chun intently observed Blastoise and Charizard, their experience points were finally exhausted, prompting the two Pokémon to awaken and open their eyes. With a resounding roar, Charizard, upon regaining consciousness, felt an overwhelming surge of power within. Unable to contain its excitement, it unleashed a powerful gust of wind and shockwave. Blastoise, positioned closest, remained steadfast and unyielding, its size and weight rendering the minor turbulence trivial. However, Li Chun and Metong were nearly swept away by the forceful wind. Fortunate that Blastoise swiftly intervened, securing them both. Once the gust subsided, Blastoise released Li Chun and Metong, striding towards Charizard with an irate expression, issuing a fierce reprimand that seemed to scold Charizard. Li Chun anticipated an impending quarrel, perhaps even a conflict, yet Charizard's reaction was markedly different this time. It humbly accepted Blastoise's admonition, approaching Li Chun with a lowered head, scratching its own head with its claws to mask its embarrassment. Charizard, I can empathize with your feelings. Congratulations on your successful evolution. You have gained formidable power and become even stronger, Li Chun said with a gentle smile, dismissing the earlier commotion. Compared to the hot-headed and rebellious Charmeleon, Charizard's newfound docility was a significant improvement. Moreover, having just completed its evolution and experienced a meteoric rise in level and strength, it was understandable for Charizard to feel the need to express its emotions. Receiving Li Chun's praise, Charizard appeared quite bashful, repeatedly scratching its head in a flustered manner. Unfortunately, Charizard's earlier roar echoed throughout the forest, likely startling nearby Pokémon into retreat. Now that both Charizard and Blastoise had stabilized their auras, Li Chun eagerly activated his Pokédex to scan their data. Charizard was currently at level 45, still exhibiting master-level potential, and had learned a plethora of new skills. Meanwhile, Blastoise had surged to level 42, also acquiring numerous new abilities. Regrettably, Blastoise's potential was so high that 2 ordinary water-type treasures could not elevate it to the next tier. Observing the imposing figures of the 2 Pokémon, Chen felt a surge of satisfaction, though another thought occupied his mind. With Charmeleon having evolved into Charizard, possessing strength exponentially greater than before, it raised the question of whether Charizard could now absorb the primal power of Entei. To clarify, Chen summoned the system, inquiring about this possibility, and received an affirmative response. With the system's confirmation, Chen felt no hesitation. He decided to seize the moment of Charizard's recent evolution to allow it to utilize Entei's primal power and witness just how far this creature could transform. Chen opened his spatial backpack and retrieved the vial containing Entei's fur. He then presented a strand of the orange-red fur to Charizard. Upon seeing the vibrant strand in Chen's hand, Charizard became visibly excited, panting heavily as its breath became erratic. As if the mere presence of the fur held an irresistible allure. Charizard, this strand of fur comes from the divine beast Entei. You must withstand this. Your potential transformation depends entirely on you, Chen said, his expression serious and his voice quivering with a mix of anticipation and trepidation. Encouraged by Chen's words, Charizard, undeterred by fear, boldly seized the strand of orange fur. In an instant, the fur morphed into an enigmatic crimson flame that surged into Charizard's body, causing the strand to vanish into thin air. Under the watchful gaze of Chen, Blastoise, and Metong, Charizard abruptly closed its eyes, enveloped in a golden flame that radiated from within, encasing it entirely. This golden fire, exuding temperatures reaching thousands of degrees Celsius, released intense heat waves that warped the surrounding air, forcing Chen and Blastoise to retreat. As they distanced themselves by 100 meters, the oppressive heat became somewhat manageable, allowing them to observe the fiery spectacle from afar. Even at this distance, the searing heat was palpable, leaving Chen anxious about whether Charizard could endure such extreme temperatures. Despite the system's assurances, Chen's heart raced with anxiety. With the passage of time, the flames enveloping Charizard intensified, gradually shifting towards a golden hue. The ambient temperature soared, sparks erupting from the ground, while the grass surrounding Charizard was scorched and the earth turned blackened. Chen, unwilling to retreat any further, shed his outer garment, requesting Blastoise to spray water to alleviate the heat. Ultimately, in desperation, Chen instructed Blastoise to activate its protective shield, creating a transparent energy barrier to fend off the sweltering heat. Chapter 73, Absorbing the Legendary Flame. Exclusive skill of the Divine Beast. Unlocking the third trait. As Blastoise struggled against the overwhelming heat, Charizard had transformed into a blazing fireball, its body adorned with countless golden flames that resembled serpents winding around its form. These golden flames, noble and majestic, emitted a peculiar hissing sound. Chen distinctly heard a powerful roar, undoubtedly emanating from Entei. It seemed that the strand of orange fur, reluctant to be absorbed and integrated by Charizard, resisted and became agitated. At that moment, traces of pain flickered across Charizard's face, its claws gripping tightly as if enduring immense suffering. The legendary divine beast, the Flame Emperor, possesses an origin power that is not easily merged. It is no wonder that the system specifically requires a Charizard for this fusion. Any other Pokémon would likely be reduced to ashes in an instant. At that moment, however, Charizard let out an enraged low roar, and a surge of violent fiery energy erupted from within, enveloping the golden fire dragons in a fierce struggle to prevent their flames from incinerating its body. As this unfolded, the system began to exert its influence, casting a gentle light upon Charizard. Under the intervention of this mysterious force, the golden flames gradually transformed into a milder form, merging with another raging inferno. With the system's assistance, Charizard finally subdued the origin power of the Flame Emperor, beginning to absorb and integrate it, thereby enhancing its own strength. Seeing Charizard's once fearsome visage revert to its original form, the look of anguish disappeared, and its brow relaxed. Everything seemed to be progressing positively, allowing Chen to finally breathe a sigh of relief, while simultaneously instructing Blastoise to douse the flames that blazed below. Time elapsed without Chen's notice. He remained in a standing posture, his legs now numb. As for Blastoise, it had long since collapsed onto the ground, exhausted from sustaining the energy shield. Meanwhile, the flames enveloping Charizard gradually dissipated, having been absorbed into its body. As the golden flames were drawn inside, the acrid scent in the air faded with a gentle breeze, and the temperature began to drop. Most astonishingly, the flames at the tip of Charizard's tail transformed into a brilliant gold, a majestic and resplendent blaze that radiated nobility. With the origin power of the Flame Emperor fully absorbed and integrated, Charizard awakened, opening its eyes as a flicker of golden flame flashed from within them. At this moment, Chen approached with a beaming smile, accompanied by his iron dumbbells and Blastoise, eager to assess Charizard's condition. Apart from the golden flames at its tail and a significantly enhanced aura, Charizard appeared unchanged on the surface. Scanning Charizard with his insight, Chen was astonished to find its information panel had become remarkably extravagant. Pokemon, Charizard. Gender, male. Level, 69, late semi-champion. Type, fire, flying. Ability 1, blaze. Ability 2, water absorb. Ability 3, inner focus. Moves, scratch, growl, ember, smokescreen, dragon breath, flame punch, flamethrower, earthquake, fire fong, split, scary face, fire spin, inferno, flare blitz. Sunny day, overheat, smoke screen, fire spin, psychic, crunch, heat wave, overheat. Inherited moves, metal claw, dragon dance, dragon tail, dragon rush, dragon claw, dragon pulse. Legendary exclusive move, sacred fire. Potential, master level. Held item, charcoal. At this moment, Charizard could be described as having undergone a remarkable transformation. Now 100-fold stronger than it was just an hour ago, having ascended 24 levels to reach the semi-champion tier. It appeared that the origin power of the Flame Emperor could not enhance Charizard's potential. Thus, most of the energy was utilized to elevate its level, resulting in a meteoric rise in both rank and strength. As for its actual prowess, it could not solely be determined by level. Without engaging in battle, Chen remained uncertain of Charizard's true capabilities. However, given Charizard's extraordinary aptitude, it should be capable of challenging opponents of higher tiers and even defeating ordinary champion-level Pokémon without much difficulty. What surprised Chen the most was that, in addition to mastering the exclusive move of the legendary Ho-Oh, Charizard had also unlocked a third ability. It is exceedingly rare for a Pokémon to possess two abilities, making Charizard's three abilities a remarkable anomaly. The Blaze ability enables Charizard to unleash astonishing power when its stamina wanes, amplifying the potency of its fire-type moves, allowing it to turn the tide in dire situations. The Water Absorb ability ensures that when struck by water-type attacks, not only does it suffer no damage, but it also restores its vitality, effectively neutralizing its most formidable weakness. The newly acquired Inner Focus ability provides immunity to intimidation, enhancing Charizard's survivability and combat stability significantly. With these three abilities, Charizard's combat potential has increased exponentially. If greedy organizations or malevolent alliances were to discover this, they would undoubtedly seek to claim Charizard for their own research. Moreover, along with the elevation in level and the absorption of the Flame Emperor's origin power, Charizard unleashed a torrent of newly acquired skills. Chen was acutely aware that the majority of these fire-type moves were derived from the Flame Emperor, a testament to the latter's origin power. Without such a source, Charizard would not have been able to learn so many skills instantaneously, as many require instruction or skill discs to master. Charizard, how are you feeling now? Chen inquired, patting Charizard's robust thigh with concern after reviewing the data. With a fierce roar, Charizard shot a column of gold flames into the sky, the searing heat warping the very air around it. It then swung its heavy fists, eager for action, showcasing its readiness to demonstrate its newfound strength. My goodness, golden flames. This must be a power only a fire-type divine beast can wield. Chen marveled, astonished by the golden fire emitted by Charizard. To possess such flames and to wield them with mastery is an entirely different matter, and he never expected Charizard to command such an extraordinary caliber of fire. Truly remarkable. Meanwhile, Blastoise and the iron dumbbells gazed at Charizard, their expressions brimming with envy as they sensed its formidable aura and witnessed its overwhelming strength. The iron dumbbells felt particularly aggrieved, silently lamenting that while Blastoise had achieved its final evolution and matched Charizard in size, it remained in its initial form, lacking any evolution and significantly lagging in strength. Inwardly, the iron dumbbells pondered, the little one is distressed, the little one is struggling in silence. We all began as equals in our initial forms, with comparable strength. Now, the disparity is immense. Everyone has evolved except for me. I too wish to battle, to level up and evolve. Chapter 74. The Evolution of Iron Dumbbells. Chen felt somewhat helpless as Charizard absorbed the origin power of the Flame Emperor, spurring both Blastoise and the iron dumbbells into a state of excitement, each eager to engage in battle. In fact, Chen still had 4 Dragon Essence fragments yet to utilize, which he had contemplated carefully. As it stood, his Dragonite, now at the late champion tier, required experience points that far exceeded 1,000,000. It was unlikely that the 4 Dragon Essence fragments would suffice to elevate it a single level. Moreover, with the champion hidden away and the semi-champions absent, the champions were the most powerful visible forces. In the entire Huaxiao Pokemon Alliance, it was improbable for the number of champion-level trainers to exceed 100. Each province boasts at least 1 or 2 elite trainers of the highest caliber, with a greater concentration of such trainers found in first- and second-tier cities. In contrast, smaller third- and fourth-tier municipalities are likely to host only a handful of quasi-elite trainers. Thus, possessing a top-tier Pokemon ensures not absolute invincibility, but a considerable guarantee of safety while traversing the wilderness, provided one avoids secret realms of level 4 or higher and steers clear of rival elite trainers. Consequently, holding a Dragonite as a trump card suffices, prompting Chen to allocate the 4 Dragon Essence shards to his 4 quasi-divine hatchlings. However, upon witnessing the eager yet forlorn gaze of his Metong, he reluctantly postponed his plans. It would be disheartening to have his Charizard, Blastoise, and the other 4 quasi-divine hatchlings evolve, leaving only Metong in its initial form. Such treatment would indeed be unfair. Thus, Chen gathered his belongings and set forth with his 3 enthusiastic Pokemon in search of wild creatures, allowing Metong to engage in battles to expedite its evolution. At that point, he could seamlessly present the Dragon Essence to the 4 quasi-divine hatchlings, alleviating Metang's distress, making it a more palatable situation for all involved. Regrettably, the earlier roar of Charizard and the commotion during its evolution while absorbing the essence of Raikou seemed to have frightened away all nearby wild Pokemon. As Chen and his trio traversed the dirt path, they found not a single creature, no birds nor any signs of life. Eventually, within a solitary cave, they stumbled upon a nest of Rattata. Indeed, the cave housed no fewer than a dozen of these creatures. Rattata, akin to the common mouse in the real world, possessed tenacious life forces and remarkable reproductive capabilities. Yet, despite their overwhelming presence in the wild, their price in breeding facilities remains exorbitantly high, often reaching tens of thousands of Pokemon dollars. This stems from the exploitation of ordinary individuals who are often too timid to venture into the wild, resigning themselves to purchasing from breeding centers instead. The Rattata, however, remained hidden within the cave, unwilling to emerge. Metong, lacking ranged attacks, could not simply demolish the cave or force the creatures out with water or fire. The intention was to defeat them for experience, not to resort to such extremes. Consequently, Chen resorted to his ultimate strategy, enticing the Rattata with delectable food. Few Pokemon can resist the allure of delicious offerings. If they do, it is likely due to the food's insufficient appeal, particularly for Rattata, who dwell in the forest where sustenance is scarce and predators abound. Their existence is rather bleak, typically allowing them only 1 meal a day while foraging constantly. Chen produced some snacks he had brought from home, several berries and some meat products, and placed them beside the cave, awaiting the Rattata's emergence. As anticipated, the Rattata could not withstand the temptation of food, and soon, a purple rodent head cautiously poked out of the cave before darting toward the feast. Observing that this Rattata had encountered no danger and had safely reached the food, the others relaxed their guard and, unable to resist the temptation, followed suit. Seizing the moment, Chen swiftly blocked the cave's entrance with pre-prepared stones, cutting off the Rattata's escape route. He then boldly stepped forward, accompanied by Charizard, Blastoise, and Metong, encircling the feasting Rattata. Startled by the sudden appearance of unfamiliar Pokemon and a human, the Rattata dropped their food in terror and scampered back home, only to discover that their shelter, the very cave, had been obstructed by stones. At this juncture, Chen, along with Blastoise and the others, approached, surrounding the Rattata. "Fear not, little ones. I merely wish to engage you in battle. If you are willing to face my Pokemon, I promise to leave behind some food regardless of the outcome," he said, offering a gentle smile while addressing the trembling Rattata. Upon hearing this enticing offer, the initially quaking Rattata regained its courage and became restless with anticipation. Yet, upon glimpsing the formidable forms of Charizard and Blastoise, their fear resurfaced. Despite their gluttony, the Rattata were not foolish. Those 2 colossal creatures were clearly formidable opponents, and engaging them would be tantamount to courting disaster. Noticing the Rattata's hesitance, Chen quickly clarified that the battle would not involve Charizard or Blastoise, but rather Metong. The sight of the floating, azure figure seemed to ignite a spark of interest in the Rattata, rendering the challenge more palatable. Consequently, One brave Rattata stepped forward to accept Li Chen's challenge. With that, Charizard and Blastoise fanned out, still blocking all escape routes should the Rattata reconsider. Metong faced off against the small horde, a daunting 1 versus 13, as both sides readied themselves for battle. Suddenly, the Rattata surged forward in unison, charging at Metong. Metong, use Iron Head, Li Chen called, a smile creeping onto his lips as the Rattata fell for the bait. Metang's head gleamed with metallic luster as it surged forward with unstoppable momentum, colliding with the oncoming Rattata. Several Rattata leaped into the air, mouths agape, baring their sharp fangs, and lunged at Metong. Yet, in the blink of an eye, those airborne Rattata found themselves helpless against Metang's charge, sent sprawling through the air. Metong, hovering gracefully, deftly evaded the Rattata's attacks, while simultaneously barreling through them, taking them down one by one. Before long, a dozen Rattata lay incapacitated on the ground, unable to continue the fight. Just as Metong completed its victory, it was enveloped in a brilliant white light, an evolution light. The moment it had longed for had finally arrived. Li Chen watched intently as the white radiance enveloped Metong, the silhouette within undergoing a remarkable transformation. Charizard and Blastoise, having already experienced 2 evolutions, exhibited a more subdued curiosity. Yet they too felt joy for Metang's impending evolution. Soon, as the light dissipated, a brand new Metagross emerged in the forest. Its body shimmered in a striking azure hue. Shaped like a butterfly, with enormous metallic claws adorning its arms. Its red eyes gleamed, and silver spikes adorned its face and back, while 2 pairs of sharp blades extended diagonally from either side of its body. With a jubilant cry, the newly evolved Metagross expressed its contentment, greeting Blastoise and Charizard before soaring toward Li Chen. Metagross, you have evolved now. You must behave yourself, Li Chen exclaimed in a flurry, retreating behind Charizard for safety. In the present day, the metal monster, having undergone evolution, has experienced a significant increase in both height and weight, now surpassing 400 to 500 kilograms. Who could possibly lift such a behemoth? If one were to inadvertently find themselves pinned beneath its weight, they would either be crushed into a pulp or succumb to asphyxiation. Of course, the metal monster does not intend any harm. It is simply overwhelmed with joy and wishes to embrace Li Chen, though it has yet to acclimate to its newfound strength following evolution. Fortunately, the fire dragon intervened, allowing Li Chen to narrowly escape disaster. Li Chen then utilized his insightful eye to scan the data of the metal monster, observing considerable changes in its data panel compared to its pre-evolution state. Pokemon, Metal Monster. Gender, genderless. Level, 20, Beginner's Pinnacle. Type, Steel Psychic. Ability, Constantly Pure Body. Moves, Tackle, Metal Claw, Scratch, Electromagnetic Levitation, Cannon Beam, Bullet Punch. Inherited moves, Mind Hammer, Iron Head. Iron Wall Ram. Potential, Champion level. Held item, none. Following its evolution, the metal monster has finally mastered a greater array of skills, enhancing its offensive capabilities. With the iron dumbbell now evolved, other matters can be addressed. The 4 quasi-divine hatchlings should emerge to greet their comrades and gain even greater strength. Consequently, Li Chen summoned the 4 quasi-divine hatchlings from the system space. In an instant, they materialized in the forest, leaving the metal monster in awe. As it wondered whether it was hallucinating, allow me to introduce you to the newcomers. They are Mini Dragon, Single-Headed Dragon, Roundland Shark, and Slime Treasure. They are your companions, so be sure to take good care of them. Li Chen continued, this is Water Turtle, and this rather arrogant-looking one is Fire Dragon. Finally, we have the newly evolved Metal Monster, who may be considered your elder brother. Come, greet one another and familiarize yourselves. Li Chen enthusiastically introduced the 5 quasi-divine hatchlings. This marked the first encounter between the 2 groups of Pokemon since he had captured the 4 quasi-divine hatchlings the previous day. Kame, Jibei, Me, Water Turtle, and Metal Monster, being the 3rd and 4th members of the team, displayed great enthusiasm towards their new companions. Meanwhile, the 4 quasi-divine hatchlings responded warmly, their eyes brimming with curiosity and admiration. Only Slime Treasure appeared somewhat timid, hiding behind Li Chen and speaking in a barely audible voice. Encouraged by Li Chen, Slime Treasure mustered the courage to greet the others before retreating once more. Li Chen could only shake his head in resignation. It seemed that Pokemon, much like humans, exhibited a variety of personalities, including timidity and insecurity. The somewhat oblivious Fire Dragon, eager to assert its dominance, attempted to impress the new arrivals by clumsily patting the 4 quasi-divine hatchlings with its claws. This rough behavior startled them, particularly Slime Treasure, who, already timid by nature, scurried back behind Li Chun, too frightened to emerge again. Fire Dragon, there is no need to greet your companions in such a manner. Remember to be gentle. We wouldn't want to frighten them, Li Chun admonished, his heart aching for the frightened slime treasure as he gently educated Fire Dragon. All of Li Chun's Pokemon were of similar ages, none exceeding 3 months. Thus, it did not take long for them to bond, frolicking together on the grass. Li Chun watched this harmonious scene unfold, a warm smile gracing his face as he captured the moment with his phone, knowing that such tranquility may not last long. Li Chun produced 4 Dragon Essence shards, calling a halt to the playful antics of the quasi-divine hatchlings. The essence possessed a potent allure for Pokemon of the same type, and the 4 hatchlings fixated their gaze on the Dragon Essence in Li Chun's hand, their eyes gleaming with desire. Even the most timid of the bunch, Slime Treasure, approached, eagerly fixated on the shards. These 4 Dragon Essence shards are prepared for you, my dear hatchlings. I hope that by consuming them, you may grow stronger. Akin to Fire Dragon and Water Turtle. Upon hearing Li Chun's words, the 4 quasi-divine hatchlings became even more excited, ready to prove themselves. Their eyes reflecting a newfound yearning for power. Naturally combative, Dragon-type Pokemon longed to become more formidable, aspiring to emulate their predecessors, while Round Land Shark, Mini Dragon, and Single-Headed Dragon dreamt of soaring through the skies. Recognizing that the moment had arrived, Li Chun distributed the Dragon Essence shards to each of the 4 quasi-divine hatchlings. The instant they made contact with the essence, the shards vanished, and their levels surged rapidly, their energies becoming increasingly unstable. Among the hatchlings, Slime Treasure had the longest lifespan, having reached level 28, while Single-Headed Dragon, the youngest, was only at level 16. Round Land Shark and Mini Dragon each hovered in the low 20s. Soon, a brilliant white light enveloped Round Land Shark, marking its first evolution. Following closely, Mini Dragon also radiated a glow of transformation. After a minute or so, Slime Treasure 2 was enveloped in white light, commencing its evolution. As for Single-Headed Dragon, its fate appeared most unfortunate, being the youngest of the 4. It also boasted the lowest level. Additionally, Single-Headed Dragon was known for its potential to evolve late, requiring a level of 50 for its first stage evolution. It could be said that the Dragon Essence might not suffice to allow Single-Headed Dragon to complete its evolution. In short order, the white light surrounding Round Land Shark, Mini Dragon, and Slime Treasure dissipated, signifying the completion of their first stage evolutions. 3 brand new Pokemon emerged in the forest: Sharp-Tooth Land Shark, Haku Dragon, and Slime Beautiful. Each of these Pokemon displayed significant changes in appearance, with Round Land Shark undergoing the most dramatic transformation, evolving from a chubby little creature into the sleek and stylish Sharp-Tooth Land Shark. Sharp-Tooth Land Shark bore a striking resemblance to a shark, its body cloaked in deep blue, with a red hue running from its upper jaw to its mid-abdomen, while the lower abdomen exhibited a bluish-gray shade. It sported 2 prominent protrusions on its head, each adorned with a ring of bluish-gray stripes. Its body featured 4 fins, 1 on each forelimb, 1 on its back, and 1 on its tail. Additionally, Sharp-Tooth Land Shark had white, single-toed claws and 3-toed feet, with serrated white bone spurs adorning its thighs, giving it a remarkably dashing appearance. Mini Dragon, having evolved into Haku Dragon, did not undergo as pronounced a transformation. However, a second evolution into Fast Dragon would indeed bring about a radical change. Haku Dragon resembled a serpent, with a slender body covered in sapphire-colored scales and a bright white belly. It possessed lustrous black eyes, a delicate white horn protruding from its forehead, and 2 small wings on either side of its head. 3 crystalline blue orbs adorned its body, 1 hung from its neck, while the other 2 rested at the tip of its tail. As for Slime Beautiful, it bore a resemblance to a snail, though its antennae had grown longer, transforming into high-performance radars that replaced its ears and nose, enabling it to perceive sounds and scents. Its lower body was a deep shade of purple, with the hands of the Single-Headed Dragon extending from it. Nestled within the swirling protrusions on its back were its brain and heart, along with all other vital organs. After the 3 quasi-divine juveniles underwent evolution, their rate of advancement noticeably slowed, and their breaths gradually stabilized. 5 minutes later, the auras of the 4 Pokemon approached a state of equilibrium and began to converge. Observing his 3 companions, who had completed their transformations and undergone significant changes in appearance, the Single-Headed Dragon felt an indescribable sense of loss and deep-rooted inferiority. After all, they all began as initial forms, sharing the same origins, each having utilized a fragment of Dragon Essence. Yet, the other 3 had evolved while he remained stagnant. Do not despair, Single-Headed Dragon. You are destined for greatness, even if it comes later than others. Once you evolve into the three-headed dragon, not only will you be able to soar through the skies, but you will possess 3 heads capable of launching simultaneous attacks. When your opponent strikes once, you can retaliate threefold. Just imagine the spectacle of 3 heads unleashing skills in unison. How magnificent that would be. Even Charizard may not stand a chance against you. Encouraged by Li Chen's words and the tantalizing visions spun from his imagination, the single-headed dragon gradually emerged from its despondency, its eyes brimming with hope, which intensified as it became increasingly enraptured by the dreams Li Chen had painted. With the evolutions of the other Pokémon now complete and their auras stable, it seemed their experience points had been exhausted, leaving them unable to ascend further in levels. Li Chen activated the scanning eye, sequentially examining the latest data of the 4 Pokémon. Pokémon, Sharp-Tooth Land Shark. Gender, male. Level, 41, Elite Initial. Type, Dragon, Ground. Ability, Rough Skin. Skills, Tackle, Sand Attack. Dragon Breath, Meteor Abyss, Stomp, Bite, Cut, Dragon Claw, Wide Destruction, Dragon Pulse, Meteor Shower, Dragon Song Inspiration, Dragon Tail, Earthquake, Power of the Earth. Inherited skills, Rampage, Sacrificial Charge, Tornado Metal Claw. Potential, Near Champion Level. Held item, None. Pokemon, Haxorus. Gender, male. Level, 42, Elite Initial. Type, Dragon. Ability, Marvel Scale. Skills, Bind, Glare, Thunder Wave, Tornado. Dragon Tail, Agility, Slam, Waterfall, Dragon Dive, Mystical Guard, Meteor Shower, Dragon Song Inspiration, Dragon Dance, Dragon Pulse, Rain Dance, Reverse Scale. Inherited skills, Dragon Breath, Quick Attack, Water Pulse. Water Gun, Scale Shot. Potential, Near Champion Level. Held item, None. Pokemon, Grimer. Gender, female. Level, 46, Elite Mid. Type, Dragon. Ability, Moist Body. Skills, Tackle, Water Gun, Absorb, Melt. Dragon Breath, Protect, Frenzy, Water Pulse, Rain Dance, Dragon Pulse, Curse, Heavy Slam, Water Splash, Mud Shot, Blizzard. Inherited skills, Double Return, Life Dew, Ice Beam, Meteor Shower. Potential, Near Champion Level. Held item, None. Pokemon, Single-Headed Dragon. Gender, male. Level, 41, Elite Initial. Type, Dragon, Dark. Ability, Vitality. Skills, Tackle, Charge, Dragon Breath, Bite, Roar, Malicious Pursuit. Headbutt, Self-Encouragement, Slam, Bite, Frightening Face, Dragon Pulse, Heavy Slam, Dark Pulse, Dragon Tail, Power of the Earth, Trickery, Reverse Scale. Inherited skills, Scare, Dual Blade Headbutt, Double Hit. Dragon Dance, Meteor Shower. Potential, Champion Level. Held item, None. Upon reviewing the data panels of the 4 quasi-divine juveniles, Li Chen felt a profound sense of satisfaction. Although he had sacrificed 4 precious fragments of Dragon Essence, the strength of the 4 Pokémon had dramatically surged, with all but the single-headed dragon successfully evolving. It was evident that the single-headed dragon's evolution was unique, destined for greatness in its own time, requiring level 50 for its first stage transformation. Despite remaining in its initial form, it had already attained elite-level strength, truly formidable. At that moment, the other Pokémon regarded the single-headed dragon with a hint of peculiarity, for it stood out among them. A striking figure. Yet, rather than feeling disheartened by their gazes, the single-headed dragon was ignited with a spirit of determination. If it exerted just a bit more effort to evolve into the 3-headed dragon, it would surely prove its worth by overpowering any who dared to look down upon it. Such as that arrogant Charizard. Why should they share the same shade of skin? Alright, everyone. Though most of you have completed your evolutions and grown stronger, we must not become complacent. Let us continue our journey to seek out wild Pokémon for battle. As he spoke, Li Chen withdrew all but the metal monster and the single-headed dragon into the system space. Despite the single-headed dragon's lack of evolution, its elite status was sufficient for protection. For the time being, he would focus on training the single-headed dragon and the metal monster, eagerly anticipating the awe-inspiring and terrifying prowess they would display upon their eventual evolution. To facilitate their progress, Li Chen wasted no time, leading the way with the metal monster and the single-headed dragon in tow, exploring the surroundings in search of wild Pokémon. However, before departing, he moved the stones that had obstructed the cave, ensuring that the small Rattatas would not be left homeless, vulnerable to predation by their natural enemies. Chapter 77, The Onslaught of the Circle Bear. As they ventured deeper into the outskirts of the primeval forest, a plethora of signs appeared ahead. Some firmly planted in the ground, others hanging from the trees. Each of these signs bore warnings, emblazoned with large red crosses, cautioning that the area was the territory of the Circle Bear known for its frequent appearances. Citizens and trainers were advised to refrain from entering, with recommendations to either detour or retrace their steps. Li Chun gazed at the aged warning signs, astonished to discover that the Alliance had deployed such notices within this uncharted forest. Clearly, the Circle Bears were quite ferocious, likely responsible for the untimely demise of numerous citizens and trainers, prompting the Alliance to erect these warnings. Now, with the evolution of the quasi-divine juveniles complete, Li Chun felt emboldened, boldly crossing past the warning signs and delving into the depths of the forest, the realm of the Circle Bear. He had been lamenting the lack of wild Pokémon to grant experience points, and the arrival of the Circle Bears was fortuitous. He surmised that he wouldn't even need to seek them out. They would likely come to him, drawn by the scent. As soon as Li Chun stepped into the territory of the Circle Bear, a resonant roar echoed, laden with intimidation, though it was faint, indicating that the creature was still some distance away. Upon hearing the roar, both the single-headed dragon and the metal monster became invigorated, eager to engage in battle. Having just completed their evolution, both Pokémon had experienced a surge in levels, gaining immense power, and were naturally inclined to test their newfound strength in combat. Observing their enthusiasm, Li Chun felt a measure of his initial trepidation dissipate. Most people inherently feared large, fearsome, carnivorous Pokémon like the Circle Bear. After calming his nerves, Li Chun pressed onward with the single-headed dragon and the metal monster by his side. As fate would have it, a sudden turn brought him face to face with a seemingly listless Ursaring, its lackluster demeanor likely a result of hunger. Li Chun's expression visibly tensed as he scrutinized the creature before him. The Ursaring bore a resemblance to a large brown bear, distinguished by a yellow ring adorning its belly. Despite its malnourished state, with a notably sunken abdomen, it stood over 2 meters tall, a formidable presence, marked by an insatiable hunger reflected in its wolf-like, predatory gaze. This intense stare, brimming with a ravenous desire for sustenance, instilled in Li Chun a profound sense of oppression and intimidation. It was no wonder that trainers challenging the dojo advised fleeing upon encountering an Ursaring in the wild. Should escape prove impossible, one should simply find a shaded spot to lie low, for attempting to confront an Ursaring was ill-advised. These creatures were social Pokémon. The presence of one often indicated the proximity of its kin. Should an Ursaring emit a distress signal, its companions would undoubtedly converge, rendering the situation perilous. Suddenly, with a fierce and intimidating demeanor, the Dratini showed no signs of fear, charging boldly towards the Ursaring to engage in a standoff, emitting a low, threatening growl. Yet, the Ursaring, having spent its life in the depths of the forest, was entirely unaware of the Dratini's existence. Furthermore, considering the Dratini's diminutive size, it hardly registered as a threat. The Ursaring dismissed it entirely, its hunger overwhelming its judgment. With a rumble that echoed its desperation, the Ursaring could no longer contain itself, letting out a growl that shimmered with the longing for food, and lunged directly at the Dratini. Dratini unleashed dragon rage. Li Chun commanded. The Ursaring charged forth, the ground trembling beneath its weight, a display of formidable might. However, its low level and weakened state rendered it more bluster than substance. As the Dratini roared, its maw agape like a dragon's, it gathered dragon-type energy rapidly, a dark purple orb coalescing and hurtling towards the Ursaring. The Ursaring, unable to halt its momentum, collided headlong into the incoming energy. The impact of dragon rage unleashed a torrent of potent energy, resulting in a violent explosion that sent the massive Ursaring crashing to the ground, unconscious and sprawled just 4 or 5 meters away from the Dratini. In truth, for such a famished Ursaring, succumbing to slumber was a blessing. After all, sleep minimized energy expenditure and dulled the pangs of hunger. It was bewildering that this starved creature, despite its high rank, would dare to confront an elite-level Dratini, perhaps underestimating it due to its smaller stature. Failing to realize that the Dratini was the most formidable of foes, masquerading as the innocent. After vanquishing the solitary Ursaring, Li Chun contemplated departing with his Dratini and met on. Yet, the ground trembled ominously, accompanied by the sound of heavy footsteps and the crash of trees, leaves cascading to the ground in a cacophony. Clearly, some creature was approaching, and in considerable numbers, for such commotion could not be caused by a solitary beast. Medong and Dratini assumed combat stances, vigilantly guarding Li Chun from all angles, wary of any sudden ambush from the underbrush. Just then, a brilliant beam of energy shot forth, striking a nearby tree with a resounding crack. The tree, stout as a man's waist, splintered and toppled. Li Chun's countenance shifted. Fortunately, the destructive beam had veered off course. Had it deviated a mere 100 or 80 centimeters to the left and exploded beneath their feet, the consequences would have been dire. As the lurking Ursaring had dared to launch a surprise attack, Chen resolved to retaliate in kind. Dratini, unleash Dragon Breath towards the origin of that beam. Medong, follow suit with your cannon beam. Chen swiftly instructed his Pokémon to counterattack, intent on drawing out the hidden Ursaring. Little did he anticipate that the solitary Ursaring had not even had the chance to signal for help before being dispatched. Yet, the commotion had attracted other Ursarings. Lurking in the shadows, poised to strike. Dratini, having discerned the direction of the previous beam, locked onto the location and unleashed another fiery dragon breath. Simultaneously, Medong raised its arms, conjuring two dazzling silver orbs of energy, which it then clashed together, sending forth a silver beam composed of steel energy toward the distance. Boom! The air erupted with two resounding crashes, and moments later, three Ursarings emerged, disheveled, from behind trees and brush, their fierce gazes fixed upon the attackers, charging towards Chen with abandon. Chapter 78, An Encounter with Poachers. As Chen and his Pokémon braced themselves for the impending confrontation with the Ursarings, a faint yet urgent roar echoed from a distance. Without a doubt, having heard Ursaring calls numerous times, Chen instantly recognized it as yet another Ursaring's cry. This roar caused the three charging Ursarings to abruptly halt, their eyes filled with resentment and frustration as they glared at Chen and his companions, as well as their fallen kin. Then, without warning, the trio pivoted and fled in the opposite direction. This astonishing scene left Chen baffled, as if they had suddenly halted mid-action. What could possibly compel these fearsome creatures to abandon their assault, even forsaking their companion? It was likely connected to that roar. A probable distress signal from another Ursaring in need of assistance, prompting the trio to abandon their quarry in haste. However, the prospect of a feast slipping away left Chen dissatisfied. Driven by curiosity, he decided to pursue the fleeing Ursarings. Perhaps he could follow them back to their lair, capturing the entire Ursaring clan in one fell swoop and plundering their nest in the process. Chen trailed behind the Ursarings, accompanied by his two Pokémon, for approximately 10 minutes before the three finally slowed their pace and came to a stop, concealed behind a tree. Chen observed as several large trucks and cars emerged in the clearing ahead. The presence of vehicles within the primordial forest was indeed a rarity, strongly indicating the arrival of poachers. As Chen had surmised, drawn by the sounds of conflict, he turned to witness the three Ursarings encircled by poachers, engaging in a fierce battle. Remaining stealthy, he counted the poachers, 7 in total, indicating a small but formidable poaching organization. Scanning the poachers' Pokémon with his insight, he noted that most were of elite caliber, with the strongest being a late-stage golem. This was typical of poachers. Without a certain level of strength, one could not venture into such illicit activities. The organization was small, operating primarily on the fringes of the ancient forest. If it were those large poaching organizations, even the elite poachers, they would typically set their sights on the Fairy Nature Reserve and the Secret Realm. This is because the variety of fairies there is greater, and their qualities are superior. Capturing a rare fairy of exceptional quality could easily fetch a 7-figure sum. One could say that a single successful venture could sustain one for an entire year. 3 years without a deal could lead to a bounty that lasts for 3 years. Or even 30, which is no exaggeration. If they could also acquire some fairy treasures, the situation would be even more lucrative. Whether sold on the black market or used to train one's own fairies, it represents an excellent option. It can be stated that poaching is a highly profitable and foolproof business, though the risks are substantial. Being caught often results in a death sentence, or at the very least, the revocation of a trainer's qualifications and a long prison term. Under the direction of a few poachers, several fairies, including a great hound, a tank skunk, a golem, and a sparrow, launched a coordinated assault on 3 bear cub fairies, swiftly bringing them to the ground and dragging them onto a truck. At the moment the poachers opened the truck door, Chen clearly saw that the interior was filled with iron cages, crammed with bear cubs and bear fairies. It appeared that this poaching organization had a very clear objective, perhaps even a premeditated plan, directly targeting the bear fairy population. Although the bear fairies are fierce and feared by many, they possess few weaknesses, are incredibly powerful, and instill a sense of security, making them quite popular among trainers. Thus, in breeding facilities, a single bear cub can command a price of 100,000 fairy coins. As for the black market, Chen had yet to visit and was unfamiliar with the pricing, but a high-level bear fairy could undoubtedly sell for 200,000 to 300,000 fairy coins. Doing the math, Chen was immediately taken aback. Goodness, there must be at least 5 or 6 bear fairies and a dozen bear cubs in that truck. This means that the value of a single truck could be 2 to 3 million fairy coins. With 4 such trucks, once these poachers sell the bear fairies and bear cubs on the black market, they could rake in tens of millions of fairy coins, with each individual receiving over 1 million fairy coins on average. Given such enormous profits, it is no wonder that so many are willing to take the risk of becoming poachers. Kid, why are you still hiding? Come out, we've already spotted you. Just as Li Chun was calculating, a rough voice called out from his side. Startled, Li Chun turned to see one of the poachers had approached to within 20 or 30 meters of him, due to the cover of large trees and grass. Although the poacher had noticed him, he did not rush in recklessly, but instead forced Li Chun to reveal himself. Using Dragon Pulse, Li Chun commanded his single-headed dragon to attack the poacher and the great hound beside him. Although he was unsure how he had been discovered, he knew the poachers were ruthless, leaving no survivors in encounters. Without a moment's hesitation, he leaned close to his single-headed dragon and issued the command. The dragon complied immediately, unleashing a brilliant blue Dragon Pulse. You little fool, you're seeking death. Great hound, use Dark Pulse. The poacher cursed under his breath, hastily ordering the great hound to retaliate. Simultaneously, he realized he had encountered a formidable opponent, attacking without hesitation alongside his fairy. Those unaware might even think he had stumbled upon a rival poacher. The Dragon Pulse and Dark Pulse collided in midair, releasing a tremendous surge of energy that caused a violent explosion, uprooting the surrounding foliage and even tilting nearby trees. As urgent footsteps approached, Li Chun's expression changed. The poachers were fast, and he found himself surrounded. Upon seeing the single-headed dragon and the metallic creature beside Li Chun, all the poachers momentarily froze before erupting in wild glee, their eyes glistening with greed. They had not anticipated encountering a veritable treasure in this primitive forest. A single individual possessing 2 quasi-deities. What a concept! They surmised that the seemingly youthful man must be the scion of a prominent family, displaying a reckless boldness that led him into the wilderness. Yet this serendipitously favored them. What did it matter if he were from an esteemed family? Out in the wild, there were no constraints. As long as they possessed sufficient strength and value, they would dare to rob even fellow poachers and high-ranking members of alliances. These 2 quasi-deities were extraordinarily precious. One was worth more than all the bear fairies and bear cubs they had captured combined. If they could seize those 2 quasi-deities, completing this job would grant them financial freedom, allowing them to retire comfortably, free from the perils of this bloodstained trade, which could lead to their demise in the wilderness at any moment. Kid, hand over those 2 quasi-deities and everything of value you possess. I might spare your life. A middle-aged man, his face marred by intersecting scars resembling a centipede, stepped forward, threatening with eyes filled with avarice and desire. Li Chun recognized this individual somewhat. The other poachers treated him with a level of deference, indicating he was the leader of this band of poachers. Why don't you release the bear cubs and bear fairies you've captured, and I might let you go? Li Chun retorted with a cold laugh, mocking the poachers. Trusting a poacher was tantamount to sealing one's own fate. Each poacher, upon embarking on this path, had already forsaken morality and compassion, devoid of empathy and kindness. Operating outside the bounds of law, they engaged in heinous and illegal acts, stained by the blood of countless humans and fairies. Encountering poachers in the wild was nearly a death sentence. Either one would be killed and robbed, or one might kill the poachers to survive, or perhaps, with a stroke of luck, escape their clutches only to be hunted down later. This was the poacher's modus operandi. Better to wrongfully kill than to let even a single person escape, thereby placing themselves in peril. You little brat, are you looking for death? The poacher leader roared in fury, his mouth twisting into a malevolent grin as the scars on his face shifted, rendering his visage even more grotesque. Oh, so you intend to make an example of me? Li Chun spoke, quickly surveying his surroundings and analyzing the situation. There were 6 poachers surrounding him. While this group consisted of 7 in total, meaning 1 remained at the vehicle to guard it, and the captured fairies. Each of the 6 poachers possessed at least 1 elite-level fairy, if not more, though they were temporarily withheld. The most formidable among them was the scarred poacher, who commanded a late-stage golem. You little brat, out here in the wilderness, with no one around for 20 or 30 miles, killing you would leave no witnesses. Once we sell those 2 quasi-deities, we brothers could simply flee abroad and live lavishly. The poacher leader sneered, revealing a cruel smile, confident in his assessment of the situation. Oh, you're right. This desolate place is indeed perfect for murder and concealment. What the hell do you mean? Old 3, stop wasting time with this brat. Eliminate him first. Seize his Pokemon and possessions. Delays could spell disaster. The leader of the poachers bellowed, his eyes wide as saucers, issuing an immediate attack order. The atmosphere became charged with tension, both sides on edge, their formidable hounds eager to pounce, only to be hurled aside by a single-headed dragon. In that fleeting moment when hostilities erupted, Chen unleashed all 6 of his Pokémon, including the imposing Dragonite. The once menacing poachers were suddenly struck as if by a heavy blow, jolted into silence. The uproar around them stilled to an eerie quiet. The poacher leader gaped in disbelief, rubbing his eyes, convinced he must be hallucinating. One of his cohorts counted with trembling fingers 6 formidable Pokémon, one of which had reached its final evolutionary form, and astonishingly, there was even a shiny Pokémon among them. Such a lavish assembly was unprecedented in his experience as a poacher. He had never witnessed anything like it in his life. The poacher leader swallowed hard, terror gripping him. He realized they were in grave peril, having encountered a formidable adversary. He had assumed the young man was merely a solitary traveler, but it became clear he had powerful allies. Had the young man revealed this strength initially, they would never have dared to target him. They would have fled in fear. Just the Dragonite alone possessed at least gym-level prowess, far beyond the capabilities of their ragtag group of poachers. Brother, we made a grave mistake. We can release all the bear cubs and Ursaring we captured. We can compensate you. Please, spare us this once. We swear we'll never do it again. The poacher leader groveled, lowering his posture as he sought forgiveness from Chen, hoping to be granted mercy. However, Chen was no naive fledgling. He understood the treachery of human hearts. Their remorse was born not of genuine contrition, but of sheer fear. Had it not been for his Dragonite's intimidating presence, they would have lunged at him, seeking to kill him and seize all his Pokémon and belongings before making a swift getaway. Therefore, he resolved to show no mercy. To be lenient with enemies is to be cruel to oneself. When dealing with such poachers, one must eradicate the root of the problem. Dragonite, take down those poachers over there and await my command. Charizard, use flamethrower on the hound. Blastoise, employ Hydro Pump against the golem. Sharpedo, unleash Dragon Pulse on the Spearow. Kingdra, target the Houndoom with Hydro Pump. Milotic, use Water Pulse on the Typhlosion. Single-headed Dragon, unleash Dark Pulse on the Dugtrio. Without a hint of hesitation, Chen issued his commands, determined to annihilate the poachers without leaving a single survivor. He opted not to deploy Metagross, as it had just evolved and was somewhat underleveled, choosing instead to keep it close for protection. Faced with Chen's unwavering resolve, the poacher leader, humiliated and enraged, decided to fight back, ordering his comrades to release all their Pokémon and confront their adversaries head-on. If they won, there was a glimmer of hope for survival and perhaps a chance to amass wealth. If they fell, they would meet their end together. They had prepared their minds for this fate since their first day as poachers. The other poachers, aware of their dire situation, unleashed all of their Pokémon, ready to employ a strategy of sheer numbers to overwhelm their foe. If their strength fell short, they would compensate with quantity. They were determined to see if they could wear down the Dragonite, believing that if cornered, they would give them no respite. The poacher leader fixed a murderous glare on Chen. Should fortune favor them this time, he vowed to make Chen suffer. After all, these men had roamed the wilds for so long, they hadn't tasted blood in ages. Although Chen was male, his delicate features were not entirely unappealing. In the meantime, Chen remained focused on the battlefield, issuing commands without a pause. If he were to discover the vile intentions of the poachers, he might even entertain thoughts of retribution. Meanwhile, the poachers left behind to guard the vehicles and captured prey believed that with the leader's direct involvement, victory was all but assured. With such a formidable array of Pokémon, they anticipated a lucrative outcome. However, in the blink of an eye, a fearsome Dragonite descended upon them. Chapter 80. Annihilating the poachers. The poacher, having never faced a legendary Pokémon before, was paralyzed with fear, hastily commanding his hound to engage, fumbling for a new Pokeball. He knew his comrades lacked any legendary Pokémon. This Dragonite undoubtedly belonged to that young man. Realizing the gravity of the situation, the poacher considered fleeing. Self-preservation was paramount. Yet, before he could act, the 4 Pokémon he dispatched were swiftly defeated in mere seconds by the Dragonite's overwhelming might. The poacher collapsed in terror, paralyzed by fear, unable to escape before the Dragonite's claw ended his existence. On the other side, Chen faced 6 poachers single-handedly, gaining the upper hand and forcing them into a chaotic retreat. This was hardly surprising. All of Chen's Pokémon were exceptional, selected for their extraordinary potential and prowess, far surpassing the competition. The poachers wielded only mediocre Pokémon, lacking in both skill and experience. Had it not been for their battle-hardened tactics and ruthless strategies, they would have been swiftly dispatched by Chen's team. As the tide turned against them, the poacher leader began to contemplate escape. Survival was paramount. However, all of his Pokémon had been sent into battle, leaving him utterly defenseless. To venture alone into the wilds meant certain death at the hands of wild Pokémon, particularly with a Dragonite lurking nearby, ready to strike before he could make his getaway. Night Owl, use Air Slash on that one. Suddenly, the poacher leader recalled something, shouting to the skies. In the next moment, a night owl burst forth from the treetops, flapping its wings and unleashing countless invisible blades of air toward Li Chun. Upon seeing the night owl, Li Chun understood why it had remained hidden. The poachers had prudently stationed a flying Pokémon as a lookout. The blades of air were intercepted mid-flight by Charizard's own Air Slash, and then a torrent of flames erupted toward the airborne night owl, engulfing it in fire and sending it plummeting to the ground. Damn it! Skuntank, cover us with smokescreen. Golem, charge and use explosion. Brothers, the wind is against us. We must seize our chance to retreat. As more of their Pokémon fell, desperation clawed at the poacher leader's heart. In a moment of resolve, he decided to sever ties in order to escape. Yet, while his intentions were noble, reality was merciless. Charizard, use Seismic Toss on Skuntank. Dragonite, unleash Dragon Claw on Golem. Li Chun's tone was unusually frigid, akin to a blade piercing directly into the hearts of the poachers. The tank skunk barely had time to exhale a cloud of smoke before it beheld the oncoming Charizard, which swiftly lifted it into the air, leaving it flailing in terror at such heights. In the end, Charizard unceremoniously released it from its grasp, causing it to plummet and lose consciousness upon impact. As for the Rumble Rock, its fate was even more tragic. Being the highest level, it received special attention from Li Chun and was already battered and bruised. Upon receiving the command from the poacher leader, the loyal Rumble Rock did not hesitate for an instant, unleashing its energy as it shimmered with a white light, preparing to use self-destruct in a desperate bid to take the surrounding Pokémon down with it. However, in the next moment, a fierce Dragonite swooped down, its massive emerald claws striking Rumble Rock away, crashing through numerous trees and rendering it unable to battle, thus interrupting the self-destruct. Seeing the interruption of Rumble Rock's self-destruct, Li Chun secretly breathed a sigh of relief. These poachers were truly living on the edge, recklessly endangering even themselves. Had Rumble Rock achieved self-destruct at its elite stage, the explosion would have likely affected a radius of 1 to 2 kilometers, leaving no escape for the adversaries. The aftereffects of a Pokémon using self-destruct are dire. Injuries may range from minor wounds to severe drops in level and even potential loss of latent ability. Hence, under normal circumstances, no trainer would allow their Pokémon to execute self-destruct, incurring 1,000 losses to enemy forces while sacrificing 800 of their own, possibly losing a key combatant. With the tank skunk and Rumble Rock defeated and the self-destruct thwarted, the escape plan was shattered. All the poachers were filled with terror. They wished to flee, but Dragonite had already landed behind them, severing their escape route. As the last Houndoom fell, all the poachers' Pokémon, over 30 in total, most of them at the elite level, were vanquished. Each poacher averaged 4 to 5 Pokémon, lacking a full roster, as they did not possess sufficient resources or energy to nurture their Pokémon, opting instead for an elite approach. After the battle, the scene was a chaotic mess, littered with the fallen Pokémon of the poachers. Li Chun gazed at the shivering, crumpled poachers, a smirk gracing his lips. He was indebted to these poachers, for it allowed his Pokémon to gain such vast experience. His Dragonair and Sharpedo had nearly maxed out their experience points, and with the recent gains, they astonishingly leveled up once more. Amidst the company of his Pokémon, Li Chun approached the poachers, his mind already concocting a fitting method for their execution. "Brother, I can offer you all the wealth I've amassed over the years. Please spare my life," pleaded the poacher leader, desperation evident in his voice as death loomed over him. However, Li Chun paid him no heed, commanding Dragonite to drive the poachers towards their vehicles and using their Pokeballs to retrieve the incapacitated Pokémon. Next, he instructed Dragonite to keep a close watch on the poachers, specifically stating that should they make any rash moves, they were to be executed on the spot, while he began rummaging through the vehicles. After all, these poachers were destined for death. Anything of value would be better off in his possession. Unfortunately, after scouring several trucks and cars, Li Chun found only a few bank cards, devoid of any secret treasures, evolution stones, or luxury Pokeballs. Despite the poacher profession being touted as lucrative, he had the misfortune of encountering these impoverished wretches, utterly destitute. In truth, poaching is a perilous career, and most poachers lack the habit of saving. They squander any wealth they acquire, either on nurturing their Pokémon or indulging in extravagance, leaving little of value on their persons. Faced with no other choice, Li Chun proceeded to conclude the matter. Initially, he intended to release the poacher's Pokémon, but he reconsidered, pondering that they might serve a purpose in the future. Releasing them all seemed a pity and could disrupt the local ecosystem. Thus, he decided to retain them, placing them within his system space. The Pokémon themselves were not inherently malevolent. They merely followed their trainer's commands. If the trainer was a poacher, it was only natural that the Pokémon engaged in nefarious deeds. Subsequently, Li Chun opened the rear door of the truck to inspect the condition of the captured Teddiursa and Ursaring. It was evident that many of the Teddiursa remained in slumber or appeared lethargic, clearly having been subjected to tranquilizers by the poachers. Others bore numerous wounds, likely the result of resistance when captured. Defiant and restless, they were subsequently tormented by the poachers. Witnessing the plight of these Pokémon and recalling their previous suffering eased Li Chun's guilt. These despicable poachers deserved their fate. Their actions incited outrage from both humans and Pokémon alike. Truly inhumane. Chapter 81. An unexpected revelation. Just as Li Chun was about to unlock the cage and release all the bear cubs and Ursaring, the poacher leader suddenly called out to him once more. The poacher's will to survive was remarkably strong. It was uncertain what trickery lay in store, yet surrounded by his Pokémon, he maintained control over the situation. Thus, Li Chun strode over, eager to discern the poacher's intentions. The 6 poachers had long since lost their earlier bravado and were now huddled together, trembling. Some even so frightened as to lose control of their bladders. This was due to the menacing presence of numerous fierce Pokémon glaring at them, occasionally striking them as a warning. Brother, I possess a top-secret piece of information. If I share it with you, will you spare my life? Upon seeing Li Chun approach, the poacher leader's face brightened, and he called out urgently, fearing that delaying even a moment would cost him his chance. Oh, what information? If it proves to be authentic and of substantial value, I might consider your release. Li Chun regarded the eager poacher with curiosity and skepticism regarding the information he claimed to possess. Subsequently, in a desperate bid for survival, the poacher divulged everything he knew without omission. From the poacher's account, it was revealed that a few days prior, an uproar had occurred at the Yuzhong City Pokemon Nature Reserve, resulting in numerous casualties and injuries, with countless rare and powerful Pokemon escaping into the wild. Li Chun was familiar with the Yuzhong City Pokemon Nature Reserve, which apparently spanned a considerable area, housing Pokemon that thrived in the wild, with a few having migrated from secret realms, including many rare and formidable species. However, he had not previously heard of such a riot occurring at the reserve, perhaps due to the Alliance's suppression of this information to prevent exploitation by those with ulterior motives. This band of poachers had caught wind of the news and intended to venture into this primal forest in hopes of striking luck. As this forest spanned 3 cities and bordered the Pokemon Nature Reserve, naturally, the escaped Pokemon would likely take refuge within this vast wilderness, vanishing without a trace. When inquired how they had come by this information, the poacher leader, fearing for his life, confessed without deceit, stating that he had a cousin who was the lover of a high-ranking member of the World Tree Poacher Organization, essentially a mistress. Thus, everything is comprehensible now. I had not anticipated the entanglement with the World Tree Poachers Organization. The very name of this poaching organization suggests its formidable nature, boasting a vast scale and a multitude of members, highly active within the nation. They have even committed the audacious act of poaching demigods, only to inexplicably return them in their original state. According to the Elder's account, the founder of the World Tree Poachers Organization was once a king within the Alliance, who, feeling unjustly treated, defected to establish this organization, which has since grown to become one of the top 3 nefarious groups domestically. Recently, it appears that the World Tree Poachers Organization has expanded its operations overseas, shifting its focus to foreign lands. It is rumored that dealing with foreigners is far easier. They are perceived as naive and affluent, making them prime targets for the theft of their elves, which are then sold back to them, thus profiting solely from foreign patrons, an act that even their ancestors would not condemn. Li Chun stroked his chin, pondering the veracity of the poacher's claims. To ascertain the truth, he could simply search the elf forums. Even if the Alliance suppressed information to prevent its dissemination, traces would still remain. Soon enough, he discovered several posts on the topic, notably from locals in Yuzhong, who recounted hearing thunderous roars in the outskirts, with elves unexpectedly appearing in their homes, an unprecedented occurrence. Numerous such posts existed. While they did not explicitly state that something was amiss in the Elf Nature Reserve, the cumulative evidence indicated that the poacher's words were indeed truthful and not a deception. Gazing intently at the poacher before him, Li Chun uttered a gentle apology. He comprehended the necessity of eradicating threats entirely, had he not possessed formidable strength. He might very well have been the one to perish, alongside his elves and possessions. Moreover, the fact that the poacher had connections with the World Tree Poachers organization only intensified the urgency of his situation. Should news of his multiple demigods and shiny elves spread, he would become a target, pursued and plundered by countless poachers from both the light and dark sides. Consequently, without further hesitation, Chen led his Charizard towards the truck. In the midst of the poacher's terrified gazes, he opened all the iron cages, liberating both the bear cub and the circle bear. "You little rascal. You promised me earlier that if I shared this information, you wouldn't kill me." The poacher leader roared, his face contorted with rage. "I did promise that I would not kill you, but if the circle bear seeks vengeance, that is beyond my concern. After all, you are the ones who have been so cruel, poaching and tormenting elves, a pack of brutes." Chen did not look back. His cold words pierced the hearts of the poachers like a sharp blade. The released circle bear, still under the lingering effects of the tranquilizer, lunged at Chen in a dazed manner. However, it was swiftly sent flying by Charizard's powerful punch, its eyes clearing instantly as it distinguished friend from foe. This brutal display effectively intimidated the bear cubs and circle bears, quelling any rebellious thoughts they may have harbored towards Chen. After regaining their freedom, the circle bears and bear cubs did not flee. Instead, they fixed their furious gazes upon the poachers. They would never forget that it was these very individuals who had captured them, subjected them to beatings and torment. Were it not for the presence of the single-headed dragon, these enraged and famished circle bears would have already pounced, tearing and devouring. "Single-headed dragon, Hackran, Charizard, Blastoise, Sharpedo, return," Chen called out calmly. Summoning the elves that had been guarding the poachers, he entrusted the subsequent cleanup to the circle bears. No sooner had Charizard departed than the circle bears charged forward with a roar, beginning their assault amidst the poachers' terrified cries for mercy. Chen turned away, finding the scene too gruesome for any innocent eyes. Approximately 10 minutes later, the circle bears, their bellies full and satisfaction evident on their faces, departed after avenging themselves and enjoying a hearty feast. Even the vehicles had been reduced to mere wreckage, utterly unrecognizable. Scattered across the ground were only the remnants of bones. And Chen commenced the final cleanup. He commanded Charizard to use Earthquake, turning the very ground over and burying all traces beneath fresh soil. Once he was assured that no evidence remained, he departed the scene with the single-headed dragon and Metagross. Chapter 82. The Riolu that escaped from the Elf Nature Reserve. The poachers had caused a delay of several hours, and by now it was already afternoon. Chen distanced himself from the site of the earlier battle, setting camp alongside a small stream in the forest. Although this area was still within the circle bear's territory, given the recent events, it was unlikely that any circle bear, fearing for its life, would dare to disturb him. Before preparing lunch for his elves, Chen rummaged through his spatial backpack and produced a move tutor machine. This was the heavy slam TM he had acquired long ago, initially intended for his Dullard upon evolution. Now that Dullard had finally evolved into Metagross, it was time for Metagross to learn heavy slam. "Metagross, this TM is for you. Seize it," Chen explained, handing the heavy slam TM to Metagross. In no time, the TM vanished into thin air, merging with Metagross's being, indicating that it had mastered this new skill. Excited, Metagross eagerly demonstrated its newfound power, emanating a metallic sheen as it launched itself like a cannonball towards a distant tree, colliding heavily with it. The sound of splintering would echoed as the tree toppled, its roots remaining buried underground. Goodness gracious, what sheer power! The heavy slam technique, which relies on the user's weight to enhance its force, was a perfect match for Metagross. Once Metagross evolves into Metagross, its power would likely increase even further. Shortly thereafter, Chen called Metagross back, cautioning it not to stray too far from the camp. After all, these were extraordinary times. The ancient forest was now flooded with numerous elves that had escaped from the Elf Nature Reserve. Poachers were likely drawn by the scent, and it was probable that many Alliance personnel had also entered this primal forest in search of the escaped elves. The situation was indeed dire, with a chaotic mix of beings within the forest. Were it not for Chen's confidence in his abilities and his intentions regarding the escaped elves, he would have fled long ago. Remaining here would yield no rewards for the effort expended. Of course, harboring certain intentions did not guarantee encountering those rare and powerful elves. The vastness of this ancient forest spanned 3 cities, covering over 8,000 square kilometers, with wild elves numbering in the hundreds of thousands. The elves that had fled from the nature reserve would hardly make a ripple in this wilderness. Finding them would be akin to searching for a needle in a haystack. Otherwise, the poachers would not merely be wandering aimlessly around the forest's periphery, but would be heading directly towards the elves' exact locations. Chen cast aside his chaotic thoughts and commenced preparations for lunch for his Pokémon. Now that all his Pokémon had evolved, they could be characterized as gluttonous, consuming a considerable number of energy cubes in a single meal. For instance, for lunch, Chen had prepared 11 high-grade Dragon-type energy cubes, 3 high-grade Water-type and Fire-type energy cubes, and 1 high-grade Psychic-type and Steel-type energy cube each. Additionally, he had set aside some rare minerals for his Metagross. He also made sure not to waste the Moo Moo milk he had brought from home, providing each Pokémon with a bottle, even including Dragonite, allowing it to savor the flavor. As for the Dratini, having been born not long ago, they were essentially infants, and it was perfectly natural for them to drink milk, which was intended for them. Dragonite benefited from their presence, relishing the long-awaited Moo Moo milk. Chen vaguely recalled that Dragonite had a penchant for large cans of milk in its youth, prompting his grandfather to specifically capture a large can for that purpose. Once lunch was prepared, Chen released all his Pokémon and beckoned them to dine. They devoured their meals heartily, but as they ate, their gazes converged upon Metagross. The creature stood out, grasping a rare mineral with its claws and voraciously crunching it, producing a delightful sound as it savored the treat. Observing this, Chen felt compelled to explain that consuming such minerals was beneficial for Metagross, which caused the other Pokémon to redirect their attention and continue their meal. The thought of tasting the mineral never crossed their minds. They lacked the dental fortitude to even consider it, fearing their teeth would shatter. Witnessing Metagross enjoying its meal so much, Chen couldn't help but smile with satisfaction. He was reminded of his grandfather. Without his assistance in procuring such rare minerals in advance, he would have had no means to gather such a bounty. These resources were tightly controlled by the League and prominent families, making it exceedingly difficult to procure them unless one had connections to special channels. After the meal, Chen tidied up the remnants and instructed Charizard and the others to rest outside the tent while keeping watch, as he reclined within the tent for some respite. Half an hour later, rejuvenated and invigorated, he emerged from the tent. He discovered that during his rest, Metagross and the others had not been idle. They were diligently training. Only Dragonite had entered a phase of relaxation, sprawled on the soft grass, supervising the training of the other Pokémon and mediating any disputes that arose. It was evident that the elder of the group bore a heavy burden. When Chen was absent, all matters fell to its responsibility. Observing the industriousness of his Pokémon filled Chen with pride, prompting him to dismantle the tent, pack his belongings, and continue onward. Eager to try his luck in the ancient forest, Chen quickened his pace. For it was at least 100 kilometers from here to the Pokémon Nature Reserve in Yuzhong City. Even if a Pokémon escaped and entered this primeval forest, it would be implausible for it to traverse from the northernmost to the southernmost point. Such endurance was simply not feasible. After packing up, he stored all his Pokémon in the system space except for Metagross and Dratini. He also placed the Pokémon belonging to the poachers in the system space. During the meal, he had specifically instructed Charizard and the others to deal firmly with the Great Houndoom, the poacher's Pokémon, asserting that they should not hold back if they were disobedient. They should be subdued until their fierceness was thoroughly tempered. This was one of the quickest and simplest methods to tame the poacher's Pokémon. Attempting to win them over with affection was utterly ludicrous. One could easily test how they might respond in front of a Houndoom, which had committed numerous heinous acts alongside its poacher, its paws stained with blood. In dire circumstances, extraordinary measures were necessary. Meanwhile, deep within the ancient forest, a blue little dog was sprinting frantically, its body marred with wounds and blood, pursued by some terrifying entity, pushing itself to run despite its exhaustion. Chapter 83, The Rescue of Riolu. Riolu. With a defiant roar, Riolu fell to the ground once more, unwilling to accept its fate. It had painstakingly escaped the confines of the Pokémon Nature Reserve, only to encounter the malevolent poachers and find itself relentlessly pursued. With no choice but to flee, it could only pause briefly for water and a moment's respite before continuing deeper into the forest. The scars adorning its body were the result of the poacher's torment. Had it not been for its diminutive size, swift speed, and the forest's complex terrain providing cover, it would have likely been captured long ago, with a grim fate awaiting it. Thus, it yearned for freedom, longing to find a trainer with whom it could resonate, rather than being confined and sold. Now utterly helpless, Riolu could only run desperately, striving to evade both the League and the poachers. Yet inexplicably, no matter how far it fled, the pursuers seemed to find it with alarming speed, leaving Riolu baffled. As it lay resting on the soft grass, the underbrush behind it erupted with noise, accompanied by the frantic barking of a canine Pokémon. Familiar with such sounds, Riolu realized its pursuers were closing in once more. Trembling, it forced itself to rise, dragging its weary body to continue its flight, even if it had to crawl away. Meanwhile, Chen had encountered a group of sunflora basking in the sun, and using energy cubes as bait, he initiated a challenge. However, the sunflora appeared disinterested in the energy cubes, showing little inclination to accept Chen's challenge. Ultimately, they derived their energy from sunlight, producing nutrients directly from solar power. Thus, basking in the sun left them invigorated and indifferent to food. Nonetheless, Chen's challenge was not a request, but an announcement. At his command, the eager Metagross and Dratini surged forward, launching an attack on the sunflora. Infuriated by this unwarranted aggression that disturbed their sunbathing, the sunflora retaliated. However, they soon paid a steep price, being only at a low level and possessing few attack skills. Their combat prowess was insufficient. It wasn't long before they were defeated, brought to the ground by Dratini and Metagross. With the sunflora disinterested in energy cubes, Chen pondered what compensation would be appropriate, as he couldn't afford to let them suffer from the interruption. Suddenly, an idea struck him. Dratini, use Sunny Day. Yes, Chen decided to approach the sunflora's way of life. Since they relied on sunlight for energy and nutrients, he would intensify the sunlight, enhancing their absorption efficiency. Surely, once they awakened, they would express their gratitude. Upon receiving the command, Dratini gathered energy, conjuring a golden sphere of light, which it then launched into the sky. Soon, the sun blazed brightly, its rays seeming to grow even more radiant, bathing the area in a rising temperature. Under the radiant embrace of sunlight, the verdant leaves of the sunflower monster shimmered brilliantly, emanating a faint luminescence, as if even its smiling visage had become more resplendent. Beneath the scorching rays, it was likely that the sunflower monster, having lost its combat prowess, would awaken prematurely before long. Chen wore a satisfied smile, secretly commending himself. Just as he prepared to lead his two Pokémon onward in search of wild Pokémon battles and to tempt fate in the endless forest, a bloodied Riolu emerged from a thicket, gazing at Chen with dim hope in its eyes, extending a feeble paw as if pleading for help. In truth, the Riolu had been drawn by the sounds of battle and had hidden in the bushes for a while. Due to past traumas, it was filled with fear and caution toward strangers and thus hesitated to reveal itself immediately, opting instead to observe from its concealment. Upon witnessing the gentle smile adorning Chen's face, along with his kindness towards wild Pokémon and his own, it began to sense his benevolence through its unique aura-reading abilities. Consequently, it relaxed its guard and crawled out to seek assistance. With poachers hot on its trail, the Riolu was utterly exhausted, unable to flee any longer. Upon seeing the Riolu waving its paw, Chen stood frozen for several seconds, rubbing his eyes, convinced he was imagining things. It was only when his Dratini darted forward that he confirmed it was indeed a Riolu. Without further contemplation or knowledge of why the Riolu found itself in this predicament and injured, he hurried towards it with his Metong in tow. As he approached, he observed Dratini attempting to lift the Riolu with its mouth, seeming to encourage it to rise, yet failing repeatedly. Chen smiled softly, feeling a swell of pride. He had not anticipated that his combative Dratini possessed such a compassionate side, brimming with righteousness. He stepped forward, gently supporting the Riolu, and retrieved a tissue to clean its wounds while inspecting its injuries. As he examined the Riolu, his gaze deepened with cold resolve. He could not fathom who could inflict such cruelty upon such a young creature. Though the Riolu's injuries were primarily external, its body was marred with wounds, leaving it battered and pitiful. He had no time to discern the identity of the assailant, nor could he uncover the truth of the matter. Even if he were to inquire with the Riolu, as it would be unable to articulate its plight, he removed his spatial backpack, retrieving the medical supplies he had brought from home, and administered first aid to the Riolu. He staunched the bleeding, applied medication, and bandaged the wounds to prevent infection. Throughout the process, the Riolu remained remarkably cooperative, refraining from fidgeting, even gritting its teeth against the pain, further endearing it to Chen. Once the Riolu's injuries were tended to, Dratini and Metong exchanged joyful expressions, proud of their trainer's efforts. However, at that moment, the Riolu suddenly became agitated. Its eyes filled with terror, its body trembling uncontrollably. It grasped Chen's wrist tightly with its small paw, trembling as it pointed in a particular direction behind them, seemingly trying to convey something, but the language barrier rendered it incapable of expression. Seeing the Riolu in such a state of fear, Chen's thoughts immediately turned to the individual who had harmed it. It was highly likely that the pursuer had arrived, and the Riolu, sensing this, was gripped by fear. "Do not be afraid, Riolu. I am here. I will never allow anyone to harm you, he reassured, observing the trembling creature and its battered form. Imagining the torment it had endured, gently, he stroked the Riolu's head with his other hand, patiently soothing it. He surmised that wild Riolu were nearly non-existent in the wilderness, and this particular one had likely escaped from the Pokemon Nature Reserve in Yuzhong City, only to be unfortunate enough to attract the attention of poachers. There were no other plausible scenarios. Even if it were a member of the League staff, they would merely seek to take the Riolu back. Should a trainer encounter the Riolu, their intent would solely be to capture it, not to torture or injure it. Under Li Chen's patient reassurance, the Riolu gradually calmed down and then leaped into his embrace. Li Chen's heart swelled with joy. It seemed that after all it had endured, this little creature had developed a sense of dependence on him. Witnessing the Riolu leap into Li Chen's arms, Dratini and Medong exchanged incredulous glances, feeling a twinge of jealousy. They had only sought to assist the pitiful Riolu, but now it appeared to be vying for their trainer's affection, threatening to usurp their place. Before they could voice their concerns, a sudden commotion erupted from the nearby underbrush, instantly alerting them to danger as they assumed defensive stances. A fierce Houndoom burst forth, baring its fangs in a menacing display, its eyes brimming with malice and intent to kill. Moments later, accompanied by a cacophony of footsteps, the Houndoom fell silent, fixating its fiery gaze on the rear, seemingly awaiting someone's arrival. Upon seeing the Houndoom, the Riolu trembled violently again, its eyes clouded with profound fear. It was clear that the scars adorning its body were likely inflicted by this very Houndoom. Consequently, Li Chen's expression hardened, his gaze growing icy as he regarded the beast. Yet, he was soon drawn to another set of footsteps. Through the thicket emerged a figure. Though the individual donned sunglasses and a tactical jacket, Li Chen recognized her as female due to her striking red hair and slender frame. She approached him directly, and her sunglasses could not conceal her surprise and delight at the sight before her. It seemed she had not anticipated encountering such a valuable prize while pursuing a mere Riolu. Two quasi-legendary Pokemon, Medong and Dratini, were worth far more than the Riolu. A veritable treasure. As she approached, the Houndoom affectionately bounded towards her, displaying an unmistakable bond. Clearly, the Houndoom was her Pokemon, and this woman was the very poacher who had injured and pursued the Riolu. Is it you who harmed the Riolu? Li Chen's voice dripped with hostility as he cradled the trembling creature. Well, little boy, it's rare for someone to speak to me in such a manner. However, given your youth, I'll let it slide this time. But as compensation, you must hand them all over to me. The poacher, known as Hunter J, exclaimed with glee, pointing her calloused finger at the Riolu in Li Chen's arms, along with Dratini and Medong. Such audacity. Who do you think you are to command me with a mere sentence? Li Chen's expression darkened as he fixed his gaze upon her, questioning her confidence, particularly in light of her Houndoom, which, while formidable, was merely average among poachers. Yet, he was no novice trainer to be underestimated. Years have passed, and I have long forgotten my original name. Those who frequently engage with me tend to refer to me as the illustrious poacher, Hunter J. Goodness, what an ostentatious display. Li Chen silently scoffed, surprised that this woman could be so pretentious. One might wonder if she would perish without such airs. Nevertheless, due to her conspicuous crimson hair and the moniker of Hunter J, he swiftly deduced her identity. She was a poacher wanted by the Alliance for a significant bounty, and to possess such a unique title while evading capture for 7 or 8 years suggested that, in addition to her cunning, she must also possess formidable strength. Furthermore, to traverse the wilds as a woman, carving out a reputation amidst countless poachers and organizations, while remaining elusive to the Alliance, signifies that she is no ordinary foe. Hunter J is ruthless, her hands stained with the blood of both humans and elves, preferring to employ violence to capture her prey and compel elves to submit to her will. Over the years, to evade the Alliance's pursuit, she has resided in the wilderness, shuttling between the wilds and the black market, amassing considerable wealth through the plunder and trade of elves. Despite her exquisite appearance and figure, she has always operated alone, with few daring to approach her. In essence, she is akin to a venomous serpent, ready to strike without warning. Thus, even fellow poachers avoid dealings with her. Consequently, upon confirming that she was indeed the notorious Hunter J, Li Chen heightened his vigilance, prepared to unleash his Dragonite and Charizard at any moment. Years prior, she had already achieved the status of a Quasi-King trainer, possessing at least 6 Quasi-King Pokemon, and perhaps even some of the King level. Caution was imperative. Little boy, are you not intimidated by your sister's reputation? Hand over those 3 Pokemon, and I shall spare you. I promise not to make things difficult for you. Hunter J's dulcet voice dripped with seduction, gently coaxing Li Chen, a tactic she consistently employed to lower her opponent's defenses and compel submission, aiming for a victory without conflict. However, one must not be deceived by her voice and appearance, mistaking her for a pure maiden. In truth, she is a heartless old hag, with a body count of humans that surely reaches the hundreds. To hell with you, what a revolting sight. You, an ancient hag despised by all. Would you like a couple of slaps? Li Chun could no longer restrain himself as he observed her nauseating demeanor and grotesque visage, erupting with disdain. Simultaneously, he summoned his Dragonite, Charizard, and Blastoise, who materialized within the forest. Dragonite positioned itself behind Hunter J, effectively severing her escape route, while they formed a triangular formation, encircling both her and the Houndoom. What an unexpected bounty. 3 quasi-divine beings and 1 shiny Pokemon. After this job, I can retire in luxury, Hunter J mused. Having navigated the tumultuous waters of this profession for decades and witnessed countless grand spectacles. Yet, this was her first encounter with a mere child possessing such an abundance of quasi-divine and rare Pokemon, truly a gift from the heavens. Without hesitation, she flipped her sunglasses, revealing serpent-like eyes brimming with insatiable greed. In her ecstasy and avarice, she entirely overlooked a crucial detail. Li Chun had not even produced a Pokeball. The 3 Pokemon had seemingly appeared out of thin air. Yet, at this moment, nothing else mattered. The impending clash was all that counted. The victor would claim the spoils, while the vanquished would meet their demise. Blastoise, unleash Hydro Pump on Houndoom. Charizard and Dragonite, employ Dragon Claw against Hunter J. Li Chun commanded without a hint of mercy. Little boy, must you be so ruthless? Sister is quite frightened. Hunter J's expression darkened upon hearing Li Chun's words, a flicker of murderous intent dancing in her eyes. Yet she maintained her playful tone. Having spent years wandering the wilds, she was seasoned and prepared for any contingency, swiftly throwing her Pokeballs. Simultaneously, Blastoise aimed at Houndoom, unleashing a powerful jet of water, while Houndoom retaliated with an infernal dragon of flame. The collision of water and fire generated a thick mist within the forest, with the fire dragon swiftly overpowering the water jet and surging towards Blastoise. Reluctantly, Blastoise fired another robust water jet, while Dragonair simultaneously unleashed a Dragon Pulse, barely managing to counter Houndoom's fiery onslaught. Although Blastoise had the type advantage, the disparity in their strengths, elite versus gym leader, rendered it unsurprising for Blastoise to be overwhelmed. It merely needed to stall Houndoom. Charizard and Dragonite, wielding their massive emerald claws, charged fiercely at Hunter J, only to be intercepted by the Nidoqueen and Crobat she had released just in time. Heh, impudent little brat, you think you can challenge me? You're still too green. Prepare to meet your end. Hunter J glared at Li Chun with venomous eyes, astonished that he would be so decisive, ordering his Pokemon to attack her trainer. Nearly falling prey to a mere child. Nidoqueen, use Stealth Rock on Charizard. Crobat, unleash Cross Poison on Dragonite. Houndoom, do as you please. Hunter J barked commands to her Pokemon, intent on securing Li Chun as her prize. As a seasoned veteran, she quickly assessed the situation, recognizing that, aside from Charizard and Dragonite, the other Pokemon, though rare, were not of high caliber. Otherwise, 3 attacks would not have barely mitigated Houndoom's fiery breath. Their strength was simply inadequate. However, these unripe quasi-divine younglings were even more desirable on the black market. The rationale was simple. Higher-level Pokemon, even if captured through force, would seldom obey and could turn on their captors if provoked. Charizard, counter with Air Slash. Dragonite, use Dragon Dive on Crobat. Li Chun remained undeterred by Hunter J's intimidation, calmly issuing commands. He had scanned the data on Nidoqueen and Crobat with his inside eye, recognizing both as formidable Quasi-King level Pokemon. Thus, he planned to exploit her underestimation of Dragonite's true power, aiming to swiftly eliminate Crobat and diminish Hunter J's main offensive capability. As for Houndoom, he would leave it to Blastoise and Dragonair. Even if they could not win outright, they could at least hold Houndoom at bay. At the same time, he remained vigilant, seeking an opportunity to unleash his remaining Pokemon and catch her off guard. Surely, Hunter J had underestimated him, assuming she had him cornered. Otherwise, why would she not deploy her other Pokemon as well? The strategy of overwhelming numbers to secure a swift victory was a common tactic among evil organizations and poachers alike, emphasizing steadiness. Meanwhile, Nidoqueen gathered a multitude of sharp stones around her, manipulating them to launch at Charizard, while Crobat flapped its wings in an X formation, unleashing a flurry of dark purple blades. Although the cross-poison attack was not exceptionally powerful, its venomous nature posed a significant risk of poisoning the target, with a high chance of striking vital points. Employing skills such as anesthesia, hypnosis, and poison, these are the favored tactics of poachers, remarkably effective and tried and tested. At that very moment, the Charizard immediately took to the skies, flapping its wings and unleashing a multitude of air blades that shattered the incoming stones into fragments. After successfully repelling Nidoqueen's assault, the combative Charizard swiftly dove down to engage in close combat with its foe. Meanwhile, Dragonite circled in the air, disregarding the poisonous blades directed at it. With a low growl, it emanated an overwhelming aura of menace that instilled fear in the Zubat, rendering it restless and immobile, unable to disperse the immense pressure of Dragonite's killing intent. From within Dragonite surged an endless torrent of blue-violet flames, coalescing into a roaring blue dragon that charged alongside Dragonite as it lunged toward Zubat. At this juncture, as the oppressive killing intent soared and the powerful, familiar aura radiated from Dragonite, Hunter J abruptly regained her senses, realizing that something was amiss. However, it was already too late. Even if she wished to recall Zubat, she could only watch helplessly as Dragonite, enveloped in a tempest of ferocity, breached the cross-shaped poison blades and surged toward Zubat. Hunter J shot a fierce glare at Chen, then without hesitation, produced 4 luxury Pokeballs and hurled them into the fray, with a series of explosive sounds. 4 Pokemon materialized in the forest: a desert dragonfly, an Arcanine, a Teddiursa, and a Spheal. Chen was momentarily taken aback. Just moments ago, he had been pondering why only 3 Pokemon had been released, and now his opponent had summoned the remainder, causing a flicker of panic to cross his mind. No wonder she had managed to evade capture by the Alliance multiple times. It turned out one of her Pokemon had reached the elite level. Unless the Alliance deployed elite trainers or seasoned quasi-elite trainers with 1 or 2 elite Pokemon, ordinary quasi-elite trainers would find it exceedingly challenging to contend with Hunter J. Boom. At that moment, a colossal explosion erupted, drawing the attention of Chen, Hunter J, and the other Pokemon. Just then, Dragonite dove at breakneck speed, sinking its jaws into Zubat and carrying it off toward a remote area devoid of onlookers. This maneuver was also considerate of Chen and his Blastoise, for a direct explosion on the battlefield below would likely leave everyone else, save for Dragonite, lying unconscious on the ground. Chapter 86: Dragonite vs. Desert Dragonfly. Dragonite defeated LV-68 Zubat, earning 4,578 experience points. At that moment, the familiar sound of the system echoed in Chen's ears, bringing him a sense of reassurance. As Dragonite had achieved a significant victory, a tremendous explosion echoed from afar, followed by flames that shot skyward and billowing smoke, but the inferno was soon extinguished. In the next moment, Dragonite emerged from the smoke, returning unscathed. Upon witnessing the intact Dragonite's return, Hunter J could easily surmise Zubat's fate and could not help but utter a curse. A glint of intense killing intent flashed in her eyes. This young man was truly formidable, and given their enmity, one must eliminate the other to avoid future threats. Thus, she took the rare step of becoming serious, commanding her 5 Pokemon to launch a fierce assault on Chen. Indeed, as someone who had taken many lives, Hunter J understood that trainers were of utmost importance. Eliminating the trainer rendered the Pokemon mere disarray, devoid of threat. In an instant, except for Nidoqueen, who was held back by Charizard, the Desert Dragonfly, Arcanine, Teddiursa, and Spheal surged toward Chen at Hunter J's command. Yet, Dragonite would not permit them to harm Chen. It stood resolutely in front of the 4 Pokemon, blocking their advance. In such a dire situation, with 4 fearsome Pokemon charging toward him, it was impossible for Chen to remain calm. Thankfully, Dragonite had intercepted them, otherwise, he would have been in grave danger. However, facing 4 opponents, Dragonite's formidable strength and level advantage would surely suffice to defeat them. The only concern was if the opponents decided to allocate 1 or 2 Pokemon to distract Dragonite while the others targeted him, which would indeed be insurmountable. Determined to survive, Chen resolved to go all out. With a mental command, Sharpedo, Sliggoo, and Dratini appeared beside Dragonite, ready to fight side by side. Yes, this time. To counter the ferocious and powerful Hunter J, Chen had no choice but to unleash all of his Pokemon, achieving full-scale combat. Aside from Metagross, who remained by his side for protection due to its lower level, all other Pokemon joined the fray, engaging Hunter J's Pokemon in a fierce battle. Noticing the escalating crisis on the other side, Charizard ceased to hold back, unleashing its full power. With a powerful Dragon Claw, it sent Nidoqueen flying. Then, it opened its mouth wide, spewing forth a golden dragon of flame, radiating waves of heat that warped the air around it. Nidoqueen, crashing to the ground, barely had time to rise before being engulfed by the golden flames, which scorched its body to a crimson hue, eliciting hoarse cries of agony. Charizard defeated LV-67 Nidoqueen, earning 7,742 experience points. In the incredulous gaze of Hunter J, Nidoqueen collapsed, its body charred and severely burned. Initially, she composed herself and recalled Nidoqueen into its Pokeball, then stared at Charizard with disbelief for a prolonged moment. She pondered in vain, unable to comprehend the nature of that golden flame, which possessed such a high temperature that it could instantaneously vanquish Nidoqueen, known for its fire resistance, leaving it in such a state of disarray. Yet, as the battle raged on, she had no time to dwell on it or tend to Nidoqueen's wounds, her expression darkening as she continued to command the fight. A fierce battle erupted within this primordial forest, with thunderous sounds reverberating, causing surrounding Pokémon to flee in terror. Externally, Chen appeared calm as he comforted Riolu, yet internally, he was in a state of acute anxiety. For someone like Hunter J, who had long roamed the fringes of society, dancing on the edge of danger, it was implausible that she lacked contingency plans or hidden cards. Otherwise, she would have been apprehended by the Alliance long ago. Did she really believe the Alliance was idle? Pokémon and treasures were the lifeblood of the Alliance. Poaching them was akin to carving flesh from their bones. Hence, the Alliance had always regarded poachers as thorns in their side, eager to eradicate anyone they did not sanction. Unfortunately, poachers continued to emerge in waves. With each captured, new ones sprouted like weeds, irremovable even by fire. Now that Charizard had defeated Nidoqueen and joined the battlefield, it signified a reduction in Hunter J's primary forces while alleviating Dragonite's burden. With Dragonite, Charizard, and the support of Sharpedo, Dratini, and Sliggoo, they were more than capable of handling the Desert Dragonfly, which was mid-elite level, and the other three Pokémon, shifting the balance of victory in Chen's favor. Dragonite, once more, unleashed Dragon Dive against the Desert Dragonfly. Chen understood a crucial principle. To capture the thief, one must first seize the king. However, attempting to bypass the Desert Dragonfly to directly confront Hunter J was no easy feat. Thus, Chen resolved to concentrate his efforts on vanquishing the Desert Dragonfly before directing the ferocious dragon to confront Hunter J directly. Given that the adversary sought his demise, he would not let this opportunity slip by, especially since Hunter J had already uncovered his secrets. Should she escape, Chen would be condemned to an eternity of unrest, perpetually haunted by harassment and pursuit. As for the royal family and king-level trainers, they posed little threat to a ruthless poacher like Hunter J, who would stop at nothing for profit. Having embarked on such a treacherous path and committed heinous crimes, they dared to defy the Alliance and were already wanted by it. What concern would they have for the threats posed by a family or a formidable trainer? At worst, they could vanish into the depths of the primordial forest or flee abroad, leaving no recourse for those attempting to apprehend them. Unless one were willing to expend immense resources to locate and eliminate them, resolving the issue was virtually impossible. At that moment, the ferocious dragon exuded an intense aura of menace, momentarily intimidating the Desert Dragonfly. However, being a king-level Pokémon, it was no easy feat to completely suppress its spirit. True to form, the Desert Dragonfly, in a desperate bid for freedom, broke free from the oppressive aura and executed Dragon Dive. In an instant, two roaring azure dragons clashed high above the forest. The resounding impact reverberated through the air, unleashing a powerful shockwave that uprooted flora across several kilometers, culminating in a lingering mushroom cloud overhead. Fortunately, at the moment of collision, the fire dragon recognized the gravity of the situation and swiftly struck the ascending circle bear away with its claws. It then positioned itself before Chen, using its body to shield him and the metal monster from the oncoming shockwave and fierce winds, thus sparing them from any harm. Meanwhile, the experienced Hunter J had already called back her Glacier Bear, utilizing its protective skill to construct an energy shield that deflected the shockwave and wind's assault. Unfortunately, the other Pokémon fared poorly, being tossed about haphazardly, some even flung against trees by the force. Indeed, it was that very Black Houndoom, caught unawares, who was propelled by the tremendous shockwave and gale. As for the single-headed dragon, the Haycron, they huddled together, taking refuge behind the shell of the water turtle, successfully weathering the shockwave and wind's onslaught with little injury. Chapter 87, Victory, Hunter J's Escape. In disbelief and terror, Hunter J witnessed her Desert Dragonfly succumbing to the ferocious dragon, emerging from the massive mushroom cloud and plummeting toward the ground. Circle Bear, go catch the Desert Dragonfly. Hunter J reacted swiftly, issuing commands to her nearby Circle Bear to intercept the falling Pokémon and prevent further injury. Simultaneously, her frustration simmered. Her gaze toward Li Chun filled with a complex mix of emotions. Throughout her many years of wandering, she had encountered numerous scions of noble families, each accompanied by Pokémon gifted by their elders, meant for life-saving moments. At the very least, they were semi-king level. Yet this young man before her, seemingly not yet 20, was entirely unlike those heirs, more mature, composed, and decisively ruthless. He bore no resemblance to a sheltered prodigy. Rather, he resembled a seasoned trainer forged in the crucible of the wild. Particularly alarming was the sheer strength of his ferocious dragon, undoubtedly at king level, surpassing her desert dragonfly by a significant margin. Moreover, it was evident that the ferocious dragon responded to his commands with remarkable synergy, clearly indicating it was his Pokémon rather than a mere gift from an elder. She could almost envision a promising new star ascending within the realm of trainers, destined to shine brilliantly. The younger he appeared, the greater his potential seemed, intensifying her anxiety and resolve not to let him escape. Thus, once Circle Bear had safely caught the desert dragonfly, she commanded her Pokémon to launch a vigorous assault against Li Chun. At that moment, the ferocious dragon burst forth from the enormous mushroom cloud, diving down with an air of invincibility, once more targeting the desert dragonfly to reignite their fierce battle. Having already suffered grievous injuries in the earlier clash, the wounded desert dragonfly found itself utterly outmatched against the ferocious dragon. With no other option, Hunter J ordered her fire beast to assist the desert dragonfly in distracting the ferocious dragon. Her Glacier Bear, proficient in numerous water-type techniques and having undergone specialized training to resist fire, was well suited to counter the fire dragon. Therefore, Hunter J tasked the Glacier Bear with engaging the fire dragon, merely needing to hold it at bay. Meanwhile, Circle Bear faced a considerably simpler task, dealing with several late-blooming but merely elite-level Pokémon. As for the Black Houndoom, it unleashed its ferocity, driving the water turtle and single-headed dragon back relentlessly, leaving both Pokémon with numerous injuries. Li Chun, observing the wounded single-headed dragon and water turtle, felt an overwhelming sense of urgency, placing his hopes solely on the ferocious dragon and fire dragon. Only they possessed the capability to defeat the enemy and create an opening to alter the battlefield's dynamics. If only he could grant the single-headed dragon and its companions another month to mature, their situation would not be so dire. In truth, Li Chun had yet to employ several Pokémon, specifically the 30-plus captured from the poacher gang. However, those Pokémon had committed numerous atrocities and retained their viciousness, rendering them untrainable in time to confront Hunter J. Hence, unless pushed to the brink, Li Chun had no intention of unleashing those untamed creatures. Releasing them could lead to them turning on their master and attacking indiscriminately, further exacerbating the predicament. As Hunter J recognized the stalemate, the prolonged struggle against Li Chun's Pokémon began to turn increasingly unfavorable for her. Though situated in the wilderness of the primordial forest, it was still the territory of the Huaxia Pokémon Alliance. The commotion could very well attract the attention of Alliance members, which is why she sought a swift resolution. Yet the strength of her opponent was formidable, resulting in a deadlock. Consequently, the current situation necessitated a breakthrough. In a moment of desperation, she produced a lipstick from her possession. Upon opening it, however, it contained not a cosmetic but a peculiar stone embedded within. The stone radiated a faint glow under the sunlight. Hunter J gazed at the evolution keystone with a grave expression, for it was a trophy from defeating a trainer in the past. Unfortunately, evolution stones were exceedingly rare, and she had recently expended a significant portion of her savings in the black market to acquire a Houndoom Mega Evolution Stone. Yet, for reasons unknown, perhaps due to insufficient affinity with her Houndoom, her attempts at Mega Evolution had consistently failed, leaving her with no choice but to refrain from using it, as it proved too unstable. However, at this juncture, she found herself compelled to attempt Mega Evolution once more. Only through Houndoom's transformation could the stalemate be broken. Just as she took a deep breath, preparing to connect with Houndoom and initiate the Mega Evolution process, her years of survival in the wild alerted her to a faint sound of footsteps and a palpable sense of danger approaching. It appeared that someone had been drawn by the commotion, swiftly approaching the vicinity, their footsteps indicating a considerable number of individuals. The brows of Hunter J furrowed deeply, her expression darkening, her eyes filled with a tumult of struggle and reluctance. For regardless of whether the newcomers were fellow hunters, members of the Alliance, or merely passing trainers, they would undoubtedly interfere with and disrupt her meticulously crafted plans. At that moment, Li Chun caught sight of the lipstick clutched in Hunter J's hand, along with the glimmering stone, and a wave of anxiety washed over him, cold sweat beading on his forehead. He was all too familiar with that stone, for the old gentleman possessed one, and he had often fantasized about inheriting the evolution keystone and mega stone from him in the future. Although only the Black Lugia among Hunter J's Pokemon was capable of mega evolution, once the transformation occurred, the might of the Mega Black Lugia would soar dramatically. The Blastoise and the Dragonite were already no match for the Black Lugia, let alone the formidable power of the Mega Black Lugia, which would escalate in a short span of time. Boom. Just then, a violent explosion erupted within the arena as the Dragonite unleashed another Dragon Dive, severely injuring the Blaziken and decisively defeating the Desert Dragonfly. The Charizard, not to be outdone, cornered the Aurorus, engulfing it in a surging golden fire dragon. The poor Aurorus had scarcely entered the fray before meeting the same fate as the Nidoqueen, its body charred and bloodied, severely burned. Dragonite defeated LV-71 Desert Dragonfly, gaining 11,546 experience points. Charizard defeated LV-64 Aurorus, gaining 6,109 experience points. At that moment, two system notifications echoed in Li Chen's ears, and he felt as though he glimpsed the dawn of victory. With both the Desert Dragonfly and Aurorus incapacitated and the Blaziken severely wounded, only the Bear and Black Lugia remained, struggling against the tide of adversity, compounded by the arrival of unknown individuals. Without a moment's hesitation, Hunter J hurled a smoke bomb, obscuring visibility as she vanished into the haze. By the time Li Chen regained his bearings, the area was enveloped in a thick cloud of smoke, causing him to sneeze uncontrollably, visibility reduced to a bare minimum. He could only discern the ever-watchful Metagross by his side and the Riolu cradled in his arms, while the sounds of battle within the smoke diminished, ultimately falling silent.